Chapter 1 Awakening in the Classroom. My name is Chen Xiao, just an utterly ordinary second-year student in Class 3 of First Senior High School in City Number 11 of the Tianyuan Federation. The evening sun cast its fading amber light through sliding glass windows, illuminating our classroom so brightly that even the dust particles floating in the air were clearly visible. Sitting in the corner of the classroom with my head lowered, my legs beneath the desk wouldn't stop trembling. I stared blankly at the textbook while beads of nervous sweat dripped onto its pages, magnifying the printed words beneath each droplet. On the podium, a middle-aged female teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses coldly warned, "Recently, there have been suspected cases of revivers emerging in our area. 2 students from the second high school have already gone missing. Letting you out early isn't for you to go play, it's so you can hurry home. Do you understand?" In this era, some ordinary people undergo mutations and become revivers. They possess superhuman strength, inexplicable abilities, and unlimited regenerative powers. They cannot die unless struck through the center of the forehead. But they have a peculiar obsession: they eat people. Devouring humans makes them stronger and fuels their endless regeneration. Without feeding on humans, their bodies rapidly age until they perish. The students responded in unison with excitement. "We hear you." Shouts from other classrooms echoed across the campus, instantly energizing the previously dull atmosphere. After the teacher left, the students packed their bags while chatting in small groups about where to eat after school or whether to arrange a ball game. I froze for a moment, trembling as I closed my textbook. Without even finishing gathering my things, I grabbed my bag and tried to leave. The labor committee member, sporting a ponytail and a freckled face, blocked my path. "Chen Xiao, you're on duty today. Where do you think you're going?" I paused mid-step, tilting my head slightly upward as I forced out a weak response in a hushed voice. "Not feeling well. I'll make it up tomorrow." With that, I turned sideways trying to slip past her toward the back door, only for her to seize my arm. "You think I'm an idiot? Planning to play basketball with Chi Mingyue and his crew, aren't you? Finish your duty first before going anywhere." Chi Mingyue gave me an okay sign and walked out of the classroom with a group of boys. "Ha, hurry up. We'll be waiting for you on the playground." The labor committee member was still nagging me about my cleaning duty when she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Why do you have white hair at your temples?" As she spoke, she reached out to point at my temples. I instinctively swatted her hand away, unable to control my volume. "Don't." Instantly, my face turned deathly pale, and her hand froze in midair. The previously noisy classroom seemed to have hit the pause button, with everyone's gaze fixed on me. She backed away slowly, gripping the table, staring at me in horror. Your voice, why does it sound so old? Only the revenants suddenly age like this, right? Chen Xiao, are you?" She left those final 3 words unspoken. I stood silently in place, not saying a word. "Chen Xiao is a reviver," someone shouted, and the previously quiet classroom instantly erupted into chaos. "A reviver? Run quickly. Stop pushing me, damn it, stop shoving. Hurry up and get out through the front door." The students didn't even bother to pack their bags, swarming towards the front door in a frenzy. The loud clanging of colliding desks and chairs echoed sharply through the hallway. Puzzled students outside turned to look into our classroom, but upon hearing the words "the revenant," they first froze in shock, then turned pale and dashed toward the opposite end of the corridor. I stood frozen in place, a buzzing noise filling my mind, drowning out the chaos around me. Blankly, I stumbled toward the back door, barely paying attention to my footing until I tripped with a loud thud, scraping my palm against the sharp corner of a cabinet. Blood gushed from the wound. My reddened eyes flickered. I pinched the corner of my shirt to wipe the wound, but before I could even touch it, the flesh around the injury began to squirm, knitting itself back together. At the same time, the hair at my temples grew a few shades whiter. How could I be such a monster? My voice was weak and trembling, fat teardrops falling onto my palms, mixing with the blood. I staggered to my feet, shoving chairs and tables aside as I rushed out of the classroom. My family was quite poor. After my father died in a car accident, my mother Suyu single-handedly held up our household. That shabby apartment building was my only sanctuary in this world. All I wanted now was to go home and call my mother. This was my only thought holding me together. Being a revenant, I moved much faster than others. I dashed through the crowded school and ran toward home. The familiar buildings, 564 convenience store, Starcy bookstore, ancient copper hot pot, Haiyuan spicy hot pot whizzed by as I got closer to home. Only the 1.35-kilometer-long Lu River Bridge remained. But to me, those 1,350 meters stretched like an insurmountable chasm. Trying to avoid pedestrians, I accidentally crashed into the fence separating the sidewalk from the road, the momentum flipping me over onto the cold asphalt. Screech! The front of a speeding car dipped as the ear-splitting sound of brakes exploded in my ears. Beep beep beep. The driver honked impatiently, leaning out the window to shout rudely at me. "Trying to stage a crash for cash scam here? My dashcam's got it all recorded. Hurry up and scram, stop blocking the road." The sudden commotion made pedestrians slow their steps, countless curious eyes focusing on me. The blaring car horns and engine roars made my ears ring. My vision hadn't cleared yet as I reached for the railing to stand, but my fingers were weak, my sight blurred, and I kept grabbing at empty air. More and more cars were stopping because of me, horns blaring beep 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 endlessly, the tension on the bridge growing thicker by the second. Move it up front already. Did your driving school forget to teach you how to do a hill start? Can't you fucking talk? There's an accident ahead. How the hell am I supposed to go? Click. The driver of the car in front of me pushed his door open, cigarette dangling from his mouth as he stomped toward me impatiently. What, you fucking albino, can't understand human speech? You want me to take this to the security division, is that it? As he spoke, he grabbed my hair and yanked my head up. When he saw my face, his arrogant expression froze instantly. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, and the flabby flesh on his face began trembling uncontrollably. My unfocused gaze turned to him. Uncle, could you help me up? Chapter 2, The Fatal Lie. The middle-aged car owner's hands trembled as he released his grip, his legs going weak before he crumpled to the ground with a loud thud. He stared at me in terror, hands pushing against the pavement as he shrank backward. The air between us seemed to freeze, neither of us breaking the silence. Only when his fingers brushed against his car wheel did he scream without restraint. He's a reviver, a reviver. After all. With that, he scrambled into the driver's seat, disregarding the solid white line on the road, and immediately switched lanes, speeding off into the distance. The last rays of the setting sun fell upon my rapidly aging face as everyone erupted in excitement. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of car collisions rang out incessantly. Really, it's a starving revenant. Don't push me toward the rejuvenators. Child, where is my child? The crowd on the pedestrian passage went wild, letting out piercing screams as they rushed toward both ends of the bridge. The smaller children, unable to dodge in time, were slammed directly into the railings, crying out in pain. With a loud crash, the railing gave way under the pressure, collapsing straight onto my back just as I was about to straighten up. Cough. I let out a pained, muffled cough as my dust-covered eyes slowly focused, finally able to make out vague shapes before me. I tilted my head, my dim gaze falling on the palm pressed against the ground. The skin was rough like tree bark, veins densely protruding on the back of the hand, as if they might burst at any moment. The TV never said aging would happen this fast. Seems like I can't walk home anymore. I forced a bitter smile with my chapped lips, the last glimmers of color fading from my eyes. I remember my teacher saying that once a revenant's identity is exposed to sunlight, there's only one inevitable outcome. Gritting my teeth, I used my elbow to push the railing off my spine and crawled onto the pedestrian walkway with a hunched back. Don't. A child's voice trembling with sobs rose before me. I halted and lifted my gaze. There sat a 6 or 7-year-old girl, her face smudged with dirt, sniffing continuously. Her foot seemed twisted, leaving her stranded on the ground as she kept scooting backward. Don't. What? The moment I uttered a single word, she burst into wails like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I paused slightly, lowered my head, and walked dejectedly to the side, stopping about 10 meters away from the girl. Exhausted, I leaned against the railing. I pulled an old button-style phone from my pocket, pursed my lips as I scrolled through the contacts to the entry labeled Mom. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, my trembling finger finally pressed the call button. Beep, 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 click. Hello, son. My mother's gentle voice came through the phone. I pressed the phone to my ear and called softly, Mom, what's wrong with your voice? Had a poetry recital today, practiced too hard and strained my voice. I swallowed back tears, forcing a light tone in reply. Can't you take better care of yourself? You're my only family in this world. Don't make me worry so much. Come home and take some throat lozenges. By the way, did you finish school early today? Yeah, there seem to be some awakened ones at school recently. I heard it's causing quite a stir. Then head home early and be careful on your way. There's stir-fried tomatoes and eggs in the pot that I made at noon. Just heat it up and steam some rice to go with it. I'll be done with the stall by midnight, so you go to bed early and don't wait up for me. Fine, I won't wait. Hey, why do you sound so down, kid? Don't you love dumplings? I'll make some for you tomorrow at noon, and you can cook them yourself tomorrow night. I was just about to respond when a series of dull horn sounds came from both ends of the bridge. Several pitch-black jeeps sealed off the entire structure with their bodies. A group of people clad in black combat uniforms, each bearing a 3-leaf clover emblem on their left chest, emerged from the vehicles and formed orderly rows. In this era, apart from the revenants, there were individuals endowed with supernatural abilities. Unlike the revenants, these people didn't experience accelerated aging after acquiring their powers. Their life flowed at the same pace as normal humans, though they lacked infinite regenerative abilities. In essence, they were ordinary people with extraordinary gifts. Though vastly inferior to the revenants, they represented humanity's strongest means to resist them. These individuals were designated by the Federation as chosen ones. The Federal Bureau of Special Abilities serves as the home base for most awakening gifted, tasked with handling awakened individuals across cities to maintain social stability. The team before us belongs to Bureau 11 of this city. Team 1 assembled and ready. Team 2 assembled and ready. Team 3 assembled and ready. A dark-skinned middle-aged man gripped his walkie-talkie, listening to reports from various teams. His name was Wang Zhongshan, leader of Squad 4 from the Special Abilities Division of City 11. At that moment, a fair-skinned young man approached Wang Zhongshan. Is all this caution really necessary? He's just a student, isn't he? Wang Zhongshan turned his head and gave him a cold look. Most members of this team aren't chosen ones. When facing an awakened individual with unknown abilities and unidentified restrictions, caution helps prevent unnecessary casualties. As deputy leader, I hope you'll uphold this principle too. Fine, you're the boss, you're always right, the young man chuckled lightly. So how are we killing him this time? The Federal Security Bureau said they need revivers for live experiments. If possible, we should try to bring this reviver back alive. With so many cities out there, they won't miss this one reviver for experiments, the young man muttered under his breath, tilting his head as a faint glint of killing intent flashed through his narrow eyes. Son, why do I hear the Special Abilities Department sirens on your end? Have you encountered that reviver? The mother on the phone stood up anxiously as she questioned him. Mom, you don't need to make dumplings for me tomorrow. I crouched down, tears uncontrollably spilling from my eyes. Don't scare me like this. What's wrong? Did you encounter a reviver? Tell me, let me come find you. By the end, Mom's voice trembled with tears. I watched the distant Special Forces operatives. No time left. You brat, spit it out. Say it now. Mom shouted at the top of her lungs. I'm on the bridge across from our house. If you can make it in time, Mom, I just want to hug you one last time. With that, I hung up the phone and powered it off directly. Stepping onto the gaps of the guardrail, I sat down with my back against the Lu River, facing dozens of cold, black gun barrels pointed at me from both sides. I've never eaten a person, never violated federal law. Can you please not point those guns at me? I'm kinda scared. Gripping the guardrail with both hands, I nervously glanced around. No one responded, all maintaining their positions. Just then, the combat personnel on the left retreated to both sides, clearing a path as Wang Zhongshan emerged with the young man. Wang Zhongshan glanced at where I was perched, his brow slightly furrowing. Half my buttocks were already dangling over the turbulent waters of the Lu River below. You've never eaten a single person? Wang Zhongshan lifted his head to look me square in the eyes. Yes, I haven't eaten. I inexplicably transformed like this afternoon. I was perfectly fine before, I replied, my eyes lighting up as I hurried to explain. Everyone step back and lower your weapons. Wang Zhongshan raised his forearm. Though puzzled, the group holstered their guns and uniformly retreated 5 steps. While most revenants are vicious by nature, some retain their conscience and haven't committed evil deeds. If the Special Abilities Bureau verifies you've truly killed no one, they'll conduct certain experiments to restore you to normal. Really? My hunched back straightened instantly. It's true. Wang Zhongshan gestured with his hand, and soon someone handed him a pair of black handcuffs and ankle shackles. Your school should have introduced these restraints specifically designed for revivers, right? Put them on yourself. Verification takes time, and I can't guarantee you're harmless to humans. With that, Wang Zhongshan tossed the restraints before me. I lowered my head to look at them, remaining motionless for a long while, as if deep in thought. What's the matter? Is there a problem? A flicker of impatience flashed in Wang Zhongshan's eyes, but he masked it well. I've never seen news about sparing a reviver like this before. Are you lying to me? Will you kill me right after I put this on? My gaze bore straight into Wang Zhongshan. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Hearing this, I remained silent. I knew if there truly was a method to turn revivers back into normal people, the Federation would have definitely made it public. So he was lying to me. But this person's words rang true. If they wanted me dead, they wouldn't go through such trouble. The only possibility was... My gaze darkened as I looked down at the turbulent waters of Lu River. Even from this distance, I could feel its relentless, surging power. The only possibility was that they feared I might jump into the river. They wanted my body intact for some purpose that would benefit certain people. I begged to wear it, but could you wait a moment? I just called my mother, she'll be here soon. I only want to see her from afar, to shout a few words to her. Would that be alright? Wang Zhongshan said both ends of the bridge were blocked, and asked me to describe which side my mother was coming from and her features so he could arrange passage. I told him my mother approached from the west, likely riding that pedal tricycle with a cold dish sign still hanging on it, her yellow armbands not yet taken off. Wang Zhongshan had said enough and picked up the walkie-talkie to issue the arrangements. Hearing the reply, the tension in my lips finally eased as I turned my gaze westward. Time slowly passed, and in just 10 minutes, the collective mood shifted from calm to impatience, then spiraled into discontent. Dong Qi, standing beside Wang Zhongshan, felt his noble status made him above playing these sentimental family games. With a dismissive air, he peeled off his black leather gloves. I knew nothing about it, my eyes dry and fixed upon the west. At last, I spotted that familiar figure, my mother Suyu riding an old tricycle, breaking through the jeep barricade, arriving dusty and exhausted. I turned to speak, only to meet Gong Chi's bleak, indifferent gaze. He shaped his hand into a gun, half squinting as he aimed at my forehead, mimicking the sound bang, with his lips. Then came the gruesome sound of a bullet tearing through flesh, followed by a bloody firework exploding at the back of my skull, the blood shimmering in the sunset. "Son!" I heard my mother's desperate scream, belatedly turning toward her direction. Instinctively, I reached out to grasp something, but my head, heavy as a cannonball, tipped backward uncontrollably, my entire body plummeting toward the river. Those brief seconds seemed to stretch endlessly as a flood of sounds and sensations rushed toward me. Why should I die? Why must I die? Why kill me? My eyes were swollen and bloodshot, cherished memories flashing before me. I plunged into the river, sending up a small splash, ribbons of blood drifting with the dark currents while bubbles surged toward the surface, those precious moments now teetering on the brink of ruin. In an instant, rage exploded in my chest, my heart throbbed violently, ripples spreading outward. The fragile beauty I treasured, why must it be erased by others? How dare they do this? Why should I die for their emotions? My dim eyes grew profound and oppressive, the pierced space between my brows began to heal. Then, a black glowing parchment appeared before me, writhing with tadpole-like symbols. Though I couldn't recognize these symbols, I could understand their meaning. Take my form, possess my power, reclaim godhood. My name is Pangu. Will you? Without hesitation, I answered, I will. As I spoke, darkness engulfed my vision, and my body drifted southward with the unseen current. I don't know who Pangu is, nor do I understand the meaning of that phrase, but I know I have nothing left to lose. If this willingness or not could change anything, then all the better. In my dazed state, I felt myself lying somewhere warm and soft. Opening my eyes, I saw a filament light bulb with double vision, followed by a blurry face leaning close to mine. He said his name was Li Ji and told me to call him boss. If I survived and was willing to stay here, I would henceforth be known as Li Chinxiu. Time passed quickly, and 2 years went by. On a rainy night in city number 11 of the Tianyuan Federation, neon lights intertwined with light drizzle as cars moved along the slick roads. Raindrops beneath street lamps shimmered with a pale silver glow, while pedestrians hurried through the rain under their umbrellas. I didn't hold an umbrella, wearing a pure black hooded sweatshirt with my hands stuffed in my pockets and a lollipop in my mouth as I strolled through the crowd. Hearing my phone ring, I walked to the roadside, squatted down, and tucked the phone under my hood to answer. Hello, this is Tasty Fried Rice Restaurant. How may I help you? Li Ji shouted loudly on the other end, telling me to come back. I refused and said he could deduct my pay if he wanted. When he asked why I was investigating the whereabouts of the Special Investigations Bureau's 4th team, I said naturally, it was to kill someone. He called me crazy, saying I was merely first restriction while Wang Zhongshan was at least third restriction. I must have a death wish. I chuckled and looked up at the passing cars. In these past 2 years, I've learned about the concept of breaking limits. Ordinary people refine their physical abilities to the extreme, undergo stimulation to shatter their genetic locks, and elevate their functional limits. This is the first breakthrough. The second and third breakthroughs follow the same pattern. Those chosen by destiny start at the first breakthrough. Their path of breaking limits is the same as ordinary people. I am Qin Xiu. Right now, the protagonist in this story is Li Chinxiu, so I'll narrate from his perspective. What's unique is the revived. We don't need mental stimulation to break our limits, we only need to consume humans, strengthening our physical functions to the extreme, and then we can directly break through. To avoid exposing my identity, I've spent these 2 years sustaining my youth and steadily increasing my strength by consuming pork, lamb, and beef, an ability unique to me among the awakened. After a long silence, I crunched the lollipop with a snap, tossed the stick into the drain, and stood up. I've watched combat footage of 3 banished fatebearers. I reached that level of strength 6 months ago, even though I'm only first banished. Even if you're confident you can win, can't you at least make a plan? Both Li Qingxia and I can help you. Li Ji stammered over the phone. Not necessary. I interrupted him casually. Killing doesn't require plans, just strength will do. Can't you just wait a little longer? Li Ji asked unwillingly. Wait? I've been waiting ever since 2 years ago when I lay in bed and learned about my mother's death. Boss, tell me why my mother would jump to her death. She loved me so much, yet she didn't even get to see my body. How could she have killed herself in such haste? Was she that desperate at the time? My pupils grew darker, and my hand, clutching the phone, trembled slightly. There was silence on the other end of the line. I will kill them. I won't spare a single one of their loved ones either. After saying this, I hung up the phone, tugged my hoodie down, and in the moment I turned around, my delicate features twisted like dough, transforming in the blink of an eye into the face of another person. Chapter 4: Fake Kidnapping. Haiyuan Spicy Hot Pot. This shop had been open for over a decade, offering great value for money with its numbingly spicy and fragrant flavors. Every holiday, Suyu would bring me here to eat. The place held my fondest memories. Even on rainy nights, I could smell the piquant aroma drifting through the air from outside the door. The steamy warmth inside and the lively chatter of diners made this little shop exceptionally cozy. I reached the entrance, shook the rainwater off my collar, and stepped inside to approach the counter. A kindly middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Sweetie, would you like a combo meal?" I nodded and said, "The vegetarian single meal combo, with an extra instant noodles, and please add more chili if possible, thank you." Just as I was about to turn away, the woman tugged my arm. "Young man, it's been a while since you've been here, right? That vegetarian combo was discontinued a year ago. Would you like to try the beef hot pot single meal instead?" Discontinued? I was momentarily dazed. Alright then, the beef hot pot it is. After ordering, I walked over to a two-person table and sat down, saying, "There aren't any empty seats around, sorry to bother you." The middle-aged man sitting opposite me looked up briefly before continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with dry, rough skin, wearing a faded gray shirt. Black grime was still visible in the crevices of his fingers, likely someone who did manual labor. "You've been watching me since you sat down. Is there something you need?" the man asked without looking up. "If it tastes good, eat more. You might not get another chance later." I grabbed some tissues from the table and wiped my rain-dampened hands. The man's hand trembled suddenly while holding a meatball, and it dropped into the greasy broth. Just then, my spicy hot pot arrived. "Enjoy your meal." "Thanks." I took the spicy hot pot in front of me and began eating with my chopsticks. The middle-aged man across from me stood frozen like a wooden block. He nervously glanced up at me, his left foot unconsciously shifting outside the table's edge. "Walk out that door, and you're really going to die." I lifted my eyes slightly. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he wrestled internally before retracting his foot. With a grave expression, he asked, "Who are you? Why would I die if I step outside? There are over a dozen people watching this shop right now. Guess who they're waiting for?" The moment I said this, the man's face paled instantly, his muscles tensing, though he feigned calm. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. What's this got to do with me? I haven't done anything. Ha ha ha. Slurp. I noisily enjoyed a mouthful of instant noodles, nodding in satisfaction before turning to him. "Those people are all from the supernatural department. The only reason they haven't moved against you yet is because this place is too crowded. The moment you reach somewhere quieter, that's when you'll die." I pressed my lips together in a faint smile. "Am I right, Reviver?" "You." The middle-aged man's pupils shrank to pinpoints. "How do you know I'm a Revi?" "No, I'm not a Reviver. You've got the wrong person." "If I'm wrong, then why haven't you left after finishing your meal?" My eyes curved slightly with knowing amusement. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead and plopped into the spicy soup with an audible splat, scattering glistening red oil droplets. He demanded, "Who are you? Why are you telling me all this?" "I'm also a revenant, but unlike you, I'm one who hasn't been discovered yet. The reason I'm telling you this is naturally because I want to help my own kind." As I spoke, I stretched out my left hand before him. Right in front of his eyes, I slightly hooked my index finger and pressed down hard with my thumb. With a crisp crack, I snapped it clean off. Red blood pooled at the knuckle of my index finger, but acting as if nothing had happened, I casually shook my left hand before withdrawing it and continued eating my spicy hot pot. By the time he focused his attention back on my left hand, my index finger had already completely regenerated, without a trace of injury to be seen. "Do you believe me now?" I raised an eyebrow slightly. The middle-aged man nodded like a pecking chicken. What should I do?" "Later, you'll hijack me and head toward Lujung Bridge. There'll be someone there to help us. Consider yourself lucky, this place is crowded. If it were somewhere with fewer people, these guys wouldn't give a damn about hostages or anything." "Then when do we start? Right now?" The middle-aged man clenched his hands anxiously, looking at me with flustered eyes. "Don't hurry, wait a little longer." "What are we waiting for? Waiting for that contact person?" "Wait until I finish eating," the middle-aged man said helplessly. After savoring a hearty meal, I somewhat painfully scanned the code to pay. My boss is truly a master of penny pinching. With an hourly wage as high as $5, he's forced me to learn frugality from an early age. After paying, I rubbed my stomach and pulled up my hood, about to walk out of the shop. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly darted behind me, one hand roughly gripping my jaw while the other snaked beneath my ribs, locking me tightly against his chest. The sudden scene stunned the diners and passers-by, causing everyone to instinctively step back. My eyes widened in terror as I jabbed my elbows repeatedly into the man's armpit and kicked wildly with my legs, yet my struggles proved futile. The middle-aged man's arms clamped around me like crab pincers, unyielding and impossible to budge. What are you doing? Let her go now, or I'll call the police." The owner of the Malatang shop mustered her courage and shouted, waving her phone threateningly at the man. The screen displayed the dial pad, with 112, the Federal Security Service hotline, already entered, just one tap away from being called. "Stay the fuck out of this," the man snarled, glaring at the woman before abruptly turning and delivering a vicious kick to the glass door. Boom! The door shattered instantly into countless razor-sharp fragments, the transparent shards tearing through the rain and embedding themselves into the chests, arms, even faces of the onlookers. Ah! A woman screamed at the top of her lungs, clutching her face as crimson blood seeped through her fingers. She wasn't alone, many others who had been accidentally injured were also crying out in pain. What the hell is going on? How is this guy so strong? This. Could he be one of the revived? I watched as chaos engulfed the crowd. Someone shouted in my ear, "Stop gossiping and get the hell out of here. If you want to watch the show, go to the front." The people blocking the entrance quickly scattered toward the roadside or the sides of the street. The middle-aged man took advantage of the chaotic crowd, dragging Lee Chinchou stumbling toward the Lu River Bridge. Meanwhile, figures emerged from the shadows along the street, dressed like ordinary people but with eyes far sharper than usual. A young man grabbed his walkie-talkie and reported, "Team leader, the target has taken a hostage and is moving away from the marked location, heading toward Lu River Bridge, awaiting orders." Buzz. The walkie-talkie crackled before a voice responded, "Squad 1, clear the riverbank of crowds and unauthorized boats, then establish a perimeter. If the target attempts to flee by jumping into the river, eliminate him immediately. Team 2, evacuate vehicles and pedestrians from Lujiang Bridge and seal off the west side. Position some vehicles and pedestrians at the bridgehead to avoid arousing suspicion. Team 3, continue tracking target and block all other escape routes in a semi-encirclement formation. Execute immediately." Splash, splash, splash. Puddles on the road sprayed as they were trampled upon. The middle-aged man's trouser legs hung damp and heavy, yet he paid no mind. With wary eyes, he glanced nervously behind him before urgently asking again, Is there really anyone who could get away?" Lee Chinchou's gaze was deep, showing not a trace of panic, as he said, "Isn't it normal to encounter people? Just head where I told you. Don't panic. Alright, if you can get me out of this alive, I'll do whatever you say from now on." The middle-aged man quickened his pace as he spoke. The Revenant's speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. The two soon reached the bridgehead, and without hesitation, the middle-aged man dragged Lee Chinchou onto the bridge. But shortly after, the middle-aged man halted abruptly. This bridge was utterly eerie. At first, there had been pedestrians and speeding vehicles, but now there was nothing. Only the incessant patter of rain echoed along the pedestrian walkway, while the asphalt road lay completely devoid of any cars. The middle-aged man released Lee Chinchou, gripping his shoulders urgently and asking, "Didn't you say someone was coming to assist us? Where are they? And why is this bridge completely deserted?" Lee Chinchou brushed off the man's hand, massaged his sore shoulders, and walked to the railing. "Both ends of the bridge are blocked. Jump into the river if you want to live, but be careful, the Special Ability Department might have people stationed along the banks," he said. "Jump into the river?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped behind Lee Chinchou. I can't swim. The contact is Lujiang. "If you can't swim, then there's nothing I can do about it," Lee Chinchou said as he removed his hood. "You lied to me. You said there'd be backup." The man's neck veins bulged violently as he locked Lee Chinchou in a chokehold with one arm, forcibly yanking him closer with the other hand. Lee Chinchou offered no resistance, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. "After all I've done for you, this is how you repay kindness? Shut the fuck up. Cooperate quietly or neither of us gets out alive," the man roared, frantically dragging Lee Chinchou back the way they'd come. When they reached the bridge approach again, their path was blocked by Department of Special Abilities jeeps. Combat uniformed agents took cover behind the vehicles, their rifle barrels resting coldly on the hoods, all trained directly on the two men. On the residential buildings surrounding the bridge, many onlookers leaned out of their windows, snapping photos and recording videos with their phones, indirectly supervising every move of the Extraordinary Abilities Bureau. The middle-aged man huddled behind Lee Chinchou, mustering his courage to shout, "Get back, all of you! Move, or I'll kill this kid!" But the surroundings remained eerily silent, with only the relentless patter of rain responding. Snap! At that moment, the driver's door of a jeep swung open, and a fair-skinned young man stepped out with a slight bend in his posture. With neatly cropped short hair and sharply defined facial features, his bright eyes radiated an indescribable confidence and arrogance. I recognized him. He was Gong Chi, deputy team leader of the 4th Action Squad. Just like in my memories, he still wore those black gloves and sported that annoyingly smug expression that inexplicably made one's fingers itch with irritation. "You're the one in charge here, right? Get me a car with a full tank of gas and tell the soldiers at the border checkpoint not to stop me. Once I'm out of the city and reach the no man's land, I'll release the hostages, you hear me?" the man shouted at the top of his lungs. Not all regions of this world fall under federal jurisdiction, and among humans, there are revenants. Animals are no exception. The areas beyond the cities belong to such revenants, and the Federation refers to these zones as the unclaimed territories. Many revenants, having reached a dead end in the cities, venture into the unclaimed territories to seek survival. Faced with the man's demand, Gong Chi pressed his lips together in a faint smile and spread his hands helplessly. "I can't comply with your request. You're implicated in multiple homicide cases. According to federal security law, the Special Investigation Bureau must eliminate resurrected individuals who threaten social stability. So we cannot possibly let you leave. If you release the hostage now, I can arrange for your family to visit you to see you one last time. This is the greatest leniency I can offer. You. The man's legs trembled, his bulging eyes seeming ready to pop out any second. I have a hostage. If you don't meet my demands, I'll kill him. Lee Chin-sho spoke calmly. The Federal Security Act stipulates that when revivers take hostages while making unlawful demands harming other regulations, the Special Abilities Department has authority to enforce immediate suppression. Didn't you check online before taking me hostage? The middle-aged man froze momentarily. Impossible. That's not how it works in TV dramas. He's right, Gong Chi nodded. 10 minutes for consideration. After that, if you still refuse to release the hostage, the Special Abilities Department will implement compulsory measures. At these words, the middle-aged man stood dumbfounded in the pouring rain, frozen in silence. Soon after, special operatives from Combat Squad 2 approached from the west side of the bridge, with team leader Wang Zhongshan among them. Seeing this, the man's last defenses crumbled entirely. He screamed hysterically, "Why? I just wanted to survive. What did I do wrong? I only ate those who deserved to die. Why should I be killed? That bastard boss stole my woman. Was I wrong to eat him? Was I? Blaming others for your own incompetence, isn't that wrong?" Gong Chi remarked impassively. This final blow filled the man's eyes with despair, quickly replaced by raging fury. Staring at the back of Lee Chin-sho's head, he howled, "This is all your fault. If not for you, I would have survived. If I'm going to die, you won't live either." As he spoke, the man's arm that had been gripping Lee Chin-sho's neck suddenly released, his fists clenching tight as they tore through the curtain of rain, aiming a devastating blow at Lee Chin-sho's forehead. Watching this unfold, the special ability team members tightened their fingers on their triggers, awaiting Lee Chin-sho's death. At the very moment the fist was about to smash into Lee Chin-sho's forehead, when a hair's breadth made all the difference, a few raindrops slipped from Lee Chin-sho's hair, hovering just before his brow. Crack! The crisp sound of bone shattering pierced sharply through the rainy night. The man's fist seemed to collide with an invisible wall, the wrist joint bending downward at a 180-degree angle. Ah! A wretched scream echoed through the rain-lashed night as the man clutched his wrist, his face contorted in agony as he crumpled to the ground. Though revenants could regenerate endlessly, it didn't mean their wounds wouldn't cause excruciating pain. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, including Gong Chi and Wang Zhongshan, who took down the reviver. However, the experienced Wang Zhongshan quickly figured it out. If the target wanted to kill the hostage, simply snapping the neck would have sufficed. Why punch the forehead? There was only one possibility. Eliminate them. Both of them are revivers. Chapter 6, The Second Ability. In an instant, a tremendous roar like thunder erupted in the rainy night, with orange-yellow flames blooming at the muzzle as bullets tore through the curtain of rain, firing towards the two men. Facing these bullets, Lee Chin-sho remained as calm as ever, slightly parting his lips to utter a single word, "Halt." Suddenly, the fine raindrops around Lee Chin-sho seemed to hit a pause button, freezing mid-air. Under the dim streetlights, this sight was extraordinarily awe-inspiring. Bang bang bang! The sound of steel clashing rang out continuously as the unstoppable bullets were directly deflected upon hitting the suspended raindrops, embedding themselves into the road and steps, sending countless small stones flying. All the Psy soldiers witnessing this scene widened their eyes, their minds buzzing with shock. On nearby residential buildings, camera flashes twinkled like stars in the sky. Holy shit! What kind of supernatural ability is this? I have no idea. Using raindrops to block bullets? That's just insane. This ability level has to be at least B rank. Quick, record this and post it on WeChat Moments. On the field, Lee Chin-sho remained composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Like other mutants, he possessed his own unique ability. After Lee Chin-sho became an awakener, he discovered his first innate skill, absolute control, specifically complete mastery over his own body. Altering his appearance became one of the applications derived from this ability. One day, by chance, Lee Chin-sho killed another awakener. From that moment onward, every time he dreamed, he found himself transported to a magnificent palace. This palace was peculiar, it had no entrance gates, no seating, everything utterly bizarre. Yet these features paled in comparison to what was truly strange, its walls. On the walls of this palace were carved 12 monsters of various shapes, distinct from their vibrant surroundings. These 12 creatures lacked any color whatsoever. During a chance encounter, Lee Chin-sho killed an Extraordinary Affairs Division intelligence officer who had doubted his identity. When he next entered the palace, he discovered that one of the wall carvings had gained color, though only a patch the size of a thumb tip. After this incident, Lee Chin-sho realized that slaying any life form above a first restriction would gradually restore color to the carved monsters. Just last month, he finally restored full color to one of the monsters and consequently gained his second supernatural ability, extreme water. This is precisely the method Lee Chin-sho is employing now. If bullets can't penetrate my raindrops, then why keep shooting? Lee Chin-sho turned to gaze at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan remained silent, simply watching Li Qinshu quietly. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a residential building 100 meters away, a sniper lay prone on the ground. His black anti-material rifle gleamed with an odd luster under the neon lights. The sniper curled the corner of his mouth, slowly aligning his crosshairs with Li Qinshu's skull. On the field, Gong Qi also removed his gloves and formed a pistol shape with his hand, pointing it at Li Qinshu. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan finally spoke. "Do you really think you're that strong?" The instant the words fell, both men fired simultaneously. Li Qinshu gave a faint smile and remained standing perfectly still, as if completely unaware. Through the curtain of rain, the live bullet in Gong Qi's energy-charged bullet instantly shattered the raindrops upon contact. The two projectiles tore through unimpeded, heading straight for the back of Li Qinshu's skull. In that split second, Li Qinshu's head split apart with speed imperceptible to the naked eye, narrowly evading both bullets before seamlessly reforming. Bang! Only after Li Qinshu dodged the bullets did the deafening gunshot reports echo from the rooftop 100 meters away. Bang! Bang! The road not far away suddenly trembled violently, leaving two small craters in its surface. How is this possible? Wang Zhongshan's head was buzzing as he witnessed the scene. He glanced at Gong Qi, then looked towards the sniper's position, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn, that shot missed? I missed? Gong Qi was completely bewildered. He alternately stared at his own palm and then at Li Qinshu. How could he possibly have missed at such close range? It was impossible. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Li Qinshu looked down at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. The man was nearly petrified with fear, never expecting the person he'd taken hostage could be this terrifyingly strong. He struggled desperately, but the suspended raindrops around him clamped down like steel pellets, firmly pinning him in place. I think you killed justly. May you not be cuckolded in your next life. As the words faded, a raindrop pierced through the man's forehead with a wet crunch. His eyes bulged wide, his death glare locked fiercely on Li Qinshu until the end. After dealing with the middle-aged man, Li Qinshu finally looked up at Wang Zhongshan. I'm slightly better than you all. How exactly did you dodge those bullets? They couldn't have missed. Wang Zhongshan asked with a grave expression. I'll tell you right before you die. Li Qinshu's face was ice cold as his body tore through the rain curtain, transforming into a shadowy figure that darted backward like a phantom. Look out! Wang Zhongshan shouted, but his warning came a split second too late. Gong Qigan was about to continue firing when a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him. Enjoying taking aim so much? Li Qinshu's voice whispered like a demon's murmur in Gong Qi's ear. Dodge it! In an instant, Gong Qi had only this one thought in his mind. As he stepped back and tried to turn sideways, Li Qinshu's hand seized his face first. The terrifying momentum slammed his head directly into the jeep's window. With a loud bang, the glass shattered into fragments, spraying into the vehicle along with splashes of Gong Qi's blood. Cease fire! All rank 1 restricted personnel and above, engage in close combat with me. The rest, stay on guard. Wang Zhongshan bellowed, drawing the military horizontal sword at his waist as he charged toward Li Qinshu. Over a dozen special operatives followed Wang Zhongshan, all rushing toward Li Qinshu. The cold raindrops fell upon the blade, making its icy gleam appear even more chilling. Wang Zhongshan was the first to charge before Li Qinshu, gripping his horizontal saber with both hands as he slashed diagonally toward Li Qinshu's head. The hovering raindrops offered no resistance to the blade, cleanly split in two. Li Qinshu's eyebrows arched sharply as he reluctantly released Gong Qi's head, narrowly sidestepping the blade with barely a hair's breadth to spare. Strike, Li Qinshu murmured, lips barely parting. In an instant, the suspended raindrops gave a slight tremble before shooting out in all directions like bullets. Everyone, get out of the way. As he spoke, the exposed skin on Wang Zhongshan's body turned into a glossy jet-black hue, with sheer physical toughness blocking the raindrops. Yet others weren't so fortunate. Though Wang Zhongshan's warning came swiftly, several who had charged ahead too quickly were riddled by the raindrops, their blood pooling on the ground. Bastard! Wang Zhongshan's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his long blade and slashed at Li Qinshu, the terrifying force cleaving a rainless void through the downpour. Li Qinshu smiled faintly. This time, he didn't dodge. His left hand shot forward like a steel clamp. The blade vibrated violently yet couldn't advance another millimeter, held immobile between Li Qinshu's 5 fingers like a vice. Chapter 7, The Last Chance to Tell the Truth. Wang Zhongshan gritted his teeth, the muscles on his arms bulging like knotted lumps, stretching his combat suit into taut sections. Yet despite this, Li Qinshu remained utterly composed, not showing the slightest hint of strain. Do you really think you're that tough? Li Qinshu said, pushing her bangs back with one hand. Wang Zhongshan remained silent, but the tremor in his pupils betrayed the storm raging within him. Facing Li Qinshu, he felt like standing before an insurmountable mountain, always wearing a faint smile as unfathomable as an abyss. At one point, Wang Zhongshan even harbored thoughts of fleeing, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He was the leader of the 4th team in the Special Abilities Department, a high-ranking official. If he ran away, how would his superiors view him? The rapid clicks of camera shutters echoed continuously from several nearby residential buildings, accompanied by buzzing murmurs that resembled a swarm of bees. The other special ability team members stood frozen on the field, unsure of what to do next, terrified of the raindrops, terrified of death. They didn't dare approach. Just then, a furious shout shattered the silence. "Bastard, you're asking for death." Gongqi used both hands to grip the car window, hauling his upper body out of the vehicle. His bloodshot eyes glared as he formed his fingers into the shape of pistols, aiming them straight at Li Chinxiu. "Hold," Li Chinxiu spoke once more. A translucent ripple spread outward, suspending the raindrops within 20 meters again. In an instant, Gongqi and the special ability team members who were about to attack Li Chinxiu were tightly immobilized. Beads of sweat trickled from their foreheads, then froze in place. One ban is enough to break free. If you're not afraid of being turned into sieves, give it a try. After Li Chinxiu finished speaking, his head seemed to blur for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. The next instant, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently as a deep pit appeared just meters away. Bang! At the same time, deafening gunshots rang out from the rooftop in the distance. The sniper bullet was faster than the speed of sound, but Li Chinxiu's brain reactions happened to be slightly quicker than sonic speed. Though his current body couldn't endure combat exceeding supersonic speeds, minor bodily adjustments were still manageable. Again, another miss? How can it be 100 meters? The vigilant special forces operatives surrounding them were shocked to their core, instinctively stepping back. Li Chenxiu's overwhelming pressure was simply too intense. Unlike the others who were stunned and confused, Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi, standing closest, finally saw clearly. And precisely because they saw, both men trembled uncontrollably. A speed surpassing that of sound, it meant this was at least a revenant of the fifth seal. This level of revenant had already far exceeded the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Department. The strongest in City 11's Special Investigation Bureau was merely a destined of the fourth seal. It was only then that Wang Zhongshan finally realized that this man had been toying with him all along, playing him for a fool. Li Chinxiu had no inkling of Wang Zhongshan's inner thoughts. His ear twitched faintly before he raised his palm toward the direction of the gunfire, crossing his index and middle fingers to flick lightly, impacting a single raindrop. Whoosh! The raindrop traced a graceful arc through the chilly air, shooting toward the sniper's position. The sniper on the rooftop remained unaware of the approaching danger. Frustrated, he pounded the ground with his fist. Just as he prepared to resume aiming, thud, his scope suddenly shattered. A single raindrop pierced straight through his brow. Sniper eliminated. On the field, Li Chinxiu smiled with satisfaction, glancing at the still-dazed Wang Zhongshan. I don't know much about guns, but sniper rifles have an effective range of several hundred to 1,000 meters, right? Having him fire twice from the same spot, were you afraid I wouldn't pinpoint his location? Wang Zhongshan snapped back to reality and glanced nervously toward the sniper's position. What do you mean? He asked. My raindrops have an effective range of over 100 meters. Unless something went wrong, he's already dead. Li Chinxiu flashed a radiant smile as he vaulted onto the jeep's roof with a kick of his legs. Looking down at everyone from his elevated position, he warned with a sweeping gaze, "Nobody move, or I'll start killing with every step." Hearing this, one special forces operative, whether out of defiance or reflex, instinctively took a step backward. Whoosh! Put! The next second, an almost imperceptible wound appeared on his head, crimson blood trickling down the bridge of his nose as his vitality slowly faded. Didn't I tell you not to move? Or was my voice too soft for you to hear? Li Chenxiu's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, no one dared to even twitch, not even the special ops members who hadn't been restrained by the raindrops. The spectators hastily withdrew their heads, and the more timid ones even turned off their lights and drew their curtains. So your name's Gong Qi, right? Li Chinxiu nudged Gong Qi's head with the muddy tip of his shoe. Why yes, that's me. Gong Qi stammered, not daring to even move his eyeballs. Li Chinxiu gave a nod, then turned to Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan? Yeah, Wang Zhongshan answered in a hushed voice. 2 years ago, a young man named Chen Xiu was killed here by your people. According to federal law, after eliminating a reviver, the Transcendence Department should hand over the corpse to the family. Yet you never attempted to recover Chen Xiu's body. So you put up protest banners at the entrance of the Transcendence Department headquarters, demanding the return of her son's remains. Later, the surveillance footage from the bridge was leaked by unknown parties. Public outrage erupted overnight. Countless voices spoke up for Chen Xiu, while his killers faced widespread condemnation. The Transcendence Department itself was splashed with considerable mud, wasn't it? Li Chenxiu's gaze turned profound as he flicked his wrist, sending the raindrops around them cascading downward. You may move now. Though freed from restraints, neither could summon the will to resist. Testing the limits of the fourth restraint was one thing, but the fifth? How could they even dare to try when facing speeds beyond sound? Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi exchanged glances before Zhongshan steeled himself and forced out a response. Right. Why was the matter later swept under the rug? Tell me why. Li Chenxiu's gaze fell heavy upon Wang Zhongshan, eyes unblinking. Wang Zhongshan hesitated, his gaze flitting about before he finally spoke. This incident had a significant impact on the Special Abilities Department at the time, but retrieving the body from the Lu River was extremely difficult, practically impossible. Later, my superiors sent me to communicate with Suyu. I went to see her, explained the difficulty of the situation, and gave her 10,000 yuan in the name of the Special Abilities Department. Noticing her emotional instability, I left her home shortly after. But just as I stepped off the building, she jumped to her death right then and there. As he spoke, Wang Zhongshan clenched his fist, a hint of desolation flickering in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Oomph. Well said. Li Qinxiu smirked slightly as he clapped his hands, then pulled a photograph from his pocket with 2 fingers and threw it before Wang Zhongshan. This is your last chance. Tell the truth and I'll only kill you. Lie, and your entire family dies with you. Chapter 8, The Slaughter Beneath the Truth. Li Qinxiu's gaze was indifferent, his pale skin strikingly cold under the dim streetlight. Wang Zhongshan glanced at Li Qinxiu with visible terror upon hearing this, then tremblingly crouched down to scrape up the photo stuck to the damp, chilled pavement with his fingernail. The moment Wang Zhongshan flipped the photo over, he froze. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his facial muscles began twitching uncontrollably. The photo showed a woman in her 30s and a 14-year-old boy, their eyes filled with blank terror, their mouths tightly sealed with duct tape while their hands and feet were bound with coarse ropes, utterly helpless. How could Wang Zhongshan not recognize the person in the photo? It was none other than his own wife and child. You bastard! If you've got a problem, come at me. Hurting my family, are you even human? Wang Zhongshan lunged forward like a stray dog on the roadside, his fists raining down on Li Qinxiu with overwhelming fury. Human? Li Qinxiu sneered contemptuously, then lifted his foot and splattered mud as he stomped heavily on Wang Zhongshan's forehead with a loud smack. With a sudden surge of force, he pressed Wang Zhongshan down onto the ground. His knees landed with a heavy thud in the puddle, splashing the murky black muddy water onto his face. Wang Zhongshan was about to struggle when Li Qinxiu's next words poured over his head like a bucket of cold water. Do you think I don't dare to kill them? Wang Zhongshan shuddered, raising his bloodshot eyes to look at Li Qinxiu. You ask if I count as human? I'm a revenant, never was human to begin with. You see revenants as monsters, I see humans as EXP bags. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to farm EXP? Li Qinxiu spread his palms open, smiling with dark amusement. I'll talk. Just spare my wife and child after this, I beg you, please. With that, Wang Zhongshan pressed his palms to the ground and thud, he cowed out to Li Qinxiu. Speak. I'm not a man who goes back on his word, Li Qinxiu said calmly. Gong Qi, standing nearby, nearly lost control of his bladder from sheer terror upon hearing this. He was no fool, anyone with sense could see the extraordinary connection between this man and Suyu and her son. If Wang Zhongshan revealed the truth now, how could he survive? Just as Gong Qi opened his mouth to intervene, Li Qinxiu's voice cut through the tense air first, interrupt, and you die. 3 simple words instantly quelled Gong Qi's simmering agitation. After a prolonged silence, Wang Zhongshan finally spoke slowly. Since the surveillance footage went viral, netizens have unleashed a torrent of abuse against Gong Qi online, subjecting him to considerable criticism even within the Special Abilities Department. An ordinary person might have had no choice but to endure, but he's different. His mother belongs to the Zhou Consortium of the Federation, though merely a collateral branch. They're towering figures throughout City Number 11. Through the Zhou family's connections, his father Gong Ran also secured the position of Chief Commander in City Number 11's Special Abilities Department. Later, Gong Qi went to find his father. His father instructed me to handle the matter and wired 1 million yuan to my bank account. Wang Zhongshan's expression grew somber. Speak, and I'll spare your family, Li Qinxiu said with neither joy nor sorrow on his face, his calmness chilling to the bone. Later, I went to the woman's house. She had some mental issues, her table was covered with densely lined dumplings. When I asked why she'd made so many, she said her son loved them. But Chen Xiumei had been shot between the eyebrows. Even if he loved them, how could he possibly eat them now? Wang Zhongshan scoffed and continued. After that, I warned her, told her not to visit the Special Abilities Department again, or there'd be consequences. The woman went berserk upon hearing this and started pelting me with dumplings, so I grabbed her by the hair and threw her off the 7th floor. Li Qinxiu slowly closed his eyes. Why wasn't there a body in the news report? Don't know. When the ambulance and public security department arrived later, there was only a large pool of blood at the scene. That neighborhood is too old, no surveillance cameras inside, just one at the entrance, and nothing unusual was caught on footage either. Wang Zhongshan said lifelessly, keeping his head lowered. Is it possible that Suyu is also alive? Though Li Qinxiu's voice remained calm, the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. It's highly unlikely. A month later, we discovered a revenant in that neighborhood. Its ability was invisibility. Unless something unexpected happened, that woman was probably picked up by that revenant, which we later killed. If he had devoured her, then I suppose I've avenged her already. That's all there is to it, nothing more. After saying this, Wang Zhongshan seemed to age a dozen years in an instant, his broad shoulders slumping helplessly, yet his eyes burned with desperate hope. Everything I've said is the truth. Will you release my family now? Li Chinxiu slowly opened his eyes, his deep black pupils as lifeless as the abyss, yet the corners of his lips remained slightly curved. Good, then kill yourself. Stab your heart. Even with a pierced heart, a three-band fate-bearer can survive for a full minute. I'll let you hear their voices before you die. Thanks. Wang Zhongshan took a deep breath and turned to gaze reluctantly at the surrounding special ops team members. Those men stared at Wang Zhongshan with bloodshot eyes, the bolder ones even shaking their heads slightly, though Li Chinxiu paid them no mind. Just a bunch of experience points, it's only a matter of time before they're collected. Finally, Wang Zhongshan made up his mind. With solemn determination, he grabbed the horizontal saber beside him and pressed its tip against his left chest. For his family's sake, death was no obstacle. Put. Like slicing through soft tofu, the blade plunged straight into his chest, crimson blood gushing from the wound. Wang Zhongshan's body tilted stiffly and collapsed to the ground, his lifeless eyes fixed squarely on Li Chinxiu. Naturally, Li Chinxiu had no intention of breaking his promise. He leaped down from the car roof, pulled out his phone, scrolled to a video, then crouched before Wang Zhongshan. Take a look, he said. With that, Li Chinxiu tapped the play button on the video. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from the speakers. Spare the child, kill me instead. Daddy, Daddy, save us. Wang Zhongshan's wife and son wailed desperately before the camera, until at the 11-second mark, the phone speakers fell permanently silent. For precisely at that 11th second, two liquid pearls pierced through their foreheads, swiftly extinguishing both lives. At this point, the video ends. Wang Zhongshan's forehead veins bulged, his facial muscles tensed, and his body trembled involuntarily. Happy now? Your family can reunite. No need to thank me. Li Chinxiu placed his hand on Wang Zhongshan's face and patted it gently. You. Wang Zhongshan shakily raised his hand, trying to grab for the phone. Just as he was about to succeed, Li Chinxiu slipped it into his pocket. Crack! Wang Zhongshan's arm fell limply to the ground, and even in death, the despair in his eyes lingered unrelentingly. Chapter 9, The Special Powers Division mobilizes for a cleanup. Li Chinxiu's eyes remained utterly devoid of emotion as he coldly rose to his feet, turning his gaze toward Gongqi not far away. Don't be afraid. Your family is harder to apprehend than Wang Zhongshan's, and I can't threaten you either. Be boss. This Wang Zhongshan was framing me. I knew nothing about this incident. Gongqi propped himself against the nearby jeep, inching backward step by step. Give me your phone. Li Chinxiu extended his palm. What for? Gongqi asked uneasily. Li Chinxiu didn't speak a word. With one swift kick, he sent Gongqi crashing to the ground with a loud thud, then extended his palm again and demanded, Give me your phone. Okay. Gongqi nodded nervously, clutching his stomach as he hastily handed his phone to Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu took the phone and scrolled through the contacts until he found a number labeled ATM. Curious, he lowered his gaze to Gongqi and asked, Who is this ATM? Gongqi was taken aback for a moment before replying, That's my dad. Li Chinxiu raised an eyebrow, giving Gongqi a surprised glance before pressing the call button. A melodious ringtone sounded, followed by a beep as the call was answered. Hello, is Gongqi your son? Li Chinxiu got straight to the point. There was silence on the other end of the line, not a single sound emitted. Cat got your tongue? A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Chinxiu's brow. Not mute, can speak. A muffled male voice came through the phone. You must be that reviver from Lujiang Bridge. You know me? Li Chinxiu said mockingly. Your murder videos are spreading like wildfire online. At this hour, the only stranger who'd answer my son's phone could be you. Gongran spoke methodically, not a trace of panic detectable in his words. Good that you understand. If I don't see your entire family within 30 minutes, Gongqi won't have any reason to keep living. Li Chinxiu glanced at Gongqi. No need for 30 minutes. Neither I nor my family will come. You're not coming? Aren't you afraid he'll die? You can always have another child. But if something happens to me or my wife, it's truly over. The only reason I'm willing to take your call is to tell you this, since you killed my son, this ends when one of us is dead. Do you have the courage to face the consequences? As his words faded, the whirring of rotor blades echoed from the sky as several helicopters sliced through the air, approaching from all directions. Dozens of vessels had somehow arranged themselves in orderly formation along both sides of the river beneath the bridge, each carrying over 10 specially trained operatives. Li Chinxiu's ears twitched slightly as he faintly detected the roar of hundreds of approaching jeeps charging toward their location. So this is what you call courage? Li Chinxiu smiled faintly, pressing her lips together. Release my son, and I'll let you walk out alive. If you don't. Gongran narrowed his eyes on the other end of the phone. Then you'll die right here. I originally planned to kill all of you at once, but I never expected you to be so ruthless. Fine, don't worry, I'll soon reunite your entire family. With that, Li Chinxiu tossed the phone into the river. At the same time, several white beams of light fell upon Li Chinxiu, exposing him completely before everyone's eyes. Listen up, Revenant below. Release the hostages immediately, don't compound your mistakes. The helicopter kept repeating this message back and forth, echoing through the quiet rainy night. On the field, Dongqi crawled on his knees toward Li Qinshiu, disregarding the strange looks from others, and tightly grasped his calf. Brother, please brother, let me go. I heard everything from the phone call just now. Someone as powerful as you really doesn't need to throw your life away for someone like me. It would be a waste to dirty myself with you, so I'll let you live a little longer. Before Gongqi could react, Li Qinshiu grabbed him like a chicken and dragged him toward the bridge. Thud, thud. With each step Li Qinshiu took, the suspended raindrops shot out mercilessly, cutting down the special agents. Jets of crimson blood sprayed out, mingling with the rainwater before trickling down into the sewers. In the helicopter, a pilot witnessed the scene with fury burning in his eyes. Just as he was about to press the firing button, a middle-aged man grabbed his hand. Wait a little longer, the man said. The pilot turned in disbelief at the middle-aged man. Captain, that monster has already started killing people, he exclaimed. What are we waiting for? The commissioner's son isn't dead yet, wait a little longer. Within moments, every person surrounding Li Qinshiu had fallen to the ground. It seems the third supernatural ability is about to awaken. A barely perceptible flicker of joy flashed through Li Qinshiu's eyes. Gongqi, being held by Li Qinshiu, trembled all over at the bloody scene around them and wailed loudly, Brother, I really had nothing to do with Suyu's death. I knew nothing about it. It was all my father acting on his own. Brother, I beg you, let me go. Brother, my family has money. I can give you however much you want. Gongqi's mouth kept pleading for mercy like a machine gun, yet Li Qinshiu walked toward the center of the bridge as if he hadn't heard a thing. The spotlight tailed the two of them relentlessly, as did the helicopters and the boats on the river. By now, over 100 jeeps had arrived at the bridgehead, and hundreds of special ability agents were closing in on Li Qinshiu from both ends of the bridge. The Special Ability Bureau had completely sealed off Li Qinshiu's escape routes, leaving no cracks to slip through on land, water, or air. Li Qinshiu's face remained impassive as the cold wind drove raindrops slantwise against his cheeks, his loose pants billowing violently in the gusts with a whooshing sound. He came to a halt, his gaze penetrating as it fixed upon the turbulent, icy river surface. 2 years ago, Chen Xiu had died here in these waters, while further downstream where the river flowed, Li Qinshiu had been spiritually reborn. Closing his eyes, Li Qinshiu seemed to slip back into that afternoon's memory, seeing once more the dilapidated tricycle and those oil-stained sleeve covers. The sunset bathed him in golden light, his school uniform flapping loudly in the warm wind as that familiar woman said she'd make him dumplings tomorrow. Mom, I'll live on properly. From now on, no one gets to control my life, no one has the right to rob me of happiness. If this era won't accept me, then I'll destroy this era. I'll become the strongest, I'll stand atop the mountain, I'll hold everyone's lives in the palm of my hand. Just you watch. Li Qinshiu swore this dark oath in his heart, his pitch-black pupils mirroring the churning sea of clouds like polished glass. Brother, whatever you lack, I can provide it, women, money, or status. I can have my father grant you anything. Before Gongqi could finish his sentence, Li Qinshiu released his grip on his neck. In an instant, overwhelming joy clouded Gongqi's mind. Clutching the railing, he staggered to his feet and scrambled toward the special ability team members. A frenzied grin spread across his face as countless vengeful thoughts sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. Ha, just you wait. One day I'll torture you to death. Gongqi screamed in his heart. 1 step, 3 steps, 5 steps. Just as Gongqi was about to take his 5th step, Li Qinshiu willed a single raindrop to shoot forth, which pierced straight through his heart with a plop. Bang! Gongqi collapsed heavily onto the cold ground, his life beginning the irreversible countdown of its final minute. The operations commander's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Raising his hand and pointing at Li Qinshiu, he shouted, "Prepare to eliminate." Chapter 10, Miracle on a Rainy Night. The sharp click sounds of rounds being chambered echoed in waves as dark gun barrels aligned themselves toward Li Qinshiu. The helicopters mounted machine guns and the honeycomb missile pods slung on both sides also locked onto Li Qinshiu. On the river surface, the turrets of waiting vessels slowly elevated, poised for the final command. Li Qinshiu glanced up indifferently, his feet leaping effortlessly onto the guardrail. The fierce winds from the helicopter didn't cause his stance to waver in the slightest, nor did the aimed muzzle make his expression flicker. From the helicopter's open door, General Commander Zhang Kong shouted at the sight, "Reviver, rather than dying painfully under gunfire and artillery, why don't you end it yourself? At least your family could retrieve a whole body." Li Qinshiu grinned. "Afraid the missiles might collapse this bridge?" Zhang Kong's face darkened as he avoided the question. "There's no chance for you to survive. It seems tonight I'll create a miracle in your eyes." Li Qinshiu turned around with a smile, his back to the raging river. A flicker of unease crossed Zhang Kong's brow as he shouted hoarsely, "What kind of miracle?" "The miracle of disappearing. See you next time." Li Qinshiu extended his arms straight out and leaned backwards, falling straight back. "Purifier." Zhang Kong grabbed his walkie-talkie and yelled. In an instant, a series of deafening roars erupted from the helicopter as missiles streaked toward Li Qinshiu, trailing terrifying white shockwaves. Bullets denser than raindrops spread like a vast net, descending upon Li Chinxiu. The destructive force of the missiles could evaporate raindrops, and these tens of thousands of bullets would mercilessly pierce through Li Chinxiu. Everyone's gaze converged on Li Chinxiu, eagerly anticipating the most dazzling crimson firework. At this critical moment, Li Chinxiu flashed a radiant smile and uttered, "Separate." As soon as the word left his lips, his figure began fading like flowing water, turning increasingly transparent until it burst into a cloud of white mist in midair. Only tattered clothes and a faint, lingering coolness drifted in the air. Boom! The missile exploded, and the bridge collapsed. A fireball, like the sun, soared into the sky, tearing through the dark clouds and illuminating the entire heavens. The terrifying shockwaves were unmistakably clear even miles away. Half an hour later, at a shoreline over 30 kilometers from the blast site, a young man emerged from a thicket of weeds, his dark black woolen overcoat reaching past his knees. A yellow scarf concealed the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of somewhat lifeless eyes exposed to the cold air. This person was none other than Li Chinxiu, who had escaped from the Grand Bridge. Following the river's current, he arrived here, put on the clothes he had previously hidden by the shore, and resumed the appearance corresponding to the name Li Chinxiu, severing all ties with his former identity as a reborn. Gazing at the endless stream of vehicles and the bustling crowds before him, Li Chinxiu let out a long sigh, his weary eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible exhaustion. He walked up to an electric scooter parked by the roadside, opened the storage compartment under the seat, and pulled out a paper-wrapped roasted chicken. Pulling down his scarf, he unabashedly stood in front of the scooter and began eating. Though his earlier escape might have seemed effortless, it had actually drained his life energy to an extreme degree, nearly depleting everything he had. Had it not been for his absolute control, channeling every last remnant of energy into maintaining his youthful skin, he would have already turned into a decrepit old man by now. Just as Li Chinxiu was wolfing down his food, the spare phone in his pocket rang. His uncle's brother, both are his uncles. Tall table, beep. Li Chinxiu answered the call and held the phone to his ear. An urgent voice came through from the other end. "Little Chiu, is that awakener on Lujiang Bridge you?" Li Qingxian nearly shouted into the phone. Li Chinxiu held the phone slightly away from his ear. "Yes, it's me." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, Li Qingxia finally suppressed her shock and spoke in disbelief. "Damn, you must be cheating. When did you get so strong? The news said you're at least level 5 restricted. When the hell did you secretly break through to 5 restricted behind my back?" "I did conceal some of my strength, but it's nowhere near as exaggerated as 5 restricted. I'm still at 1 restricted, though I can put up a decent fight against an average 3 restricted if I go all out." As he spoke, Li Chinxiu pulled out another roast chicken. "Then how the hell did you catch Wang Zhongshan's blade with one hand? That takes at least 4 restricted. And what was up with those raindrops? Do you have 2 abilities? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Is that how you talk to your second brother? Fine, I can't be bothered to ask about your business anyway. You've never been normal. Come pick me up at 4th High School later. 4th High is so close to our shop, can't you just walk back?" "I'm not feeling too well," Li Chinxiu said weakly. "I'm exhausted from working all night at the restaurant. Couldn't you just give your second brother a ride back while you're at it?" Li Chinxiu was about to refuse when Li Qingxia on the other end of the line added, "The fried skewers at the school gate are so cheap. I originally wanted to take them home, but they'd be cold by the time I walked back. Best to eat them while they're still hot on the way." Hearing this, Li Chinxiu's hands paused mid-action as his gaze gradually sharpened. "I think the skewers should have extra cumin." With that, he hung up the phone, braved the cold rain, and rode his electric scooter toward number 4 high school. Tenengsi Conference Room. Director Gong Ran of the Tenengsi sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression, fingers interlaced. The subordinates on either side kept their heads lowered, afraid that a single word might ignite the powder keg that was Gong Ran. Finally, Zhang Kong, sitting to the side, steeled himself and stood up. Addressing Gong Ran sincerely, he said, "Director, I apologize. It was my poor judgment. I didn't anticipate that this revenant would have such an escape ability." Gong Ran's eyes flicked up slightly. "This wasn't your fault. That revenant's strength has already surpassed the jurisdiction of the Tenengsi." Zhang Kong gave Gong Ran a puzzled look and asked, "Chief Commander, what should we do next? What else can we do?" "Report it to the Federal Safety Command and let them conduct a disaster assessment, then dispatch personnel to handle it." Gong Ran pointed at the large screen facing him and added, "Later, Safety Command personnel will contact us to understand the situation and evaluate the disaster rating of this awakener." Safety Command? Talk with us? For real? In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere was replaced by excitement as everyone instinctively raised their heads and exchanged glances. That was the Federal Security Bureau we're talking about, an organization gathering the most elite transcendents of the entire Federation, representing humanity's supreme combat force, that colossal entity determining the course of civilization itself. Who wouldn't feel both thrilled and awestruck by this? Anyone would lose their composure. Commander, wasn't it always just you who liaised with the Security Bureau in the past? Why are you bringing us in this time? Zhang Kong asked with some hesitation. Gongran pursed his lips into a faint smile. My son died at the hands of this reviver. Anything I report would inevitably carry personal grudges. That's precisely why I need you all. Hearing this, the group nodded in sudden understanding, and someone quickly declared, rest assured, Commander, we'll cooperate fully with the Security Bureau. Who said anything about cooperating? A dangerous glint flashed through Gong Ran's eyes as his face instantly turned cold. Chapter 11 Disaster Level, High Risk. For a moment, the expansive meeting room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop, the oppressive atmosphere tightening every nerve. Seeing no one speak up first, Gong Ran smiled faintly. The Safety Statistics Bureau needs to assess the disaster level. You may speak, but make it sound serious. I want his disaster rating to be classified as high risk. At these words, everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated as they stared at Gongran with undisguised horror. In the Tianyuan Federation, when the Special Abilities Department cannot handle the revenants, they report them to the Safety and Control Department. The Safety and Control Department assesses the threat level of these revenants based on their abilities and prohibition grade, which also determines the degree of attention the department will give. The levels, from low to high, are initial threat, moderate threat, high threat, special threat, and taboo. An initial threat indicates that the revenant is relatively weak, but due to its unique nature, it can still cause social unrest, making it beyond the capability of the Special Abilities Department to eliminate. Moderate threat indicates this revenant possesses considerable strength, unafraid of direct confrontation with the Special Abilities Department, leaving the authorities capable only of passive defense. High threat signifies this revenant wields formidable power, its mere existence threatening the city's safety, with the Special Abilities Department powerless to resist. Exceptional threat denotes this revenant's overwhelming might, its presence severely influencing the Federation's future trajectory, marking it as humanity's foremost enemy. Forbidden level threat represents this revenant's incalculable power, bringing human civilization to the brink of extinction, requiring all mankind's united effort for eradication. In the entire history of the Federation, only one reviver has ever reached the taboo rating, a dark chapter of the past. Upon hearing Gong Ran's words, the entire room fell into a breathless silence. What difference was there between deceiving the authority and voluntarily resigning? At this critical moment, the reckless Zhang Kong stepped forward and said, Chief, this reviver's strength only qualifies as medium risk. How could it possibly be rated as high risk? Your mouths are your own, doesn't that mean you get to decide the ratings? Gong Ran chuckled coldly. But how could the Public Security Bureau possibly take our word for it? That video has already spread online. Anyone with half a brain could spot the inconsistencies. Only the footage from the bridgehead has gone viral. There's nothing from the bridge itself. I've already had someone take care of the surveillance. As long as you keep your people in line, the Bureau won't have any leads to investigate, even if they suspect something. Gongran leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the table with his fingers. I know you're afraid of losing your jobs over this, but isn't work all about money? Do as I say, and I'll give each of you $500,000. If anyone gets fired, I'll throw in another $2 million and arrange a new job for you. How's that? At his words, everyone's mood lightened. After a few seconds of silence, someone nodded in agreement. I'm with the Bureau chief's orders are my priority. With some people already relenting, those who were wavering also agreed. I've been with the Taining Agency since graduation, of course I'll stand by their side. I've watched Gong Chi grow up. How could I not help now that he's in trouble? Sister-in-law has always treated me well. I'd like to do my part too. Soon, almost everyone agreed, leaving Zhang Kong as the only one silent. Seeing everyone's gazes fixed on him, Zhang Kong reluctantly sighed and nodded in agreement. Gongran flashed a satisfied smile at this response, then turned toward the large screen facing him. You have 10 minutes to discuss amongst yourselves. I suggest focusing your brainstorming on this revived individual's special abilities. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted into lively chatter, with dozens of people huddling together in heated discussions about how to best flatter Li Qinshiu. The 9 minutes passed in an instant. After everyone finished their discussion, they returned to their positions, sitting solemnly in their chairs and staring intently at the screen. BZZZT. Amidst a crackle of static from the screen, the imposing figure of a middle-aged man appeared before them. His name was Bai Meng, responsible for conducting the disaster rating assessment for Li Qinshiu. Captain. Everyone in the meeting room stood up, including Gongran. No need to be formal, take a seat. Bai Meng casually waved his hand and began flipping through the documents in his hand in front of everyone. Raindrop pause, killing a sniper from 100 meters away, dodging bullets from an anti-material rifle, catching a horizontal blade strike from a 3 forbidden fate changer single-handedly. TSK, quite interesting indeed. Bai Meng slightly raised an eyebrow, having already formed a judgment, can be rated as medium risk. Anything else you'd like to add? Ah, Commander, is this really decided? Someone asked with a dumbfounded expression. Otherwise, the evidence is more than sufficient, Bai Meng replied, looking at the man with confusion. Do you have a different opinion? A flicker of fear flashed through the man's eyes, but when he noticed everyone looking at him expectantly, he gritted his teeth and stood up defiantly, unafraid of authority. Commander, don't underestimate him. And so, led by this man, dozens of people in the room raised their voices one after another, singing praises of Li Qinshu. After more than 10 minutes, the arena gradually quieted down. On the screen, Bai Meng furrowed his brows, covering his mouth with one hand, lost in thought. Bai Meng raised his head and asked someone, "You're saying this revenant grabbed a missile unscathed and even threw it back?" "That's right. It was this very revenant that blew up the bridge," the person replied with a solemn expression. Bai Meng exhaled a long breath and turned to another person. "He single-handedly restrained all of you, including every helicopter and boat?" "Yes, I was terrified at the time." The speaker's eyes revealed a trace of deep fear. So he conjured over a dozen fighter jets from the river water, and defeated all of you with water-formed artillery shells, is that true?" Bai Meng set down the documents in his hands, staring intently at the group. "Yes," everyone answered in unison. A hint of confusion flashed in Bai Meng's eyes. "If he defeated all of you, how come you're sitting here perfectly fine?" "No idea. I suspect this revenant was toying with us. After all, who would let their playthings die?" "TCH, that sounds ridiculous?" Bai Meng's lip twitched. "We would never joke about the reputation of the Special Abilities Division, let alone treat public safety as child's play." One officer stood up, looking at Bai Meng with solemn righteousness. At this sight, Bai Meng's heart trembled. He had seen this look before. It was the same gaze he had when he first joined the Security Bureau, resolute and sincere. "My apologies, my heart was clouded. I had planned to use the Security Bureau's intelligence network to investigate further, but it seems unnecessary now. I'll report everything truthfully to my superiors. Goodbye, the meeting is adjourned." Beep, the screen went dark. "We're good, this guy bought it. As long as this officer reports truthfully, we'll definitely get classified as high risk." "Old Zhang, how did you manage that just now? I almost burst out laughing listening to you talk, yet you're steady as a mountain." Knock knock knock. At that moment, Gong Ran knocked on the table and announced, 500,000 will arrive in your account tomorrow. Having said that, he strode slowly out of the conference room. Only when he was far away did the people in the room burst into laughter. What they didn't notice was that the surveillance camera in the corner of the conference room flashed a hint of red light. First City, Public Security Bureau, Disaster Classification Division. In the office, Bai Meng closed his notebook and turned to look at the woman sitting nearby. The woman was dressed in a sharp pantsuit, exuding an imposing aura of authority. At the moment, she was crossing her legs while watching a video playing on her phone. On the screen, a group of men were roaring with laughter, discussing where to go for drinks tonight and whether they should grab some barbecue skewers. This was clearly surveillance footage from Special Ability Division 11. "Leader, this Gong Ran really can't tell what's important. Should we dismiss him?" Bai Meng approached the woman and spoke respectfully. "No need. People always need some room for their little maneuvers," the woman replied, setting down her phone and stretching wearily. "Leader, I'll go upload the data on this medium-risk reviver then." Bai Meng nodded and was about to leave when the woman grabbed his arm. "Make it high risk, not medium," the woman said calmly. Bai Meng's jaw dropped slightly. "But, this revenant's power level only reaches medium grade, why would you classify it as high grade?" A trace of gravity surfaced in the woman's eyes as she recalled the bizarre escape method and the suspended raindrops. "This revenant's ability ceiling is too high, it has elite tier potential." "Elite tier?" Bai Meng froze on the spot. "Are you serious? If a rainstorm envelopes a city, and later he happens to control every single raindrop within that storm?" The woman countered. Seeing that Bai Meng remained silent, she added, "He could slaughter the entire city." Chapter 12, Hidden Gaze. The rain gradually softened into fine threads, falling like willow catkins in the wind. Pedestrians lowered their umbrellas, while some hot-pot skewer shops began moving tables outside. The vibrant pulse of city number 11 quietly blossomed at that moment. Li Qinshu rode down the road wearing a black helmet, the small windmill on top spinning noisily in the wind. Soon, he arrived at his destination, number 4 Senior High School. Outside the school gates, countless snack stalls lined both sides of the street, their tantalizing aromas teasing the taste buds of passers-by. Students fresh from evening self-study gathered sporadically around the stalls, savoring these moments of calm. Near a stall selling pork belly stuffed in flatbread, a slightly chubby-faced young man around 20 stood by, eyes fixed on the sizzling pork in the frying pan as he swallowed hard again and again. His name was Li Qinshu, Li Qinshu's second older brother. The yellow shirt made Li Qinshu stand out conspicuously by the roadside, and Li Qinshu noticed him the moment he rode his bicycle there. "Second brother," Li Qinshu called out. Hey! Li Qingxia turned around in pleasant surprise upon hearing the voice, responding with an enthusiastic wave before trotting over gleefully. You came so quickly. How thoughtful of you. Where are the skewers you bought? Li Qingxiu glanced at his empty hands. I was going to buy some, but who knew the skewers got more expensive? The veggie ones went up by 30 cents, the meat ones by 50, what a shame. Hey! Li Qingxia had just lifted her leg to get on the bike when Li Qingxiu shoved her back with a hand. No hey ang. I skipped meals and came all this way to pick you up. You really think you can freeload a ride empty-handed? I meant well. Before Li Qingxia could finish, Li Qingxiu twisted the throttle and slowly started moving forward. Li Qingxia stood frozen for a moment, then hastily ran after him, shouting, Hey, don't go. Alright, I'll buy some, I'll buy them. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu finally stopped. Go ahead, put more cumin on it. Wait for me. Li Qingxia gave Li Qingxiu a resentful glance before walking toward the barbecue stall in the distance. Although Li Qingxia had worked far longer than Li Qingxiu, his hourly wage at Old Li's shop wasn't much higher either, just 6 yuan an hour, 1 yuan more than Li Qingxiu's. Watching the other's retreating figure, a touch of warmth flickered in Li Qingxiu's cold, clear eyes. Upon hearing the news of Su Yu's death, Li Qingxiu felt like a drifting leaf on the vast sea, homeless and utterly alone. Then, Li Ji and Li Qingxia stepped into the darkness of his heart. On sunny days, Li Qingxia would take Li Qingxiu to the mountaintop on her bicycle to watch the sunset, and on their way back, she would buy him the most expensive milk tea from a shop along the road. Whenever there was a good movie showing, Li Qingxia would generously buy Li Qingxiu a ticket for the 3D screening, while she herself sat on the steps outside the cinema, basking in the sun. When returning to the shop in the evening, Li Ji would always prepare many expensive meat dishes and silently place them closer to Li Qingxiu's side. The shop was small but fully equipped, and though there weren't many people, it provided warmth nonetheless. The brief moments of happiness made Li Qingxiu wish this could last forever, but it was ultimately just wishful thinking. Li Qingxiu's sudden appearance had aroused the suspicion of a special agent from the ability department. Following the clues, the agent uncovered many questionable points about Li Qingxiu, even casting doubt on the identities of Li Ji and Li Qingxia. Not long after, this intelligence officer died, killed by Li Qingxiu. From that moment on, Li Qingxiu understood one truth. The peace he sought could only be built on strength, and the happiness he desired could only be clenched with his fists. By the roadside, Li Qingxiu leaned wearily against the car hood, his exhaustion preventing him from straightening up as his stomach growled loudly. Seeing that Li Qingxia still hadn't returned, Li Qingxiu was about to pull out the half-eaten roast chicken from the car's storage compartment when his body suddenly froze briefly before quickly resuming its relaxed pose, continuing to eat the chicken as if nothing had happened. After a few seconds, Li Qingxiu pulled out his phone and dialed Li Qingxia's number. Don't rush, I'm bargaining with the boss right now, hold on. I think someone's watching me. Li Qingxiu directly interrupted Li Qingxia's words. There was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds, and the background noise gradually faded away. Li Qingxia found an inconspicuous corner to crouch down in and asked seriously, how did you know? Just now when I was eating on the bus, I felt a chilling gaze staring at me from behind for a few seconds. You know, my sixth sense has always been accurate. I believe you. What do you need me to do? Li Qingxia raised her head, her gaze passing through the crowd toward Li Qingxiu's direction. Is there any building about 100 meters away at my 5 o'clock position? Li Qingxiu asked in a low voice. A flash of blue light passed through Li Qingxia's eyes as she looked up beyond Li Qingxiu. The Anxian Hotel looks quite dilapidated, seems like it's been around for years. Li Qingxiu closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then said, the windows are directly facing me. Are there any rooms from the 3rd to 6th floor that seem unusual to you? Unusual? Wait a minute. After a few seconds of silence from Li Qingxia on the phone, something's off about the 5th floor. There's someone standing behind the curtains, completely motionless. Got it. You keep shopping. Just as Li Qingxia was about to hang up, Li Qingxia's voice stopped him mid-action. What do you think you're doing? You don't even know who they are and you're rushing in like that. Aren't you afraid something might happen? How strong could someone be if they're sneaking around spying on me? As for who they are, I'll find out once I catch them. Li Qingxiu spoke these words while parking the car and heading toward a nearby alley. Wait, I'm coming with you. Together we'd have a better chance. No, your ability only amplifies your own 5 senses, it's not very useful. I'd be better off going alone. After saying these words, Li Qingxiu hung up the phone and walked deeper into the alley. On the other end of the phone, Li Qingxia's face darkened as she pursed her lips, unsure what to say. Though her strength might be somewhat lacking, did she really contribute nothing at all? Drip, drip, drip. Li Qingxiu stepped on the puddles and slowly made his way to the shaded side of the Anxian Hotel. He glanced toward the 5th floor, slightly bent his knees, and leapt lightly, scaling the 5th floor swiftly like a cat. His speed was so fast that even the surveillance cameras could only capture a faint blur. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Li Qingxiu instantly locked onto the target's location. Pushing off with his legs, he transformed into a shadow-like streak, swiftly pulling open the window, darting into the room, and pinning the figure behind the curtains beneath him. Who told you to come? Li Chinxiu was about to say something, but when he recognized the other person's identity, he forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. Chapter 13, A Case of Mistaken Identity. Beneath him was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing the gray-white uniform of a public security officer, looking utterly bewildered at Li Chinxiu. The room also held several men and women dressed similarly to the man, some with instant noodles hanging from their mouths mid-slurp, the whole group staring dumbfounded at Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu recognized this uniform. It belonged to the Public Security Bureau of City Number 11, and at the same instant, he understood something. These people weren't here to monitor him. Some of them had already reached the broth-drinking stage of their instant noodle meals. He had only been here for 3 or 4 minutes, but simply preparing and eating noodles would take at least 5. Ahem. Li Chinxiu coughed awkwardly a few times, eyeing the camera on the man's chest before asking, "Is that a surveillance recorder?" MMN. The man nodded blankly. Hearing this, Li Chinxiu's face darkened, as 6 crows flew over his head. Without spare clothes to change into, and knowing the people watching him must already recognize his appearance, he didn't bother altering his looks. He was also aware the security recorder's camera was directly linked to the Public Security Bureau's database in real time. In other words, his face was now exposed. Soon, everyone would know that Li Chinxiu, the employee of Kiki Yummy Fried Rice, possessed the ability to scale walls and leap rooftops. The thought alone made Li Chinxiu's head buzz uncontrollably. Run, and this dash would likely brand you as a fugitive, meaning the fried rice shop would have to close for good. Don't run, and how should he explain all these actions? Claim to be the chosen one? That might actually work. At that moment, the officers in the room finally snapped back to reality, grabbing the pistol from the table and leveling it at Li Chinxiu. Why you? Where did you come from? Let go of Lao Chang, the middle-aged man in charge shouted loudly. Although the man's voice was full of authority, his trembling body betrayed the unease in his heart. Anyone who could burst into the room at such speed and meant ill toward security officers, what else could they be but a reviver? If the man could think of this, so could the others. Though frightened, they didn't retreat, aiming their pistols at Li Chinxiu instead. You've misunderstood. Actually, I'm actually a good person. As he spoke, Li Chinxiu raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up from atop Zhu Chang, a first-level security officer. Just as Li Chinxiu was about to rise to his feet, Zhu Chang, lying on the ground, clenched his fists and, with the determination of a carp leaping from water, lunged fiercely toward Li Chinxiu. Though Li Chinxiu didn't understand his intentions, he offered no resistance and was promptly pinned to the ground by Zhu Chang, who then wrapped around him like an octopus, limbs clinging tightly. Li Chinxiu was just about to explain when Zhu Chang abruptly turned his head and shouted to the group of people, "Don't worry about me, shoot now." Ha! Li Chinxiu's mouth fell slightly open. Was this the kind of peacekeeper he had in mind? A bit too aggressive. Fortunately, Zhu Chang's teammates looked hesitant and didn't immediately open fire. What are you hesitating for? Shoot now. If this revived one breaks free, we'll all die. Don't be so soft-hearted. Zhu Chang shouted at the top of his lungs. Uncle, don't be too hasty. Think about it, if I were a revived one, why wouldn't I have killed you earlier? Li Chinxiu quickly explained. Hearing this, Zhu Chang was also stunned. Yes, if the other party was a reviver, why didn't they kill him just now? The team leader, Wu Shan, stared vigilantly at Li Chinxiu, not letting his guard down despite Li Chinxiu's words. He spoke up, if you're not a reviver, then make a wound. Alright, Li Chinxiu nodded, then clenched his teeth slightly, biting through his lower lip. Red blood stained his lips and trailed down the corner of his mouth. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, the wound showed no signs of healing. Seeing this, the tense nerves of the group finally relaxed, and they lowered their guns. Li Chinxiu looked down at Zhu Chang, who was lying in his arms. Oh, sorry about that, I misunderstood. Zhu Chang nodded belatedly, quickly scrambled out of Li Chinxiu's embrace, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket to hand to him. Thank you. Li Chinxiu took the paper and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. In the Federation, there was only one way to identify a human reviver, just as Li Chinxiu had done moments ago, by creating a wound and observing whether it would heal. Since Li Chinxiu possessed the ability of absolute control, he could decide whether the wound healed or not. Aside from this, there was another method to control wound healing, sustaining oneself solely on human blood, ensuring that the life energy was just enough to prevent skin from aging. Under such conditions, wounds naturally wouldn't heal quickly. This was the method employed by Li Ji and Li Qingxia. However, this method was torturous. Revivers, when deprived of life energy for extended periods, would fall into a state of starvation. This hunger couldn't be alleviated by any other food, they simply had to endure it. In the room, Wu Shan asked somewhat tentatively, "Are you the chosen one?" Something like that, Li Chinxiu nodded with a smile. Then may I ask your name? Wu Shan continued. After some hesitation, Li Chinxiu still spoke his name, Li Chinxiu. he naturally knew what the other party intended to do. Once an ordained appeared within the Federation, they were required to register with the local Special Abilities Bureau. And once registered, the information became public and could be searched online by name. Sure enough, upon hearing the name, Wu Shan gave the woman standing beside him a meaningful look. Taking the cue, she immediately walked to the back with her phone, clearly verifying Li Qinxiu's information. Little brother, why did you come in from over there just now? Xu Chang, who had an honest, thick-set face, scratched his head and asked in confusion. Well, whether it's his eldest uncle or his second uncle, both are his uncles, tall. Just as Li Qinxiu was about to explain, his phone rang from his trouser pocket. Sorry, I need to take this call. Li Qinxiu smiled apologetically and walked to the window to answer the phone. Xiao Qiuzi, something's off about the 4th floor too. There's clearly someone by the window, but the lights aren't on, Li Qingxiu whispered from the other end of the line. You, Li Qinxiu clenched his fist, wishing nothing more than to punch his second brother straight into the ground. Enough! After hanging up the phone, Li Qinxiu leapt through the window in one swift motion, leaving everyone stunned. Under the neon lights, Li Qinxiu grabbed the protruding window ledge and swung himself straight into the room below. Since the window was open, Li Qinxiu's figure encountered no obstacles. This was a single room, filled with the pungent smell of smoke in the air, while on the nightstand lay an unextinguished cigarette but still emitting faint sparks. Clearly, someone had been in this room just moments ago, but that same person had just jumped out through the window. Crack! Li Qinxiu pressed the light switch, but none of the room's lights turned on. Hotel room power outlets typically require inserting a key card to activate. Since the other party hadn't checked in, the front desk naturally wouldn't have any useful information. Li Qinxiu slightly furrowed his brows, then turned on his phone's built-in flashlight and began inspecting the room. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a calendar placed by the bedside. Chapter 14, April 16th. The calendar itself wasn't particularly remarkable, but what caught Li Qinxiu's attention was the date circled in ink, the 16th. April 16th? Li Qinxiu muttered under his breath. At that moment, a series of hurried, irregular footsteps sounded on the staircase outside, approaching the room where Li Qinxiu was located. He hadn't bothered to silence his movements when barging into this room, and now the authorities upstairs had inevitably heard the commotion. Li Qinxiu unhurriedly picked up the calendar, walked to the window, and tossed it with precision into the trash bin below. Click! At that very moment, the door was flung open, bright white light flooding the room as public security officers cautiously entered, guns in hand. Wu Shan called out to Li Qinxiu, who stood frozen by the window. Li Qinxiu, what's going on? Explain yourself. Li Qinxiu turned around and sighed. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. Ever since I became a chosen one, my sixth sense has become unerringly accurate. Just now, while I was buying snacks from the stall, I suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable gaze fixed on me. That's why I barged into your room through the window, though obviously, I was mistaken. The person staring at me must have been on the 4th floor. He's already run away. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Li Qinxiu's eyes. Did you piss someone off? Xu Chang glanced at the cigarette butt on the table. I don't know, that's why I'm curious why someone would be staring at me. Li Qinxiu shook his head and looked at the cigarette butt. We should be able to detect their DNA from this. Leaving cigarette butts here suggests this person's genes have already mutated. Those watching you might be rather special individuals. Wu Shan walked to the window and looked down. Humans inevitably undergo genetic mutation upon becoming first forbidden, a fact Li Qinxiu naturally understood. Just my luck, how did I inexplicably get targeted? Li Qinxiu feigned frustration, slumping onto the stool pitifully before asking Wu Shan, Uncle, was my earlier action illegal? Celestials don't fall under our Public Safety Division's jurisdiction. Whether crimes were committed is for the Supernatural Abilities Division to determine, a female public safety officer explained. Will I have to go to jail at the Special Abilities Department then? Li Qinxiu put on a show of unease. If no one files a complaint, then no. Wu Shan turned around and fixed Li Qinxiu with a stare. If you're truly innocent, naturally we wouldn't report you. What do you mean by that? Li Qinxiu's brows furrowed slightly. If you're really a chosen one, why haven't you registered with the Special Abilities Department? Unless keeping off record makes it easier for you to operate, what's your connection to all these missing persons cases from the past month? Wu Shan demanded. As the words fell, everyone in the room raised their pistols and aimed them at Li Qinxiu. The missing persons case? Li Qinxiu suddenly realized this was why the officers had been waiting here. What, do you think being a chosen one makes you bulletproof? Wu Shan snapped coldly. Li Qinxiu smiled bitterly. The reason I didn't register is that I only recently became a chosen one and haven't had the chance yet. As for this missing persons case, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. You're home. Just as Wu Shan was about to say something, a burst of static came from the walkie-talkie on his chest, followed by a voice announcing, "Suspect apprehended on Dongping Street. Stand down." For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene. The public security officers exchanged puzzled glances, their gun hands wavering uncertainly between raised and lowered positions. Hold them here, I'll go clarify the situation. Wu Shan gave the group a word of instruction, then walked into the restroom alone. A few minutes later, Wu Shan stepped out of the bathroom and waved dismissively at everyone, put it down. Seeing this, the crowd finally let out a sigh of relief and holstered their pistols, stepping aside. Sorry, ever since there have been more and more awakened in the city, the death toll in the security bureau has been rising steadily. Being overly cautious is the only solution available to us. My apologies. Wu Shan walked up to Li Qinxiu and bowed his head to apologize. This gesture actually took Li Qinxiu somewhat by surprise. He hadn't expected someone from the public security department to be this decent. If it had been the paranormal abilities department here, forget an apology, they wouldn't even verify with the higher-ups, they'd have just shot to kill on the spot. No worries. Li Qinxiu waved his hand. Being cautious is normal. If someday you encounter a reviver, it might just save your life. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, young man, what's your phone number? Wu Shan stopped Li Qinxiu. We'll need to contact you with the DNA test results later. Li Qinxiu nodded, 895. Alright, the test results should be ready by tomorrow afternoon. Wu Shan put away his phone. My people will contact you tomorrow morning to take you to the Special Abilities Bureau for registration. Ha! Li Qinxiu raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his hand. No need to trouble yourselves, I can go register on my own. This isn't trouble. Assisting the chosen one with registration is part of our duty at the Public Security Department. Hearing this, although Li Qinxiu wasn't particularly willing in his heart, he still nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the Public Security Department members, Li Qinxiu rode on the road with Li Qingxia. So you're going to the Special Abilities Department for registration tomorrow? Li Qingxia hugged Li Qinxiu tightly in shock as she asked. Otherwise, what? Either pretend to be the chosen one or flee, even a fool would know which to choose. Li Qinxiu retorted impatiently. Why aren't you more careful? A revived one parading as the chosen one, it's 80% certain to cause trouble later. How much more could I possibly do? Li Qinxiu asked, utterly exasperated. I climbed through blind spots of surveillance and altered my fingerprints with absolute control. You should have asked whether I saw everything clearly. Li Qinxiu. By the way, do you know what big event is happening on April 16th? Li Qinxiu asked casually. April 16th? Li Qingxia looked up, as if pondering something. After a while, he finally spoke. Oh right, Bei Huangshan has been massively recruiting daily paid part-timers recently, and the work schedule seems to start precisely from April 16th. Why are they hiring so many daily paid part-timers? Li Qinxiu inquired. How should I know? Probably some big event is coming up. What kind of part-time jobs are they? Hey, you still have the leisure to worry about that? You'd better think about how to explain this to the boss when we're back. Li Qingxia gloated, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smirk. At these words, Li Qinxiu's wandering thoughts snapped back to reality, and his face visibly darkened. It was a cozy fried rice shop, where soft light streamed through the glass door onto the damp pavement, adding a touch of warmth to the sparsely populated street. A few cats and dogs lay curled up on the shop's front steps, grooming each other's fur and slightly warming the chilly night air. Just then, a beam of light fell upon the shop door as Li Qinxiu pulled up on his electric scooter, parking right at the entrance of the fried rice shop. Good luck with that. Li Qingxia cheerfully patted Li Qinxiu's shoulder before dashing into the shop with a bag of grilled skewers. After parking his electric scooter, Li Qinxiu took a deep breath in front of the shop entrance, then pushed the door open with trepidation. Chapter 15, Awakening. The moment he entered, an overpowering smell of alcohol assaulted Li Qinxiu's nostrils. Following the scent, he spotted a flushed-faced old man in his 50s or 60s collapsed on the floor. The old man's face was slightly plump and sagging, with an oil-stained apron hanging from his chest. His hair, streaked with gray amidst the black, added a touch of weathered sorrow to his appearance. Countless empty liquor bottles lay scattered around the old man, while Li Qingxia squatted on the ground, cleaning up the mess. Hearing movement at the door, he spoke without looking up. The boss drank too much with his friends. Help him upstairs to the second floor. I'll take care of this alone. Yes. Without another word, Li Qinxiu walked over to Li Ji, lifted him up, and staggered toward the second floor. Soon, he had settled Li Ji onto his own bed. Housing prices in City 11 were exorbitantly high. To save money, Li Ji partitioned his 4-meter-high kitchen, creating a 2-meter-high living space above and leaving the lower 2 meters as the kitchen. The cramped space could only fit one bed. All three of them slept on it every day. It wasn't exactly crowded, but it did feel a bit stuffy. Come summer, the place turned into a steamer. By then, Li Ji would lay out a large cooling mat on the first-floor restaurant, blissfully drifting off to sleep with a fan blowing on him. Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered as he drowsily opened his eyes upon touching the bed. Yo, if it isn't, the legendary skill brother who needs no plans. Back so soon, eh? He. Boss, you're drunk, go to sleep already. As Li Qinxiu lifted the blanket to cover Li Ji, the latter pushed her hand away and slurred, I'm not drunk. Stop talking nonsense. Fine, you're not drunk, Li Chinxiu responded, turning off the light and about to head downstairs when Li Ji suddenly grabbed her arm. Li Chinxiu struggled to break free from Li Ji's grip, but the other seemed to have mustered great courage, clinging tightly without letting go. After a few seconds of standoff, Li Ji's voice broke the silence in the darkness, a timid, hesitant tone. I'm sorry. Li Chinxiu's shadowy figure paused in the darkness before he turned his head and asked, why the sudden apology? I just wanted to ask, did you succeed in getting your revenge? They were weak, and I killed them quickly. Vengeance is done, Li Chinxiu said calmly. Ha ha ha, that means you can take it easy from now on, Chinxiu. Come squat down here. Li Ji's rough hand pulled at Li Chinxiu as he spoke. Li Chinxiu didn't resist, obediently squatting down beside Li Ji. Now that you've taken your revenge, promise me you won't do anything dangerous anymore. Let's just live well together, the three of us, alright? Li Ji said in a gentle voice. Live well? Li Chinxiu shook his head. Can we really live well forever? We're living happily now, aren't we? I can cook and earn money, buy meat for you and blood for Xia. Every day passes joyfully. But what if the human blood supply gets cut off? What if the Federation suddenly develops devices that can detect the revived? What if one day we fall under the Special Abilities Bureau's suspicion? That's when they'll kill us. It's got nothing to do with good or evil, just like when I was on that bridge. I'd done nothing wrong, but being called a revived is already a capital crime. Li Chinxiu clenched his fists, dark currents swirling in his pitch-black eyes as he continued. Peace is but a beautiful dream woven by the night sky, and we will all wake from it eventually. The flush on Li Ji's face faded slightly as he said despondently, we'll be killed in the end anyway, so why can't we live well before we die? There's no need to die, as long as you're strong enough. Hearing this, Li Ji turned to look at Li Chinxiu. No matter how strong you become, can you ever surpass the Federation? What if, even if I die on this path, I'll have no regrets? Li Chinxiu stood up. My mother already died because of my incompetence. I won't let history repeat itself. As long as I can become stronger, nothing else matters. With those words, Li Chinxiu turned and walked downstairs. No one knew that the Federation's most forbidden power in history was quietly incubating. The dawn's first light rose from the east, colliding and alternating with the deep blue night sky. Li Chinxiu sat bundled in a thin quilt at the shop entrance, the damp morning breeze tousling his bangs. The transition between night and dawn was beautiful, even weariness and chill couldn't shake Li Chinxiu's gaze. Click! The shop door opened behind him as the bleary-eyed Li Chinxiu stepped out. Rubbing his messy hair, he looked down at Li Chinxiu and asked, why aren't you sleeping when it's not even light out yet? The sky is so beautiful today. If we miss it now, we won't get to see it again. Li Chinxiu patted the step beside him. Come sit with me. Li Chinxiu glanced at Li Chinxiu and then took a seat next to him. After a long silence, Li Chinxiu spoke up. Did the boss say something nasty again yesterday? That's just how he is, don't take it to heart. I'm not upset, second brother. Could you do me a favor? Li Chinxiu suddenly grabbed Li Qingxia's hand. What help? Li Qingxia asked somewhat uneasily. Just to be clear, I won't help if it involves money. No money needed. I'm a bit short on cash lately. Could you help me find a daily paid part-time job on Northern Yellow Mountain? It's for April 16th. Is that all there is? That's all. Li Qingxia flashed a confident smile and gave an okay hand sign. Consider it done today. By the way, I need to report to the Special Abilities Division at dawn. Don't forget to tell the boss about last night's incident, about me becoming a chosen one. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxia sprang to her feet. Why don't you go tell him yourself? I'm busy, aren't I? Besides, wasn't it always me who handled things with the boss when you got into trouble before? Li Qingxiu replied matter-of-factly. Pointing an accusing finger at Li Qingxiu, Li Qingxia shouted, how can you compare the scale of your mess to mine? If you're gonna bring this up, then I've got some things to say. Li Qingxiu stood up. If you'd seen clearly last night, would I have needed to run up to the 5th floor? Don't say you were careless for a moment. Just admit who made the fatal mistake. Li Qingxiu cut off Li Qingxia's words directly. Alright, I'll say it. An older brother should always tolerate his younger brother's willfulness. I'll back down this time. After speaking, Li Qingxia stomped angrily into the shop. After watching the sunrise, Li Qingxiu prepared a simple breakfast for the two of them. Having forgotten to charge his battery last night, Li Qingxiu had no choice but to run to the Tenon division. A mere 40-something kilometers, just a matter of running with breaks in between. While Li Qingxiu was in the middle of his run, his phone rang. Whether uncle or second uncle, they're both uncles. Tall, beep. Li Qingxiu answered the call. Hello? Is this Li Qingxiu? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. Hello, we met last night. I'm Xu Cheng, the one you pinned down. Oh, Uncle Zhu, are you calling to pick me up? Exactly, orders from above, Zhu Cheng said excitedly on the other end of the line. No need, I'll go over myself. I'll send you a photo when I arrive. No need to trouble you with the trip. Ha, Zhu Cheng was taken aback. This reporting procedure is really troublesome. One person can't handle it alone. Really, there's no need. I'm not a child who needs looking after, Li Chinxiu replied with a smile, continuing to decline. The other end of the phone fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, Zhu Cheng's voice finally spoke up again. Actually, little brother, I just want to follow you into the Special Abilities Division for a look. Normally, we from the Public Security Division aren't allowed in there. And today just happens to be the Special Abilities Division's testing day. Your uncle here really doesn't want to miss it, so please help me out. Chapter 16, Divine Power. Power Measurement Day? Li Chinxiu stopped in his tracks, a trace of puzzlement in his voice. Ha! Zhu Cheng exclaimed in surprise. You don't know about the Special Abilities Bureau's Power Measurement Day? Not really. What exactly is this Power Measurement Day? Li Chinxiu asked curiously. It's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet. In the end, Li Chinxiu told Zhu Cheng the address where she was. A dozen or so minutes later, a Public Security Bureau sedan pulled smoothly to a stop in front of Li Chinxiu. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a kindly face that leaned out. Hop in, young man. Excuse me, Li Chinxiu nodded, opening the door to the passenger seat and climbing in. The car radio was broadcasting the morning news, discussing the incident that happened on Lujiang Bridge last night. The current whereabouts of this revenant remain unknown, and citizens are advised to exercise caution when traveling. Zhu Cheng let out a long sigh. Ah, how terrifying. I hope I don't run into this revenant. Li Chinxiu, sitting nearby, wore a peculiar expression as he turned to look out the window. It is quite frightening indeed. Let's hope none of us encounter it. Zhu Cheng glanced sideways and noticed Li Chinxiu's gloomy demeanor, assuming he was shaken by the news. He then offered reassurance. Don't worry, once the Security Bureau assigns a disaster rating to this awakened, they'll send an enlightened to City 11. That awakened won't last much longer. I hope so. Li Chinxiu nodded. By the way, Uncle Zhu, what did you mean by that testing day you mentioned? Every enlightened's ability has varying levels of strength. Testing day is when ungraded enlightened get their abilities assessed. There are only 2 testing days each year, one in April and another in October. Today happens to be April's testing day. In the time that followed, Zhu Cheng shared more about supernatural abilities, giving Li Chinxiu a better understanding of the subject. The Federation categorizes the supernatural abilities of the chosen into 3 major types: elemental, special, and body enhancement. Elemental abilities include things like lightning and fire. These are universally recognized as the most offensive type of abilities. Body enhancement abilities directly affect the chosen's physical form. For example, Wang Zhongshan's ability falls under this category. These abilities have a low ceiling but a high floor, making them a moderate classification. Special abilities are more unique. Any ability that doesn't fall under the elemental or body enhancement categories is classified as special. These abilities can be extremely powerful or extremely weak, making them the classification with the widest range of disparity. The existence of the Ability Measurement Day is to precisely classify the abilities of the chosen ones and rate their strength levels according to their effects. From highest to lowest, there are 6 grades: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Most chosen ones possess F-grade abilities, capable only of doing odd jobs in the Special Abilities Department or becoming minor leaders in the Public Security Department. E-grade is relatively better, qualifying one to serve as a team leader in the Special Abilities Department. D-grade qualifies one to lead a special operations team in the same department, while the higher grades belong to the realm of the Security and Control Department. As for what's above A, Li Chinxiu didn't know either, because he was the one asking. Uncle Zhu, is there anything above A? Li Chinxiu leaned in and asked. Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and said, I don't know whether there is or not, but there's some unreliable information online. Do you want to hear it? I do, Li Chinxiu nodded curiously. It said that within the Antong division lies a stone carving inscribed with numerous extraordinarily bizarre supernatural powers. A few years ago, someone actually posted some information online about this stone tablet, claiming it was a divine power sequence list. Once awakening the abilities recorded on it, one could possess the power to overturn heaven and earth. Zhu Cheng scoffed. Divine beings? Hearing these 2 words, Li Chenxiu's heartbeat momentarily faltered as he recalled those words from 2 years ago. Bear my form, wield thy power, reclaim divinity. My name is Pangu. Dost thou accept? Do the sheepskin scroll and stone carving both have the character for God? Is there some connection between them? What's wrong? Zhu Cheng glanced at the passenger seat. These are just rumors spread online. There's never been any deity in federal history. Nothing much, Uncle Zhu. Besides this, what else did that person say? Li Chinxiu asked casually. Nothing else. Oh, right, I think they also mentioned first sequence superpowers. What's the name of that ability? They call it freedom. Weird, right? The streets of city number 11 were built wide. The morning traffic was heavy, there were no jams. Zhu Cheng drove swiftly to the entrance of the Special Abilities Department. Li Chinxiu pushed the car door open and stepped out, lifting his gaze to survey the scene ahead. A 100-meter-long black iron gate frame stood at the city center, gleaming with a glossy black sheen under the sunlight, silently towering over the passing pedestrians and vehicles like a colossal steel beast. Armed soldiers lined both sides of the gate, their icy gazes sweeping over the entering and exiting vehicles and crowds like scanners. Installing such a gate must have cost at least over 100,000, Li Chinxiu remarked with awe. Xu Chang patted Li Chinxiu's shoulder and said rather smugly, youngsters truly lack experience, this must have cost several 100,000 at the very least. At that moment, a man in a sleek suit passed by and sneered disdainfully, what a pair of country bumpkins. That's already over 10 million. A gentle breeze brushed past them. Xu Chang awkwardly rubbed his nose and wordlessly strode toward the entrance. Seeing this, Li Chinxiu hurried after him. After completing the registration at the security post, the talent division staff led the duo down a long corridor. Like a robot, Li Chinxiu was shuttled between various rooms, subjected to scans by countless precision instruments. Nearly an hour later, Li Chinxiu finally reached the stage of registering his supernatural ability. Briefly describe your ability, a young woman sitting by the computer spoke up. Standing nearby, Xu Chang, worried that Li Chinxiu might not understand, quickly explained, just give a general description of what it does. The staff will then name your ability and register it in the database. Understood. Li Chinxiu nodded. His abilities were absolute control and extreme water, neither of which could be revealed. Back when he decided to become a chosen one, Li Chinxiu had already planned what ability he would claim to have. My superpower is that I'm incredibly strong, Li Chinxiu said with a smile. Incredibly strong? The woman stopped typing and looked at Li Chinxiu in surprise. Every ordinary person breaks through to the first threshold when they become a chosen one, so everyone is strong. Could you be mistaken? I'm not mistaken. Extraordinary strength is my superpower. I've seen combat videos online of those at the first threshold, my strength surpasses theirs, Li Chinxiu affirmed. Well, how much greater is it? The woman turned her attention back to the computer screen. Li Chinxiu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, much larger, but the specifics will depend on the test. Click click click. The woman's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, completing the basic information entries in no time. Only the name field remained blank. You can name it yourself. If you can't think of one, I'll name it for you, the woman said, turning her gaze to Li Chinxiu. If possible, let's call it Divine Power. Chapter 17 Awkward Moments on the Big Screen. Alright, your number is 43. Head to the energy testing ground and wait. Li Chinxiu took the numbered placard the woman handed him, thanked her, and then followed Xu Chang as they left the area. On the road, Xu Chang asked curiously, Xiao Qiu, you said your strength is a bit greater than Eugène's. How much greater exactly? Li Chinxiu looked up and pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly, at full strength, it's probably close to the fourth restraint. It's the four forbidden. Wait. Xu Chang came to an abrupt stop, his eyes widening in disbelief. The four forbidden? Casual play is forbidden 3 times, going all out is forbidden 4. Li Chinxiu said calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. You can't be serious, full power quad seal? Xu Chang took a step back, eyeing Li Chinxiu up and down. It wasn't that he distrusted Li Chinxiu's character, it's just that what he was saying was utterly absurd. Possessing power comparable to quad seal with just the first seal active, had there ever been such a precedent in Federation history? At any rate, Xu Chang certainly hadn't heard of one. Seeing Xu Chang's reaction, Li Chinxiu wasn't surprised at all. His power truly surpassed ordinary understanding, so it was normal for others to doubt him. Whether others believed him or not was their business, he just needed to give his all. Before today, Li Chinxiu had still wanted to remain a low-profile chosen one, but that notion was completely shattered by Xu Chang this morning. Xu Chang had told him a way to rapidly enhance every aspect of his physical abilities, devouring beasts that had become awakened. The flesh of the revival beast contains a unique life energy that can comprehensively enhance the consumer's physique upon consumption. However, this life energy cannot be used for regeneration or slowing aging. Of course, this limitation only applies to others. Li Chinxiu is exempt. After all, the life energy he extracts from eating pigs, sheep, cattle, or ducks can already slow aging, and revivers are essentially just animals, no different in this respect. There are only 4 ways to obtain this meat. The first method is to purchase, which Li Chinxiu outright dismisses without hesitation. The second method is to hunt in the uninhabited zones. This acquisition method is far too slow, as Li Chinxiu knows nothing about the uninhabited areas, not even how to identify revenant beasts. The third method is to join the Special Abilities Department or the Security Bureau. Upon joining, the Federation periodically distributes revenant beast meat. However, entering such organizations requires attending military base training, passing the program, and only then securing a spot in either the Special Abilities Department or the better regarded Security Bureau. The fourth method involves enrolling in the Federation's chosen academy. These institutions aim to cultivate powerful chosen individuals to serve the Federation and consequently provide revenant beast meat. Moreover, the academy guarantees career placements upon graduation, assigning students to the Special Abilities Department or even the Superior Security Bureau. Li Chinxiu opted for the fourth path. This very academy that could enhance one's strength and elevate social standing was exactly what he needed. According to Li Chinxiu's knowledge, there are a total of 73 federal chosen academies, and his goal is to enter the top 4 most prestigious ones: Evernight Academy, Changu Academy, War College, Federal Tianyuan Academy. Behind these 4 academies stand the powerful figures of the Federation. The final one, the Federal Tianyuan Academy, was even established with federal funding. Every graduate steps directly into the Security Command Office, a meteoric rise to the top. On the way, despite Li Chinxiu repeatedly emphasizing his capabilities, Zhu Chang remained adamant in his disbelief, continuously denying and questioning him. Eventually, Li Chinxiu simply stopped explaining. Why bother when others refused to believe? Behind the headquarters of the Special Abilities Department, there was a plaza spanning several football fields in size. The ground of the plaza was paved with black steel, blistering hot under the scorching sun. Rows of impressive-looking instruments were arranged throughout the square, with neatly dressed staff standing beside each device, seemingly adjusting something. Meanwhile, a large and diverse crowd of varying ages had gathered in one corner of the square, forming clusters as they engaged in animated discussions. I wonder if my ability can reach D rank this time. If it does, I'll be set for life. Keep dreaming, with your ability making D rank, in your fantasies. Mind your tone. I heard the admissions officers from all the colleges are watching us. They say several of us are elemental type ability users, and there's also one with an exceptionally powerful special type ability. What's the point of worrying about that? Just focus on being a good background character. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their faces betraying varying degrees of nervousness. At that moment, a figure stepped into the square from the entrance. It was none other than Li Chinxiu. Since the testing field prohibited entry by unauthorized personnel, Zhu Chang had no choice but to watch Li Chinxiu's performance from the observation hall. Li Chinxiu stood in place, casting a glance at the gathered crowd. His deep eyes remained utterly unreadable. Too weak. His sixth sense told him that even together, these people couldn't defeat him. No wonder the Special Abilities Division is so incompetent. Not only is the leadership rotten, but even the subordinates are weak. Li Chinxiu murmured softly before leaning against the wall alone, closing his eyes to rest. Li Chinxiu hadn't said this out of idle chatter. He wanted to test whether the screening room could pick up his words. The reason he didn't call directly was that staff had informed him upon entry that phones must be silenced and kept out of sight. Thus, he could only set his phone to vibrate silently. If they could indeed monitor his words, Zhu Chang would likely send a text or call him, causing his phone to vibrate naturally. As Li Chinxiu had anticipated, the number plate in his hand turned out to be a small microphone. With the square under complete surveillance, his words and appearance were now being projected onto the screen in the auditorium. Tainung Si, Auditorium. Before the enormous screen, hundreds of people sat in complete silence as Li Chinxiu's voice echoed through the hall via the sound system. Once the scene transitioned, all eyes swiftly turned toward Gongran, who was seated in the second row. Gongran rubbed his nose awkwardly, swiping back and forth on his phone's home screen with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, Gongran finally understood what it meant by sitting on pins and needles as they said on TV. It was absolutely freaking torturous. Zhang Kong, sitting beside him, leaned close to Gongran's ear and asked, "Chief, shall I go handle this?" "Handle what? What an interesting kid." Before Gongran could speak, Ma Tianzhou in the front row couldn't help but voice his displeasure. This person was none other than the teacher in charge of admissions at the War Academy. That's quite the arrogant tone. Switch the feed back to that kid. I want to see him. Su Yi from the Evernight Academy chimed in with a laugh. "What's wrong? You've taken a liking to this kid?" Ma Tianzhou asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Sui flipped through the documents in his hand and shook his head in disappointment when he saw Li Chinxiu's ability. Divine Strength enhances physical power. The ability's ceiling is too low. Changu Academy's representative Gao Xing raised an eyebrow at these words. What an ordinary ability. I thought he might have something as impressive as Qi Mingyu's special type ability. I guess I was overthinking it. While the senior figures in front chatted casually, Zhu Chang in the back broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, Zhu Chang was clutching his phone, relentlessly bombarding Li Chinxiu with text messages. Like Zhu Chang, Gong Ran was also panicking at this moment, staring nervously at the screen, afraid that Li Chinxiu might drop another bombshell that would make him squirm. Chapter 18, The Ability Test begins. On the testing field, Li Chinxiu, feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, slowly opened his eyes, so they really could monitor his voice. Understanding this, a smirk curled at the corners of Li Chinxiu's lips, a glint of slyness flashing through his eyes. Though killing Gong Ran was out of the question now, humiliating him in front of everyone sounded quite entertaining. With that thought, Li Chinxiu lifted his gaze to the azure sky and mused theatrically, to become the commander of the Special Abilities Bureau in City Number 11, that's no small achievement. What exactly are Gong Ran's capabilities, I wonder? At this point, Li Chinxiu stroked his chin, his face settling into an expression of mock contemplation. Meanwhile, Gong Ran sitting in the screening room was already drenched in sweat. Nervously gripping the armrests of his chair, he anxiously turned to Zhang Kong and said, "Start quickly, have someone maintain discipline in the venue." "Okay." Zhang Kong nodded in acknowledgement, then walked out of the screening room. But it was all too late. After pondering for a moment, Li Chenxiu's eyes suddenly shone with realization. Though Gong Ran's abilities don't measure up to Zhang Kong's, he isn't completely useless either. He rose to the position of chief commander at a young age by relying on powerful connections, yet remained ruthlessly rational, even disregarding his own son's life as he safely orchestrated operations from the rear. In the end, he failed to eliminate the revenants and couldn't save his son, but at least he survived himself. "I wonder if this face of mine could earn me such an easy life," Li Chenxiu said wistfully, his eyes brimming with longing. In the screening room, all eyes once again turned to Gong Ran, including those of the elite figures seated in the front row. "Chief Commander Gong, is what this kid said true or not?" Ma Tianzhou twisted around with gossipy enthusiasm. He never expected someone who looked so ordinary to be so cruel. Even tigers don't eat their young, yet this was worse than a tiger's cruelty. "Ahem." Gong Ran cleared his throat with a grim expression, his hawk-like gaze piercing into Ma Tianzhou. "My child passed away just last night. Is this how you choose to reopen my wounds?" Ma Tianzhou stiffened, forcing an awkward smile. "My apologies." With that, he turned back to face the large screen, his face cold and silent. On the testing field, Li Chenxiu was still pondering what else he could demonstrate when a loud trumpet sound blared across the arena. "All examinees assemble at the center of the field and line up according to your serial numbers." Hearing the announcement, the crowd gradually moved toward the center of the square. Seeing this, Li Chenxiu abandoned his intention to continue mocking and also headed toward the central area. Under the staff's organization, 3 teams of varying sizes formed at the center of the square. One team consisted of only 3 people, 2 males and 1 female, which was the Elemental Ability Users group. The other team had 8 members. This was the team of individuals with special type abilities. Li Chenxiu's team, however, was the largest, with a full 43 members, all possessing physical enhancement type abilities. At that moment, Li Chenxiu stood at the very end of this massive formation. Li Chenxiu's gaze pierced through the crowd, instantly spotting a young man about his own age standing in the special abilities team. That was his sworn friend, Qi Mingyue. The two lived in the same building, staying together from kindergarten through elementary, middle, and high school. Their playful bickering became routine, and walking home together turned into a habit. Moreover, Qi Mingyue also came from a single-parent household. The unspoken affection between his father and Li Chenxiu's mother made their relationship as close as actual brothers, utterly inseparable. For a moment, Li Chenxiu's expression grew distant, and his usually still eyes rippled with the faintest hint of disturbance. He instinctively took a step forward but quickly withdrew it, his gaze steady as he looked ahead. The past cannot be retained, nor is there any need to reminisce. By the time Li Chenxiu became a reviver, he and humanity were already parallel lines, close yet destined never to intersect. At that moment, a middle-aged man in uniform stood at the front of the line and bellowed, "Energy testing field, control your tongues. Don't utter anything unnecessary, especially you at the very back of the transcendent queue." His name was Ma Qian, the chief overseer of this year's energy testing day. After saying these words, Ma Qian turned sharply to glare at Li Chenxiu with piercing eyes. In that instant, those who didn't understand the situation followed Ma Qian's gaze toward Li Chenxiu, their wide eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Facing the collective stares, Li Chenxiu pointed at himself in bewilderment. "Me?" Ma Qian responded coldly, "Don't discuss other people's affairs." After finishing this sentence, Ma Qian continued, "Remember where you are. The ability assessment isn't conducted uniformly. First, we'll test the elemental types, followed by the special types, and finally the body types. All elemental types, come with me. The rest of you are free to move around. Those who want to watch can come along as well." At these words, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Who wouldn't want to see the power of elemental type abilities in action? Li Chenxiu was no exception. He was quite curious about how much of a gap there was between his extreme water ability and others' elemental type abilities. Led by Ma Qian, a group of people arrived at the left corner of the square. The silver ground stood out incongruously from its surroundings, encircled by black iron railings half a meter high. At the very center of the area stood a 5-meter-tall silver cube, its surface flickering with intermittent blue lines. Standing before the railing, Ma Qian shouted, "Number 1, enter." Under the gaze of the crowd, a quietly dressed girl stepped forward, crossed the railing, and walked into the silver space. Sizzle! The next second, an electric current buzzed, before anyone could react. 4 blue rays shot up from the corners of the field. They halted at 15 meters high, then extended sideways, connecting to form a dark blue square in midair. The moment the square took shape, translucent pale blue light screens spread from the intersections, completely enveloping the entire field. The girl stood bewildered inside, turning her head to glance at Ma Qian. Don't worry, the barrier is there to protect you and others too. Listen carefully, unleash your full power against the energy measuring cube, that silver block over there. After 1 minute, it'll display your ability rating. Ma Qian pointed at the metallic cube. Got it. The girl nodded, closing her eyes to steady her breathing and emotions. So this is how ability testing works. I always thought it'd be two people fighting it out, winner gets the higher rating. You think this is some street brawl? This is the age of technology. Yeah, really. Keep your voices down. Ma Qian turned around and snapped coldly. That shout instantly silenced the entire venue, leaving everyone too afraid to speak above a whisper. On the energy testing platform, the girl let out a long sigh of relief as her deep black pupils gradually shifted toward an icy blue hue. Crisp cracking sounds surrounded her as chunks of ice condensed in midair. Under the girl's control, they coalesced into sharp, needle-like icicles. Holy shit, it's actually Ice Element, a variant of Water Element. Ice Element's offensive capability is way stronger than Water Element's. So envious. Why did I awaken to the extreme body system? Ugh. The crowd murmured as they watched the girl, their reactions mixed with envy and frustration. Meanwhile, Li Qianxiu, standing in the corner, trembled slightly as his pupils fixated on the ice spike the girl had conjured, unable to look away. Chapter 19, Soul Dancer Hand. What others saw was different. At this moment, in Li Qianxiu's eyes, the rows of ice spikes appeared schizophrenic. One moment they transformed into flowing water suspended in midair, the next they reverted into solid ice, emanating waves of chill. How can this be? Li Qianxiu silently wondered. Why was what he saw different from what others perceived? Whoosh! A dull whooshing sound cut through the air as the ice spears tore through the white frosty mist, hurtling toward the energy-measuring entity. Boom! 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 Like fearless warriors, the ice spears crashed one after another against the energy-measuring entity, shattering into glittering shards that sprayed outward upon impact. Yet the destructive force of the ice spears was as feeble as cotton against the entity, unable to leave even the faintest scratch. The girl clenched her teeth at the sight, channeling her psychic power toward the energy-measuring device with all her might. Ice spikes formed, shot forth, and shattered in an endless cycle as her face grew increasingly pallid. Li Qianxiu, standing at a distance, grew ever more intent. In Li Qianxiu's eyes, everything before him seemed to slow down 100-fold. The flying shards of ice collided in midair, shattered, collided again, and shattered once more. Just as everything seemed on the verge of vanishing to nothingness, the space before his eyes flickered like a lagging video oscillating between ice and water before rewinding at a certain moment, shattering, colliding, and shattering again. In one fleeting instant, Li Qianxiu's mind jolted violently, as if a wall had suddenly vanished from a sweltering room and everything became brilliantly clear. So that's how water and ice transform between each other. Li Qianxiu's lips curved slightly as he silently remarked to himself. At this moment, before his eyes floated a nearly invisible speck of ice dust, entirely unnoticed by anyone else. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The girl's arms dropped limply as she collapsed to her knees, utterly exhausted. Simultaneously, the energy meter emitted a crackling electric noise, its smooth surface undulating with blue lines resembling a heartbeat monitor. Under the gaze of everyone, a large E appeared on the aptitude detector. Seeing this scene, the girl flashed a joyful smile. An E-rank aptitude combined with an elemental affinity, this alone could secure her a decent social standing in any city. The onlookers wore expressions of envy. Out of 100 candidates, perhaps only 5 or 6 would awaken an elemental affinity, while 8 or 9 might reach E-rank abilities. To say one can have the best of both worlds is an understatement, it's more like 1 in 1,000. Excellent. If you're interested in joining our Special Abilities Division, I can arrange for your training at the military base. Ma Qian smiled warmly, his demeanor completely transformed from before. Thank you, I'll consider it. The girl beamed brightly as she stepped over the railing and stood aside. After the assembly concludes, various schools of the Chosen will be arriving for student recruitment. Naturally, she'll need to wait around. After the girl left the testing platform, many immediately crowded toward that area, with only a handful remaining where they stood. Among them were Li Qianxiu and Qi Mingyue. With fewer people around, there was no longer anything separating the two. Whether driven by fate or subconscious impulse, they turned their heads at the same moment, their cold gazes colliding in midair. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Qianxiu averted his eyes, calmly turning his attention forward again. Only when the second tester took the stage did the crowd finally disperse, filling the space between the two once more. Li Qianxiu walked away from the crowd with his hands in his pockets, heading towards a shady spot nearby. Just as he leaned back against the wall and sat down, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, stopping right in front of him. What appeared before Li Qianxiu's eyes was a pair of worn-out, grayish-white sneakers. When he looked up, he was met with a familiar face. Only 2 years had passed, yet Qi Mingyue's handsome features remained unchanged except for something missing. The boy's eyes no longer sparkled like stars. Only a stretch of gloomy sky remained. That once radiant and confident smile now seemed as cold and unapproachable as ice. Do you need something? Li Qianxiu looked at him as if he were a stranger. Shi Mingyue froze for a split second, forcing a stiff smile onto his cold face. No, I just inexplicably feel like you're familiar, as if we've met somewhere before. As he spoke, Shi Mingyue sat down beside Li Chinxiu. I've always stayed in city number 11, maybe we've crossed paths there somewhere. Li Chinxiu smiled faintly. Shi Mingyue nodded, perhaps. My name is Shi Mingyue, and yours? I'm Li Chinxiu. Chen as in sinking, Xiu as in autumn. Li Chinxiu stood up and looked toward the energy measuring platform. I wonder what elemental ability this time will be. Want to come see together? No thanks, I'm not very interested in those things. Shi Mingyue shook his head politely, declining Li Chinxiu's invitation. Then I'll go take a look. With that, Li Chinxiu turned and walked away. He didn't dare stay by Shi Mingyue's side, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Shi Mingyue knew him too well, or rather, he knew Chinxiu too well. 2 years had changed many of Li Chinxiu's old habits, but he wasn't sure if he had missed anything and whether Shi Mingyue might pick up on those oversights. He didn't dare gamble on it. Watching Li Chinxiu's retreating figure, Shi Mingyue muttered to himself, Chinxiu, 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 Chinxiu. A faint glimmer of light flickered in those dull gray eyes. Why does this person's soul resemble his so closely? Could my ability be mistaken? Or is it even possible to be mistaken? Shi Mingyue silently pondered in his heart, but there was no one to answer his question. The next two elemental gift-bearers performed unremarkably, both receiving mediocre F grades that failed to make any waves. Compared to the elementalists, the specialists brought much more laughter with their bizarre abilities, from turning hair into flocks of flying crows, to making skin temporarily disappear, or even transforming blood into bubblegum. To test these bizarre supernatural abilities, Ma Qian dragged his team back and forth across the testing field, making quite a hassle of it. After an hour of running around, the Special Abilities Division's testing finally approached its conclusion, with only one person remaining. Number 8, Shi Mingyue, Ma Qian bellowed at the top of his voice. The moment Shi Mingyue's name was called, the previously lethargic crowd instantly perked up, all eyes turning toward the young man standing at the very back. Not just them, even those sitting in the screening room straightened their postures, watching Shi Mingyue on the giant screen with anticipation. The soul dancer can manipulate enemies' souls and control their actions, Ma Tianzhou muttered to himself while reviewing the dossier. Does the concept of souls truly exist in this world? Sui asked doubtfully. Who knows? Let's read on and find out. Chapter 20, Can we choose both? On the testing field, Shi Mingyue slightly lifted his gaze and walked forward through the crowd. The onlookers quickly retreated to both sides, whispering among themselves as they stared at his receding figure. Is that the legendary chosen one everyone's been talking about? That's him. Just this morning when I arrived at the Extraordinary Talents Bureau, I saw him surrounded by recruiters from various academies. Is this for real? Doesn't enrollment only begin after the aptitude tests are over? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. When they encounter truly extraordinary abilities, who cares about regulations? Li Chinxiu stood with his hands in his pockets, quietly listening to the chatter around him. Yet his aloof demeanor made him seem like an outsider, distinctly out of place even amidst the crowd. Under Ma Qian's guidance, the group arrived at an open, empty area. Unlike previous times, there were no massive energy measuring entities here, nor any strange instruments, just a few solemn special abilities team members standing guard. Sir, everything is ready. The team leader approached Ma Qian and reported. Ma Qian nodded, then barked to the people behind him, everyone stay beyond the 50-meter radius. No approaching. Though confused, the crowd obediently retreated. Soon, the open grounds held only Shi Mingyue and Ma Qian's group. On the field, Shi Mingyue looked at Ma Qian and said, You want to use people to test my ability? Ma Qian shook his head. These people are all first-tier bands. As long as you can control one of them to complete the actions I specify, we'll arrange a reviver to battle against you. Your performance will determine your rating. Shi Mingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this. Isn't the recovery beast suitable? Without revival beasts, let's begin when you're ready. Ma Qian stepped back behind Shi Mingyue. The crowd standing 50 meters away couldn't hear the conversation between Ma Qian and Shi Mingyue, they could only see the two men's mouths moving incessantly. What's going on with all these people? Aren't we supposed to test abilities? Where are the instruments? No idea. Maybe his ability is too unique to be tested? I think. Before the man could finish speaking, a wild burst of laughter suddenly erupted across the field. The crowd turned to look, only to see a member of the special abilities team bent over, slapping his knee as if he had just heard the funniest thing in the world. What's going on? Someone asked. No one responded, as the others were equally dumbfounded except for Li Chinxiu. There's something strange about this person's eyes. Li Chinxiu's gaze was profound, his eyes fixated unwaveringly on the man laughing hysterically. He noticed that although the man laughed heartily with natural movements, there wasn't the slightest hint of joy in his eyes, instead, they revealed embarrassment and resistance. Meanwhile, inside the silver screen hall, Commander Gong, this isn't some actor you hired, is it? Sui from Changye Academy asked in a low voice, unable to conceal his shock. He had originally thought the control mentioned in the manual was just minor harassment of enemies, manipulating their actions slightly, but he never expected control could be this absolute. All these people were randomly selected, they shouldn't be actors, right? Gong Ran murmured uncertainly. The one being controlled was smiling too naturally, moving too effortlessly, everything about them seemed utterly unaffected. For a moment, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. If this person isn't an actor, then this ability is downright terrifying. Who in this prison stands a chance? No matter how fierce the attack or robust the defense, no one could withstand such bizarre means. Not only that, but such meticulous manipulation, if used properly, could become a powerful weapon for the Federation. The screening hall erupted in murmurs. Chen Shuaishan, seated in the front row, frowned and said, according to his records, this kid awakened just 3 days ago. But normally, it takes much longer for someone to become familiar with their abilities after awakening. How is he already so proficient? This man served as the admissions coordinator for Tianyuan Federal Academy this year. Stop being so suspicious all the time. Maybe he's just naturally talented. That's right. If you think he's got ulterior motives, just don't recruit him. How could a child possibly have ulterior? Department heads from various colleges spoke up one after another in Qi Mingyue's defense. Unable to rebut them, Chen Shuaishan had no choice but to endure the criticism in silence. On the testing ground, Qi Mingyue pointed at the laughing figure before turning to Ma Qian. Satisfied now? What? Ma Qian's pupils trembled, his gaze darting between Qi Mingyue and his uncontrollably laughing subordinate. The others around them reacted the same way, with those skeptical of Qi Mingyue even shaking the controlled man to test him. But the man continued laughing mechanically, like a robot fulfilling its programmed mission. Receiving no response, Qi Mingyue spoke again. Are we done here? That'll do. Ma Qian nodded belatedly, then ordered the subordinate beside him, take him there. If the reviver shows any unusual movements, eliminate it immediately. Good. Soon, a group of people escorted Qi Mingyue away from the energy testing field, and the special ability team member who had been laughing wildly finally got a chance to catch his breath. After seeing Qi Mingyue off, Ma Qian stepped before the crowd. Next will be the rating for extreme body system abilities. According to Team Leader Ma, wasn't that person's rating not finished yet? Before Ma Qian could finish speaking, someone interrupted him. Ma Qian's brows furrowed into a frown at the words, just about to lose his temper. But upon seeing the speaker was the ice element girl from earlier, his expression cleared like clouds giving way to sunshine, and he replied with a smile. Qi Mingyue's special ability is rather unique and needs to be rated elsewhere. Alright, let's not waste any more time. All body enhancement types, line up. I have an announcement to make next. The sound of dense, noisy footsteps rose, and in no time at all, everyone had formed orderly lines. Li Qinxiu remained steadily standing at the very back as usual. Ma Qian cleared his throat and said, the rating for the extreme body system is relatively simple. We'll divide you into 3 teams for a unified evaluation. Speed types, stand to my left. Strength types, stand to my right. Defense types, stand in the middle. Let's begin. As soon as the words fell, the neatly formed ranks scattered. Most people exchanged glances, unsure where they should stand. My ability is to elongate my nose. Does that count as defense or strength? How do I choose this? Does pupil color change count as a speed type? Speed. If you think your ability is useless, then pick one you consider stronger. Stop dawdling and just stand there, Ma Qian said impatiently. Under Ma Qian's urging, within minutes, over 40 people quickly selected their ability types all except one. Li Qinxiu stood at the very back, lips pressed tightly together, his gaze constantly shifting between the 3 groups. What's wrong with you? Ma Qian's sharp gaze fell upon Li Qinxiu. Not choosing? Are you waiting for me to choose for you? Hey, man, if you don't know what to pick, just go for strength, it's the most popular choice, a young man called out to Li Qinxiu. Li Qinxiu ignored him, staring straight at Ma Qian instead. I think I'm equally suited for all 3 options. So, can I choose them all? Chapter 21, Skepticism. What? A look of surprise appeared on Ma Qian's face. I said whether it's strength, speed, or defense, my supernatural ability is pretty good at all of them. Can I take all 3 tests at once? Li Qinxiu repeated. Ma Qian smirked mockingly. Is it that your ability has no distinctive features, so you want to take all 3 types of tests and pick the highest rating as your ability's official grade? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly understood. Damn, why didn't I think of that trick? This kid's slick, no wonder he didn't choose earlier. He had this scheme all along. I give up. Is it too late for me to leave the team now? In your dreams, you've already made your choice, no takebacks. For a moment, those who had made hasty choices showed expressions of regret on their faces. Adhering to the principle of if I can't have this advantage, neither can anyone else, they loudly protested. Everyone only gets one chance. Doing this is breaking the rules, you absolutely can't agree to his request. If you think your ability is useless, just pick one at random. Even if you try all three, chances are 8 out of 10 they'll all be F rank. What's the point of making a spectacle? Hurry up and choose. Don't waste our time. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Qingqiu remained composed, as if he hadn't heard anything. Elephants don't care about ants, and Li Qingqiu doesn't care about clowns. Meanwhile, the screening room wasn't exactly quiet either. This is interesting. Although this kid doesn't have much ability, his mind works quickly. The ability listed in the profile is so straightforward, just enhanced strength, so why not simply choose power instead of pulling all these fancy tricks? Probably just wanted to give myself more options. You all stay here and look, I'm going out for some fresh air. Mei Xianju from the War Academy stretched lazily before rising from his seat and ambling towards the door. I really need to pee, gonna run to the bathroom. Su Yi from Chanye Academy rubbed his belly as he headed toward the door. As the two walked away, anyone with eyes could see the deeper meaning behind it, and thus, I'm suddenly hungry, going out to buy some steamed buns. My eyes are so sore, going out to rest them. I can't bear sitting so long, going out to stand for a bit. Inside the theater hall, people in the front rows left one after another, while those in the back rows remained as steady as Mount Tai, not a single one left without permission. Xu Chang, sitting in the back row, scratched his head and cautiously poked the young man beside him with his finger. Hey kid, what's going on here? Why's everyone leaving? The young man glanced at Xu Chang indifferently before returning his gaze to the screen. They're leaving early to compete for Qi Mingyue. Ha, but the assessment isn't over yet, right? Xu Chang asked, looking utterly confused. Resting his head on his hand, the young man replied wearily, once the elemental and special type evaluations are graded, it's practically over. The upper limits are extremely low, out of 40 people, barely any reach your rank. Hardly worth watching. Why don't those in the back rows compete then? Xu Chang's clear eyes brimmed with foolishness, looking as if it might spill over any second. The young man gave Xu Chang a speechless glance. They can't compete anyway, going would just make them background props. What about you, why don't you go? Xu Chang pressed on with his questions. The young man clenched his fist. I don't want to go, is that good enough for you? That's fine too. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. On the testing ground, Ma Qian quietly observed Li Qingqiu, just as Li Qingqiu did the same. After a few seconds of contemplation, Ma Qian said coldly, fine, the rules allow it. Strength types are the majority anyway. You'll test strength first, then move on to speed and defense. That way we can wrap up earlier. Li Qingqiu nodded. Thank you for accommodating me. With that, Li Qingqiu walked to the front of the strength-based team and stood there. Damn, Enough, no more talking. Even if you test 3 times, the result will be the same. Rather than arguing here, you'd be better off thinking about how to find a clever approach later. Sigh. The man sighed as he watched Li Qingqiu's retreating figure. The strength-type group, being the most numerous, was personally led by Ma Qian, while the other teams were handled by different staff members. Soon, under Ma Qian's guidance, the group arrived at the energy measuring platform previously used by the elemental type group. Clearly, this was also the rating location for the strength type abilities. The rules are the same as before. Enter and attack the energy measuring body. Your rating will be displayed after 1 minute. Go in now. Ma Qian barked at Li Qingqiu in a commanding tone. Li Qingqiu heard this but paid it no mind. He stepped over the guardrail and walked up to the energy measuring body. Adjust your breathing and get started. Don't dawdle, there are over 20 more people behind you. Ma Qian shouted loudly. Li Qingqiu reached out to touch the energy measuring device, then turned to face Ma Qian and uttered words that left everyone flabbergasted. Is this thing sturdy? If I break it, you won't make me pay for it, right? The field fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, a mocking laugh rose from the crowd. As if flipping some invisible switch, the silence shattered instantly, drowned by a flood of scornful voices. Is this guy trying to become an internet celebrity? Pulling stunts like this, pretending to be buffoonish on purpose. Not even an E-rank ice element could leave a single scratch on that thing. How dare he even ask something like that? Honestly, if he's not putting on an act and is genuinely this clueless, I might actually like people like him. Your husband. That's taking insults too far. Laughter erupted not just here, but also in the screening room. Ah, young people these days are really something. When I was young, I was just as arrogant as him, believing I was a once-in-a-generation genius until my teacher gave me a beating, and that cured me of the delusion. Hard to say, but maybe this kid really has what it takes. Look how composed he is, not a trace of panic. True, even if he doesn't follow the path of a chosen one, getting into film school would still be a solid alternative. Unlike the laughter of the others, Xu Chang stood tense, his hands clenched tightly on his trousers. The young man sitting nearby noticed and asked, "What's going on? Do you know this kid?" Xu Chang nodded without turning his head. "Yeah, I brought him here." "Heh, how strong is he?" the youth asked curiously. "Not sure, but he claims to be strong, and I think he is strong, though his definition of strong seems stronger than what I imagined. Probably pretty strong, but likely not as strong as he claims, somewhere between my estimation and his, but undoubtedly strong." The young man's lips twitched. Did you study crosstalk comedy before? Standing by the energy measuring platform, Ma Qian noticed Li Chinxiu staring at him and laughed. Why are you looking at me? Just strike already. You still haven't told me if I'll have to pay for any damages? Li Chinxiu asked flatly. Hit it with all your strength. If it breaks, I'll pay. Has nothing to do with you. Ma Qian mocked with a sneer. It was his first time seeing someone this dumb worrying about breaking the energy measuring device. Did this guy think he was Superman or something? Satisfied with the response, Li Chinxiu finally set his mind at ease, raising his left knee to chest level. Compared to fists, knees actually possess greater destructive force and hardness, making them more suitable for piercing through defenses than punches. Chapter 22. Is this a prohibition? Bang! Li Chenxiu's knee shot toward the energy measuring device like a cannonball, accompanied by the sudden screech of a sonic boom across the field. Before anyone could react, the testing body exploded like a firework with a bang, as if it were tofu crumbling apart. Sharp fragments wrapped in blue electricity shot out in all directions, embedding themselves ceaselessly into the blue energy barrier, leaving clear scratch marks on the silver floor. Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, Li Chinxiu slowly lowered his knee and calmly spoke. What level does this count as? No one answered. Everyone was as if struck by lightning, their lips trembling continuously yet unable to utter a single sound, Ma Qian being no exception. His mind felt as if something had slammed into it, buzzing so loudly he couldn't think, couldn't move. In the screening hall, the previously cheerful crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes fixed wide on the screen as if their eyeballs might drop out at any second. The young man in the back row stared at the giant screen as though seeing a monster, tugging at Zhu Cheng's sleeve. Bro, is this guy some kind of first ban? Zhu Cheng didn't respond. His mind was in complete turmoil, with Li Chenxiu's earlier words echoing in his ears like some demonic incantation. Normal. 3 prohibitions, approaching the 4th border at full capacity. Damn, they weren't lying. Zhu Cheng stammered, his voice unnervingly clear in the silent hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the second-to-last row stood up and scurried toward the exit while clutching her stomach, muttering repeatedly, "Can't hold it, can't hold it." The woman's departure seemed to flip a switch, as people from the back rows began standing up one after another, offering various flashy excuses to leave the screening hall. As more and more people departed, those remaining couldn't even be bothered with excuses and simply bolted for the exits. Only the members of the Special Abilities Department remained quietly seated in their spots. Director Gong. Before Gong Ran could gather his thoughts, a voice calling from behind jerked him back to reality. What's wrong? Gong Ran turned his head belatedly. Director Gong, regarding this person's information, I hope you won't disclose it to those who left earlier. They already have Qi Minghua, and that's enough for them. After saying these words, the person quickly followed others' footsteps and ran out of the hall. On the energy testing platform, Li Chinxiu brushed off the dust and stepped out of the explosion's epicenter one step at a time, his figure growing increasingly clear in everyone's eyes. When no one responded, Li Chinxiu spoke again. What tier would this count as? After 2 rounds of questioning, Ma Qian's vocal cords finally regained sensation. This, I don't know. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone finally snapped out of their daze, their gazes, filled with awe, fear, bewilderment, locked intently on Li Chinxiu. It's broken? Am I seeing things? You're not mistaken, it's really broken. Not even an E-grade elementalist could leave a scratch on it, and this took just 1 knee strike? You gotta be kidding me. Damn, this is a first lock barrier. Since when do first locks break this easily? Li Chinxiu glanced indifferently at those people, and in an instant, everyone who met his eyes instinctively stepped back, not out of fear, but reverence for power. Li Chinxiu leaped over the railing and strode toward Ma Qian. Seeing this, Ma Qian suddenly felt an inexplicable panic. His legs gave way, and just as he was about to collapse, Li Chinxiu reached out and caught him. Aren't you the one in charge of evaluations? Shouldn't you know what I deserve? Li Chenxiu's dark eyes looked down at Ma Qian from above. Ma Qian stammered for a long time without managing to utter a complete sentence. Li Chinxiu flashed a kind smile. Why are you afraid of me? With so many people around, it's not like I could kill you. What are you so scared of? What's my rating? At this moment, Ma Qian's mind was blank. He truly didn't know how to answer Li Chinxiu's question. It was like a child happily licking a lollipop when a burly middle-aged man suddenly crushes it barehanded, then asks with a gentle smile, "Kid, how strong do you think my grip is?" What does a child know? A child only knows that a big man could punch him dead with 1 blow. After a long silence, Ma Qian finally spoke in a low voice. Well, I truly don't know. Someone higher up would have to do the rating. Ma Qian pointed his fingers toward the sky, forcing a stiff smile onto his rigid face. Given my current abilities, how difficult do you think it would be for me to join one of the 4 major academies? Li Chinxiu asked once more. Li Chinxiu wasn't particularly fond of public appearances. If his performance in the strength test alone could guarantee entry into the 4 great academies, he'd rather skip the speed and defense assessments altogether. What? Ma Qian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Li Chinxiu's words, as if he just heard something utterly unbelievable. Seeing this reaction, Li Chinxiu slightly furrowed his brows. Is it still somewhat uncertain? Well, no. Ma Qian hurriedly shook his head. If you truly have reached First Forbidden Realm, then it should be you choosing among the 4 great academies rather than them choosing you. Really? A trace of doubt flickered in Li Chenxiu's eyes. I never lie, Ma Qian said with sincere conviction. Li Chenxiu's lips curled slightly at these words. He used to think the 4 great academies were extremely hard to get into, especially since online commentators claimed they only accepted 1 in 10,000 true geniuses only. Yet here he was, casually getting selected just by testing his strength. The bar seemed surprisingly low. Just as Li Chinxiu was about to ask about the admissions procedures of the 4 academies, a young man in uniform hurried over from a distance. The young man stopped about a meter away from Ma Qian, timidly glanced at Li Chinxiu, and then reported to Ma Qian, team leader, a large crowd has gathered at the testing field entrance, demanding to see this person. The youth gestured with his eyes toward Li Chinxiu. Is it those people from the academies? Ma Qian asked aloud. The young man nodded. Ma Qian turned to Li Chinxiu upon seeing this. Would you like to go take a look? Idle hands make idle minds, I might as well check it out. Having said this, Li Chinxiu strode toward the square's entrance, leaving behind only a lean silhouette for the others to watch. The square entrance was packed with a dense crowd at this moment, people jostling shoulder to shoulder, body pressing against body, craning their necks to stare toward the square's main gate. When Li Chinxiu's figure appeared in their line of sight, it was as if a sun had begun to rise in each person's eyes. Quick, execute the plan. The elder standing at the front of the crowd raised his arm and pointed forward. No sooner had the words fallen than 2 dark figures darted out from the crowd, charging straight toward Li Chinxiu. Chapter 23. The problem might be serious. Watching the 2 men charging toward him like bandits, Li Chinxiu narrowed his eyes with a flicker of vigilance, his hidden hand in the sleeve instinctively clenching into a fist. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind swept past his 2 tall, brawny middle-aged men halted right before Li Chinxiu. Before Li Chinxiu could speak, one of the men grinningly reached out, grabbing his hands through his sleeves with visible excitement, even more handsome in person than on screen. Hello, Li Chinxiu. I'm the admissions officer for Nanchi Academy from city number 11, what an honor to meet you. I'm the admissions officer for Yuan Luo Academy in city number 11, pleased to meet you, the other chimed in eagerly. Ah, hello, Li Chinxiu responded with a delayed nod. Over 40 academies are waiting to discuss matters with you in detail, let's hurry to a quieter spot. It's too noisy here, hardly suitable for proper conversation. As they spoke, the 2 moved to either side of Li Chinxiu, threading their arms under his armpits and forcibly hoisting him up. Time is money, we'll carry you along. Don't be afraid. With that, the 2 began rapidly shuffling their feet, racing toward the square's entrance like the wind while carrying a thoroughly bewildered Li Chinxiu. Though somewhat perplexed, Li Chinxiu didn't resist. Had he wanted to leave, no one could have stopped him. When the trio reached the square's entrance, the crowd blocking the gate instinctively scattered. The car's at the door, let's hurry. Will everyone fit? No problem, move fast. Alright, everyone follow. After a brief discussion, the 40-strong group marched promptly behind Li Chinxiu, heading straight for the entrance of the Special Abilities Department. The entire journey was unimpeded, with everyone from the Special Abilities Department stepping aside to make way. The sudden chain of events left Li Chinxiu momentarily baffled. He eyed the man beside him skeptically and asked, Are you really from the Academy's admissions office? Because you guys seem more like kidnappers to me. Relax, we're not kidnappers, the man reassured him with a grin as they ran. If we were, why would the Special Abilities Department folks ignore us like this? But why? Rest assured, everything we're doing is for your own good. Absolutely no persecution intended, I swear on my integrity. Looking at the man's sincere and resolute gaze, Li Chinxiu temporarily set aside his suspicions. Soon, a group of people ushered Li Chinxiu into a spacious coach. After the last person boarded, the driver floored the accelerator, speeding away from the entrance of the Special Abilities Bureau. As the bus sped down an empty, car-free stretch of road, the driver shouted without turning his head, Quick, Huang Jun, use your ability to hide the bus. A frail man stood up inside the train compartment, pressing his palm against the window, and then, nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened inside the train. On the wide highway, the bus speeding at 75 kilometers per hour grew increasingly faint in color, as if the roaring wind had scraped away its paint. Finally, it vanished without a trace beneath a speed camera, leaving only the roaring engine sound behind as proof of its fleeting existence. 1030 Superpower Express. Ha ha ha, what belongs to the War Academy will always belong to the War Academy. What's the use of sending so many people? Might as well take a rest in the silver screen hall. Chi Mingyue is just a mere B-level. What do you have to be proud of? My senior told me yesterday he recruited an A-level in City 89. Did your batch even have an A? Oh ho ho, who was it that just said in front of Chi Mingyue, your future is boundless, you're a once-in-a-lifetime genius, Changye Academy will be honored by your presence, and you leave your name in the school's history? Moreover, his ability might not just be B rank, it's simply that the special abilities department could only measure up to B rank. Little Sue, jealous much? I'm jealous of your damn uncle. You're so foo. Alright, so we didn't recruit him. Can't you show some dignity? Exactly. A 44-year-old man throwing tantrums and cursing like a child, the average quality of Eternal Night Academy's staff sorely needs improvement. The sound of chaotic footsteps and murmurs came from outside the silver screen hall, followed by a large group of people swarming in through the entrance. These were precisely the individuals who had left the silver screen hall earlier. Everyone, Ma Tianjiu, just recruited, huh? With a beaming face, Ma Tianjiu strode into the silver screen hall, ready to boast, only to be met with rows of empty seats save for a few people still seated on the side of the Esper department. Hey, where did everyone go? Has the aptitude test already ended? Sui, who was following closely behind, asked in confusion. Are you blind? Can't you see the ratings are still being displayed on the screen? Probably some C or B grade spiritual physique appeared. A single C or B grade spiritual physique made all these people leave. Sigh, even these bottom-tier academies sure have a tough time recruiting students. As they spoke, they returned to their previous seats. Gong Ran's group remained tacitly silent, adhering to the principle of you don't ask, I won't tell, and even if you do ask, I won't give a clear answer. After all, no one wanted to be the one to offend others. At that moment, Sui, who had just sat down, turned to Gong Ran and asked, Commander Gong, what kind of ability level drew them all away? I didn't see anything particularly remarkable in the data files regarding extreme physical abilities, remarked Gao Xing from Changwu Academy, flipping through the materials in his hand. Just someone with somewhat ambiguous ratings, Gong Ran said somewhat awkwardly. Ambiguous? Ma Tianjiu raised an eyebrow, quite intrigued. Who's ambiguous? Gong Ran guiltily averted his gaze. Well, just a young man with straightforward, unremarkable abilities. Ha, did they forbid you from telling us, afraid we'd poach him, someone joked. Gong Ran neither denied nor confirmed upon hearing this, but his demeanor was tantamount to an implicit admission. These people really underestimate me. Just an extreme body lineage, no matter how outstanding, isn't enough to make me leave before the aptitude test even concludes. Exactly. No matter how talented that person is, could they possibly surpass my Qi Mingyue? Ha ha. Ma Tianjiu chuckled smugly, completely oblivious to the peculiar expressions on the faces of the Special Abilities Department team. Several minutes later, a woman asked with some confusion, why are we only testing speed and defense? What about strength? Ha! Gong Ran straightened up, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. That's right, power measurements are more interesting. Commander Gong, release your strength, someone chimed in. Gong Ran rubbed his nose. Well, the power measurement device is broken. Broken? Chen Shuaishan from the Tianyuan Federal Academy frowned. That measurement device was just delivered by the Bureau of Military Affairs. It's supposed to last 100 years. How could it be broken? It's indeed broken. Someone accidentally damaged it during the energy measurement test. Zheng Kong, sitting beside, spoke up first. Zheng Kong is right. It broke by accident. Gong Ran nodded. Chief Gong, was it damaged by someone accidentally? Chen Shuaishan had a few big question marks plastered across his forehead before continuing. Could you pull up the surveillance footage for me to check? I specialize in mechanical repairs, any minor issues I can fix. Otherwise, if the testing isn't completed, I can't leave per protocol either. This might be a rather serious issue. Chapter 24, The Collapse of Gaoxing. What do you mean, a rather serious issue? Chen Shuaishan's eyes brimmed with confusion as he turned to shout at the staff operating the screen, show me the energy measurement readings. The staff member at the control panel looked visibly distressed and glanced at Gong Ran with a plea for help. Gong Ran hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. As the screen flickered slightly, an image appeared before everyone's eyes. Amid the wreckage of the testing platform, workers in protective suits were transporting fragments of the test subject, with yellow caution tape completely cordoning off the surrounding area. Outside the yellow tape, those chosen by fate were murmuring amongst themselves as they gazed at the shattered remains of the test subject. The heads of various academies in the silver screen hall fell silent at the sight. This was called accidental damage? What happened? Did the energy testing device malfunction and self-destruct? Has there ever been a case of energy testing devices self-destructing before? Commissioner Gong, Chen Shuaishan swallowed hard, his voice tinged with disbelief. Are you sure this wasn't caused by a bomb, but by someone accidentally damaging it? Gong Ran's expression turned somewhat unnatural. It was indeed accidentally damaged by someone. Chen Shuaishan suppressed the shock in his heart and once again shouted to the staff operating the screen, show me who ruined the energy measuring device. This is truly bizarre. How could a first-tier energy measurement cause a program malfunction in the device, leading to an explosion? Play it. Gong Ran nodded. Having concealed the truth until now, he had done all he could. The large screen flickered again, displaying Li Chinchio's energy measurement. In the current footage, Li Chinchio was seen asking Ma Qian whether they would have to pay for damaging the energy measuring device. Hey, why is it this kid? Did he break the energy measuring device? Chen Shuaishan looked through Li Chinchio's detailed profile on the document. Divine Force. Even with this special ability, it's impossible to cause a program malfunction in the energy measuring device leading to self-destruction. Commander Gong, did he violate regulations by using some arcane artifact? After the emergence of the Revenants, some ordinary objects underwent bizarre mutations, acquiring extraordinary capabilities. Such objects are collectively referred to as arcane artifacts, meaning mysterious tools. As long as one lives in human society, everyone knows something about mystic artifacts to some extent, and Gongran, being a civil official, is certainly no exception. Gongran lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking hesitantly. I think it should. That kid's about to make his move. Ma Tianzhou crossed his arms, watching the screen with curiosity. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to the screen, and naturally, nobody paid any attention to Gongran's unfinished remark. Using knees? Sure, they pack a punch, but they're nowhere near as quick or nimble as fists when it comes to agility and speed. The energy assessment is based on cumulative damage. Does this kid really not know even that? Gao Xing from Chanwu Academy shook his head in disappointment. Such an ordinary ability, no amount of skill can change that. You're right, but what's this kid using? Boom! Before the man could finish speaking, a tremendous explosion roared from the speakers as the energy measuring entity on screen shattered into fragments like a crumbling block of tofu. Everyone was stunned. The admissions officers from various colleges stood frozen, their pupils visibly dilating with shock. Even the seasoned personnel from the Special Abilities Department, who had witnessed this scene before, were overwhelmed with astonishment at this moment. Gao Xing trembled as he rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. Commander Gong, is this person truly a first seal? Among the 4 great academies, only their Chanwu Academy revered the extreme body discipline, champion in close combat. Yet unlike other disciplines, the upper limits of extreme body abilities were severely restricted, making powerful extreme body fate bearers exceptionally rare. In previous years, B-grade body type abilities were nearly extinct, let alone someone like Li Chinchio who was most likely an A-grade body type. At this moment, Gao Xing felt that Li Chinchio was his ray of hope, illuminating his future. This kid, he absolutely had to secure him no matter what. Upon hearing Gao Xing's words, Gongran hesitated before replying. It should be, after all, that's what the ability detector indicated. Ha ha ha. Gao Xing threw his head back and laughed. This guy is destined for our Chanwu Academy. Everyone, do me this favor. The others snapped out of their daze and stood up excitedly. Compared to Qi Mingyue's uncertain A-grade ability, this kid's power level was undeniably a solid A. What's your influence worth? Talent like this obviously belongs in our war academy. You already recruited Qi Mingyue, have you no shame? Alright, quit arguing. Sui cut off the quarrel between the two and turned to Gongran. Where is the child now? Hearing this, one scorching gaze after another landed on Gongran, like a pack of half-starved wolves. Gongran felt a chill down his spine under the intense gaze, but he mustered his courage and said, let's go. Gone already? Sui frowned deeply. They were taken away by institute heads other than your group, Gongran said timidly. Bang! Gao Xing clenched his fist and slammed it violently on his seat, his face contorted with anger. Those shameless bastards. Commissioner Gong, where did they go? I don't know either, but they should be within a 100-mile radius. Gongran's voice grew even quieter. Gao Xing's chest heaved violently, his face flushing from pale to crimson in an instant. Damn it, those goddamn scoundrels. With that, Gao Xing strode away towards the main gate, and the others followed suit. Hushi Hotel, top-floor presidential suite. On the soft leather sofa, Li Chinchio sat so deeply that his entire frame seemed to sink into it. Within a meter around Li Chinchio, people crowded densely, some sitting, some standing, yet they all shared one thing, faces beaming with radiant smiles. I don't quite understand. We're just discussing matters, so why drive all the way from downtown to the suburbs? Isn't this actually a kidnapping? Li Chinchio's tone was hesitant. How could it be a kidnapping? Have you ever seen a kidnapping where the victim is taken to a presidential suite and treated to good food and drinks? Someone immediately retorted. It really doesn't seem much like a kidnapping. Li Chinchio furrowed his brows and thought. It feels more like hide and seek. Are you afraid I might be recruited by other colleges, so you brought me here? Upon hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces became noticeably forced. Is there a representative from Chanwu Academy here? Li Chinchio asked, lowering her eyes. No one responded. Is there a representative from Changye Academy here? No one responded. Is there even one from the top 10 academies? Still, no one responded. Li Chinchio's face darkened, and as he stood up to leave, a man grabbed his arm. Kid, small academies have their own advantages. Hearing us out won't cost you anything. If you're satisfied, that's wonderful. If not, we'll send you back. Knowing more never hurts. Chapter 25 Stargazing Academy. Upon hearing this, Li Chinxiu stood still in contemplation for a while. Since he was already here, listening wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Li Chinxiu sat back down and nodded at the crowd. Go ahead, then, explain. Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they grabbed Li Chinxiu's arm and started chatting enthusiastically. Just think about it, those top-ranked academies are full of geniuses. Would you really be unique there? Would they treasure you like a precious gem and dedicate themselves to your training? That's exactly right. If they won't treasure you, we will. The moment you join us, you'll become the academy's jewel. All resources will be yours. Everyone will be at your service. Do you think those 4 major academies could offer you this? Aside from faculty strength where we can't compare, we can give you better treatment in everything else. Any recovery beasts you want to eat, as long as our academy has them, they're all yours, unlimited supply. If you come to Yuelan Academy, you won't need to stay in student dorms, you'll live in a villa with your mentor and can choose whoever you want as your roommate. They're all just painting pie-in-the-sky visions. Let me tell you the reality. An hour later. Later, when you and your wife have children, you won't have to worry at all about their schooling. All the school district properties around City Number 1 High School belong to our academy. You knock, knock, knock. Right at that moment, knocking sounds came from the doorway, instantly silencing the previously noisy room. Li Chinxiu, who had been drowsing off listening, turned toward the door. Have those people found us? That can't be. Didn't I turn the bus invisible? Yeah, even if we could find it, surely not this fast? The crowd murmured quietly, yet no one made a move to answer the door. I know you're all in there. Open up and let me join the fun, came a youthful voice from outside. The people in the room exchanged glances, until one finally gathered the courage to ask, Who are you? Li Shu the Star Hunter, the young man outside the door said calmly. Those 4 light-hearted words struck like thunder in everyone's minds, leaving them all frozen in place. If you don't open the door, I'll have to force my way in. The young man's voice carried a hint of playful mischief. Hearing this, the young woman standing near the door glanced back at the others. Seeing neither objection nor response, she turned the handle with a decisive click. The door was pushed open as a handsome young man walked in with a smile, followed by a simple and honest-looking middle-aged man. Li Chinxiu recognized this middle-aged man. Wasn't he Zhu Chang, the one who drove him to the Special Abilities Department? Uncle Zhu, what brings you here? Li Chinxiu asked curiously. Zhu Chang gave an awkward smile to everyone before turning to Li Chinxiu. I came with this kid, he said. That's right, I'm the one who brought Uncle Zhu here. The young man flashed a radiant smile, slowly walking up to Li Chinxiu and extending his hand. Allow me to introduce myself, Li Shu from Star Plucking Academy. Just an ordinary resident, Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu reached out and shook hands with Li Shu. Beneath Li Chinxiu's profound gaze flickered a trace of barely perceptible wariness. His intuition told him that this smiling young man before him was formidable and troublesome. Well, what a coincidence, we share the same surname. Li Shu chuckled amiably before withdrawing his hand and glancing at the others in the room. Are you all done talking? If so, it's my turn now. The air hung silent for a few seconds before a venerable elder straightened up and said, We've said our piece. Now it's your turn to speak. Thank you. Li Shu pressed his palms together in gratitude, then unceremoniously took a seat beside Li Chinxiu. Never heard of Stargazer's Academy? Li Shu's voice was low. Li Chinxiu nodded in bewilderment. Logically speaking, for these people to be so fearful, this academy should rank among the top in the Federation. Yet he had never heard of Starseeker Academy among the revered institutions for the blessed. Li Shu didn't seem surprised and explained, Starseeker Academy isn't a traditional academy in the strictest sense, which is why it's not included in the rankings for blessed academies. Additionally, the academy isn't located within any city, so naturally, very few people know of it. Not a traditional academy? Li Chinxiu frowned slightly, a trace of confusion appearing between his brows. Actually, in my view, our academy is just an ordinary one. The non-traditional label is merely how outsiders perceive it. Would anyone here like to share their thoughts on what Starseeker means to them? The elderly man spoke slowly in response, since you want me to tell this child, then I'll explain. In the time that followed, the old man laid out Zenith Academy completely before Li Chinxiu. Zenith Academy, this is an institution with a graduation rate of only 32%. The low graduation rate isn't because the curriculum is difficult, but because most students don't live long enough to receive their diplomas. Zenith Academy firmly believes that only by teetering on the edge of death can a person's full potential be truly unlocked. Therefore, they encourage slaughter, they encourage competition. All assigned tasks from the academy are directly handled by the Security and Intelligence Department. Resources must be seized through individual effort. Those who are stronger become instructors, and those who are stronger define the rules. This is the so-called Starstrider Academy, an institution that stands above federal law. Inside the room, Li Chinxiu turned to the elderly man with confusion in his voice and asked, How can the Federation allow an academy to exist above the law? Before the old man could reply, Li Shu spoke first. Every graduate from the Stellar Academy is a genius among geniuses, holding key positions across the Federation. The current director of the Security Bureau is an alumnus of Stellar Academy, as was the previous Federation president. After hearing these words from Li Shu, Li Chinxiu suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder they're above the law. Turns out all the higher-ups are their own people. Although the conditions in star reaching are harsh, if you're strong, it can be paradise. The choice is yours. If you decide to go, come find me downstairs in room 3012. With that, Li Shu left the room directly with Zhu Chang. Once the door closed, the previously quiet room instantly erupted with noise. Child, you mustn't let yourself be swayed by Li Shu's words. That Jiaxing place isn't fit for humans, it's full of battle-crazed lunatics. Exactly. And Jiaxing forces its students to take missions. They're all tasks the Special Abilities Division couldn't handle and dumped on the Safety Control Division. You're only at the first prohibition level, with no backing to speak of. How are you supposed to deal with those awakened ones? People should focus on living well first before thinking about becoming stronger. Even if you don't join the Starseekers, you can still go far in life and have a good future. Don't let things like presidential titles or commander ranks cloud your judgment, they're all just illusions. The crowd pleaded with earnest sincerity. Li Chinxiu shook his head. You're mistaken. I can only live well if I become stronger first. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Chinxiu stood up, gave a polite nod to the group, and then left the room. Chapter 26 Newspaper Report. Li Chinxiu arrived at the address mentioned by Li Shu, hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened as Li Shu's head peeked out from the doorframe, grinning widely. Ha, I knew you'd come. Come on in. Li Chinxiu pushed the door open and entered, sitting down on the sofa together with Li Shu. I want to become stronger. Star Each Academy suits me well, and I want to join it. Li Shu smiled faintly and pushed a cup of coffee across the table toward Li Chinxiu. You're welcome. But Star H is different from other academies. Receiving an invitation doesn't mean immediate admission. You'll need to pass the academy's entrance assessment to join. What kind of assessment? Li Chinxiu raised an eyebrow and asked. At this stage, I'm not sure either. After all, the assessment is determined by the academy. I'll send you a text notification later. Li Shu shook his head before standing up. Any other questions? Gone, Li Chinxiu replied. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After all, I do have tasks to attend to here. Oh. And by the way, you can stay here for the next few days. With that, Li Shu took a black room key card out of his pocket and placed it on the table. You caused quite a stir at the tending department. Your place probably isn't too quiet right now. Lay low here for a while. Your boss and that brother of yours, Zhu Chang, are already on their way to pick you up. Thank you. Li Chinxiu expressed his gratitude. My pleasure. Li Shu casually waved his hand and walked out of the room. The empty room was now left with only Li Chinxiu. He lay on the couch, his dark and bright eyes fixed straight on the ceiling, reaching for the stars, with intent. His eldest uncle, his second uncle, both are his uncles, tall. The familiar ringtones sounded again. Li Chinxiu picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Hello? You little bastard. What the hell did you do? Why are there so many reporters in the shop? Didn't my second brother tell you I went for energy testing? How dare you bring that up? Your second brother is still lying face down on the bed right now. Don't worry, everyone will get their turn. Li Chinxiu's face darkened as he instinctively reached back to touch his own behind. In the following hours, Li Chinxiu carefully explained the entire sequence of events from beginning to end to Li Ji. Just as Li Ji was about to curse, he quickly hung up the phone. Li Chinxiu let out a long sigh of relief. Facing this old man Li Ji, he truly felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. The carefree moments never last long. As the clock neared midnight, a knock came at the door. Li Chinxiu, sprawled on the couch, jolted upright and reluctantly dragged himself to the door to turn the handle. Three familiar faces appeared before Li Chinxiu. Li Ji, with a dark expression, and Li Qingxia, rubbing his sore backside. Zhu Chang, with his honest and simple appearance. Xiaoli, congratulations. When you make it big in the future, remember to visit the Public Security Bureau. I've delivered our guest here, so I'll take my leave now. Zhu Chang said with a smile, though his smile wasn't as genuine as before, it now carried a hint of detachment. Wait, Uncle Zhu. Li Chinxiu quickly reached out and grabbed Zhu Chang's arm. It's almost noon now, why don't you stay for lunch and rest a while before leaving? He couldn't let Zhu Chang leave. If he walked away now, Li Ji's verbal abuse would know no bounds. Oh, that doesn't seem right, Zhu Chang said rather sheepishly. Li Ji looked at Zhu Chang with a gentle expression. You drove us here, so it's only proper we treat you to a meal. Exactly, let's eat together. I checked online, guests staying above the 30th floor at this hotel get complimentary meals. Might as well take advantage of it. Li Chinxiu gave Li Qingxia a meaningful glance, and the two of them wordlessly pulled Zhu Chang into the room with perfect coordination, while Li Ji followed behind with a gloomy expression. To prevent the room from becoming too tense, Li Chinxiu turned on the TV and played a comedy movie. Just as Li Chinxiu had predicted, under Zhu Chang's restraint, Li Ji indeed didn't throw a tantrum. These luxury hotels are really high class. They even take orders through tablets, and the waitstaff delivers right to your room. Impressive, Li Qingxia marveled while holding the hotel's tablet. Order more meat, Li Qingxiu instructed. Got it, Li Qingxia responded without looking up, her fingers continuously tapping across the screen. Soon, plate after plate of visually appealing and aromatic delicacies were brought to the room, their tempting fragrance filling the air. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Ji, Zhu Chang, and the others began their meal. This tastes amazing. Nothing like those dodgy roadside stalls, Zhu Chang praised with a chuckle. Li Ji nodded in agreement. True, for some reason this fried rice tastes even better than. Beep. Before Li Ji could finish speaking, the television playing a movie at the dining table suddenly flickered, and a dignified female host appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Manhwa, the External Liaison Officer of the Tactical Energy Agency's Intelligence Department. Recently, a highly dangerous revenant has appeared in our city. For the safety of the general public, the Tactical Energy Agency has decided to disclose information about this revenant. Please do not turn off your televisions and watch carefully. As the host's voice faded, the screen flickered again, and a shaky video began to play, none other than the footage of Li Qingxiu's battle with the Tactical Energy Agency at the bridge the previous night. At the dining table, all four hands froze simultaneously as they looked up. Li Ji and Li Qingxia instinctively glanced at Li Qingxiu, though the subtle movement went unnoticed by Zhu Chang beside them. In the video, Li Qingxiu manipulated the water droplets like the Grim Reaper walking through a rainy night, harvesting lives one after another. This is absolutely terrifying. Zhu Chang furrowed his brow, an entire action team wiped out just like that. Ahem. Li Ji cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and gravelly echoed, indeed, how terrifying. I never imagined city number 11 harbored such a dreadful revenant. Zhu Chang nodded deeply in agreement. Every time I think about this revenant still hiding among ordinary citizens, it sends chills down my spine. Nowadays when I visit unfamiliar places, I constantly get this illusion that the creature is watching me from nearby. At these words, both Li Ji and Li Qingxia visibly shuddered so violently that the dining table shook slightly from the movement. What's wrong with you two? Zhu Chang asked with concern. Li Qingxia forced a smile. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel a bit scared for no reason. This room gives me the creeps. Sitting next to Zhu Chang, Li Qingxiu gave him a strange look. He really wanted to tell Zhu Chang at that moment, your intuition is scarily accurate. What's there to be scared of? There's only 4 of us in this room. That reviver couldn't possibly have taken Qingxiu's form and be sitting right next to me, joining us for dinner, could it? Zhu Chang chuckled cheerfully and patted Li Qingxiu's shoulder. Chapter 27, Disaster Water 096. Put. This time, even Li Qingxiu couldn't hold it in, the drink he'd just taken a sip of sprayed straight out of his mouth. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhu Chang patted Li Qingxiu's back in concern, tearing off a tissue and offering it to him. It's nothing, I just took a sip of water and happened to choke when you patted my back, Uncle Zhu. Li Qingxiu took the tissue and wiped her mouth. Sorry, I don't know my own strength sometimes. Don't take it to heart, Zhu Chang said apologetically. It's fine, Uncle Zhu, you keep watching the news. Reports about public safety are important. Li Qingxiu waved his hand dismissively. He was truly afraid that speaking any further might completely expose his shady past. Eat up, or it'll get cold. Li Ji picked up a piece of fatty meat and placed it in Zhu Chang's bowl. Why are you serving me food? This is so embarrassing. No worries, eat more, talk less. The video on TV wasn't long, just a few minutes, and soon ended. The screen flickered as the host reappeared on display. After eliminating the 4th Tactical Squad, this necromorph retreated onto the bridge while holding hostages. Since all surveillance on the bridge had been destroyed at the time, we lack video footage from the scene. However, we've invited Zhang Kong, the operational commander during the incident, to reconstruct the events for our audience. Please welcome him. The host turned toward her left as the burly figure of Zhang Kong strode into frame from the screen's periphery. He took position beside the host, his grave expression fixed directly upon the television audience. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Kong, the overall commander of that operation. I'll now recount what happened at that time. Zhang Kong's face was grave, his eyes filled with undisguised fear and pain. At that time, we had comprehensive land, sea, and air deployments, completely surrounding this revived one. We thought we could eliminate it, but we severely underestimated this revived one. It showed no intention of negotiating with us and directly killed the hostages. In a fury, I gave the order for full elimination, and helicopter missiles were unleashed in full force. Facing these terrifyingly powerful missiles, this revived one casually caught one mid-air and crushed it with its bare hands, completely unharmed. The other missiles were restrained mid-flight by water currents it conjured, exploding in place. The explosion completely destroyed Lujiang Bridge. Just as I was about to command the troops to launch a second attack, I witnessed a scene I would never forget for the rest of my life. Zhang Kong fell silent. He pressed his hand against his forehead, hiding the upper half of his face in shadow. After half a minute, he finally spoke. Aircraft forged from water currents and floating tanks surrounded us completely. There was no way out, we were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just when I thought the entire Ministry of Special Abilities would be wiped out, that reviver grinned mockingly, slapped me across the face several times, and said something I'd never forget. Killing you would be too mundane. I want you to live in my shadow, to make the Special Abilities Department fear me, to make the entire city tremble before me. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body dissolved into countless raindrops and vanished without a trace. By the end of his account, Zhang Kong's voice was trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for the female host supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Thank you, Commander Zhang Kong, for sharing what happened on the bridge. Could several people please assist Commander Zhang down? Li Chinxiu sat in front of the television with wide eyes, his chewing slowed to a snail's pace. This was his own doing, turning water into fighter jets and tanks, crushing missiles barehanded, immobilizing every projectile with a single thought. If he were really that powerful, why wait for a rainy day? He'd charge straight into the Special Abilities Bureau alone under clear skies. This was utter nonsense. At this moment, both Li Ji and Li Qingxia turned their gazes toward Li Chinxiu, their dark pupils swirling with turbulent shock and disbelief. Is our little Qiu Zi really this outrageously strong? This is shocking. This revived being is actually so powerful. Xu Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, putting down his bowl and chopsticks, his brows and eyes seemingly twisted together from sheer terror. She can't possibly be that formidable, right? Feels a bit exaggerated to me? Li Chinxiu feigned calm as he spoke up. Zhu Cheng declared with solemn conviction, the Special Abilities Department wouldn't lie about this, it concerns public safety. Indeed, when it comes to matters of great consequence, Technon never lies, Li Chinxiu agreed. On the television screen, after Zhang Kong was helped off stage, the host Yang Hua calmly stated, the Special Abilities Division has reported this revenant's case to the Public Security Bureau. The Disaster Assessment Unit of the Public Security Bureau has completed their evaluation of this revenant's threat level. Here, take a look. Yang Hua stepped aside, and the electronic screen behind him lit up. Li Xinxiu's appearance and information appeared on the electronic screen at that time. Designation, Disaster Water Number 096. Threat level, High Risk. Ability level, A. Restriction level, above 5th class. Region, City Number 11. Although this awakened one is exceptionally powerful, please do not panic. The Public Security Department has taken charge of this high-risk disaster, and a team will soon arrive to eliminate it. If you detect any traces of disaster water in the city, please immediately contact the Special Abilities Department. Goodbye. Beep. The TV screen flickered as the movie continued playing normally, yet the room was eerily quiet. Li Chinxiu pursed his lips, appearing calm on the surface while his inner turmoil raged like stormy seas. This was utterly ridiculous. He currently had barely reached the threshold of the 4th taboo realm. How could he possibly be assessed as above the 5th taboo? That wasn't even the worst part. The most serious issue was this high-risk disaster designation. Those 4 words carried far too much terrifying weight. It's not that he was afraid, but rather that high-risk situations would be troublesome. Putting aside everything else, just the ability extreme water alone was practically a living advertisement for disaster-level threats. It couldn't be used casually, especially since the Intelligence Division's investigative capabilities were absurdly formidable. Rumors say that in earlier years, a high-level disaster once used its ability to roast a wild boar in an uninhabited zone. The Intelligence Division traced this clue across thousands of miles and eradicated that high-level disaster in City Number 98. Of course, there's some exaggeration in the tale, but it still illustrates just how powerful the Intelligence Division is. High-level disaster. Xu Chang stood up. A high-level disaster has appeared in City Number 11. The Public Security Division must be going insane right now. I need to head back. Have some more before you go. You've barely eaten anything, Li Ji offered politely. I'm already quite full. Thank you for the hospitality. Li Chinxiu wiped his mouth and stood up. Let me see Uncle Zhu off. Li Chinxiu escorted Zhu Chang to his car before finally returning to his hotel room. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed the air had grown almost unnaturally still, heavy and silent. Li Ji remained frozen in the same posture as when Li Chinxiu had left, sitting motionless in the chair. At the sound from the doorway, Li Ji turned his head stiffly. In that instant, Li Chinxiu felt as if some monstrous gaze had locked onto him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Li Chinxiu, are you a fucking kangaroo or something? Just as Li Ji was about to start cursing, Li Chinxiu put a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture before tapping the wall lightly. Chapter 28, Guard Goes Up the Mountain. Walls have ears. That was exactly the message Li Chinxiu wanted to convey. Li Ji glared viciously at Li Chinxiu before sitting back down on the chair. Speaking recklessly in an unfamiliar environment would be fine if undiscovered, but getting caught would make survival in human society impossible. Li Ji wasn't a fool, he naturally understood what was at stake. Hunger is the strongest force between heaven and earth. Stop thinking about useless things and come eat already, Xiao Qiu. Li Qingxia trotted over, pulling Li Chinxiu's hand to sit at the table, then continued cheerfully while smiling. Let's stay here these few days and enjoy ourselves, good food, good drinks. Boss, how long has it been since you last took a break? Take this chance to rest properly. Li Ji shot Li Qingxia a glare. Eat, quit the chatter. In the following days, the public discourse grew louder. Li Qingxiu, an otherwise ordinary name, rose like a shooting star, overnight dominating all the headlines in city number 11. He became the center of attention, the subject of people's after-dinner conversations. That fried rice shop hasn't been open for days now. I was still hoping to catch a glimpse of that chosen one. How could they possibly operate? Just look at all the reporters lying in wait from every direction. The nearby hotels are completely packed with academy recruiters. There's no way they could stay open under these conditions. Punching through an energy measuring device with a single strike, that's truly monstrous. If only I could become a chosen one like that. Go home and drink more. You'll find everything you want in your dreams. Speaking of Li Qingxiu's background, it's truly pitiful. Abandoned by his parents as a child, he survived by scavenging food from garbage dumps, gradually growing up bit by bit. Now that he's been adopted by the fried rice shop, he finally has a place to call home. One could say sweet comes after bitter. Having endured so much suffering, he can finally live a good life from now on. What these people don't know is that the child they speak of, the one who scavenged food from garbage dumps, had actually starved to death on a cold winter night long ago. Yet his appearance still exists, having been given the name Li Qingxiu. While storms rage outside, the hotel remains perfectly tranquil. All three of them stayed dutifully indoors, devoting their full attention to eating. Li Qingxiu in particular would either be sleeping or eating meat whenever awake. It wasn't that Li Qingxiu wanted to take advantage of the situation, but rather because of a phone call he had received a few days prior. On the afternoon after seeing Zhu Cheng off, Li Qingxiu had received a call from Wu Shan of the Public Security Bureau. The DNA test results came back, and no matching individual was found in the DNA database. This means there's an extremely high probability that the person in the fourth-floor hotel room that night was either an awakener or a chosen one. After that, he learned from Li Qingxia that several high schools in city number 11 had organized a bonfire party to help relieve the exam stress of their senior students. The event was scheduled to take place at North Huangshan Mountain, on the very date circled on the hotel calendar, April 16th. This also indicated that the mysterious person in the hotel wasn't targeting him, but rather number 4 high school, who would secretly monitor the number 4 high school and specifically mark April 16th on their calendar. There's only one possibility, someone with ulterior motives. As for whether this person is a destined guardian protecting the students or a revenant bent on slaughtering them, Li Qingxiu couldn't care less. He only cares about one thing. If someone plans to target several thousand students, doesn't that mean North Huang Mountain might witness the mass appearance of lives beyond Tier 1 on April 16th? The palace murals need coloring. For that, he needs bloodshed. North Huang Mountain might just be the springboard to boost his power. To prepare for this uncertain battle, consuming meat to replenish life energy and enhance physical functions was the only thing Li Qingxiu could do now. In the hotel room, Li Qingxiu sat by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee in hand, gazing down at the ant-like humans below. The 3 o'clock sunlight refracted through the glass, casting a faint, illusory warmth in his indifferent eyes. Li Qingxiu walked over from the sofa and patted Li Qingxiu's shoulder. I've got the bus stop location, let's head over. Li Qingxiu drained his coffee in one gulp and stood up. Just send me the location. I'll go alone. All by yourself? Li Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Who told you it's just one person? I registered too. Li Qingxiu turned around in surprise. You're going to be a security guard on North Yellow Mountain too? Of course. 7 hours from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. for 250 yuan, with meals, accommodation, and transport included. How could I miss out on this daily paid gig? Li Qingxiu replied matter-of-factly. Don't go. Stay at the hotel to keep the boss company. Let me see the address. As he spoke, Li Qingxiu reached for Li Qingxia's phone. What's the matter? Li Qingxia took a step back. Whether I go or not isn't up to you. You're just my little brother. Who do you think you are, trying to boss me around? You? Li Qingxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike out, and said calmly, this trip to northern Huangshan might be dangerous. It wouldn't be safe for you to go. Li Qingxia narrowed her eyes upon hearing this and asked in a low voice, what danger? I don't know, but it's definitely dangerous. Li Qingxiu shook his head, then after a pause added, it might be extremely dangerous. Then why the hell are you going? You can't go. Li Qingxia said firmly, quickly deleting the address from the phone before Li Qingxiu could react. I've deleted the address. Forget about that part-time job. If you dare go to North Huangshan alone, I'll tell the boss. Li Qingxiu, you're in your 20s but acting like a child. I'm definitely going today. Whether you tell me the address or not doesn't change anything, it's just a matter of convenience, Li Qingxiu declared resolutely. If you know it's dangerous, why are you still going? Li Qingxiu said matter-of-factly, why can't I go? It's not dangerous for me, it's actually beneficial. Li Qingxia hesitated for a moment before stubbornly declaring, Then I'm going too. I need to keep an eye on you. Second brother, don't you have any self-awareness? If danger comes and I can't protect you in time, what will you do? I can see farther than you can. If there were any danger, I'd have long since run away. Why would I need your protection? After Li Qingxia's persistent arguments, Li Qingxiu finally relented. Leaving a note for Li Ji behind, the two made their way to the parking spot for the security transport vehicles. By the wide roadside, 5 idle buses stood parked in a row. Li Qingxiu, wearing a mask, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes at the sight and turned to Li Qingxia beside him, asking, "Are all 5 of these buses for security guards? How should I know?" "Let's go ask later," Li Qingxia muttered, guiding Li Qingxiu toward the door of one of the buses. "Name?" a young man squatting in front of the bus asked without looking up. "Li Dashan, and this is my brother, Li Dahai," Li Qingxia replied with a smile, pointing at Li Qingxiu. Because Li Qingxiu was too well known, Li Qingxia had to use a fake name when registering information, and Li Qingxiu wore a mask for the same reason. As for why he didn't change his appearance, it wasn't that Li Qingxiu didn't want to, but that he couldn't. District 11's urban surveillance was virtually all-encompassing. Li Qingxiu's figure would constantly be exposed under the cameras. Even if he altered his appearance, he couldn't truly become invisible. If someone really wanted to investigate him, they could follow the trail and inevitably find some clues. Moreover, there was a high chance it would expose his ability to change his appearance, and might even lead suspicious individuals to connect it with the inexplicable appearance of disaster water. The reason why the incident at Lujiang Bridge went undetected last time was that Li Qingxiu had buried clothes by the riverside beforehand, using the river's current to evade all surveillance before committing the crime at the bridge. That's why the Special Abilities Department found no trace afterward. This time, there's no Lujiang River involved. Given that, it's better to simply obscure things slightly and act boldly instead. If we encounter revivers on Bei Huang Mountain, we should openly show our true selves and eliminate them. If we come across fate-bearers, we seize the opportunity to kill them. After all, there aren't many surveillance cameras on the mountain, just make sure no traces are left. Chapter 29 Situation? Li Dashan, Li Dahai, let me check. The young man's fingers danced across his phone screen. Found them, let's wait in the van. Departing in 10 minutes. Okay, thanks. Li Qingxiu responded and was the first to step into the vehicle. Li Qingxiu glanced discreetly at the young man before moving toward the van door. Just as he bent to enter, an unsettling chill surged from the soles of his feet. Li Qingxiu paused mid-step for a moment, but quickly resumed his normal pace, calmly following Li Qingxia to sit in the empty seats at the very back row. The bus had around 40-some seats, with only 2 or 3 left vacant. It was nearly full. Li Qingxiu lowered his gaze to look out the window, his brows unintentionally furrowing slightly. Ever since boarding, his heart had inexplicably begun beating faster, his nerves tensing up as if his body sensed some looming threat, issuing warnings from all directions to remain vigilant. But there was nothing unusual inside the train compartment. Some passengers were sleeping, some scrolling through their phones, others chatting leisurely. Everything was perfectly tranquil. Hey, not bad for a part-time job I found, huh? Even comes with a chauffeur. Li Qingxia nudged Li Qingxiu with her elbow. Hugging her arms and shrinking slightly, Li Qingxiu said, "My second brother is amazing, nothing in City 11. Suddenly, Li Qingxiu's voice cut off abruptly. Her pupils contracted sharply as she swiftly turned her gaze toward the seating area across from them. Over by the window sat a bespectacled young man with refined features, idly scrolling through short videos with evident boredom. Just moments ago, Li Qingxiu had sensed someone's gaze upon him, a chilling stare laced with faint murderous intent, eerily reminiscent of that ominous look in the hotel last time. Noticing Li Qingxiu's unusual demeanor, Li Qingxia asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Spotted a familiar face. Going to say hello, Li Qingxiu casually replied while maneuvering out of his inner seat. He then strode over and deliberately settled himself beside the young man. The young man gave Li Qingxiu a puzzled glance, then went back to looking at his phone as if nothing had happened. Li Qingxia, sitting across the aisle, shook Li Qingxiu's arm and glanced meaningfully at the bookish young man, her face full of questions. Li Qingxiu shook her head, signaling with her eyes for Li Qingxia not to meddle. Tch Li Qingxia pursed her lips, turned her head away, and stopped engaging with Li Qingxiu. Time passed slowly, and within 10 minutes, a few more men boarded, filling the entire carriage. A young man from the community stepped onto the bus and called out, "We're about to depart, everyone fasten your seatbelts." With that, he took the driver's seat, warmed up the engine for a moment, and then stepped on the gas, setting off toward North Huangshan. After fastening his seatbelt, Li Qingxiu glanced sideways at the young man beside him. Seeing no reaction from the other, he propped his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and silently watched him without a word. A minute later, the young man's face showed a trace of disgust as he said softly, "I'm not gay." Li Qingxiu grinned, "I'm not gay either." "Then why have you been staring at me?" The young man adjusted his glasses without turning his head. "Heh, because you stole glances at me too." Li Qingxiu's eyes curved slightly. "That time at the hotel, have you forgotten?" At these words, the young man's scrolling finger paused briefly, but not a trace of abnormality crossed his face. He put down his phone and looked at Li Chinxiu with confusion. What hotel? Am I out of my mind, going to rent a room with a guy? Hearing this, Li Chinxiu remained expressionless and asked quietly, tell me, what does the circled April 16th in your hotel group mean? What were you planning to do at North Huangshan? Are you out of your damn mind? What circled April 16th? And what would I be doing at North Huangshan? Whatever I damn well please when doing side jobs, the young man retorted rudely. Do you really think I can't kill you, reviver? Li Chinxiu's expression gradually turned icy as she grabbed the young man's hand and slit his palm with her fingernail. The young man's pupils trembled. He clenched his fist and tried to pull away, but Li Chinxiu's grip was immovable, like a crab's pincer. 2 seconds later, the skin around the cut wriggled slightly and healed completely in the blink of an eye. Only the crimson blood remained as proof it hadn't been an illusion. From your aura, you're just second restriction at most. How dare you lie to me? You'll answer whatever I ask, understood? Li Chinxiu flashed him a radiant smile. The young man curled the corner of his mouth. Are you from the Special Abilities Division or the Security and Intelligence Division? Perhaps you haven't fully grasped your current predicament? Li Chinxiu inquired. And you think you have? A flicker of disdain flashed through the young man's eyes. The moment those words fell, dozens of gazes converged on Li Chinxiu, and the pounding of his heartbeat accelerated in that instant. The young man smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Li Chinxiu's heartbeat. Your heart is beating so fast, I can literally hear it. Seems like you don't know anything, just some reckless fool who happened to stumble in here. You take your money, we'll handle our business. Let's keep things peaceful between us. Don't try anything funny, or even with your peak third restriction strength, you'll die. With a mocking grin, the youth withdrew his hand and went back to casually scrolling through short videos as though nothing had happened. But the young man didn't realize there are two meanings to a racing heartbeat, one is fear, the other is excitement. In Li Chinxiu's pitch-black eyes flickered a barely detectable excitement, within which one could even glimpse a faint trace of something bordering on madness. Years of repression and surging hatred had gradually reshaped Li Chinxiu's psyche, with madness becoming the foundational hue of his soul's deepest layers. After traveling for half an hour, the bus finally reached the mountain summit. At the driver's urging, the passengers began disembarking one after another. This was an open-air parking lot adjacent to a 6-story hotel. After over 200 people disembarked from their vehicles, a middle-aged man led them to an empty clearing. Li Chinxiu stood at the very back of the crowd with Li Chinxia, continuously sizing up the others, his gaze practically appraising them like stacks of federal banknotes. Xiao Qiu, what happened in the vehicle earlier? Why did so many people suddenly start staring at you? Li Chinxia asked softly, keeping her head lowered. More than half of those 40-plus people on board were revivers, they're all part of the same group. I offended one of them, so naturally the others noticed me, Li Chinxiu replied with deliberate nonchalance. Oh, so it's a reviver, no wonder. Wait, what? Li Chinxia turned her head in shock. Li Chinxiu nodded calmly. Don't worry, none of them are particularly strong, I'd get goosebumps if they were. There is one reviver who can sense my power level, yet he remains unperturbed. That's rather intriguing. You? Li Chinxia gulped and pulled Li Chinxiu a few steps back, whispering, doesn't that mean they'll come after us soon? Maybe, but not now. They probably have some mission to carry out, and it's not convenient for them to expose themselves at the moment, Li Chinxiu speculated. Then let's quickly contact the special abilities. North Huang Mountain is right next to the city wall bordering the uninhabited zone, and being at the summit, do you really think your phone would still have signal? We can only make calls via satellite phone, but I suspect even that won't work. If I can think of it, they definitely can too. So, let's wait and see. Chapter 30 Slaughter. The person at the front of the crowd, seeing that everyone had arrived, raised a megaphone and announced, collect your hotel keycards and security uniforms here. After getting them, return to the hotel and take some rest. Someone will notify you when it's time. Next, everyone lined up in an orderly manner to collect their room keys and uniforms. Most people's rooms were on the first 3 floors, with only a very few assigned to the 6th floor. Li Chinxiu and Li Qingxia were assigned to room 628 on the 6th floor. It was a twin room located at the westernmost end of the hallway, the farthest from the staircase. After finishing a series of messy tasks, everyone gradually left the parking lot. Li Chinxiu and Li Qingxia didn't linger outside and went straight to their assigned room. The room was furnished conventionally, boasting a double bed and an attached bathroom. Li Chinxiu lay on the bed, staring quietly at the ceiling as if deep in thought. This is bad, the call really won't go through, Li Qingxia said, staring at the signal bars on her phone. They're not idiots, there's no way they'd give you a chance to tip anyone off. Li Chinxiu rolled her eyes exasperatedly at Li Qingxia. Fuck my life. Why didn't you warn me there'd be so many revenants here? Li Qingxia muffled her phone into the quilt before glaring at Chinxiu. Sitting up, Li Chinxiu chuckled and scolded. Didn't I tell you? You're the dumbass who insisted on coming. Li Qingxia stammered uselessly before finally sighing in defeat. Fine then, Xiao Qiuzi, let's scram while they're still hesitating. We might still make it if we run now. Run? Go look out the window at the hotel perimeter and see if there's anyone there. Li Qingxiu pointed toward the window. Li Qingxiu walked over hesitantly and peered down at the surroundings. Within seconds, his expression shifted from doubt to astonishment. Just as Li Qingxiu had said, idle young men sat crouching every 100 meters along the hotel's boundary wall, puffing away at their cigarettes. There must be over 200 revivers on those 5 buses alone. Beyond them, there are certainly other revivers around. How many exactly, I don't know. If we want to leave, fighting is inevitable, Li Qingxiu said calmly. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu's face turned pale as she stiffly took a few steps back and sat down on the bed. Li Qingxiu paid no attention to Li Qingxia and continued speaking to himself. Brother, why do you think they're gathering so many awakened? When you get down to it, everything comes to either profit or hatred. Which one is it for them? If it's profit, what kind of profit could possibly motivate so many awakened? It shouldn't be something as simple as killing and eating people, or taking revenge on society. The more Li Qingxiu pondered, the wider his grin grew, while beside him Li Qingxia's face grew increasingly pale with every word she heard. At the same time, in a room on the first floor of the hotel, a burly, dark-skinned man lay shirtless on the plush bed, with 2 scantily clad women kneeling tremblingly on either side of his thighs, massaging his legs. Give me a good relaxation, and maybe if I'm in a good mood, you'll live to see another day, the man said casually. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in, the burly man called toward the door. The door swung open slowly, revealing a scholarly-looking young man who stepped inside, none other than the person who had been sitting beside Li Qingxiu earlier. Wan Qing, what brings you here? The burly man asked in a deep voice. Wan Qing remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward the 2 women kneeling on the bed. The big man impatiently sat up, grabbing the dagger from the bedside table, and with lightning speed slashed across the 2 women's throats. Put! Bright red blood sprayed out, dotting the pure white quilt with crimson stains. The big man wiped the blood splattered on his face with a pillow towel, carelessly kicking his feet, sending the 2 women's corpses tumbling to the floor like lumps of mud. Brother Su, everything's been taken care of, Wan Qing said respectfully. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Good, proceed according to the plan outlined above. Oh, and make sure everyone rests well. Tonight we might have a tough battle against New World. A tough battle? Wan Qing slightly furrowed his brows. Aren't we in a cooperative alliance with New World this time? Our cooperation is only about opening that sealed artifact box. As for who gets what's inside, that'll depend on strength. Otherwise, why would they summon so many ghost soldiers, even sending Lord Horseface himself, just for something as trivial as opening a box? Su Yuan calmly explained. I see. Wan Qing nodded. By the way, Brother Su, do you remember what I mentioned to you the other day? A few days ago, my psychic ability detected a top-tier 3 Prohibition's lifeform. What's wrong? Did something happen? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wan Qing said with a grave expression, I don't know if it's coincidence or intentional, but that person got on the bus and even discovered that I'm a reviver. What? Su Yuan's eyes instantly turned sharp. Is it someone from the Safety Control Bureau? Do they know about us? Wan Qing narrowed his eyes and shook his head. This person knows nothing about us and acts very recklessly. The Safety Control Bureau wouldn't do something so rash. Besides, he's quite timid. Our guy just glared at him, and he immediately shut up. Su Yuan let out a relieved sigh and said slowly, where is that person now? He's settled in room 628 at the hotel, Wan Qing replied, pointing upwards. As long as it's not the Intong Bureau, everything's negotiable. Later, take 1 or 2 brothers from the 1st and 2nd floors to meet up with Lord Horseface. I'll join you with the others after we've dealt with the people in the hotel, Su Yuan instructed. Meanwhile, Li Qingxiu remained completely unaware of the impending danger, blissfully slurping instant noodles together with Li Qingxia. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and before they knew it, it was already 5:30. Little Autumn, some of the security guards have left, let's hurry up and go too. Li Qingxia, standing by the window, pointed toward the hotel entrance. They said they'd notify us when the time came, and we haven't heard anything yet. What's the rush? Li Qingxiu, sprawled on the bed, replied carelessly. With a look of urgency, Li Qingxia rushed to Li Qingshuo's side. What I mean is we blend into the crowd and slip away midway. Who wants to work this damn job anyway? Speaking of which, Li Qingxia forcefully tugged at Li Qingshuo's arm, trying to pull him up from the bed. But Li Qingshuo remained as immovable as a mountain, like a solid counterweight. Why do you always treat others like fools? Are they villains who instantly lose their intelligence when encountering the protagonist like you? We can't just sit around waiting for death. Li Qingxia said helplessly. Who says waiting means sitting idly by? Li Qingshuo rolled out of bed and walked to the window, glancing downward with lowered eyes. Seems these people aren't planning to include me in their fun. At that moment, a terrified scream erupted from downstairs. Chapter 31, The Gossiping Women in the Hallway. The scream acted like a match to firecrackers. Chaotic, dense footsteps soon made the entire building's floor tremble, while shrill screams and the sounds of struggle reverberated through the staircase into the 6th floor hallway. Li Qingshuo's face instantly turned ashen, her body stiffening like a drawn bowstring. Little Xiaozi, can you fight them? Li Qingxia asked frantically. Li Qingxiu turned at her words and said softly, I can fight. But just as he uttered the word fight, his voice suddenly trailed off. Li Qingxiu lowered his head to look at his exposed arm, where his fair skin was now covered with tiny goosebumps, a warning from his body. At the same time, in the hallway on the 6th floor, people who heard the commotion cautiously opened their doors and peeked out. What's happening downstairs? No idea. There shouldn't be any bandits these days, right? Could there really be revivers in the hotel? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell deathly silent, and everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. At that moment, a young man timidly spoke up, I'll go check the stairwell. With that, the man cautiously pushed open the door and, gripping the wall for support, made his trembling way toward the stairwell. Be careful. The girl in the same room poked her head out and timidly spoke. The man turned his head and smiled faintly at the girl. Don't worry. Put. Bang. The sound of tearing flesh and the impact noise occurred simultaneously. White dust drifted down from the corridor walls while the electric lights buzzed ominously like in horror movies, flickering intermittently. The young man's face was right next to the electric light, his smiling features flickering in sync with the lamp's rhythm, his 6-foot-tall frame swaying like a feather in the air. Under the glare of the electric light, the crowd saw not only the youth's appearance but also a tongue, one that had pierced through a man's skull, stretching all the way to the stairwell entrance. He. Being early does have its advantages. An eerie voice slithered from around the corner of the stair landing. With a series of soggy footsteps as if shoes were treading through spilled water, a beautiful young woman emerged from the shadows. Her mouth hung open, drips of green saliva trickling from the corners, her slender tongue wriggling in the air like an earthworm. Husband! The woman in the same room screamed at the top of her lungs. The woman at the stairwell turned toward the sound, a sly glint flashing through her narrow, beautiful eyes. Whoosh! The next second, the woman's tongue shot out like a python, piercing a small hole through the door in front of her and directly puncturing her own heart with a sickening thud. Since you love each other so much, how could you let him die alone? The woman taunted. It's a reviver! It's a reviver! At that moment, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. Doors slammed shut one after another, sounding like a string of firecrackers. The woman curled her lips into an alluring smile, swaying her hips as she approached room 601's door. Ready or not, I'm coming to kill you. Inside the room, the middle-aged woman hurriedly hid her 6-year-old daughter under the bed upon hearing the voice outside. Be good, Xiao Yair. Remember not to make a sound. If you stay quiet, Daddy will take you to the amusement park every day from now on. The woman pressed her face against the cold floor, clasping the little girl's small hand tightly in her own. Though she smiled, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, dropping onto the floor. Mom, I am scared. The girl stammered, her crimson eyes glistening like shattered glass marbles. Don't make a sound, no matter how scared you are. With that, the woman released the girl's hand and ran to the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. A few seconds later, boom! The woman kicked the door open and strode inside. As she reached the bathroom door, the tightly shut door suddenly swung wide, and the middle-aged woman from before lunged out, gripping a mop with both hands as she swung it at the woman's head. Thud! Pathetic! The woman pulled her fingers out of the middle-aged woman's skull and flashed a disdainful smirk. The girl under the bed couldn't see the full struggle, only her mother's feet suddenly appearing, then collapsing to the floor. Mom! The girl couldn't help but cry out. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, the sound of damp footsteps reached her ears. When the girl turned her head, she came face to face with half of the woman's profile. What a pretty little girl we have here. The woman was just reaching out to grab the girl when dull footsteps from outside the door interrupted her movement. At the entrance of room 601, Li Qingxiu walked in with his hands in his pockets, kicked aside the corpse blocking his way, and strode over to the crouching woman, looking down at her from above. You, Li Qingxiu? A flash of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. Li Qingxiu asked in surprise, am I that famous now? Even a reviver has heard of me. Whoosh! Before Li Qingxiu could finish speaking, the woman's tongue shot out like a bullet. Just as the tongue was less than 10 centimeters away from Li Qingxiu, he tilted his head slightly, narrowly dodging it. Without hesitation, Li Qingxiu grabbed the tongue with one hand and forcefully flung the woman across the room. She slammed into the wall with a loud thud, the terrifying impact cracking the wall behind her like a spiderweb. This reanimated creature wasn't the one that had sent shivers down his spine. She was merely at the early stages of the second seal's power. Ha, ha! The woman gasped for breath, her eyes filled with terror. How could the most prominent figure from city number 11 suddenly appear here? She barely had time to process the thought. As she tried to rise and bolt for the staircase, a gentle breeze brushed past her. Before she could react, a massive hand slammed her head straight into the wall. After pinning the woman's head, Li Qingxiu clenched his other fist and drove an uppercut straight into her jawbone. Crunch! Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed across the field as the woman's jaw was instantly smashed to pulp, her 2 rows of teeth severing her own tongue under the brutal external force. Excruciating pain sent her limbs into uncontrollable convulsions, while muffled howls of agony continuously escaped her ruined mouth. Though revenants could regenerate, that didn't mean they were impervious to pain. Tell me, what's your purpose coming to North Huangshan? Why are you here? How many came? What's the strongest among you? Li Chinxiu interrogated with frost-laced fury. A few seconds later, the woman's wounds healed completely. She glared at Li Chinxiu with venomous eyes and threatened, "Do you know whose woman I am? Let me go and I don't know." With a forceful press of his palm, Li Chinxiu exploded the woman's head with a bang, reducing it to a faint mist of blood. Chapter 32, The Security Bureau? After killing the woman, Li Chinxiu wiped his blood-stained hands on her clothes. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching from the stairwell, he strode forward to meet them. In the narrow confines of the staircase, the revenants surged toward the 6th floor like a tangled swarm of bees. Drenched in blood, they chewed on chunks of half-swallowed raw meat, their eyes alight with greed and bloodlust. Just one more floor, a few more kills and I'll break through to second prohibition. Hey bastard, quit shoving. What's your damn hurry? How can you taste someone beautiful if you're not in a hurry? The young man at the front bared his teeth, crimson blood slowly seeping through them. Just as he was about to reach the stairway exit, a figure emerged from around the corner. It was Li Chinxiu. Ha ha ha. The young revived one flashed a maniacal grin, tilting his head as he lunged for Li Chinxiu's neck. Too slow. Li Chinxiu raised his arm and swatted at the revenant's skull as if swatting a fly. Boom! The next second, the person's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering viscous unidentified fluids across the white walls. The sudden violence stunned the reviver standing behind the victim. Gripping the stairwell railing in terror, he tried to retreat backward, but the others behind him gave no quarter, forcing him inexorably forward toward Li Chinxiu instead. I'm good. Boom! Another skull burst apart. Li Chinxiu shook the blood off his hands and walked step by step downstairs. The reviver blocking his path had just realized something was amiss when they met the same fate as the previous revivers. After killing 7 or 8 reanimated beings in quick succession, the others finally sensed something was amiss and began shouting toward the rear. Step back, everyone step back. Someone resembling a Sanjin suspect. Fuck off, retreat. If you don't want to die, stop fucking crowding. At these shouts, those frenzied resurrectees finally regained their senses and retreated toward the 5th floor corridor, their faces filled with terror as they stared at the stairwell entrance. Drip, drip, drip. Li Chinxiu stepped slowly into view, his shoes splashing through the blood pooling on the floor. Isn't that Li Chinxiu, the A-rank supernatural ability user blessed by fate? Why would he be here? Li Chinxiu paid no heed to the crowd's questions, his sharp gaze piercing through them to fixate on the end of the corridor. At the far end of the hallway, Su Yuan happened to step out from his room, traces of unwashed blood still clinging to the corner of his lips. As if guided by some unseen premonition, Su Yuan turned his head at that very moment, fixing his gaze intently on Li Chinxiu. Their eyes met abruptly in mid-air. How interesting. With murderous intent roiling in his eyes, Su Yuan pushed aside the reviving creatures blocking his path and strode toward Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu smiled faintly in the distance, those calm and unfathomable eyes flickering with a hint of movement, as though flames danced faintly beneath placid waters. For a revived one who could actually make him feel threatened, he was both curious and excited. Even if this wasn't the final battlefield he had planned, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. With this thought, Li Chinxiu shifted his stance slightly before shooting forward like an arrow charging straight down the corridor towards the revived one. Don't be afraid everyone, let's work together. Boom! Li Chinxiu's whip kick instantly shattered his opponent's skull. The other awakened were momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and swarmed toward Li Chinxiu. Most were merely first seal practitioners, with only a scant few at second seal. The gap between them and Li Chinxiu was simply too vast. Like a wolf among sheep, Li Chinxiu moved effortlessly through the crowd, harvesting lives as if strolling through unguarded territory. The effortless slaughter brought no trace of joy to Li Chinxiu's eyes, only growing bewilderment. During his dream visit to the palace last night, the coloring of the second mural had been nearly 70% complete. Logically, having slain so many revenants now, his third supernatural ability should have awakened already, so why couldn't he sense anything? But before Li Chinxiu could ponder further, an icy chill crawled up his spine. At the critical moment, Li Chinxiu channeled all his strength into his calves and leapt backward to evade. Bang! The hardened concrete ground was smashed straight through, and the terrifying shockwave sent the surrounding revenants flying. Fine, dense pebbles shot out like bullets in all directions, sending sprays of blood blossoming in their wake. Amid the ashen dust, Su Yuan retracted his fist, glaring at Li Chinxiu like a wild wolf. Not bad at all. A mere 3 banished actually managed to dodge my punch. You're not bad either. Li Chinxiu replied with a smile, though his eyes remained wary and guarded. His strength was approaching the 4th forbidden level, yet the man before him was a genuine 4th forbidden power, and not a weak one at that. Ha ha! Su Yuan let out a low, eerie chuckle. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he tore through the air, clenched fist smashing toward Li Chinxiu with terrifying force, generating sharp sonic booms in its wake. Facing this assault, Li Chinxiu pivoted on his toes, turning his back toward the corridor's end while casually raising his arms in a defensive posture. In the instant of collision, Li Chinxiu's legs pushed backward, dissipating the force while simultaneously using his opponent's momentum to propel himself flying rearward. Not good. Su Yuan instantly realized something was wrong, but by the time he reached out to grab, everything was already too late. Jump! Seeing he was about to crash through the corridor's glass window, Li Chinxiu shouted at the top of his lungs toward the upper floor. Crack! Shattered glass shards sprayed outward, like bursting water bubbles, glowing with a breathtakingly beautiful glass-like radiance under the lingering sunset. At the same moment, Li Qingxia, who had been waiting on the 6th floor, gritted her teeth and leaped down, landing perfectly on Li Chinxiu's back. Their figures traced a graceful arc as they crashed straight onto the roof of a small car. Scared me to death, Li Qingxia gasped, clutching her racing heart in terror. It's not over yet, hold on tight. Li Chenxiu calmly looked ahead. There stood a man and a woman, their icy gazes fixed intently on Li Chinxiu. Top tier 3 forbiddens as well? A faint curve appeared at the corner of Li Chinxiu's lips. Through his sixth sense, he had roughly gauged their strength, close to his own, truly matched rivals. At that moment, Su Yuan from the 5th floor stepped to the window, his sharp eyes glaring at Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu, why are you here? Ha! Li Chinxiu chuckled lightly. Did you really think the security bureau wouldn't notice? The moment his words fell, Li Chinxiu channeled all his power into his legs through absolute control, leaping forward like a hunting cheetah. He vaulted over the couple and charged straight towards the undeveloped mountain forest. Standing by the 5th floor window, Su Yuan visibly paled upon hearing this. Pointing frantically in the direction Li Chinxiu had vanished, he bellowed, after him, all of you. With that, Su Yuan jumped down from the 5th floor and gave chase in the direction the two had fled. Su Yuan had no choice. What the other party said might be a lie, but it could also be the truth. It wasn't a gamble worth taking. Chapter 33, Underwear in the Water. The setting sun scattered haphazardly through the gaps in the leaves as Li Chinxiu weaved through the trees and mountains with Li Qingxiao on his back, now turning left, now turning right, sometimes leaping, sometimes sneaking. Like an elusive phantom, he left the pursuers, those awakened ones, utterly exasperated. Is this kid born in the year of the monkey? How did he disappear again? No matter how fast he runs, where could he possibly go? The path down the mountain isn't this way. Su Yuan looked in the direction where Li Chinxiu had fled and ordered the two men beside him. You two lead the team and form a C-shaped encirclement to close in on Li Chinxiu. Remember, our goal isn't to kill this kid, just don't let him descend the mountain. Keep him occupied until Lord Horseface activates the barrier, then we'll withdraw. Understood. The man and woman exchanged a glance before running off in opposite directions. Deep in the mountain forest, Li Chenxiu's heavy panting echoed like thunder as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Little Qiuzi, why are you running this way? Li Qingxia said with complete bewilderment. Li Chenxiu's gaze deepened as he replied calmly, there are no surveillance cameras here. Even if my awakened abilities get exposed, it won't matter. Second brother, use your nose, tell me where the air feels more humid and point the way for me. Surely you don't mean to fight all of them alone? Li Qingxia's voice trembled with shock. How could you possibly win? You don't even know what supernatural abilities they possess, how would you even fight? Li Chenxiu's lips curled into a smirk, a flash of crimson glinting in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold, and escaping death's grip is what makes life thrilling. If I always played it safe, how dull my path forward would be. At this moment, not a trace of fear remained in Li Chenxiu's gaze, the madness long suppressed at his core now lay completely bare. For the most part, he was a man of rationality. But rationality also meant restraint. If some matters could no longer be resolved with reason, then it was time to embrace madness. After hearing Li Chenxiu's words, Li Qingxia hesitated for a moment before saying, 10 o'clock direction. Li Chenxiu nodded, suddenly braked to a stop, and said to Li Qingxia, run towards 2 o'clock direction. Why? Li Qingxia scratched his head. Having you with me is too inconvenient. Run that way, I'll draw their attention. With your own abilities, surviving shouldn't be a problem. Good luck. Li Chenxiu waved his hand and ran off in another direction, leaving Li Qingxia standing alone in bewildered confusion. After leaving Li Qingxia behind, Li Chenxiu returned to his normal speed. As he passed by some large trees, he kicked them down, creating enormous commotions that served like beacons in the mountainous forest, drawing everyone's attention. After running for over 10 minutes, streaks of weariness bled into the sky, wherein the deep blue of the ocean usurped the afterglow of sunset, and Li Chenxiu finally found the small stream he had been yearning for. The stream wasn't wide, not even 2 meters across, with its depth less than a meter. Yet for Li Chenxiu, it was more than sufficient. The ability called extreme water essentially means freely manipulating water at will, but with the prerequisite that water must be present. Although Li Chenxiu himself can transform his body into water, this ability consumes considerable mental energy. Simply put, overusing it leads to dizziness and headaches. Li Chenxiu tossed his phone into the nearby grass and jumped straight into the stream. The moment he entered the water, Li Chinxiu vanished completely into the stream, leaving only his clothes disheveled and clinging to the riverbed. A few minutes later, Su Yuan arrived hurriedly at the stream with several dozen men in tow. "Brother Su, there are clothes in the water," one man shouted, pointing at the creek. Su Yuan's gaze turned sharp as a blade. In one swift motion, his 5 fingers plunged into the water like an eagle's talons, clutching at something. "Underwear?" Su Yuan stared dumbfounded at the soggy garment in his hand, his eyes flashing with disgust before tossing it back into the water. His companions jumped into the stream one after another, emerging with various articles of clothing, jackets, pants, socks, shoes. That's Li Chinxiu's clothes. What on earth was he thinking? Even if he wanted to escape along the stream, there's no need to strip down to his underwear, is there? Su Yuan looked puzzled, his eyes darting between the stream and the dark mountain path ahead, momentarily unsure of what to do next. "Boss, let's keep chasing forward. After all, our people have surrounded the rear. There's no way they could sneak away quietly. And if anything happens, we've got walkie-talkies and signal flares. Anyone who spots them can call for backup immediately." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. "Good point, but we should leave a few men here. I've got a feeling Li Chinxiu might come back for his underwear." Li Chinxiu, who had transformed into flowing water concealed within the water, was utterly speechless. What kind of divine logic was this? But Su Yuan wasn't wrong, he really would be wearing nothing but underwear later. After Su Yuan finished deploying the personnel, he quickly left the area and ran deeper inside, leaving only 3 people behind to monitor these clothes. They're actually guarding clothes, the person's already fled. Who would come back just to get dressed? A young man walked to the edge of the stream and listlessly threw pebbles into the river. Whatever, just whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that very moment, 3 droplets of water shot up from the surface. Before the trio could react, the droplets pierced through their foreheads with a thud. Thus, it ends. After the 3 deaths, a stream of water shot forth from the river's surface, carrying clothes drifting along the riverbed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the figure of Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu gave his soaking wet clothes a light shake, causing droplets of water to rise from his body and scatter around him, leaving him once again in his previously pristine state. Once this was done, Li Chinxiu approached one of the corpses, stripped off the security uniform, draped it over himself, and altered his appearance to match that of the deceased. That should look pretty similar now. Li Chinxiu patted his own cheeks and, with a mere thought, manipulated the stream to sweep the 3 corpses into the water, crushing them into blood mist with several loud booms. In the dark forest, beams of yellow light swayed between the shadows of the trees. Over 50 revivers cautiously searched for Li Chinxiu's trail, led by the man from downstairs earlier. His name was Zhang Tong, a top-tier 3-seal reviver. "Ah, help me." In the silent mountain forest, a terrified cry suddenly rang out, rapidly approaching Zhang Tong's location. "Be on alert." Zhang Tong raised his arm. The revivers behind him immediately halted, nervously staring in the direction of the voice. Soon, a panicked figure burst out from the woods. Everyone quickly aimed their flashlights at the person, exposing his condition completely under the blinding lights. His clothes were torn to shreds, gaping holes everywhere, with bright red blood flowing all over his body, looking just like a zombie from a horror movie, grotesque and terrifying. Isn't that Xue Daong? Chapter 34, The Disaster Emerges. Wasn't Xue Daong working with Brother Su? How did he end up like this? Something couldn't have happened to Brother Su, could it? Impossible. Brother Su is a 4th restriction expert. The crowd murmured nervously, their already fearful hearts growing even more unsettled. Xue Daong's footsteps grew closer and closer, narrowing the distance between him and the group. When only tens of meters remained, whether from tripping or exhaustion, he suddenly lurched forward, his entire face smashing against a rock. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking and the sticky squelch of flesh echoed through the air. By the time Xue Daong tremblingly propped himself up on his hands, his face was already a bloody mess, with blood streaming down. Yet, mere seconds later, these injuries slowly healed before everyone's eyes, leaving nothing behind but the traces of blood on his face. Help me! Help me! Xue Daong stretched out his hand towards Zhang Tong, who stood at the forefront. Seeing this, Zhang Tong swiftly moved in front of Xue Daong and pulled him up. Weren't you supposed to be following Brother Su? How did you end up in this state? Where is Brother Su? After catching his breath, Xue Daong recounted everything that had just happened, though only the first part was true, the latter half was entirely fabricated by Li Chinxiu. That's right, the Xue Daong at this moment was actually Li Chinxiu in disguise. While the 3 of us were guarding the underwear as Brother Su instructed, that guy who was with Li Chinxiu suddenly jumped down from a tree and attacked me without saying a word. He's a second banished destiny bearer. The 3 of us together were no match for him, and later, I was the only one who managed to escape. At this point, Li Chinxiu hung his head in shame. After all, deserting the battlefield was hardly an honorable thing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong angrily kicked Li Chinxiu to the ground. Idiot! Didn't you have a walkie-talkie and signal flares? Li Chinxiu pointed aggrievedly at his clothes. By the time I disengaged from the fight to try using them, they were all broken. I had no choice but to run back for reinforcements. Lead the way. Everyone, follow behind. Zhang Tong yelled at the top of his lungs. Seeing Li Qinxiu still sitting motionless in place, he cursed. What the hell are you staring at? Get moving and lead us. Li Qinxiu shuddered as if startled, nodding repeatedly like a pecking chick. Oh, right, I'll lead the way right now. With that, Li Qinxiu staggered to his feet and began guiding the group forward. The stream wasn't far from here if one went in a straight line, but without Li Qinxiu's guidance, this group would likely spend 3 times as long searching for it. This was something Li Qinxiu could never allow. He needed to defeat these people one by one before Su Yuan noticed anything amiss, awakening his third supernatural ability. Only then would he stand a chance in battle. Under Li Qinxiu's lead, the group soon arrived by the small stream. Even after nearly 20 minutes, the air still carried a faint trace of blood. Zhang Tong walked to the stream and surveyed the surroundings, a hint of confusion surfacing in his eyes. Didn't you say there was a fierce fight here? Why is there no sign of battle? Just as Li Qinxiu was about to respond, a droplet of water suddenly condensed out of thin air. With a sharp whoosh, it pierced straight through his forehead. With a loud thud, Li Qinxiu's eyes widened as he collapsed stiffly to the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, including Zhang Tong who stood nearby. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tong nudged Li Qinxiu with his foot, but Li Qinxiu didn't respond at all. At that moment, a resuscitator crouched down and parted the strands of hair covering Li Qinxiu's forehead, finally discovering a tiny hole right between her eyebrows. The reviver who saw this scene narrowed his pupils, raising his head to stammer, he seems dead? Dead? Zhang Tong crouched down, and when he saw the small hole in Li Qinxiu's forehead, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needle tips. To kill someone right before his eyes without anyone noticing, how was this possible? The next moment, Zhang Tong tensely shouted loudly, "Be on guard! Defensive formation!" More than 50 revivers immediately split into 10 teams, each spaced about 15 meters apart, a distance that ensured mutual support while preventing complete annihilation. But for Li Qinxiu, this arrangement was meaningless. He didn't need close-quarters combat. Lying on the ground, he could simply condense airborne moisture into water droplets, take aim, and fire. The job got done while he remained prone. The air on the field grew increasingly oppressive. Even the rustling of leaves in the wind made everyone's nerves tense abruptly. The silence now felt like death's quietude. The longer it dragged on, the more panicked their hearts grew. Not knowing when the next casualty would strike made every second excruciating torment. A minute later, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer and whispered to Zhang Tong, "Brother Zhang, maybe we should leave first. It feels like there's really no one here." Zhang Tong frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Alright, let's get out of here and stick to the original search plan." The moment these words were spoken, the tension in the group unwittingly eased, and right at that moment, Li Qinxiu made his move. Whoosh! A barely perceptible whoosh of wind sounded, gently carrying away a few drops of crimson. The smiles of several resurrected had yet to fade when they could never make another expression again, collapsing onto the damp earth. Dead, more dead. Before the speaker could finish, dense raindrop-like droplets shot toward the crowd. The sound of flesh tearing rang out continuously across the field as scarlet blood streamed like red ribbons, fluttering in the night wind. Someone tried to shield themselves with their arms against the water droplets, but it was utterly futile. The droplets seeped through every possible gap. Only Zhang Tong, with his triple forbidden abilities, could effortlessly fend them off. This attack method, it's the high-risk disaster numbered 096, the disaster water. Brother Zhang, save me. Brother Zhang, save me. Why is disaster water here? Isn't he supposed to be an awakener too? We're doomed. This high-level disaster is completely beyond our capability to withstand. A chorus of wails erupted across the scene as despair and terror spread through the crowd like a plague. Watching his comrades fall one after another beside him, Zhang Tong's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Just as he was about to pull the signal flare from his chest, a half-meter-wide water column erupted from the surface, charging toward him like a furious dragon. Caught off guard, Zhang Tong had no time to evade. With a thunderous boom, the water column sent him flying, destroying both his signal flare and walkie-talkie in the violent impact. Bastard! Zhang Tong shouted in a fury, standing up to try snatching the signal flares from others, only to quickly realize with dismay that everyone else's flares and walkie-talkies had been ruined by the water droplets. A profound sense of helplessness surged straight through the crown of his head. At this moment, only one question lingered in Zhang Tong's mind. Why would a high-risk disaster be here, lying in ambush for us? Does this make any sense? Chapter 35 The Final Request. Time ticked by minute, as more and more revived individuals fell to the ground. Zhang Tong made numerous attempts to break through and escape during this time, but each time he was on the verge of success, several jets of water would shoot skyward, forcing him back and leaving him embittered. Li Qinxiu, lying on the ground, furrowed his brow tightly, showing not a hint of joy despite the successful ambush. Why hasn't the third ability appeared yet? Li Qinxiu inwardly asked himself. Finding no answer through contemplation, Li Qinshu diverted part of his consciousness to sleep, allowing his awareness to enter the palace once more. The palace remained as majestic and luminous as ever, its 12 wall carvings still vividly lifelike. Li Qinshu walked up to one particular wall. Carved upon it was a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, whose extraordinary demeanor radiated divine brilliance. The man in the mural bore human features, yet certain parts of his body resembled beasts rather than men. Thick serpentine creatures coiled around his broad earlobes, while ferocious flame patterns crawled across his bare torso. He stood upon two majestic divine dragons, poised above the clouds, his downcast eyes seeming to scrutinize something unseen. Though this wasn't Li Qinshu's first time viewing the mural, each visit filled him with an indescribable heaviness when gazing upon this man, not quite fear, but the profound awe an ordinary citizen might feel before the Federation president. Li Qinshu approached and placed his hand on the mural, his furrowed brow betraying deep bewilderment. That's strange, I've already filled in all the colors, so why can't I sense the third ability? Last time, didn't I awaken extreme water immediately after completing the coloring? Could there be some change this time? Previously, his awakening of extreme water had been extremely simple. It activated the moment he finished coloring completely, without any flashy trials or tests. Li Qinshu closed his eyes and searched through the river of his memories, trying to find any oversight he might have missed during his awakening of extreme water. Meanwhile, in the outside world, nearly all the revivers had perished, leaving only Zhang Tong standing alone in place. He kept glancing nervously left and right, like a madman utterly out of his wits. Disaster Waters, show yourself. How dare you hide in the shadows and kill? Is this worthy of your notorious reputation? Zhang Tong shouted at the top of his lungs. Scared by just 50-something dead revivalists? A mocking voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Tong. Who's there? Zhang Tong whirled around in alarm, only to freeze stiff as horror dawned on his face. By the creek, Shuedeong, who should have been dead, or more precisely, Li Qinshu, who should have been dead in Zhang Tong's eyes, slowly stood up. Shuedeong, shouldn't you be dead? Zhang Tong staggered back in shock. Chop me until I can't regenerate, and I'll die naturally. Li Qinshu raised his arm and beckoned to Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong swallowed hard, his voice trembling with unease. What exactly are you, and where is the calamitous water? Li Qinshu did not answer the other's question. Radial cracks suddenly erupted beneath his feet as he flashed like a phantom in the night sky, appearing directly above Zhang Tong and driving his fist downward toward the man's face. The terrifying force of the punch sent Zhang Tong's facial flesh rippling backward like ocean waves. It was clear that if this blow landed cleanly, Zhang Tong would likely perish on the spot. Scram! Zhang Tong roared like a wild beast, his clenched fist swelling as if pumped full of air, and he fearlessly struck back at Li Qinshu. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the two combatants, sending corpses and fallen leaves scattering outward in all directions. Die! A ferocious grin spread across Zhang Tong's face as his other hand shot out in a vicious, cunning strike toward Li Qinshu's ribs. Facing such a tricky attack, Li Qinshu remained utterly composed. With an indifferent tone, he uttered a single word, freeze. The instant the word left his lips, a crackling sound of ice formation erupted from Zhang Tong's body. A thin layer of frost rapidly spread across his entire frame, visible to the naked eye. Though the ice seemed inconsequential to Zhang Tong, it slowed his movements by just a fraction. To win in battle, you don't actually need many strategies, just being one step faster is enough. In that instant, Li Qinshu formed a hand blade with his left hand, slicing through the air toward Zhang Tong's neck. Put! Blood splattered like ink across an oil painting, shimmering with a crimson glow under the cold moonlight. Zhang Tong's body collapsed straight to the ground, while his head remained gripped in Li Qinshu's hand. All of this may seem simple, but achieving it is far from easy. To avoid wasting time and quickly end the battle, Li Qinshu had been relentlessly attacking Zhang Tong with water pillars earlier. While it appeared to be an effort to block his escape, the deeper purpose was to thoroughly soak his opponent. This would allow her ice element to come into play, ensuring a fatal strike with a single blow. Your strength is impressive, you've made my whole arm go numb, Li Qinshu said, shaking out his arm while simultaneously using his mind to manipulate the water droplet, continuously hindering Zhang Tong's regeneration. Water element, ice element, the undying third eye. What exactly are you? Zhang Tong's voice trembled. He had never seen a reviver who possessed two abilities at once, could pierce through brows, and still survive. I don't know either, but if you insist on an answer, then a miracle. I am a miracle. Li Qinshu smiled with pursed lips. A miracle. Zhang Tong muttered to himself, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Approaching death, Zhang Tong unexpectedly became calm, no longer displaying his previous madness. I ask you, what is your purpose here? Who is the strongest among you? How many have come? Answer truthfully and I may spare your life. Li Qinshu spoke with genuine sincerity. Let me go? Zhang Tong gave a pale smile. Though I'm a coward, I'm no fool. I know too many of your secrets. How could you possibly let me live? A flicker of surprise passed through Li Qinshu's eyes. Then you can die. Wait. I didn't say I wouldn't talk, just help me with one thing, and I'll tell you everything. Zhang Tong hastily stopped Li Chinxiu. I don't have time for this. Help me delete my phone's browser history, and the downloads and saves in the cloud storage. Delete it and I'll talk, I'm begging you. Before Li Chinxiu could finish speaking, Zhang Tong cut him off. Li Chinxiu fell silent and, after a few seconds, nodded before pulling a phone from Zhang Tong's pocket. The password is 13432. Hurry up and delete it. Zhang Tong urged anxiously. Li Chinxiu shook his head, pulling out a carefully prepared signal flare from his robe and igniting it right in front of Zhang Tong. The red light shot into the night sky, growing brighter until it overpowered both the stars and the moon. Zhang Tong tore his gaze from the signal flare, looking at Li Chinxiu in disbelief. Have you gone mad? Li Chinxiu smiled innocently and spoke deliberately. Tell me everything before they arrive. If what you say doesn't satisfy me, or if you haven't finished before they get here. Li Chinxiu paused briefly, waving Zhang Tong's phone before his eyes. Not only will I not delete what you mentioned, but I'll also make it public online, telling your family, friends, and teachers to make you famous across the Federation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's face turned deathly pale, and large amounts of blood gushed from his mouth as he sputtered. Your password is 13,432, I remember it clearly, no need to repeat it. Just a reminder, your time is running out. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Security Superintendent. Zhang Tong's pupils kept trembling, bloodshot veins creeping across the whites of his eyes. If looks could kill, Li Chinxiu would have been torn to shreds by now. Though Zhang Tong was grinding his teeth in rage, he eventually unclenched his jaw. On North Yellow Mountain now, there are two awakened factions from the No Man's Land. One is the underworld where I belong, the other is the New World. Both are top-tier forces in the No Man's Land. Li Chinxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected there to be awakened organizations in the No Man's Land, especially one with a name like Underworld. Wasn't that very term Underworld discovered by the archaeology team among some ruins? However, Li Chinxiu didn't pursue that line of thought and continued listening to what Zhang Tong had to say. The reason we've come to North Huangshan this time is because a few months ago, the New World discovered a sealed artifact box in the Cursed Land of the No Man's Zone. You do know what the Cursed Land and the sealed artifact box are, right? Li Chinxiu shook his head. No, I don't. Zhang Tong's eyes were filled with surprise, but he patiently explained. In the No Man's Zone, there are areas where the rules have become distorted for unknown reasons. For example, drinking water won't quench your thirst, you have to eat dirt instead. The faster you run, the slower you actually move. Walking upside down makes you slower when you try to move slowly, but oddly enough, makes you go faster when you try to move faster. Perhaps due to the distortion of rules, these lands have also given birth to lifeforms beyond ordinary human cognition. Like the indigenous inhabitants of these places, they've adapted to all the rules, and their strength is terrifying. This is what's known as the Cursed Land. The so-called sealing artifact box is a special mystical vessel. Simply put, it's used for storing items, but only mystical artifacts. Once the lid of the sealing artifact box is closed, opening it again isn't so easy. One must follow the box's own unique rules. For example, some sealing artifact boxes require being submerged in water for a year, others demand the box be struck with a knife 10,000 times. Rules range from the bizarre to the extraordinary. Only after completing these can the box be opened. Such is the nature of the sealing artifact box. Li Chinxiu had an epiphany, so that's how it is. But there's one thing I still don't understand, why would sealing artifact boxes appear in the Cursed Land? Consuming creatures from the Cursed Land or the fruits of strange plants can enhance one's physical body. So many chosen ones venture into the Cursed Land seeking improvement. However, the Cursed Land is a double-edged sword. Even powerful chosen ones risk losing their lives. If faced with certain death, to prevent their mystical artifacts from falling into enemy hands, they would place them inside a sealer's box. Hearing this, Li Chinxiu's lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes seemed to brighten in the darkness. Interesting. So, what are the rules for unlocking the sealer's box on North Yellow Mountain? Zhang Tong replied gravely. You must kill 10,000 people in front of the box. The New World has already completed 4,000 of them. To fulfill the remaining 6,000, they sought out our underworld and proposed a collaboration. Since our underworld office holds some influence in city number 11, they proposed letting our people organize this bonfire party. Their Neo-World would be responsible for establishing the rules of the artifact container. Afterward, they'd take the arcane artifact, and we'd keep all the corpses. Li Chinxiu chuckled softly. According to what you're saying, your underworld office wouldn't need to lift a finger, just sit back and reap the rewards. But judging by your massive deployment, it looks like you're preparing for a fight. The capabilities of arcane artifacts are unpredictable and mysterious. Naturally, our underworld office also wants to compete for it. I don't know how many people Neo-World has sent for this operation, nor who their strongest member is, but I do know a bit about the underworld's forces, close to 300 revenants. How many are beyond the 3 prohibitions? Who's the strongest among them? What's their power level? And what abilities do they have? There are at most less than 10 members of the Three Forbiddens, and the strongest among them goes by the alias Horseface. Of course, that's just his code name. What kind of abilities he possesses or how strong he really is, I don't know. I only know that he's extremely powerful. A trace of reverence flashed in Zhang Tong's eyes, and his expression grew noticeably graver. How does it compare to that big brute earlier? Li Chenxiu's eyes gleamed fiercely. Su Yuan? Zhang Tong let out a disdainful laugh. One move should suffice. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chenxiu's expression instantly darkened. If even Su Yuan couldn't withstand a direct confrontation, how terrifying must this oxhead be to defeat him in a single move? And how were they supposed to seize the profound artifact now? At this thought, Li Chenxiu took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on Zhang Tong's eyes, and asked, "One last question, where on North Huang Mountain can I find a satellite phone?" City number 11, Immigration Checkpoint. The black steel fortress walls stood firm beneath the night sky, with dozens of white searchlight beams scanning across the quiet wilderness from atop the battlements, guarding against the lurking awakened beasts. Creak creak. In the distant darkness, the sound of rolling and friction from wheels could be heard, as the roar of an engine shattered the silence of the wilderness, with bright headlights rising and falling in the dark. The soldiers on the city wall noticed the heavily armored pickup truck and urgently verified it via walkie-talkie, license plate, Lienci 53274, requesting verification. From the other end of the walkie-talkie came the sound of click-clack keyboard typing, and after a brief pause, a voice responded. Verification complete. High-risk clearance team 14 of the Security and Statistics Division, estimated arrival time 1814, current time 1812, compliant with requirements. First checkpoint opened, please verify identity. Copy that. The soldier put away his walkie-talkie and hurried off with the other soldiers on the city wall. Before the impregnable city wall, a clanging of steel suddenly rang out as the 50-meter iron gate slowly began to shift apart with an ear-splitting roar. However, beyond the iron gate wasn't the highway of city number 11, it was yet another iron gate. Between the two gates stood countless hidden holes, ready to unleash bullets and missiles with lethal precision should any identity verification fail, decisively eliminating all threats. The sound of the pickup truck's engine grew steadily closer, soon rolling slowly through the iron gate before coming to an abrupt halt right at the center. All personnel aboard, please exit the vehicle for inspection. A loudspeaker voice resonated from all directions. The vehicle doors gradually opened, and two men and one woman stepped out with deliberate calm. Dressed in matching camouflage combat uniforms, their upright postures exuded a quiet sense of pressure despite their seemingly relaxed demeanor. The woman leading them was named Jiyu, 31 years old, a member of the ATU's 14th High-Risk Elimination Unit and the mission leader for this operation. After a series of verifications, the second iron gate slowly creaked open. The three of them drove the pickup truck away from the border checkpoint, vanishing into the vast darkness of the night. At the same time, at the crossroads near the immigration checkpoint, the Ministry of Special Abilities jeeps were parked on both sides of the road. Gong Ran stood anxiously with a group of people, waiting. "Commander, the head of the Public Security Bureau is here, but there don't seem to be many people coming." Someone pointed toward the armored pickup truck and said, "Quality over quantity, keep that phrase to yourself from now on." Dong Ran shot a glare at the other person before leading the group forward to greet them. "The people to purge the calamity waters of 096 have arrived." Chapter 37, I'm going to kill you all. By the creek on North Huang Mountain, corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, piled upon one another. Crimson blood pooled into countless tiny red ponds across the uneven earth, reflecting the eerily distorted moonlight. Li Chenxiu reclined languidly against an old locust tree, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the blood pool beside him, producing soft splashing sounds as droplets of blood slid slowly from his fingertips. "At last, you've come." Li Chenxiu's eyes gleamed darkly as he slowly closed them, lying utterly still like a corpse. At that moment, a chaotic patter of footsteps approached from afar as more than 50 revivers arrived nearby. The young woman leading them, Feng Qian, raised her arm to halt the group's advance. "Everyone stop, don't go any further." Feng Qian raised her arm, shouting in alarm. When the flashlights of the crowd illuminated the creek, a chill ran up from everyone's feet straight to the crowns of their heads, as the atmosphere of fear spread rapidly like the flu. "All dead? How could this be? How could this be? Brother, brother!" One man's face instantly turned deathly pale, his bloodshot eyes fixed unblinkingly on a corpse by the creek as his steps involuntarily carried him forward. The man standing beside him abruptly grabbed his arm and pointed towards the corpses by the stream, his voice icy as he snapped, "Are you insane? Can't you see all those dead bodies over there? My brother! Shut up and wait for Brother Su!" Feng Qian shouted impatiently, "Anyone who wants to die can go right ahead, I won't stop them." At Feng Qian's sharp command, those who had been emotionally unsettled gradually quieted down, warily scanning their surroundings as they waited for Su Yuan's arrival. Feng Qian stared intently at the corpses strewn along the creek, her breathing involuntarily growing rapid. 50-odd revenants, including Zhang Tong, one of the elite three prohibitions, had died without a sound, without even a chance to flee. Was this the work of someone from the New World, or perhaps Li Chinxiu? Under the ancient locust tree, Li Chinxiu's brows arched slightly as he opened his eyes, gazing with surprise in Feng Qian's direction. He had expected them to come rushing over in panic. Apparently, he'd underestimated their caution. If we can't ambush them, then let's kill. A faint crimson glow flashed in Li Chinxiu's eyes as he slowly stood up, leaning against the old locust tree. The distance between the two sides wasn't far, so Feng Qian's group naturally heard the commotion from Li Chinxiu's side. Sister Feng, there seems to be someone over there, someone said warily. Feng Qian took a few steps back while commanding aloud, shine the flashlight over there. In an instant, countless white beams of light converged on Li Chinxiu, his figure completely exposed before everyone's eyes. Shui Daong? Sister Feng, that's Shui Daong, Brother Su's lackey, a shark-faced man with rodent-like features spoke up. How could he be here? Isn't this Zhang Tong's team? Feng Qian muttered to herself, then shouted at Li Chinxiu at the top of her voice, Shui Daong, come over here. All right. Li Chinxiu responded calmly and strode quickly to a spot about 10 meters away from the group. Just as he was about to take another step forward, Feng Qian stretched out her arm to stop him. Feng Qian looked Li Chinxiu up and down, with a faint trace of suspicion in her eyes. I'm asking you, what happened here before? Why are you the only one left alive? How did they die? Li Chinxiu pursed his lips into a smile and walked toward Feng Qian without saying a word. What are you doing? Feng Qian retreated step by step. I want to kill all of you. Li Chinxiu's figure blurred as his terrifying speed swept aside the fallen leaves on the ground. Just as the hair before Feng Qian's forehead fluttered up, Li Chinxiu's icy face was already inches from hers, his fist following like a shadow. Just as Li Chinxiu's fist was about to smash into Feng Qian, she suddenly opened her mouth. Shift. Boom! The sound of a skull shattering echoed across the field, but the one who met their demise wasn't Feng Qian. It was a male revenant. Li Chinxiu retracted his fist and turned to look at Feng Qian, who stood petrified a few meters away. The sudden violence stunned the surrounding revenants, sending them stumbling backward in panicked retreat. Shui Daong, what are you doing? Someone mustered the courage to ask. Before Li Chinxiu could speak, Feng Qian took the lead and said, he's not Shui Daong, be ready for a fight. As soon as the words left her mouth, the space around Feng Qian seemed to distort for a moment. The next second, a gust of fist wind struck toward the back of Li Chinxiu's head. Li Chinxiu twisted at the waist, propelling his entire upper body sideways. The strands of hair on his forehead brushed past Feng Qian's fist. Your ability is quite interesting, Li Chinxiu remarked coolly. Swapping bodies with someone else like that, you nearly got me. If the opponent possessed long-range or large-scale destructive abilities, Li Chinxiu would find it quite troublesome, but in close combat, he felt no pressure at all. Though their strength and speed were comparable, the difference in their body control and power allocation was like night and day. I hope you stay this relaxed forever. Feng Qian let out a cold laugh, her fists raining down on Li Chinxiu like relentless waves. At this moment, Li Chinxiu was like a boat on turbulent seas, though teetering on the brink, he always managed to turn the tides and find a way out. What formidable boxing skills, one move after another, truly a feast for the eyes, Li Chinxiu marveled, yet to Feng Qian's ears, his words were nothing short of outright mockery. What are you all standing around for? Attack together! Feng Qian shouted loudly. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhang Tong and the others were wiped out. The ability of the person before her was disguise. This individual had first relied on a sneak attack to kill Zhang Tong, then effortlessly slaughtered the rest. As for the other party's identity, Feng Qian had already figured it out. Who else but New World would have any reason to do this? Now that I've seen through your disguise, let's see how you keep up that calm facade. Feng Qian thought to herself, her movements growing increasingly rapid as she used her abilities to strike at Li Chinxiu from bizarre angles. Unlike the narrow hotel corridor, the open space allowed over 50 attackers to surround him, with Feng Qian frequently landing sneak attacks. Even with Li Chinxiu's absolute control over his body, he sustained numerous injuries, though such wounds meant little to a revenant like him. Wind blades, earthen spikes, searing flames. One flashy supernatural ability after another pierced through Li Chinxiu's thighs, arms, and chest. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only an almost manic excitement. This sensation of helpless frenzy utterly enthralled him. Intense agony repeatedly assaulted Li Chinxiu's brain. Endorphins flooded his nervous system at breakneck speed under these circumstances, spreading throughout his nerves, making his movements increasingly faster and his observations ever more meticulous. Conversely, the resurrectors besieging Li Chinxiu grew more horrified and desperate with each passing moment. Motherfucker, does this guy have no pain receptors? Is he some kind of robot? If it doesn't hurt, then fine, but why is it getting faster and faster? Did you take drugs or something? Can't even hit between the eyes. Does this guy have a motor installed in his head or what? Just as Li Chinxiu was gradually gaining the upper hand, Feng Qian leaped into the air, twisting her hips wildly as her lower leg whipped toward Li Chinxiu's head like a long whip. Li Chinchou's gaze sharpened. The moment he raised his arms to block, Feng Qian's red lips parted slightly. Shift. Chapter 38 Su Yuan arrives. Li Chinchou suddenly felt his vision blur, as if the surrounding space had become countless massive hands tearing him apart before reassembling him. When he regained his senses, he startlingly realized he was no longer on the ground but suspended mid-air, frozen in his kicking posture. Exactly, Feng Qian had used her special ability to swap positions with Li Chinchou, completely reversing the momentum between attacker and defender. Crack! Li Chinchou's whip kick landed on Feng Qian's arm, but this strike carried only the force of inertia, devoid of any real lethality. How are you going to dodge this time? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Feng Qian's eyes as she blocked Li Chinchou's arm, her hand instantly transforming into an eagle's talon that clamped firmly onto his ankle before violently yanking downward toward the ground. Mid-air, with no fulcrum to leverage, Li Chinchou was as helpless as if bound hand and foot, completely incapable of countering precisely Feng Qian's intention. Interesting. Li Chinchou's eyebrow arched slightly, the corners of his lips lifting with an almost imperceptible curve. As Li Chinchou's head entered Feng Qian's striking range, she leaned her upper body backward, one leg snapping up in an instant, forming a straight line with her torso, before lashing toward his head with overwhelming force, like a sudden torrential downpour. For a moment, everyone's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation, even Feng Qian's. It's succeeding! Feng Qian's eyes burned with excitement, as if she could already see Li Chinchou's head shattering like a watermelon. The moment they made contact, Li Chinchou's head split open with a bang, exploding instantaneously. Yet what sprayed through the air wasn't blood, but clear splashes of water. How can this be? Feng Qian's eyes widened, countless question marks flooding her mind. What was this water? Wasn't this person supposed to have a face-altering ability? How could they suddenly turn into water now? Can elemental-based powers actually transform parts of the body into elements? How come she's never seen anything like this before? And most importantly, why was its body still moving after its head shattered? But before she could figure out the answer, droplets of water shot out in all directions like bullets. The crowd had no time to react before their foreheads were pierced, collapsing to the ground one after another. What the hell? Help! Sister Feng, save me! Those revivers who were fortunate enough not to be killed outright cried out to Feng Qian for help. But by this time, Feng Qian was already entangled by Li Chinchou and could barely protect herself, let alone save others. Because everyone had been so close to Li Chinchou, the massacre left only Li Chinchou and Feng Qian standing on the field within mere seconds. Extreme tension and physical exhaustion had already pushed Feng Qian to her limits. Unable to withstand Li Chinchou's attacks, she could only use her supernatural ability to continuously swap positions with corpses on the ground, buying time as she waited for Su Yuan to arrive. At this moment, Su Yuan was rushing towards the stream at high speed, leaving afterimages in the moonlight. Within just a minute or two, he arrived at the location where the flare had been fired. When Su Yuan saw the horrific scene by the stream, his burly figure shuddered violently, and the shock in his eyes seemed to solidify into something tangible. They're dead. How could they be dead? Su Yuan muttered in a trembling voice, his overwhelming shock causing him to deliberately ignore Feng Qian, who was still locked in fierce combat nearby. Spotting Su Yuan's figure in the distance, Feng Qian seemed to grasp at a lifeline, shouting at the top of her voice, "Brother Su! Brother Su! Brother Su!" It wasn't until the third shout that Su Yuan snapped back to reality, but it was already too late by then. When Feng Qian began crying for help, the rhythm of her evasion faltered. Li Chinchou slipped his fingers between Feng Qian's arms and, with a sickening squelch, pierced straight through her forehead. Li Chinchou was about to withdraw his fingers when he sensed the approaching gust of wind from behind. He bent his upper body downward in response. The next instant, a fist carrying the weight of 1,000 June forces grazed past Li Chinchou's back. The terrifying power tore through his clothing effortlessly, leaving a long, bloody gash in its wake. But Feng Qian wasn't so lucky. Her head was instantly blasted into a crimson mist. Thud! Su Yuan slammed onto the ground like a small mountain, the shockwave of his impact rippling outward, shaking the surrounding trees until they swayed precariously. I thought you'd take a while longer to get here. Didn't expect someone so massive to be this swift. Li Chinchou tore off the clothes hanging from his body, revealing a sculpted, perfectly defined upper torso. Su Yuan turned around with a dark expression, suppressing the fury in his heart as he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you kill my men? Didn't we just cross paths earlier? What, don't recognize me?" Li Chinchou replied with a laugh, reverting to his original appearance. Li Chinchou? Su Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. These people, you killed them? What's wrong? Don't think I'm capable? Li Chinchou tilted his head, staring at Su Yuan with a smirk. You're just a third-rank forbidden user, utterly incapable of killing them. Call out your accomplices. As he spoke, Su Yuan's eyes kept darting around the surrounding shadows. My arms answer only to me. Whether I have the ability or not, why not test it yourself? The instant these words fell, Li Chinchou's gaze abruptly sharpened. Like a striking python, he lunged forward with a burst of speed far greater than before, pushing Absolute Control's mastery over strength to its limits. Squinting, Su Yuan raised his elbow and met the attack head-on. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed through the mountain forest, sending green leaves fluttering skyward from the trees. After the failed strike, Li Qinxiu dared not delay. Retracting his fist, he simultaneously raised his knee toward Su Yuan's groin, forcing Su Yuan to defend and creating an opportunity for Li Qinxiu to break free. Dozens of meters away, Li Qinxiu gazed gravely at Su Yuan, his eyes filled with wariness. Though he could command the full strength of his body, combat ultimately came down to reflexes. How could his constantly shifting power possibly match the solid foundation of 4 restrictions? No wonder Feng Qian died by your hand, you've got some skills after all. Su Yuan smirked viciously, clenching his fists as he charged toward Li Qinxiu. The two fought like wild beasts in the mountain forest, their fierce battle toppling surrounding trees and leaving deep craters in their wake. Su Yuan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, forcing Li Qinxiu into a desperate, stumbling retreat to avoid injury. Now Li Qinxiu's chance of victory is slim, but not non-existent. Only by hiding the killing blade in the shadows can the weak overcome the strong. On the battleground, amid the dusty gray haze, Li Qinxiu darted toward Su Yuan like a shark's fin cutting through the ocean's surface, his clenched fist producing a deafening sonic boom. Fool! A sly grin curled on Su Yuan's lips as his forearm twisted at an eerie angle to clamp down on Li Qinxiu's wrist. Chapter 39 Bizarre Death. Click! Li Qinxiu's fist froze midair, nearly a dozen centimeters from Su Yuan's face. The other man's hand had clamped onto his wrist like a vice. How cautious! Su Yuan flashed a triumphant smirk. Li Qinxiu's expression remained impassive. Just as he prepared to liquefy his fist and pierce Su Yuan's forehead, the man did something utterly bewildering. Su Yuan swiftly twisted Li Qinxiu's palm, intertwining their fingers together in an instant, then shouted loudly, "Shared fate, activate!" In that fleeting moment, Li Qinxiu felt an almost imperceptible connection forming between him and Su Yuan. It was as if an invisible thread had bound them together. After completing this move, Su Yuan immediately retreated at lightning speed, halting dozens of meters away from Li Qinxiu. Utterly bewildered, Li Qinxiu stared at him and asked, "Why did you stop fighting?" Su Yuan shook his head mysteriously. "Didn't you bother to ask around about my abilities before fighting me?" Knowing everything would take the fun out of combat, Li Qinxiu said solemnly. He had devised several strategies to win this battle. Yet now, before he'd even revealed his rejuvenator or extreme water techniques, his opponent suddenly wanted to quit? What kind of situation was this? Within the hour, you'll be mine. My ability is called Shared Fate. Simply put, whatever injury you suffer, I suffer it too. And whatever injury I suffer, you suffer it too. This effect lasts for 1 hour. So, if you want to stay alive, you'll have to obey me. A hint of smugness flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. Initially, he hadn't planned to use his ability, but after witnessing Li Qinxiu's strength, the idea suddenly occurred to him. First and second restriction awakened can die for all he cared. They were only good for slaughtering and hunting humans, insignificant in the grand scheme. But third restriction was different. They all had missions to fulfill. Now that 2 of his third restriction subordinates had died, that gap had to be filled by someone. And here was this partial fatebound who could briefly contend with the 4 forbid dances, undoubtedly the best candidate to fill the vacancy. Hearing this, Li Qinxiu finally understood what the other party was scheming. Revivers could recover from injuries immediately, but fatebounds couldn't. Clearly, Su Yuan had mistaken him for a fatebound, trying to threaten him with self-harm. At this realization, Li Qinxiu chuckled wryly. So if I were to blow my own head off right now, wouldn't that mean you'd have to die? Indeed, but do you dare? Listen to me obediently now, and I'll give you your freedom in an hour. Otherwise, if you end up disabled or dead, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Su Yuan said coldly. Li Qinxiu's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, right in front of Su Yuan, he pressed his finger against the center of his forehead. I'll give you 1 chance to live. Tell me everything you know, and I might let you survive. What did you just say? Su Yuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke of his life, placing his own hand over his heart in response. I'll give you 1 chance too. Follow my orders later, and I might spare your life. Unlike you, I won't die even if I pierce through my own forehead. Are you really willing to gamble with your life? Li Qinxiu advised earnestly. I bet you don't dare. If you've got the guts, let's perish together. All this tough talk. Put. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Li Qinxiu flicked his fingertips, sending a stream of water piercing through his own forehead. At the same moment, a small, bloody hole appeared on Su Yuan's brow. The difference was that Li Qinxiu's wound healed instantly, while Su Yuan crumpled to the ground tragically, his eyes fixed on Li Qinxiu in silent accusation. Li Qinxiu walked up to Su Yuan and said helplessly, I told you piercing through my brow won't kill me. Why didn't you believe me? Put. Su Yuan's face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood before his head tilted to the side, completely lifeless. Witnessing such an absurd scene, Li Qinxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Squatting down, he rummaged through Su Yuan's clothes and retrieved a satellite phone. After fumbling with it for a while, he dialed the number for the Special Abilities Division. Hello, this is the Special Abilities Department of City 11. A pleasant female voice came through the phone. Yes, I need your. Li Chenxiu's words tumbled out urgently, his panic evident in every syllable. Please stay calm. Have you encountered a revenant? Please provide your exact location, and we'll dispatch a team immediately for cleanup. I've encountered it. I've encountered disaster water. No, I saw it. I saw disaster water and a whole horde of revenants. You need to come now. Hurry. Li Chenxiu stammered frantically. What? The voice on the phone instantly grew tense. Are you sure what you saw was Calamity 096? Not just the calamity water, there were so many revivers gathered at the peak of North Yellow Mountain. Alright, try to stay calm. Can you give a rough description? BZZZT. Before the woman could finish speaking, the satellite phone emitted a burst of short-circuit-like static before falling completely silent. At the same moment, the originally deep night sky seemed soaked in blood, as all the moons and stars took on a crimson hue, as if a canvas had been draped over the entire summit of northern Huang Mountain. Yet viewed from outside northern Huang Mountain, the peak remained as peaceful and unchanged as ever. Li Chenxiu's eyes darkened as he threw the satellite phone to the ground, crushing it beneath his heel into shattered fragments. Before he could take any further action, a roaring sound like a tidal wave rose and fell in the distance. Though Li Chenxiu couldn't make out what was being shouted, he could clearly sense the overwhelming fear crashing toward him. Li Chenxiu knew the bonfire gathering had begun its slaughter. Only the hysterical screams of thousands could create such a commotion. It's already started? Li Chenxiu furrowed his brows slightly. The speed of events unfolding was unexpectedly swift. Originally, he had assumed that since the news had reported days ago that the Security Operations Bureau would intervene to handle the disaster, their personnel might have already arrived in City Number 11. Whoever was sent to eliminate a high-risk calamity would undoubtedly be formidable. If he could inform the Special Abilities Department about the whereabouts of the disaster water, the agents from the Safety Control Bureau might come to North Huang Mountain, potentially restraining the experts from the Underworld and New World, and he could seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. But now the killing had come too swiftly. There was a chance the Safety Control Bureau wouldn't arrive in time before those two factions took the mysterious artifact and left, and this was something Li Chenxiu was unwilling to see. I hope the number hasn't reached 10,000. Li Chenxiu silently prayed. If the count fell short of 10,000, these reawakened would surely send people to capture more humans. He might be able to stall for time and, in the process, craft a righteous image and polish his public persona. Creak! From the shadows in the distance came the sound of a branch snapping underfoot. Li Chenxiu turned to look and saw Li Qingxia timidly standing behind a tree. Xiao Qiu, did you do all this? Li Qingxia stared at the corpses littering the ground, her voice broken and weak as if she'd left her vocal cords at home. Second brother? Li Chenxiu slightly furrowed his brows. What are you doing here? Li Qingxia swallowed hard, steadying himself against the tree as he slowly stepped forward. I heard some noise coming from this direction and grew concerned, so I came over. Li Chenxiu's gaze turned icy. But at your speed, you shouldn't have been able to arrive this quickly. Chapter 40, The Gears of Fate. The atmosphere between them turned frigid the moment those words were spoken. Li Qingxia froze momentarily, her expression flustered. I just ran here at this speed. Maybe it's related to my abilities, I took some shortcuts. Li Chenxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Which direction did you head after we separated? Exactly the 2 o'clock direction you mentioned. Why? Li Chenxiu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, narrowing his eyes as he carefully studied Li Qingxia. If the other party had gone in the direction he suggested, it would take them at least 10 minutes longer than now to hear the commotion and rush over. But there was another possibility: Li Qingxia might never have gone the way he'd claimed, which would explain his swift arrival. Yet how could a mere Jin practitioner evade the search of these awakened ones? It made no sense. With this thought, Li Qingxiu began reassessing his second brother with renewed scrutiny. Are you bloodlust crazed? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm your brother, you can't just go wild like this. Li Qingxia hugged himself tightly, cautiously stepping backward. Li Chenxiu gave him a disdainful glance. If I were bloodlust crazed, do you think you'd still be standing there so peacefully? With that, Li Chenxiu bent down, lifted Su Yuan with one hand, and bit into his neck, greedily sucking his blood. Su Yuan's burly frame visibly withered away at an alarming rate. Xiao Qiu, you. Li Qingxia stared at Li Chenxiu in shock. After draining Su Yuan's blood completely, Li Chenxiu released the withered corpse, wiped the blood from his lips, and said, I've shed too much blood in this place. If anyone suspects me and gets hold of my hair or other DNA samples, they could trace it back to me. That's why I must break through the second restriction to alter my genes. As he spoke, Li Chenxiu kicked a corpse toward Li Qingxia with his foot. Second brother, you should drink some too. Human blood is quite expensive on the outside market, after all. Li Qingxia stood rooted to the spot for some unknown reason. It's no different from what you usually drink, just fresher. If it bothers you, forget it, Li Chenxiu said indifferently, walking over to Feng Qian's corpse and lifting it with one hand. But this time, he didn't immediately go for the throat. Instead, he closed his eyes as if adjusting something. After consuming Su Yuan's blood, his body had reached a saturated state. Surging life energy nourished every cell, gradually enhancing all aspects of his physical capabilities. Li Qinshu could clearly feel that he was just one step away from the qualitative transformation of the second restriction. He could cross this step by waiting, but Li Qinshu had no time left. He chose to use more life energy to break through the shackles of his body. Li Qinshu took a deep breath. The feeling of one's whole body splitting open probably won't hurt too much. Li Qinshu grinned widely and bit down on Feng Qian's neck. Crimson blood gushed from the carotid artery, flowing down Li Qinshu's throat into his stomach, then transforming into life energy that surged toward every corner of his body. In an instant, Li Qinshu's eyes turned blood red, his body trembling uncontrollably as tearing and squirming sounds erupted from within him. Beneath his pale skin, it seemed as though countless centipedes were writhing back and forth. Li Qinshu had never experienced such pain before. He felt as if he were lying on a bed covered with needles, rolling back and forth, his body constantly being pierced and torn apart, the agony only worsening. Yet despite this, Li Qinshu didn't scream. He released Feng Qian and strode alone into the forest, calling back without turning his head, "I'm going to find something. Second brother, wait here for me." "Alright, be careful," Li Qinshu called out with concern. As Li Qinshu stepped completely into the shadows, his body suddenly fractured like a shattered porcelain doll, covered in fine crimson fissures from which fresh blood slowly seeped. As Li Qinshu took his next step, his leg crumbled like damp earth mixed with water, losing all support. His entire body collapsed with a thud, resembling a pile of mud as he was engulfed by boundless agony. Fortunately, Li Qinshu had destroyed his tear ducts and vocal cords in advance, so he neither cried nor made a sound. In the darkness, only a lump of shapeless paste could be seen boiling like boiling water. By the creek, Li Qinshu strolled among the corpses with hands in her pockets, her carefree demeanor a far cry from her former self. He actually killed them all. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. I wonder if he suspects me. Li Qinshu tapped her chin rhythmically with her fingers. After pondering for a moment, Li Qinshu gave a helpless smile. Well, leave it to fate then. With that, Li Qinshu took a step forward, and by the time her foot landed again, her figure had already settled quietly over 100 meters away. She sat down calmly, waiting for Li Qinshu to proceed step by step toward the next phase. From the moment Li Qinshu's name surfaced, the gears of fate had already begun silently turning. If Li Qinshu had maintained skepticism toward everything, he might have seen certain things clearly, like who had summoned him to the gate of the 4th senior high school, who had given him the wrong floor, who had arranged the part-time job, or who had made him spot that peeper on the bus. Northern Huangshan Bonfire Party. 10 minutes ago, this place had been filled with laughter and joy. But now, 10 minutes later, it was a river of blood, with severed limbs scattered as far as the eye could see. A group of reanimated beings in security uniforms scoured the square, searching for humans pretending to be dead. Before the raging bonfire, two men stood facing each other, with a wooden box placed between them. On the front of the box was a string of bloodstained numbers, 9413. One of the men had a sallow complexion, chapped lips, and pallid skin exposed to the air, while the other was of proportionate build, always wearing a faint smile on his face. Horseface, it was agreed that this operation would be handled by our new world. Yet your underworld is quite enthusiastic, dispatching over 200 revivers and even sending an expert like you along. Just trying to prevent any mishaps. Plus, with thousands of corpses to move at once, having more hands makes light work, the sallow-faced man replied with a grin. If it's just about moving corpses, then why do your people insist on accompanying ours when they search for survivors elsewhere? Shen Yuanguo's pupils darkened slightly. It's just a precaution in case anything unexpected happens, replied Horseface with a forced smile, his eyes brimming with feigned gentleness and goodwill. Well said. Could it be that you already anticipated our people would encounter some accident at North Yellow Mountain? That I wouldn't know. But I believe if you leave now, perhaps this so-called accident might be avoided altogether. What if we don't leave? Shen Yuanguo asked with downcast eyes. Then I can't guarantee you'll leave here alive, Horseface replied, tilting his head with a chilling smile before drawing a horizontal blade from his waist and thrusting it into the wooden crate beside him. Chapter 41, Fierce Battle at Beiding Hotel. Unbeknownst to the two combatants, both the Special Abilities Department and the Security and Coordination Agency had already learned about the situation through Li Qinshu's phone call and had formulated their tactical plans accordingly. Compared to the bustling city, the open mountaintop is Special Ops comfort zone. Although their individual combat abilities aren't strong, these shortcomings can be compensated for with firearms. After all, no matter how powerful the revenants are, they're still carbon-based lifeforms. First and second restriction bullets can easily overpower them. Third restriction bullets hold their own against them, and anything stronger calls for missiles. And if missiles don't work, well, that's when Peacekeeping Operations Division steps in. Northern Huang Mountain, near the creek. From shadows untouched by moonlight, Li Qinshu emerged dressed in a dead man's clothes, walking out like an ordinary person. Crouched beneath the tree, Li Qingxia immediately jumped up and trotted over upon spotting Li Qinshiu's figure. Little Qiu, don't you know how dangerous it is to leave a first seal awakened one stranded in a place like this? Li Qingxia ran forward and clutched Li Qinshiu's arm tightly. Aside from those few awakened ones who disappeared around Suyuan, almost everyone else in the mountains is dead. What are you so scared of? Li Qinshiu shoved Li Qingxia away disdainfully. If I were as strong as you, would I be afraid? Li Qingxia paused, then added, wait, did you kill all these people? Li Qinshiu glanced at the corpses littering the ground and nodded. You've seen my abilities in the videos. Dealing with those below the third forbidden level is easy, but anything above that requires me to get my hands dirty. Li Qingxia gasped in shock. Holy crap, are you even human? How the hell did you get this strong without anyone noticing? Eat more, and you'll naturally grow stronger. Come on, let's go check things out. Li Qinshiu patted Li Qingxia's shoulder and strode ahead toward the edge of the forest. Li Qingxia hurried after him, asking, what are we going to do? And Xiao Qiu, why has the sky turned red? North Yellow Mountain is a mesa, serving as a tourist hotspot in city number 11, featuring numerous large hotels and camping bases. However, due to its proximity to the uninhabited zone, no base stations were constructed, and the lack of internet access has deterred many young visitors. Yet, this does not diminish the splendor of the sunrise or the lingering glow of the sunset. Every evening around 6 or 7, the sizzling aroma of grilled meat wafts from the barbecue area. The stir-fry restaurants are always bustling with customers, and couples can often be seen strolling hand in hand along the roadside. But all of this was shattered tonight, the windows of the stir-fry restaurant smeared with bloody handprints, vehicles strewn haphazardly across the roads, and the occasional cries for help from women trapped inside cars, mingled with the eerie laughter of the revenants. Most survivors, after being abandoned by the law, saw their moral boundaries crumble as well. This was no coincidence, it was inevitable. Under the flickering streetlights, Li Qinshiu slowly emerged from the shadows. After leaving the mountains with Li Qingxia, the two companions headed to the bonfire gathering site. There, Li Qingxia used her supernatural ability to see the numbers on the wooden crate, giving Li Qinshiu a fleeting glimpse of hope. The sealed artifact box remained unopened, there was still a chance. If he could stall until the public safety department agents lured those two individuals away, maybe he could fight for the so-called mystic artifact. As for whether the other party would simply run off with the crate, Li Qinshiu couldn't say for certain, but trying was better than just watching. What if it worked? Now, all he needed to do was one thing, delay the opening of the sealing crate. Simply put, he had to slow down the resurrected search for humans. On the deserted street, Li Qinshiu walked up to a shaking sedan, his hands in his pockets. Through the car window, Li Qinshiu could clearly see a young resurrected attempting to forcibly coerce a girl with a youthful face. Inside, the sounds of tearing fabric and desperate screams were jumbled together, unbearably grating. Li Qinshiu clenched his fist and with a loud bang, shattered the car window. Spreading his fingers, he grabbed the reviver by the collar, dragged them out, and flung them violently onto the ground. Fuck me, you goddamn, the young man's words were cut short as Li Qinshiu stomped down, snapping his arm with a sickening crack. Ah! The excruciating pain instantly contorted the young man's face into a grotesque grimace, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony. The girl in the car clutched her clothes tightly, biting her lip as she stared at Li Qinshiu with trembling emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks one by one. Li Qinshiu? Li Qinshiu turned his head. You know me? The girl excitedly wiped her nose and nodded. I've seen you, on TV. Li Qinshiu responded casually before shifting his gaze to this awakened one. Let me ask you, where's your main force headed? You're from the New World? The young man asked through gritted teeth. I'll ask you one last time, where's your main force? Speak or die. Li Qinshiu raised his foot and pressed it directly onto the young man's face. Bastard! The young man transformed his hands into wolf claws and lunged at Li Qinshiu's crotch. Watch out, his claws are sharp, the girl shouted nervously. Facing the claw strike, Li Qinshiu merely exerted a slight pressure with his toes. Thud. The young man's head exploded beneath his foot, and the lifeless arms instantly went limp. Li Qinshiu had now broken through to 2 restrictions, his actual strength on par with 4 restrictions. With all his abilities unleashed, he could even put up a fight against 5 restrictions. To him, a 1 restriction awakened was no different from an ant. The girl shrank back into the car at the sight, her sheltered life having never exposed her to such a scene. Li Qinshiu turned to look at her. Do you know if there are any survivor gathering spots nearby? Why yes, our first senior high divided classes in batches to attend the bonfire party. There are still 2 classes waiting at the hotel after mine, the girl replied timidly. First senior high school? A trace of nostalgia flickered imperceptibly through Li Qinshiu's eyes. It had been ages since he'd heard his alma mater's name. Meanwhile, a kilometer away at the Beiding Hotel, several buses blocked the main entrance, with over a dozen security officers crouched inside, firing continuously at the revivers by the gate through the windows. Shi Mingyue, get back here, we're running low on ammunition. Officer Wu Shan, crouched behind the car window, shouted at the top of his lungs while continuously firing his pistol, assisting Qi Mingyue, who was locked in fierce combat with the reanimated corpses. At the entrance of the Beiding Hotel, a dozen reanimated corpses surrounded a delicate-looking young man. This was Qi Mingyue himself. Qi Mingyue's condition was dire, his face was deathly pale, his clothes torn into tattered strips that hung diagonally across his body. Even with 2 second-tier reanimated corpses under his control, he was no match for the onslaught of a dozen attackers. Good lad, a single restricted area can actually hold back so many of us. He can't hold on much longer, push harder. Once he's dead, everyone inside is ours. The revived fighters grew increasingly frenzied, their attacks descending upon Qi Mingyue like a torrential downpour. Though the bullets from the security officers helped relieve some of the pressure on Qi Mingyue, they could only share the burden, not resolve it. Captain, I'm out of ammo. Xu Cheng frantically pressed the unresponsive trigger with his finger, turning a panicked gaze toward Wu Shan. Smash them with whatever's in the truck if you're out of bullets. Qi Mingyue, a mere boy, is holding the front line. We can't retreat. Wu Shan roared through bloodshot eyes. Great, Xu Cheng answered loudly. Just as the situation was growing increasingly dire, a chaotic and rapid succession of footsteps approached from behind the bus. Chapter 42, A Death That Serves Its Purpose. 70 or 80 youthful-looking teenagers came pouring out of the hotel building, each clutching tightly stuffed bags filled with sharp objects, picture frames, broken mirrors, shattered teacups. Damn it, do they really think we're easy targets? Let's rush them together. There's only a few dozen revenants, why should we be afraid with so many of us? Those who can aim well, throw at the revenants' heads. Less accurate ones, aim for their bodies. We'll all live through this if we make it past this challenge. If not, it's death for everyone. No one gets to keep an escape route for themselves. The leaders at the front shouted back to those behind them. The group, whose spirits had momentarily dipped, collectively raised their heads again, the fear in their eyes diminishing somewhat. At the sound, Wu Shan ducked his head below the car window and turned to look back at them. Are you all insane? Get back and take cover, he barked. Ignoring Wu Shan's rebuke, the group of youths didn't retreat. Instead, they surged into the bus one after another, pushing toward the shattered windows at the front. Soon the empty train carriage was packed with people, and all sorts of miscellaneous items were being thrown out the windows, hurled at the reviving corpses by the main gate. Wu Shan was speechless with exasperation. He turned to the middle-aged woman in round glasses squatting beside him. What are you doing? Shouldn't a teacher be protecting her students instead of leading the charge? You think you're commanding troops in battle? The middle-aged woman shot Wu Shan a glare of contempt. Grabbing shards of glass from her bag, she flung them out the window while retorting, if you people could actually clear out these revivers, would I have to bring my students out here? Wu Shan's face instantly flushed crimson at her words. Without another word, he silently tightened his grip on his pistol and resumed firing. With the addition of these students, the situation finally began to ease. Damn it, you lot deal with the people in the bus, the lead revenant barked at his subordinates. Upon hearing the order, the 4 revenants broke through Qi Mingyue's defensive line under covering fire from their comrades and sprinted toward the bus. Get back here. Witnessing this scene, Qi Mingyue's face turned pale as he charged like a raging bull straight into one of the revenants, his knees slamming into the opponent's chest with a loud boom, pinning them beneath him. Just as he was about to rise and charge at the other revenants, a foot suddenly kicked him from the side. Qi Mingyue couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying over 10 meters away, crashing into a street lamp by the roadside. With a sharp crack, the lamppost snapped, plummeting from above amidst flickering sparks and slamming Qi Mingyue, who had just managed to push himself up back onto the ground. Qi Mingyue, Xu Cheng in the vehicle paled, pulling the dagger from his waist and leaping out of the car window like a fish, landing clumsily on the pavement. He took a deep breath, glaring fiercely as he charged toward the few revivers rapidly approaching the bus. Xu Cheng, are you insane? Wu Shan clenched his fist and slammed it into the seat before swiftly following Xu Cheng's lead and leaping out the window. Anyone out of bullets, get off the bus. The security officers on the bus exchanged glances, their fearful eyes flickering with resolve. Pulling out daggers, they jumped out the window and chased after Wu Shan, rushing toward the 4 revivers. Scram! Xu Cheng was just a few meters away from the foremost reviver when he lunged forward, slashing diagonally upward toward the enemy's forehead with his dagger held in a reverse grip. But his speed was still far too slow compared to a first-tier reviver. With just a slight sidestep, the reviver effortlessly dodged Xu Cheng's attack. By the time Xu Cheng realized he needed to raise his arm for a downward slash, the reviver had already clamped onto his wrist with an iron grip. Fool, you dare fight me? The revenant flashed a disdainful smile, wrenching his 5 fingers backward with a sharp twist. A sickening crack echoed as Xu Cheng's palm snapped parallel to his forearm, bright red blood spraying from the mangled break. Uncle Xu Cheng! Qi Mingyue, pinned beneath the streetlight, shouted hoarsely. Just as he tried to mentally command the 2 revenants to rescue him, a surge of heat rose in his throat. His face flushed crimson before he vomited a mouthful of blood, severing his control over the undead pair. "Stop fighting, it's me," the besieged reviver shouted sharply. Upon hearing this, the other revivers halted their attacks and turned their gazes toward the bus. "Damn it, cripple them all, just leave them alive," the lead reviver barked in order, and over a dozen revivers dashed out like lightning. Wu Shan and his companions crumbled like tofu, instantly overwhelmed and beaten to the ground. For a moment, the bus was filled with incessant wails, the crack of snapping bones ringing endlessly in the air. The two revived beings previously controlled by Qi Mingyue didn't charge toward the bus. Instead, they slowly approached him and looked down at him from above. Cough, cough. Qi Mingyue coughed up copious amounts of blood, raising his eyes to gaze at the two men. "You little bastard, did you have a grand old time just now? Did you really enjoy controlling us, huh?" One of them grinned viciously, grabbing Qi Mingyue by the neck and yanking him out from beneath the lamppost with brute force. "If you want to kill me, just do it. Why waste words?" Qi Mingyue's voice was weak and frail, but a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He had cared for many people in his lifetime, yet they all left him one after another. His best friend died, on a bridge. His father died, on the road to seeking justice for Aunt Suyu. His grandfather also died, buried under unaffordable medical bills. This desperate resistance wasn't due to Qi Mingyue possessing any noble virtues, he was simply exhausted. "If you don't want to live a little longer, then I'll grant your wish." The reviver cast an indifferent glance at Qi Mingyue and lifted his foot to crush Qi Mingyue's head. "I suppose this counts as the worthy death grandfather mentioned before he passed." Qi Mingyue smirked, slowly closing his eyes. A gentle breeze swept by, and in a daze, Qi Mingyue caught the nostalgic scent of worn-out warmth emanating from the apartment building. Boom! Blood-colored fireworks bloomed at that very moment, sprinkling moist droplets onto Qi Mingyue's face. Qi Mingyue shakily raised a hand to touch his face, lifting the damp finger to his nose, where a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Qi Mingyue murmured in faint confusion, forcing open eyes that had long lost their will to see. He saw it clearly, even though his vision was obscured by the blood clinging to his eyelashes. Qi Mingyue unmistakably saw the headless corpse standing right in front of him. The reanimated corpse, now devoid of life, slowly tilted to the side and collapsed. Behind it emerged a young man, half his face submerged in shadow. The dim yellow glow of the street lamp illuminated the youth's eyes, making them shimmer. Those deep, fathomless eyes seemed capable of concealing every trace of emotion. That young man was none other than Li Chenxiu, yet at the same time, he was also Chenxiu from 2 years ago. "Chenxiu?" Qi Mingyue's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, his pupils uncontrollably dilating. Chapter 43 Why Retreat? Li Chenxiu lowered his eyelids, his eyes brimming with icy coldness. "To regard cowardice and weakness as dying a worthy death, I've never heard of such nonsense, truly laughable." The second restriction reviver standing nearby kept glancing between the headless corpse on the ground and Li Chenxiu, his legs trembling uncontrollably until they gave way, sending him collapsing to the floor. "This is too damn fast." He'd barely glimpsed a shadowy figure when his companion beside him immediately kicked the bucket. "What kind of fight is this even? You. Before the other could finish speaking, Li Chenxiu's foot was already flying toward his head. The terrifying speed left this second awakening revenant no time to react. All he could perceive was a black shadow rushing toward his face. Boom! Blood sprayed everywhere. The sound of the explosion quickly drew the attention of the other reawakened. In an instant, all of them stopped what they were doing in unison, their wide eyes fixed intently on Li Chenxiu. "This, Li Chenxiu?" Wu Shan, lying on the ground, stared blankly in the direction of Li Chenxiu, his lifeless eyes like dried wells flickering with a faint ripple of emotion. Those 3 words Li Chenxiu sent shockwaves through the crowd. Whether reawakened or ordinary, everyone present immediately thought of the current prodigy of destiny in city number 11, Li Chenxiu. The very same figure who shattered the energy testing sphere with a single strike, becoming the talk of this year's energy testing day. It's really him. I've seen him on TV news reports. Li Chenxiu from the ultimate physical system. We're saved. The humans who had been plunged into despair cheered with joy, while in stark contrast, the revenants looked utterly bewildered, their eyes brimming with undisguised terror. Even Second Forbidden fell instantly. What difference would it make if First Forbidden stepped up? It'd be like volunteering to be slaughtered. On the roadside, Li Chenxiu pinched the corner of his clothes to wipe the blood from his palms, not even bothering to glance at Qi Mingyue as he said, "My name is Li Chenxiu. Don't get it wrong next time." With that, Li Chenxiu turned to face the revivers gathered at the hotel entrance. His piercing gaze swept across their faces like a sharp blade, deepening the fear in their hearts. You'd stay back." A male reviver grabbed a blood-soaked girl beside him and held her as a shield. "Let me leave, or I'll kill her. Step back all the way to that intersection. Do as we say, or none of you will live." The other revivers quickly followed suit, grabbing those who were already incapacitated to shield themselves, their expressions wary as they stared at Li Chenxiu. "Save me, I don't want to die yet. My grades are so good, I can't die here. Big brother, save me. Teacher, hurry and make Li Chenxiu step back." The hostage screamed for help in terror, while the timid ones were even weeping and dripping with fear. Everyone fears death, who doesn't? A reviver saw Li Chinxiu standing motionless and shouted sharply, "Get back! Didn't you hear? What are you standing there for?" Wu Shan struggled to lift himself up, shouting excitedly, "Li Chinxiu, listen to them and retreat. We can't let these children die here." "That's right, lives are at stake. I beg you, these children are innocent," the middle-aged woman also pleaded. "Retreat?" Li Chinxiu slowly walked to stand directly in front of the gate. "Why should I retreat? Sparing a few lives only to let the tiger return to the mountain, resulting in more innocent lives being lost to its jaws, that's not a wise choice." As these words fell, the expressions of the survivors, who had initially brightened with hope, suddenly froze. They stared at Li Chinxiu in terror. The middle-aged female teacher scolded upon hearing this. "Are you insane, these children?" "Shut up!" Li Chinxiu coldly snapped, a faint chill emanating from his body that made the teacher shudder, too afraid to speak another word. "I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. One option is to release these people, and I'll leave your corpses intact. The other option is not to, and I'll blow your heads off." With that, Li Chinxiu raised his arms, extending 10 fingers, each dropping one by one in the biting cold wind. The reviver was stunned by these words, but quickly came to his senses after a moment. "Wait, calm down. Let's talk this through. Why resort to violence? That's right, these kids have their whole lives ahead of them. It's not worth dying here. Do you realize you'll get cyber-bullied for this? Don't let us ruin your reputation." The revivers panicked, pleading with earnest words. If a heavens chosen comparable to a top-tier 3 forbiddens was determined to kill you, running until your legs broke would be useless. 5 seconds left. Think quickly. Li Chinxiu lowered his arm, bent down to pick up an iron soup spoon from the ground, and said coldly, 3 seconds. "Wait, let me explain. No chance left." A cold glint flashed in Li Chinxiu's eyes as the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked into a spiderweb pattern. His entire body transformed into a phantom-like blur as he shot forward, his terrifying speed tearing through the air and whipping up a violent gale that completely shattered the night's tranquility. The reanimated creature standing at the forefront hadn't even registered what was happening before its skull was smashed to pieces by the soup spoon in Li Chinxiu's hand. Blood mixed with white viscous matter splattered across the slow-down traffic sign at the entrance. Bang! 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 The sound of shattering echoed continuously as the reanimated could only hear it but not see the source, watching their companions inexplicably drop dead around them. Panic completely overtook them, and they abandoned their hostages, desperately fleeing in all directions. But it was all futile. Li Chinxiu was like the god of death in the night, effortlessly reaping their lives. In just a few breaths, all these troublesome reanimated met their doom, not a single one left standing. In the shadows around the hotel, the underworld figures who had planned to let others do the dirty work withdrew their heads and quietly slunk away into the distance, fearing to catch Li Chinxiu's eye. At the hotel entrance, Li Chinxiu threw down the twisted spoon in his hand under the horrified gazes of the crowd and said calmly, "All the revenants are dead. 2 students died. This is my limit." The crowd fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster is this? A single person wiped out all the revenants in mere seconds. Is this a movie? Are we watching gameplay at double speed? Even Manhwa, who had struggled back to his feet, was left utterly stunned by this scene. He thought his ability to control 2 second-tier restricted individuals while being at first tier himself was already astonishingly overpowering. But witnessing Li Chinxiu take action made him understand what it truly means to say there's always someone better beyond yourself, and skies beyond skies. This is simply unbelievable. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Li Chinxiu walked up to Captain Wu Shan and asked, "Captain Wu, are you familiar with this area?" Suppressing his astonishment, Wu Shan gave a stiff nod. Li Chinxiu crouched down and pointed at his own shoulder while speaking to Wu Shan. "Come on up, take me to other places where survivors have gathered." Chapter 44, Heaven Confining Mirror. Among the towering mountain ranges, the winding highway coiled like a colossal silver serpent, concealed beneath the chilly moonlight. One after another, military off-road vehicles and heavy-duty transport trucks ascended the mountain roads in an orderly procession, their precise formation exuding a lethal atmosphere like a pack of wolves coordinating with deadly efficiency. Above the convoy, dozens of armed helicopters circled in a precise triangular formation like a flock of protective hawks, maintaining perfect synchronization as they hovered over the motorcade. Half of the vehicles bore the emblem of a shamrock, while the other half displayed a pale blue sphere on their bodies. The former belonged to the Special Abilities Department's contingent, while the latter represented the federal military garrison stationed in City Number 11. In a jeep positioned at the center of the convoy, 3 members of the Security Bureau's 14th Action Team occupied the rear and passenger seats. At the wheel sat Gong Ran, commander of the Special Abilities Department. The operations commander, Night Shadow, leaned against the passenger window, repeatedly listening to a recording on his phone, the exact plea for help Li Chinxiu had made to the Special Abilities Division's hotline operator earlier. "Are you certain the caller was Li Chinxiu, the one who participated in Ability Assessment Day a few days ago?" Night Shadow turned off his phone screen and asked Gong Ran beside him. About 80 to 90% sure. His voice left quite an impression on me. A trace of resentment flashed through Gong Ran's eyes. Night Shadow raised an eyebrow. Why such a strong impression? Gong Ran's face darkened. How could he not take it to heart when the other person had insulted him so viciously? Nothing really, it's just that this child is quite outstanding, so I paid a bit more attention. Gong Ran chuckled awkwardly. Ding-maling, ding-maling. At that moment, the fixed phone on the jeep rang. Nightshade answered the call while pressing the speakerphone button, allowing the other 3 passengers to hear the conversation. Commander, this is Su Xian, leader of the 2nd Action Team. I have a situation to report. A male voice came through the phone. Yi Yu calmly replied, speak. The commander is listening right beside me. Ah, understood, Commander. Following your orders, we've investigated all vehicles and personnel entering and exiting North Yellow Mountain over the past week, discovering a significant number of suspicious individuals with unidentified backgrounds. These individuals all arrived at train station number 11 via underground rail using temporary passes, then proceeded to North Yellow Mountain posing as security personnel, tourists, magic troupe members, college club participants and such. They are suspected to be revivers. Gong Ran, who was driving, frowned slightly and stole a glance at Nightshade beside him. Seeing that he remained silent, Gong Ran continued to ask, how many civilians are currently at the mountain summit? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone before the reply came. A lot. Normally, it's around 2,500 to 3,100 people. But today, several high schools are jointly hosting a bonfire party, so the estimated number is between 8,000 and 8,300. Upon hearing this figure, Gong Ran's heart skipped a beat, jolting the entire vehicle momentarily. After taking a moment to steady himself, he feigned calmness and said, understood. Stay on high alert. Shoot any suspicious individuals on sight. No need to verify their identities. Roger that. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly on the other end. Yeyu wearily rubbed her temples. This matter was more serious than she had anticipated, far beyond simply eliminating a single high-threat target. Knight, should we call for backup? A slightly older man in the back seat asked in a low voice. Before Nightshade could respond, another team member in the vehicle, Zheng Kong, shook his head. Uncle Ho, it's too late. Ho Lu gave a resigned smile. You're right. We might have time to wait, but the civilians on the mountain can't. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a collision came from the front of the convoy. Gong Ran slammed on the brakes, bringing the jeep to a steady halt. Then Gong Ran pushed open the door, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, what's going on up front? A buzzing sound came from the walkie-talkie, then returned to normal. Commander, there's an invisible barrier blocking the highway ahead, we can't pass. Ah, an invisible barrier? Gong Ran froze momentarily, turning to look at Yi Yu with a pleading expression. Yi Yu pushed open the car door, walked up to Gong Ran, and asked into the walkie-talkie, does it feel like water when touched, creating ripples and circles? Yes, exactly like water. The person on the other end hurriedly agreed. Hearing the response from the other end of the phone, Yi Yu's expression instantly turned grave. It's a mystical artifact from the New World, the prison sky mirror. Bang, bang. The other 2 people in the car pushed the doors open and stepped out, their faces equally horrified. As members of the security division, how could they not know the name New World? It was the most elite awakened faction in the Forbidden Zone, a behemoth capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Federation. Noticing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Yi Yu spoke up to reassure them. There's no need to be nervous. Using something like the prison heaven mirror means whoever's behind this isn't strong, they're even afraid of us. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. First, we'll break through the prison heaven mirror's barrier, then formulate a plan based on what we find inside. That seems to be our only option. After dealing with the resurgence at Beiding Hotel, Li Chinxiu brought Wu Shan along as they scoured the area for small groups of resurgence, systematically eliminating them. To countless survivors, they became saviors, while to the resurgence, they were nothing short of nightmares. This situation caused significant delays in opening the sealed container. Upon learning of this, Oxhead from the underworld and Xin Yuanhua from the New World repeatedly dispatched masters to assassinate Li Xingqiu. But instead of killing him, they couldn't even find Li Xingqiu himself. This was all part of Li Xingqiu's deliberate plan to create the impression that he was strong, but only to a limited extent. His goal was to facilitate future actions and reassure the revivers about placing the container on the bonfire party square. You fools! Out of so many of you, not one can track down a chosen one? Oxhead kicked the man before him to the ground. The man stood up clutching his stomach with a pitiful expression. Sir, we tried to find him, but that kid's got radar in his head. Every time we're about to track him down, he slips away before we can catch him. Scram! Keep searching. The horseface pointed into the distance with an upward jerk of his hand. Right away, right away. The man nodded rapidly several times before staggering out of the square. Xin Yuanhua watched this and chuckled coldly. What's the point of recruiting so many revived ones? They're just trash filling the numbers anyway. What's so funny? Have you people from the New World found anything? Horseface sneered. Shin Yuanhua spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, there aren't many of us here, isn't it perfectly normal that we haven't found anything? Horseface. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the southern side of North Huangshan, the direction of the mountain pass. Chapter 45 The Definition of Humanity. The deafening roar startled everyone present, causing them to recoil away from the source of the sound. What's happening? Someone frantically asked. Yet no one could answer his question. In that moment, all eyes turned to Shin Yuanhua. At this moment, Shin Yuanhua furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze firmly locked on the direction of the sound. Someone is attacking the barrier of the prison sky mirror. It's the military and the Special Abilities Department. There might even be people from the Internal Security Bureau among them. That's impossible. I specifically stationed 10-second restriction guards on the mountain path to kill any humans coming up and prevent them from reporting the barrier to the Special Abilities Department. How could this happen? Did your people leak the information? As he spoke, Horseface shot a suspicious glance at Shin Yuanhua. How can you say something so absurd without even cracking a smile? Shin Yuanhua glared at Horseface in displeasure before reaching for the sealed artifact box. What are you doing? Horseface urgently stepped forward and slapped away Shin Yuanhua's hand. What do you mean? What am I doing? Now that people have arrived, naturally we should retreat. What's wrong with me taking my sealed container from the New World? Shin Yuanhua warily eyed Horseface. What do you mean, your sealed container from the New World? This is clearly an ownerless artifact, and ownerless artifacts should rightfully belong to our underworld. I suggest you abandon these thieving thoughts, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Horseface's eyes flashed with menace as he pulled the horizontal saber from where it was planted in the ground. How dare you say that with such righteous indignation? And what gives you the right to threaten me? Do you really think I can't take you on? Seeing this, Shin Yuanhua also stopped being polite, revealing the brass knuckles on his hand. Humph, very well, then. Boom! Before Horseface could finish speaking, another deafening roar came from the south. The second explosion snapped both men back to their senses, easing the tense standoff between them. You should also know that our strengths are evenly matched. It would take a long time to truly determine a winner, and the prison heaven mirror won't hold much longer. Those people will break in soon, and neither of us will be able to take the sealed artifact box, Shin Yuanhua said with a grave expression. In my eyes, there are only two outcomes, either I take the sealed artifact box, or someone else does. I only accept the first option. Hand it over to me, and I'll gift you a profound artifact in the future, the Horseface declared resolutely. Shin Yuanhua gritted his teeth and said, if you give it to me, I'll give you 2 profound artifacts in return. Give it to me, and I'll give you 3 profound artifacts later, replied the Horseface without batting an eye, his earnest expression nearly deceiving even Shin Yuanhua. Damn it, you bastard. You never intended to give it to me in the first place. As if you could give me 2 profound artifacts yourself. For a moment, the two of them reached another impasse. After several seconds of silence, Shin Yuanhua finally let out a long sigh and conceded, fine. Since the sealed artifacts are nearing 10,000, how about we make a bet? Horseface nodded, go ahead. We'll go stall for time in the southern area while our subordinates hurry to unlock the sealed artifact chest. If the chest contains a mystic artifact with special abilities, it's mine. If it's ordinary weapons like blades or staffs, they're yours. What do you say? Shin Yuanhua said sternly. Horseface lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before finally agreeing. After briefing their respective subordinates, Horseface and Shin Yuanhua charged southward together, their piercing sonic booms echoing across the mountaintop. Meanwhile, in a hidden alley, Li Qinxiu placed the disabled Wu Shan beside a pile of garbage and whispered, too many people have been taken to the bonfire square by the revivers. I need to save them, Captain Wu. You stay here and rest. Just as Li Qinxiu was about to leave, Wu Shan grabbed his arm. It's too dangerous, the more people there are, the more revivers there will be. If something happens to you, Captain Wu, it's a divine mandate's duty to protect ordinary people. I can't just stand by and watch these revivers kill. If it's too dangerous, I won't act recklessly. But if there's a chance, I have to try. Li Qinxiu pushed Wu Shan's hand away. You, Wu Shan clenched his fists, I'm no match for you. Stay safe, your life comes first. Li Qinxiu nodded solemnly before turning to dash into the alleyway. As Li Qinxiu emerged from the alley into the lamplight, the faintest smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Within a few breaths, Li Qinxiu's figure had already appeared several hundred meters away before vanishing into the vast night. A few hundred meters away from the bonfire square, on a small hillock, a head stealthily popped up, none other than Li Qingxiao herself. Earlier, when Li Qingxiao was with Li Qinxiu, the latter had told her everything and instructed her to keep an eye on every move in the square from this spot. Li Qingxiao yawned, ruffling her windswept bangs as she grumbled, leaving me all alone here in this freezing weather, couldn't even bother to find me a blanket. So cold. Damn it, what the hell? The sudden voice startled Li Qingxiao so much that her heart nearly leaped out of her chest, making her jump up in fright. Li Chinxiu, sprawled flat on the ground, looked utterly bewildered as he asked, "What's wrong? Are there bugs on the floor?" You. Li Qingxia trembled while pointing at Li Chinxiu. "Are you playing ghost now, sneaking beside me like that, afraid I wouldn't notice you or what? Why blame me for your slow reflexes? Hurry up and lie down before we're spotted." Li Chinxiu patted the ground, signaling Li Qingxia to get low. Li Qingxia gave him a playful kick before reluctantly lowering herself. "Well, quick, use your eyes to check." Li Chinxiu shook Li Qingxia's arm impatiently. "You actually gambled right this time, those two strongest revenants went south. The sealed artifact box is now at 9892, still needing." Li Qingxia counted on her fingers, still over 100 short. "Still 108 deaths remaining," Li Qingxiu said calmly. Li Qingxia nodded. "Same calculation as mine. Once these resurrected ones capture and kill another batch of people, it'll be enough. Have you lost your mind? There are still 30-something resurrected ones and 60 or 70 ordinary people on the field. Once they finish killing all the ordinary people, and I eliminate them afterward, won't that make 10,000? Li Qingxiu looked at Li Qingxia as if she were an idiot. Li Qingxia suddenly understood. "I thought we didn't count as people." Li Qingxiu was slightly taken aback by these words. After a moment of silence, she chuckled. "Whether it's revivers or ordinary people, to put it bluntly, we're all just animals living in this world. The strong devour the weak, while the weak avoid the strong. Only the powerful can decide who they really are." Li Qingxiu stood up and looked down at the slaughter happening in the square below. Chapter 46, Mystical Artifact Emerges. The crowd stunned. The killings continued at the bonfire square. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can give you money, my family has so much." "Aha! Put!" The sharp knife tip slashed across the boy's neck, tracing a long crimson arc through the night air with each drop of blood. The boy clutched his throat in terror, but it was futile. Scarlet streams seeped between his fingers until the light faded from his eyes, leaving only stillness. 2 minutes, 76 lives reduced to cold statistics, bringing the sealed container one step closer to unlocking. A young man flicked blood from his fingertips, gazing regretfully at the girl who died in his arms. "Get moving already. Why cling to a corpse?" someone urged impatiently. The young man stood up, eyeing the girl with greedy fascination. "So tender looking. I wish I could have gotten to date her first." At that moment, a gentle breeze passed by, and an indifferent voice sounded from behind the young man. "It's not too late for you to go down and talk to her now." Boom! Li Qingxiu tightened his fingers, crushing the other's skull instantly, then hooked his foot to flip a saber lying diagonally on the ground, catching it steadily in his hand. The sudden turn of events stunned all the awakened onlookers. "Wait, you are. It's Li Qingxiu. Run for your lives." A man who had just regained his senses shouted loudly, but as he turned to take his next step, a cold glint flashed from the corner of his eye. Swish! The instant the man's foot touched the ground, a thin crimson line extended from between his eyebrows all the way down below his neck. Squelch! Amidst the sound of spurting blood, the man's body split into two halves before the horrified gaze of the crowd, toppling sideways, the clean cut as straight as a horizon line. Li Qingxiu wiped the blood splattered on his lashes with a finger, then blurred into motion, charging toward the other revivers. For a moment, symphonic perfection unfolded beneath the night sky, spurting crimson and wailing cries weaving together in macabre harmony. After beheading the final revenant with a clean sweep of his blade, Li Qingxiu straightened up with the horizontal saber still in hand, turning his head toward the sealed container box. His scarlet eyes gleamed with an especially chilling coldness under the moonlight. On the surface of the sealed container box, the 4 digits 9999 were etched, wriggling unnervingly like worms. "Just one more left?" As Li Qingxiu frowned and was about to head out to capture another person from the road, a faint cry for help drifted from a pile of corpses in the distance. "Don't go! Help me!" Li Qingxiu retracted his half-raised foot and turned toward the source of the voice. From within a towering pile of corpses, a bloodied head squeezed through the crevices, gazing pleadingly at Li Qingxiu. Li Qingxiu pressed his lips into a faint smile, his figure swift as wind as he flashed before the girl. "Save me!" The girl trembled as she reached out to clutch at Li Qingxiu's pants leg. Li Qingxiu nodded. "Thank you. I'll make it quick for you." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Qingxiu's broadsword flashed like lightning, piercing through the girl's forehead and ending her precarious life. The moment the girl died, the writing 9999 on the sealed container finally changed to 10,000, and the layers of gray-black grime on the box's surface peeled off in sheets. Thump, thump. A sound resembling a heartbeat emerged from within the sealed artifact box, causing the entire container to tremble rhythmically along with the pulse. Li Qingxiu gripped his broadsword tightly as he cautiously approached the box, his mind flooded with questions. Wasn't the sealed artifact box supposed to contain an arcane instrument? So why was there a heartbeat coming from inside? As if sensing Li Qingxiu's approach, the heartbeat from the sealed artifact box suddenly grew thunderously deafening. The terrifying sonic waves spread outward like a tsunami, causing the surrounding corpses to crack apart from the vibrations. Yet to Li Qinxiu, all this might as well have been mere tickling. Calmly stepping before the sealed box, he paused briefly in thought before raising the sword hilt with both hands high above his head and bringing it down without mercy. Crack! The sealed container exploded like tofu, sending wooden splinters flying everywhere. Before Li Qinxiu could make out what mysterious artifact lay within, a terrifying shockwave erupted before him, hurling him 100 meters away. Then came a blinding crimson pillar of light that shot skyward, bursting through prison heaven mirror's barrier with a thunderous boom and piercing the thick cloud layer, staining the entire North Huang Mountain sky blood red. Ha 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 ha! A sharp, piercing laugh pierced the sky, shaking the clouds apart and stirring violent winds. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the crimson light beam before it was compressed into a thin layer, slowly stretching outward on both sides until it spanned 100 meters wide before stopping. Come, step inside. Didn't you all wish to possess me? The voice was filled with madness and anticipation, sounding exactly like something a lunatic would say. Li Qinxiu pushed himself up from the corpse beside him, excitement flashing in his eyes. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow, disappearing into the thick crimson mist, vanishing from this place between heaven and earth. As the prison heaven mirror's barrier shattered, Ma Mian and Xin Yuanhua, who had been hiding behind it to launch a surprise attack, were completely exposed, with nowhere left to conceal themselves. Yet neither of them fled, and the three from the Andong Sea didn't make a move either. At this moment, everyone was staring in awe at the crimson gate towering between heaven and earth. Ma Mian's eyes widened. This is a sentient profound artifact. Nightshade, standing nearby, felt her heart tremble upon hearing these words. As a member of Andong Sea, she naturally understood what Ma Mian meant. Mystical artifacts vary in strength, but there's no clear hierarchical classification because their abilities are extraordinarily diverse and difficult to rank, except for one type, the spiritual mystical artifacts. Spiritual mystical artifacts possess independent consciousness, cannot be destroyed, and wield abilities beyond ordinary comprehension, surpassing all other mystical artifacts. Moreover, spiritual mystical artifacts have a unique master recognition trait. Only those they acknowledge can wield them. Such individuals are called spiritualists. The stronger the spiritualist, the more potent the artifact becomes, creating a mutually enhancing bond. The last time a spiritual mystical artifact appeared in the Federation was 19 years ago. That artifact was a spear, known as the red-tasseled spear. This spiritual profound artifact was ultimately obtained by a young man named Huang Fuqing, who currently serves as the supreme commander of the Federation's Second Army Group. At this thought, Yi Yu's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he subconsciously took a step toward the direction of the crimson portal. Click! The sound of footsteps instantly shattered the silence between them. Horseface was the first to react, grabbing Xin Yuanhua and yanking him backward while launching himself like a cannonball toward the blood-colored portal. Ha! This arcane artifact is mine, all mine. Bastard! A worthless run like you isn't fit to hold an arcane artifact. Xin Yuanhua cursed angrily, vanishing from his spot in an instant and reappearing several hundred meters away. Chapter 47, The Rules of the Netherrealm. Heelu gulped and turned to Yi Yu. Xiao Yi, we absolutely can't let these people get their hands on that arcane artifact. Yes, Night Sister, we can't let these revenants get their hands on the spirit profound artifact. Zheng Kong hastily agreed. We can enter, but our primary objective inside is to prevent the revenants from obtaining the spirit profound artifact. Understood? Night Whisper said gravely. Understood. I'll keep my personal desires secondary. Same here. The two nodded excitedly in agreement. After assigning Gong Ran his tasks, Yi Yu led the two toward the crimson portal. Meanwhile, each awakened individual with even a modicum of knowledge or strength on the mountain peak raced toward the blood-red gateway. After all, who wouldn't gamble on a carp's chance to leap through the dragon gate? The commotion at northern Huangshan grew so intense that even those at the mountain's base noticed the blood-hued sky. What's going on with the sky? Why has it turned blood-red? I don't know, look at the mountain pass entrance over there on North Huangshan, there are so many soldiers standing guard. Damn, is something big about to happen? Ah, then what are we standing here for? Let's go quickly. Don't rush, let me record a quick video for my moments first. A glaring crimson moon hung high above the shrouded clouds, while twisted trees stretched endlessly into darkened woods. The dank air carried a faint, putrid stench that wandered through the forest with the night wind. Pale red moonlight draped like a thin gauze, veiling the tranquil woods in a sinister shroud. Li Qinxiu stood beneath a towering tree, scanning his surroundings in bewildered panic. Where's the mystic artifact? The moment Li Qinxiu rushed through the blood-red portal, his vision blurred. When his sight finally cleared, he found himself inexplicably transported to this place. After pondering to no avail, Li Qinxiu began cautiously wandering through the mountainous forest. When he reached a small stream, his pupils constricted in shock, and he suddenly halted his steps. Clenching his fist and raising it before his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Why have I been suddenly suppressed to the first forbidden realm?" Gurgle gurgle. Before Li Qinxiu could even gather his thoughts, A sound resembling intestinal peristalsis echoed right in front of him. He looked up to see dozens of neatly arranged crimson characters materializing midair before his eyes. All personnel have arrived. The master recognition trial now begins. Below are the rules and important notices. 1. In the underworld, everyone's forbidden level is suppressed to the first restriction, and revivers cannot self-heal. 2. Once entering the underworld, no one can exit midway. 3. Upon entering the underworld, each person will manifest a corresponding mirror image. These mirror images possess all abilities of their original counterparts, matching them in strength, and are indestructible. 4. The mirror image's purpose is to eliminate examinees. Proceed with extreme caution. 5. 5 keys are scattered throughout the netherworld. After collecting all 5 keys, the examinee must insert them into the central altar of the netherworld to initiate the final trial, which allows up to 5 participants. Good luck to all. As Li Qinshu finished reading the last character, the bloody crimson words gradually faded until they disappeared without a trace. An ownership trial? Does a mystical artifact really need to choose its master? A question arose in Li Qinshu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, for there was a more pressing issue at hand. Everyone has arrived. This meant that aside from him, others had entered as well. Though their involvement added several variables to the outcome, Li Qinshu didn't find it troublesome. What truly troubled him were the mirror people. According to the rules, everyone has a mirror counterpart who possesses all the abilities of the original. Thus, one's mirror counterpart wields ultimate aqueous power and absolute control. Damn it all to hell. If one's mirror image used Jishui right in front of others, who the disaster water is would be glaringly obvious. Fu Li Qinshu let out a long sigh, his brow clouded with gloom. What should he do now? Kill everyone or find his mirror image and figure out a way to trap them? Enough, I'll take it one step at a time. Li Qinshu stood up, willed his appearance to change, and strode deeper into the mountain forest. Somehow, he always felt mysteriously drawn by an unseen force. Along the way, Li Qinshu didn't encounter any mirror people. After walking for over 10 minutes, a towering palace appeared at the far edge of his vision. It was a palace styled somewhat like a cathedral, yet merely resembling one without actually being related to churches. The white walls were covered with long rake marks, faint traces of blood barely visible upon them. Shattered arched windows creaked in the night breeze, their silhouettes against the crimson moon exuding an aura of eerie horror. At this very moment, 2 groups of people stood before the grand entrance of the palace, 3 on one side and 4 on the other, as if waiting for something. If we don't gather 8 people, we can't enter? Damn palace with all its ridiculous rules. Keep your voice down. Spiritual artifacts possess consciousness, be careful not to let them hear you. The man pursed his lips upon hearing this and fell silent. Hey, someone's coming, it's Brother Lu Chang, someone shouted excitedly, pointing in Li Qinshu's direction. For convenience, Li Qinshu had altered his appearance to resemble a previously killed triple prohibition resurrected, the very person this man referred to as Lu Chang. It really is Brother Lu Chang. Now we're all set, our DU squad has 4 members again, ha. The people of the underworld were all smiles, while those from the New World wore gloomy expressions. Soon Li Qinshu arrived at the palace gates, but before he could speak, the 3 underworld figures surrounded him. Big Brother Lu Chang, I didn't expect to find you nearby, what a relief. I was worried we'd be outnumbered 3 against 4 by those New World bullies. With you here, things will be much easier. Weren't you 4 laughing just a moment ago? Why aren't you laughing now? A young man taunted. I was just giving you a friendly smile, but in your eyes it became a provocation. As they say, a filthy mind sees filth everywhere. You, enough. Why are you waiting for me here? Li Qinshu irritably cut the other person off. The youth shot that guy a dirty look before turning to Li Qinshu with a smile. Big Brother Lu Chang, come take a look at this. The young man led Li Qinshu to the entrance of the grand hall and pressed his palm against the door. Gurgle, gurgle. The familiar sound of intestinal movement rang out again, and a line of crimson characters appeared out of thin air. Palace of Doubt, a palace where the key of doubt exists. The door can only be opened when 8 people push it simultaneously. Upon completing the trials within the palace, one may obtain the key of doubt. Palace of Doubt? Li Qinshu murmured to himself before asking, what did you mean earlier by 3 versus 4? Ha! The young man was taken aback, replying somewhat uncertainly, wouldn't 8 people naturally divide into 2 teams? Shouldn't it be 4 versus 4? Li Qinshu. Chapter 48, The Fatal Game. Li Qinshu pressed both hands against the door, speaking without turning his head, push it open. This place feels eerie, better finish quickly and leave. Prompted by Li Qinshu, the remaining 7 stepped forward and placed their hands on the palace gates. Start pushing. As all 8 exerted force together, the previously immovable door finally began to shake. Webs of dust-laden spider silk fell in patches onto their heads. Clang! The heavy door was pushed open a crack, releasing a pungent stench of rotting wood through the gap that assaulted everyone's nostrils. You! What the hell is that smell? You! The people standing on either side of the door crack immediately fell to their knees, gagging and covering their noses. You'll get used to the smell. Li Qinshu patted one of them on the shoulder before squeezing sideways through the crack into the palace. The others, seeing this, gritted their teeth and forced themselves through despite the stench. The hall was pitch black, with no light source except the moonlight streaming faintly through the windows. The eerie atmosphere made the group huddle together, nervously scanning their surroundings. As the last person stepped into the grand hall, the massive doors slammed shut automatically with a reverberating boom that echoed like thunder through the chamber. Ghost! Ah! One of the revived near the entrance collapsed on the spot in terror, clutching his companion's pant leg as he stared petrified toward the sealed doors. Have some dignity. The underworld officials are watching, get up this instant. Oh, the man nodded meekly, steadying himself against the wall as he wobbled to his feet. Li Qinshu withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. The instant his foot touched the ground, a whirring sound like the wind echoed through the grand hall. Then, flickering candle flames spread inward from the walls on either side of the great door. In no time, the hall was brilliantly illuminated, revealing every hidden detail to Li Qinshu's eyes as darkness surrendered its veil. The hall wasn't large, spanning just over 200 square meters, with nothing particularly remarkable about it. Looking around, one saw only empty space. The only peculiar feature was a 9-square grid drawn on the ground at the center of the grand hall, resembling something sketched with red chalk. Welcome, everyone, to the Palace of Doubt. I am the master of this palace. I presume you're all here for the Key of Doubt. A weathered voice echoed from all directions. Silence fell over the assembly. After a few seconds, Li Qinshu asked in a low voice, "Where are you?" "That is irrelevant. What matters is the Key of Doubt. You've all come for it, haven't you?" Li Qinshu did not argue and nodded in agreement. "Right, where is the Key of Doubt? I'd like to invite you 8 to play a game. Whichever side wins, I'll give the Key of Doubt to them." As the words faded, several blood-red numbers materialized in the air above the 8 individuals. Li Qinshu looked up to see the number 1 floating silently above his head. Turning around, Li Qinshu noticed that everyone bore a number above them, the smallest being his 1, while the largest displayed the numeral 8. "Hey, there's a number 6 floating above my head. What does that mean?" "I don't know either. There's a number above my head, it's the number 7. However, the crowd's questions were soon answered. "From now on, the number above your head will be your name. It'll make it easier for me to address you," the owner of the palace said with satisfaction. Seeing no objections from those present, he continued, "Now I'll divide you into 2 teams. We'll decide by showing palm or back of hand. Those showing backs form one side, those showing palms the other. If anyone dares conspire or exchange glances, I'll kill all of you." A cold wind blew through the palace halls, sending a bone-chilling sensation rising from the soles of everyone's feet. Li Qinshu turned and shouted at the others, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up." The 8 individuals formed a circle and simultaneously extended their hands palms up. 3 palms, 5 backs. Unfortunately, Li Qinshu had shown his palm, teaming up with Hell's number 3 and New World's number 6. This, number 6 stared blankly at the final results. "The numbers aren't balanced at all." "Haha," the palace owner chuckled lightly. "I never said the teams had to be balanced. Now that you're all divided into groups, let me explain the game you'll be playing. See the 9-squared grid on the floor?" Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The palace owner chuckled, "Hee, the game we're going to play is tic-tac-toe, one of the simplest games there is." "Tic-tac-toe?" Li Qinshu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this to be the so-called game. The so-called tic-tac-toe was a game where 2 players used circles and crosses to compete on a grid resembling the Chinese character, Jing. Whoever managed to align 3 of their symbols in a horizontal, vertical, or diagonal line would be the winner. Li Qinshu had often played this trivial game with Qi Mingyue as a child. However, due to its sheer simplicity, their matches frequently ended in stalemates. Exactly, it's tic-tac-toe. Each person gets 1 move, circles or crosses. The first to connect a line wins, and the loser, the palace owner paused, shall die here. At these words, the perfectly calm contestant number 6 from the New World team widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Die here? What, you think I can't make that happen?" The palace owner mocked with a smirk. Number 6 stumbled backwards in panic. After a frozen moment, they screamed, I quit. I don't want the key anymore. Let me out." With that, number 6 turned and dashed toward the main gate, but before he could take more than a few steps, a glint of cold steel flashed beneath his feet. Put! Blood splattered everywhere as a foot flew high into the air before number 6 crashed heavily to the ground. "Ah, my foot, my foot! Wang Huan, are you all right?" The members of the New World team paled as they helped number 6, who had collapsed to the floor, back onto his feet. "Relax, I won't let him die before the game is finished. Just focus on playing, unless you'd prefer I start killing people," the palace owner remarked casually, as if taking lives was as mundane as having a meal. Before the New World team could speak, Hell's number 3 shouted hoarsely, "How is this fair? They have 5 people. We only have 3, this is a guaranteed loss." Li Qinshu furrowed his brows at this moment. Number 3 was correct. If each person only had 1 chance to make a move, their side stood no chance of winning. But if the outcome was already predetermined, why hadn't that person ended the game? Don't be nervous. Each person has just one opportunity to place a piece, but whether you can actually do it depends on your own ability. Li Chinxiu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? If someone wants to place a piece, they must stand within the 9-grid formation. Each grid presents a different challenge. Only after completing the trial can one place their piece, the master of the palace explained slowly. If none of us manages to connect a line in the end, how should this be judged? Number 2 asked gravely. Whichever side occupies the most squares wins. In case of a tie, let me think. Oh right. Then we'll just kill everyone. Wouldn't that be fun? The palace master said eagerly. Hearing this, Li Chinxiu's deep eyes flashed with faint killing intent beneath them. Chapter 49, The True Rules. Let's begin, starting with the larger group first. Do you need to discuss anything? The 5 of them remained silent upon hearing this, exchanging bewildered glances. Each face clearly displayed 2 words: utter confusion. Who wants to go first? Number 2 broke the silence first, his gaze skipping over number 4 and number 8 standing beside him to land on number 5 and number 7 behind them. Why are you looking at us? You 3 from New World should be the ones to go first. Number 5 nervously took a few steps back. That's right, brother Lu Chang. Speak up for us. Number 7 pleaded, casting a desperate look at Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu gave him a cool glance before turning away and sitting down beneath a wall-mounted candle holder. Brother. Number 7's eyes widened. The master of the palace spoke with displeasure. Number 7, step forward. I can't stand traitors like you most of all. Number 7 pursed his lips tightly and reluctantly walked to the center position of the 9-square grid. I choose this one. The moment his words fell, number 7's eyes suddenly turned blank and lifeless. He stood frozen in place like a zombie, staring straight ahead as if experiencing something indescribable. An eerie silence fell over the field instantly. At that moment, number 3 from Li Chinxiu's team helped number 6 over and sat down beside him. Brother Lu, what do we do now? Number 3 asked urgently. Just grab a few connecting lines. What else can we do? Li Chinxiu calmly raised his hand to point at the limping number 6. You're up next. If they haven't taken the center, you take it. If they have, just grab any spot randomly. Me? Number 6 pointed at himself in surprise, hesitating, but my foot's in this state. It doesn't matter. It's not like you're being sent to kill or fight anyone. Didn't you see number 7 hasn't even moved? Probably just some simple mental puzzles. Bang! Before Li Chinxiu could finish speaking, contestant number 7 standing in the grid suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. How unfortunate. Contestant number 7 has failed the test. It's your turn now, the deep voice of the palace proprietor echoed in everyone's ears. Number 3 poked Li Chinxiu nervously, stammering, this. Brother Lu, didn't you say this was just a brain teaser? I'm just guessing, Li Chinxiu dismissed casually, standing up and walking over to contestant 6. Go on, good luck to you. Contestant 6 curled himself into a corner. Can I go later? Without another word, Li Chinxiu grabbed contestant 6 with one hand, ignoring his struggles and cries, and tossed him to the center. We're choosing this spot too. After Li Chinxiu spoke, contestant 6 stopped thrashing about and, like contestant 7 before him, fell into a dazed stupor. Just as Li Chinxiu turned around and hadn't taken more than a few steps, there was suddenly a loud bang sound from behind. Number 6 died. Ha! Li Chinxiu stared blankly at the completely obliterated remains of number 6, his eyes filled with shock. Are you kidding me? Gone in the blink of an eye, what kind of joke is this? Not only was Li Chinxiu dumbfounded, but everyone else was equally bewildered. What's going on? 2 people dead already before we even captured a single point? What a pity. Next, the voice of the palace master rang out again. Over at Team 2's side, a dark cloud seemed to hover above the 4 members' heads, their faces ashen and devoid of any color. Number 5 of the underworld was about to say something when the gazes of the other 3 simultaneously shifted onto him. Fine, I'll go. Number 5 smiled bitterly, knowing he had no choice. Number 5 stepped into the 9-square grid, choosing the top left corner instead of the center, which offered more possibilities. Soon enough, number 5 fell into the same state as the previous 2. Li Chinxiu stood quietly by, watching him. After a few minutes of silence, a buzzing sound resonated across the field. Number 5's eyes gradually cleared, shimmering with unmistakable delight. I did it. Seriously? Number 4 asked disbelievingly upon hearing this. Absolutely. Number 2 grinned from ear to ear, gazing at number 5 with delight. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of intestines churning came from number 5, followed by a string of symbols appearing before his eyes. Or times. Seeing this, number 5 looked at Li Chinxiu standing nearby. Brother Lu, we're choosing the cross mark. Then we'll take the circle. Li Chinxiu nodded. Number 5 reached out and clicked the times button, after which a large time slowly appeared on the stone brick beneath his feet. Seeing this, Li Chinxiu's lips curled slightly, and a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. However, none of the people present noticed Li Chinxiu's expression. Under Li Chinchio's coercion, number 3 was forced to step onto the Sudoku grid, choosing the position at the top right corner. 1 minute later, number 3 exploded with a loud bang. Li Chinchio's face darkened as he crossed his arms and stepped aside. Now only positions 1, 2, 4, and 8 remained unoccupied on the board, with Li Chinchio standing alone on his side. It's in the bag. We've still got 3 chances left. If we claim just one more spot on the grid, we win. Number 2 clenched his fist excitedly, then turned to the weakest player, number 8, go on, I believe in you. You've got this. Number 4 gripped number 8's arm tightly and gave it an encouraging shake. Okay, I'll do my best. In the end, contestant 8 was also forced to approach the magic square, selecting the first grid from the left in the second row. Under everyone's gaze, contestant 8 followed contestant 6's fate after 3 minutes, disintegrated without a trace. For a moment, all eyes turned to Li Chinchio. Seeing Li Chinchio standing still and unmoving, number 2 snapped impatiently, "What are you standing around for? Move it!" Li Chinchio remained motionless and instead asked the palace's master, "May I let them go first? Are you out of your mind? Number 8 is one of ours, and next in line is you. If you don't want to be blown into a bloody mist, you still have time to end yourself now." The others looked at Li Chinchio as if he were a fool after hearing his words. Li Chinchio ignored them and quietly waited for the voice of the palace master. "If you try to escape the game, I will kill you." The palace master's voice carried a chill. "Ever since I stepped into this palace, I've been wondering why it's called the Palace of Doubt. Now I understand." Li Chinchio paused before continuing. "It's meant to make me question everything." "What nonsense are you spouting, number 1? Hurry up and make your move. Are you trying to escape the game?" The palace master's voice carried a hint of anger. "Guard dog, which of your eyes sees me trying to escape the game? I've been strictly following the rules." Li Chinchio turned sideways to glare at the group led by number 2. Only at this moment did he truly understand the real rules of the game. Chapter 50, So you're the one they call the master of the palace. Ever since I entered the palace, the self-proclaimed owner of the palace popped up, vaguely outlining the true rules before using some minor manipulations to lead me into concocting non-existent rules. The reason Li Chinchio reached this conclusion was because he witnessed contestant number 5 freely choosing between circles and crosses, which suddenly reminded him of something the palace owner had said earlier. That's right, it's tic-tac-toe. Everyone gets one chance to place their mark, circles, or crosses. Whoever connects a line first wins. A deliberately ambiguous statement. It never specified who represented circles or crosses, merely stating that connecting a line means victory. Nor did it clarify that winners would be determined as a team, instead using the cunningly vague word whoever, easily overlooked yet profoundly significant. If we add team division before this sentence, it naturally leads everyone to mentally fill in those blank rules themselves. But if we disregard this statement, set aside the misleading term tic-tac-toe, and ignore all other rules, the genuine rule emerges: whether circles or crosses, whoever forms a straight line first wins the game. From the very beginning, this was an individual battle, with only one key. How could it possibly be meant for a group? Li Chinchio curled his lips into a smile and strode boldly toward the direction where numbers 2 and 4 stood. He wasn't afraid of this so-called palace master making a move against him, because the other party simply didn't have that capability. The palace master had also said, "Don't worry, I won't let him die before completing the game. Play the game peacefully, and don't make me resort to killing." Within the established rules, the opponent couldn't take action. This was something Li Chinchio had just personally verified. If they could act freely, they wouldn't have needed to keep repeating the phrase avoiding the game over and over. Number 2 and number 4 stared at Li Chinchio approaching them, their minds blank, unable to come up with a single answer. They couldn't fathom why the palace master hadn't intervened yet, nor could they understand what Li Chinchio intended to do by walking toward them. Could he really be planning to take them both on at once? What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you're seriously considering breaking the rules and making us go first. Don't think for a second we're afraid of you just because you're the reawakened ice element cultivator. Get up there and make your move, don't force our hand, number 2 growled, steeling himself. Li Chinchio didn't stop his steps upon hearing this, darting forward to appear right in front of number 2. "You." Before number 2 could finish speaking, Li Chinchio sent him flying with a whip kick. With a resounding bang, number 2 became embedded in the wall, unconscious and unknown whether alive or dead. Seeing this, number 4's legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, staring at Li Chinchio with terrified eyes. How is this possible? Didn't the underworld suppress everyone to first ban? Shouldn't someone do something about this? Don't come any closer. This is against the rules. Number 4 shuffled backward inch by inch with his hands on the ground, while Li Chinchio advanced step by step toward him. Don't get too carried away, number 1. This is my territory. The palace master's furious voice thundered through the grand hall. Hearing this, a trace of mockery flashed in Li Chinchio's eyes. Your earlier strike that severed number 6's would barely reach the threshold of 3 restrictions level, so you'd better hide well. If I find you, I'll chop you to death piece by piece. You, the palace master wanted to refute but didn't know where to begin, stopping after just one word. Li Chinxiu laughed, the last heavy stone in his heart finally settling. He had originally worried whether his opponent might be hiding their true strength, but now it seemed there were no hidden cards at all. As number 4 lay on the ground listening to their exchange, his dull mind finally grasped some fragments of understanding. Damn it, the master of this palace can't even manage his own affairs. Realizing this, number 4's lips visibly paled while the fat on his face trembled uncontrollably. He begged, "Be big brother, I'm not as capable as that number 2. He's much better than me. No worries, if you die, I'll send him up next." With a brilliant smile, Li Chinxiu bent down, clenched number 4's neck, and forcibly dragged him into the 9-square grid. "I hope you survive. Hang in there." Li Chinxiu patted number 4's shoulder with hopeful anticipation, then stepped back from the 9-square grid. A few seconds later, number 4's eyes turned vacant as he stood frozen in place. Seeing the other hadn't immediately exploded, Li Chinxiu squatted nearby, stroking his chin as if contemplating something. At that moment, Li Chinxiu suddenly raised his head, a glimmer flashing in his eyes, then asked the palace master curiously, "I have a question. After I complete the trial, who will give me this key?" "What are you asking that for?" asked the palace owner warily. Li Chinxiu smiled kindly, "I was just curious." The hall fell silent for a moment before the palace master finally spoke again. "Go enjoy your game in peace, and don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts." Li Chinxiu curled up the corners of his mouth and stood up, resting his hands on his knees. "Do you have the key?" No response. Li Chinxiu helplessly patted his own head. He really must have lost his mind. How could he not have figured out such a simple logic? If winning the game would grant him the key, then the key either wasn't in the palace or was on that self-proclaimed palace owner. So why bother playing such a dangerous game? He might as well just go straight to the palace owner and ask for it. Realizing this, Li Chinxiu spread his hands. "I'm done playing. I don't think it's worth risking my life for a mere key." With that, Li Chinxiu strode toward the main gate. Hidden in the shadows, the palace's owner gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li Chinxiu's retreating figure. "Open the door, or do I need to kick it down myself?" Li Chinxiu shouted impatiently. "Bastard, what sort of place do you think this is?" The next instant, a crescent moon-shaped arc ripped through the air above Li Chinxiu's head, hurtling toward his neck. His ear twitched as he tilted his head just enough for the lethal arc to graze past him. "Didn't I tell you to stay hidden properly?" A cold glint flashed in Li Chinxiu's eyes as he raised his hand towards an unlit corner of the hall. "Condense." Suddenly, Li Chinxiu made a grasping motion with his palm, and the wavering blood mist in the hall instantly coalesced into droplets of blood, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive crimson hand that clawed at the shadows. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from within the clenched bloody fist. With a pulling motion of his hand, Li Chinxiu drew the blood hand before him. "Disperse," Li Chinxiu said calmly. The bloody hand trembled slightly before vanishing without a trace with a bang, dropping a blood-soaked middle-aged man to the ground. The man curled up on the floor, his venom-filled eyes glaring fixedly at Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu lowered his gaze to examine the man, then stepped on his face with one foot. "So you're the so-called master of the palace? Bastard!" The man bellowed loudly and raised his hand, aiming to fire an arc at Li Chinxiu when suddenly, a blood-red blade appeared out of thin air. With a sickening thud, it severed the man's arm. Chapter 51, Theories about Mirror Humans. "Ah, my hand!" Amid the man's agonized screams, his severed arm soared through the air. Strangely, instead of spurting crimson blood, the limb dissolved into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the sky. The man's severed wound didn't bleed at all. Instead, thick black smoke billowed out like from a chimney. His severed arm slowly began regenerating from the stump, though the recovery speed was utterly incomparable to that of a revived one, crawling along at a snail's pace, far too slow. A flicker of curiosity flashed through Li Chinxiu's eyes. Though intrigued, he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he demanded of the man, "Where's the key of doubt? Spit it out now, unless you want me to break every single bone in your body and torture you beyond recognition." "Kid, I can't die in the netherworld," the man replied with a manic grin. "So, I won't tell you anything. Even if you pass the trial, I'll never hand over the key of doubt to you." "Okay, it's alright, we'll take it slow." Li Chinxiu flashed a brilliant smile as she crouched down beside the man. After that, half an hour later. I was wrong, I'll talk." The man lay on the ground, weakly crying out, his body billowing thick black smoke like a leaky chimney, no longer displaying his previous arrogant demeanor. Li Chinxiu patted the man's face and said mockingly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't tell me anything?" I was just overwhelmed with anger for a moment. That's why I said those foolish things." Li Chinxiu smiled and nodded. "It's never too late to mend. Now, out with it, where is it?" The man's trembling hand extended, palm upturned before Li Chinxiu. The next second, the man's palm slowly split open, revealing a silver metal key before Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu picked up the key with a smile, weighing it in his hand. "Wouldn't this have been easier from the start? Why waste my time?" The man's face darkened. Damn it, you stomped my mouth shut from the beginning, how the hell was I supposed to say anything? In the distance, the awakened number 2 stood with the tested number 4 and number 5 at the innermost position, staring fearfully in Li Chinchou's direction. Big brother, what on earth is happening here? Number 4 tugged at number 2's sleeve. I don't know either. Number 2 shook his head blankly, then glanced at number 5 beside him. Has your underworld's Liu Chang always been this ferocious? Number 5's expression turned complicated. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Brother Liu Chang wields ice element powers, this person doesn't seem like him at all. At this moment, Li Chinchou looked up towards the direction where the three stood. You three, come here. Upon hearing this, the three trembled all over, exchanging glances as if bewitched, rooted to the spot. What, do I have to come over and invite you? Li Chinchou frowned, nudging the half-dead palace master with his foot. Seconds later, the three stood in a row before Li Chinchou, heads bowed and shoulders hunched. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Li Chinchou smiled kindly. Let's start with the master of this palace. You can call me Su Shu, or just Little Su if you prefer. Su Shu flashed an ingratiating grin. Very well, Su Shu. Tell me, how do we leave the underworld? Li Chinchou asked seriously, knowing his identity as a disaster water hinged on this. Well, Su Shu's face twisted with hesitation. I really wouldn't know. If I did, surely I wouldn't be stuck here anymore, would I? Li Chinchou frowned slightly, but he didn't blame anything, he didn't know who to blame. Then let me ask you again, where is that mirror image person? Li Chinchou pressed once more. Mirror image person? Su Shu looked completely bewildered and asked in return, what's a mirror image person? Someone inside a mirror? Li Chinchou. At this moment, an impulse surged in him to smash Su Shu's head in. Phew, Li Chinchou let out a long sigh. Then what do you know? I don't seem to have anything. Ah, right, I know something very important. Su Shu exclaimed as if suddenly remembering, looking at Li Chinchou with delighted surprise. What is it? Tell me. Li Chinchou leaned his head forward, gazing eagerly at him. Su Shu smiled mysteriously and laboriously raised his palm. I know where the key of doubt is, it's right here in the palm of my hand. Silence fell over the scene as 6 crows flew past overhead. Su Shu said excitedly, why are you all looking at me like that? It's true, there's a key in my palm. If you don't believe me. Boom! Li Chinchou swung his fist and smashed Su Shu's head into a cloud of black mist. After initial diagnosis, he found that Su Shu's mind wasn't quite right, likely related to the loss of the key of doubt, making him worthless for interrogation. Having completed everything, Li Chinchou's indifferent gaze shifted toward the 3 figures standing nearby. Meeting Li Chinchou's eyes, their nerves and skin instantly tightened. They stood frozen, not daring to even breathe too loudly, heads bowed like misbehaving children. Li Chinchou's brows and eyes curved slightly as his lips slowly lifted in a smile. I'll just ask one simple question. Once answered, you'll be released. Did you see any so-called mirrored humans or notice traces of them on your way to the palace? Number 2 raised his head apprehensively and muttered in a small voice, I've never seen it before. The other 2 also shook their heads. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? A cold glint flashed in Li Chinchou's eyes as his left hand, like an eagle's talon, clamped onto number 2's neck, slamming the man's face violently into the ground. Lying gets you killed, Li Chinchou said with a chilling smile. Number 2 turned pale with fright and shrieked, I didn't lie. Put. Li Chinchou gave him no chance to explain. His fingers pierced through the man's skull, then he coldly turned his gaze to the remaining 2. Your turn. Number 4 and number 5 staggered backward in terror until they hit the wall with nowhere left to retreat. I swear I didn't lie, boss. We truly saw nothing, not even a single hair. I didn't see anything either. I just walked straight here without encountering anything at all. The 2 men shielded themselves with their arms, screaming at the top of their lungs. Li Chinchou halted his steps and lowered his head in contemplation. Even deliberately killing someone hadn't made these 2 change their answers. It seemed they truly weren't lying to him. Haven't encountered any mirror person at all. Could it be there are no mirror people to begin with? A trace of bewilderment flashed across Li Chinchou's brows. If mirror people didn't exist, or if they couldn't appear for some reason, was there still any need to hide his true appearance? If they didn't exist at all, wouldn't fighting others while wearing Liu Chang's face actually risk exposure? After all, when speaking of first forbidden level strength rivaling top tier third forbidden, most people could only think of his true name. Enough. At this stage, no mirror people have appeared anyway, Li Chinchou murmured to himself. As soon as his words fell, his appearance reverted to its former self. Witnessing everything, numbers 4 and 5 stood dumbstruck, their eyes wide and fixed unwaveringly on Li Chinchou. Holy shit, isn't that Li Chinchou? Chapter 52, The Giant's Pursuit. This, impossible. Number 5 trembled as he reached out to rub his eyes, but when he opened them again, Li Chinchou's cold, detached face remained in his view. At that moment, Li Chinchou happened to raise his head, and their gazes locked directly with each other. You, stay away. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Number 5 stammered, clutching number 4's arm as they shakily retreated backward. No need to fear. I kill without cruelty, painless. With a mere thought from Li Chinxiu, 2 droplets of blood materialized midair and whooshed through their foreheads, ending their lives without suffering. After dealing with the 2 men, Li Chinxiu stepped forward and searched their corpses, retrieving 2 signal flares, one from the underworld and the other from the New World faction. Finding what he wanted, Li Chinxiu strode toward the main entrance. Just as he was about to kick the door open, as if it had grown eyes, it clicked and swung open on both sides. Quite observant, Li Chinxiu muttered in surprise before pulling the cords and firing both signal flares directly in front of the doorway. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 signal flares shot into the sky, red and blue dots gradually brightening until they shone dazzlingly against the dark expanse above. Li Chinxiu nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked back into the palace to await the arrival of others. He had 2 reasons for doing this, but fundamentally it served one purpose: to verify whether mirror people truly existed. The accounts of 3 people remained too flimsy to prove anything. He needed more witnesses. If mirror people dwelled in these mountain forests, they would surely come rushing upon seeing these 2 signal flares. Even without the mirror people arriving, those 2 signal flares would undoubtedly attract some revivers. When they came, he could interrogate each one thoroughly. In the dark mountain forest, a figure darted through the dense canopy like an ape. This person was none other than the middle-aged man from the Antansai trio, He Lu. At this moment, He Lu's face was deathly pale, covered in fine beads of sweat. His tight combat suit hung in tattered strips from his body. Though his physical condition was poor, He Lu's eyes showed not a trace of dimness, firmly fixed ahead as he evaded the pursuit behind him, seeking a way to survive. About 100 meters behind him, a colossal humanoid figure, towering 50 meters tall, rampaged through the mountain forest, its burning gaze fixated on He Lu. The giant's disheveled hair hung wild, its naked body grotesque. Round, bulging eyes swayed like bloody lanterns under the crimson moon, and protruding teeth gnashed around broken limbs still lodged between them, an expression utterly terrifying. The mountain forest's trees barely reached the giant's knees. With every step it took, the trees toppled forward like dominoes, kicking up clouds of dust into the sky. Around the giant, there were also a dozen smaller giants, each less than 20 meters tall, wildly chasing He Lu, faintly forming an encirclement. Behind these giants, a group of people followed at a leisurely pace, led by none other than Horseface from the underworld. The people from the Entong division truly have some formidable skills. Even in such a situation, they can still escape with their lives, Horseface praised generously. Half an hour earlier, Horseface had arrived in the underworld. To facilitate their movements, he gathered over 20 underworld officials to his side via walkie-talkie. Soon after, the group discovered an ancient city hidden deep within the mountain forests. Driven by curiosity, Horseface led his subordinates into the ancient city and discovered a key atop a tall tower. However, they weren't the only ones who found it. He Lu and Zhang Kong from the security bureau had also arrived. A battle erupted immediately, but due to the tower's cramped space, the underworld agents couldn't leverage their numerical advantage. The security bureau team seized the key. He Lu departed with the key while Zhang Kong stayed behind to delay the underworld group, buying time for He Lu to create distance. Yet the moment He Lu stepped beyond the city gates, all the structures inside collapsed like shifting sand in an instant. Amid the ruins, massive hands burst through the earth as towering giants emerged from the rubble, chasing in the direction of He Lu's escape. Meanwhile, Ma Mian's gang and Zhang Kong in the ancient city were also caught in the chaos. However, since the giant's target was only He Lu, Ma Mian's group suffered only a few casualties. But Zhang Kong wasn't so fortunate. Through sheer bad luck, he collided head-on with the lead giant and was swallowed whole in one gulp, his fate unknown. Determined to seize the key in He Lu's possession, Ma Mian led his followers to trail the giants from a distance. Thus unfolded the current situation. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sir, these giants are probably all after that key. If we get our hands on it, won't we also face relentless pursuit? A reviver asked uneasily. Horseface narrowed his eyes and said calmly, the cart will find its way round the hill when it gets there, and the boat will straighten itself when passing under the bridge. There must be a solution, I just haven't discovered it yet. Let me think it over carefully. Meanwhile, He Lu's condition was deteriorating rapidly. He felt as though his limbs were about to fall apart, growing increasingly harder to control. Staring at the key in his palm, a flicker of struggle crossed He Lu's eyes. The final assessment allows 5 participants, and these 5 happen to correspond to the 5 keys. There might well be some connection between the two. With a key, one might gain the qualification to participate in the final assessment and the chance to obtain a spiritual artifact. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, but holding on also meant risking his life. Damn it! He Lu cursed through gritted teeth, his grip on the key nearly loosening just as the dim forest suddenly lit up, red and blue light intertwining to briefly dispel the shadows. He Lu raised his head, his gaze piercing through the gaps between leaves to the sky, where 2 dazzling points of light, bright as the sun, met his eyes. This is the signal flare of the underworld and the new world. He Lu widened his eyes, staring at the sky in disbelief. The overwhelming shock made his racing footsteps pause momentarily. Who the hell fired this signal flare? Don't they know there are mirror people in the netherworld? And 2 flares at that, are they trying to make themselves obvious targets, or just eager to become living ones? He-Lu wasn't the only one baffled. Horseface trailing behind was equally dumbfounded. Ha! Horseface stared blankly at the distant sky. A signal flare? Sir, could it be our people fighting with the New World forces and calling for reinforcements? Someone speculated. Horseface's expression turned grim as he cursed. Damn idiots, launching a signal flare in this place. Should we go provide support then? The woman standing beside Horseface asked cautiously. I'm afraid this isn't up to us anymore. The horse-faced figure gazed intently in He-Lu's direction. Chapter 53, I want to clutch the key tight. Just as the horse-faced figure had anticipated, He-Lu swung forcefully from the tree trunk he was gripping and dashed toward the signal flare's location. When faced with an enemy beyond one's ability to handle, the simplest and most effective solution is to drag more people into the fray and muddy the waters further. This was exactly what Hello had in mind. As Hello changed direction, the colossal figures trailing behind him also charged toward the signal flare's location. The impact of the 2 signal flares reached far beyond their immediate vicinity. The Underworld's and the New World's flares combined functions of illumination, warning signals, and prolonged visibility, with an astonishingly wide coverage area and extraordinary visible distance. In that instant, countless wandering revived beings spotted the signal flares and began rushing toward Li Chinchou's location. Even Xin Yuanguo was no exception. Are both flares fired together? Did they get stuck? Xin Yuanguo looked completely baffled. One of his subordinates asked, Boss, should we go over there? Let's sneak a peek and see if those so-called mirror people actually appear. With that, Xin Yuanguo sprinted toward the direction of the signal flares. At this moment, Li Chinchou remained completely unaware, quietly staying in the palace, admiring the hall's decor and occasionally guessing their prices. The road to He-Lu's location wasn't far from where Li Chinchou stood. Within mere minutes, the distance between the two rapidly closed. The silhouette of the Palace of Doubts had already appeared within He-Lu's line of sight. A spark flared in Lu He's eyes as the muscles of his calves instantly tensed, propelling him toward the palace at even greater speed. Come back! The massive giant roared with a booming, muffled voice, sending terrifying sound waves rippling through the air like a cavalry charge, rapidly closing in on Helu. Panther form! Helu bellowed at the top of his lungs, pressing himself flat against the ground. His arms twisted at unnatural angles as he lunged forward like a panther, his speed increasing by at least 50%. Even so, it still wasn't enough. He-Lu was only at the first forbidden level now, completely mismatched against a giant whose strength rivaled the fourth forbidden level. The sound wave caught up with He-Lu, transforming into a tidal force that crashed toward him. Put! He-Lu's face flushed red as he vomited a mouthful of blood. His body tumbled over a dozen times, smashing his face until it was a bloody, mangled mess. In just that brief moment, the colossal giant had closed the distance to less than 100 meters behind He-Lu. Its grotesque, sinister grinning face looked particularly chilling under the crimson moon. Just as the colossal titan's foot was about to crush Helu into pulp, he rolled away with a narrow escape, barely dodging the stomping soul. But only part of his body escaped. His left arm was instantly crushed into pulp beneath the giant's foot. The intense pain jolted He-Lu's nerves, granting his mind a brief moment of clarity. Why was she so fixated on a single key, refusing to let go even when her life was in grave danger? In an instant, the name of the ancient city suddenly flashed through Helu's mind, the City of Greed. At the brink of life and death, Helu finally understood everything. It had all been caused by this key. Just as he was about to release the key, a small giant lunged from the darkness, sweeping him away with a whip-like kick. Bang, bang, bang. Under this colossal force, Helu was tossed around like a soccer ball, slammed down and flung back up, carving shallow crater after shallow crater into the earth and ground. The crack-crack of snapping bones echoed through his body like firecrackers. Finally, after being hurled 7 or 8 times, Helu completely dispersed the giant's force and collapsed like a pile of mud about 10 meters outside the Palace of Doubt. Meanwhile, the key of greed in his hand had fallen right at the palace's entrance. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Helu forced a wry smile. Welp, looks like I'm not making it home for New Year's this time. Facing death, Helu felt no fear in his heart, only countless regrets. Clang! Right at that moment, the palace doors slowly opened, and the muffled sound of footsteps approached from directly in front of Helm. Summoning his last strength, he lifted his head and saw a young man emerging gradually from within the palace. The young man's eyes were like an endless sea, his entire being exuding an indescribable composure and calmness, as if even the sky falling and the earth collapsing couldn't make him flinch. He-Lu's pupils slightly dilated as he quietly gazed at Li Chinchou. The continuous fleeing and heightened focus had long exhausted him both physically and mentally. Upon seeing such a calm face, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over his heart. Li Chinchou walked to the palace gate and picked up the key from the ground. He glanced at the rapidly approaching giant before shifting his gaze back to He-Lu. Upon noticing the blue sphere on the other's chest, Li Chinchou asked curiously, "Are you from the security bureau?" He-Lu nodded reflexively, but quickly snapped back to attention, staring at Li Chenxiu. "You're Li Chenxiu." Li Chenxiu nodded. "Seems the security bureau's workload is pretty light, still got time to watch the entertainment news from City 11. Ignoring Li Chenxiu's teasing, Lu clenched his fist and shouted urgently, "Quick, throw the key away. Those giants are coming for him." Li Chenxiu fiddled with the key of greed in his hand, holding it up toward the crimson moon. "Is this one of the 5 keys? It's actually black, quite unusual. Are you deaf? Throw it away now." Lu roared again at the top of his lungs. "Why should I throw away a key we just found?" Li Chenxiu pocketed the key, his gaze shifting curiously toward the towering giants in the distance. So giants really do exist in this world, though they're rather grotesque looking. As Li Chenxiu stared at the group of giants, a subtle smirk curled his lips, his eyes blazing with battle lust. His heartbeat, thump thump thump, grew increasingly frantic, pumping oxygen throughout his body. This massive guy would be so satisfying to fight. This was the only thought running through Li Chenxiu's mind at this moment. "What do you think you're doing?" Lu seemed to have sensed Li Chenxiu's intention, his face filled with shock. "I want to grab hold of the key." Before the words faded, Li Chenxiu vanished from his spot like the wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amid the piercing night wind, Li Chenxiu charged fearlessly toward the colossal titan like a black lightning bolt. When he was within 100 meters of the titan, Li Chenxiu slightly bent his knees, forcefully pushed off the ground with his toes, and leapt high like a bird, swinging his fist toward the titan's face. "Get lost!" the colossal giant roared, his thunderous voice making Li Chenxiu's head ring and weakening his punch momentum. Boom! The giant's palm tore through the air like Five-Finger Mountain pressing down upon Li Chenxiu. Bang! An airwave comparable to a grade 6 or 7 gale erupted from their collision point, tilting nearby trees sideways as leaves shot skyward like raindrops. The next instant, Li Chenxiu rocketed toward the Doubt Palace, crashing with a boom that left a meter-deep crater at its entrance, shaking the very ground. The colossal giant didn't fare any better either. Its palm was pierced straight through with a gaping bloody hole, and its 50-meter-tall body slowly toppled backward. Chapter 54, the last one. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Hundreds of trees were crushed into dust, with branches, leaves and dirt flying everywhere. The giant's thick limbs sank deep into the soil, leaving behind a human-shaped crater in the mountain forest. Roar roar roar. The giant titan bellowed towards the sky, its thunderous voice scattering even the thin clouds beneath the night heavens. From atop a distant hillock, Horseface stared in horror. Didn't the Nether Realm suppress everyone to first restriction? How can this level of power possibly belong to first restriction? "My lord, this is Li Chenxiu, the one I tried telling you about earlier," an attendant spoke while pointing at Li Chenxiu. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Horseface's eyes burned with rage. The subordinate lowered his head in grievance. "I did tell you. I said there was a destiny bearer on the mountaintop who was only first restriction level but exceptionally strong. Right when I tried to continue, you cut me off and told me not to report every trivial matter." Horseface. Before the palace of skepticism, Li Chenxiu wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up unsteadily. That was close, almost got hurt for real. Beside him, Lu's Adam's apple bobbed as his pupils violently trembled, his gaze fixed intensely on Li Chenxiu. Why didn't this strength match what he'd heard? Wasn't it said that one forbidden level could rival 3? How could he now hold his own against a giant comparable to 4 forbidden levels? Before Lu could figure it out, a shadow blotted out his silhouette. A smaller giant was lunging at him with gaping jaws, moving far too fast for him to react. At the critical moment, Li Chenxiu blurred into motion, leaving after-images in his wake as he appeared before Lu in an instant. With both hands, he seized the giant's teeth, forcing its maw to remain wide open. The creature could only stare wide-eyed at Li Chenxiu, unable to snap its jaws shut. Foul-smelling drool dripped from the giant's mouth, splashing onto Lu's head and snapping him back to reality. When Lu looked up and saw the gaping bloody maw above him, his lips trembled uncontrollably. He could face death candidly, but that didn't mean he didn't fear it. "You owe me a favor." Li Chenxiu glanced down at Lu, then forcefully tore his hands apart to both sides. Rip! Blood spattered everywhere. Li Chenxiu raised his knee sharply, and with a crisp crack, the thick neck connecting the giant's head snapped in half. The severed head tumbled to the ground, its crimson eyes staring blankly ahead even in death. "Mind if I borrow this?" Li Chenxiu bent down to pick up Lu's broadsword, a fierce grin creeping across his lips. Phew! Amidst the howling gales, Li Chenxiu darted freely, the blade in his hand shimmering with an eerie pale red under the crimson moon. "Ha! Splendid!" Li Chenxiu laughed maniacally, leaping high off a tree trunk with the blood-red moon above him and a horde of snarling, miniature giants beneath his feet. He drew his knees to his chest midair, gripping the broadsword tightly as he brought it to his waist, his dark, gleaming eyes calmly surveying the scene below. Roar! Eat him! The giants, their eyes filled with greed, fixated on Li Chenxiu and surged toward the same spot, piling into a small mountain of flesh as dozens of massive hands stretched toward his descending figure. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Li Chenxiu continued falling, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent. At this moment, the clamor in his ears was gone, leaving only the howling night wind whistling past. What filled his vision were no longer those hideous enlarged faces, but taut strings stretched to their limit. Li Chinchou exhaled deeply. When he was merely a few meters above the giants, he moved. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped blade flashed. With just a flick of his wrist, dozens of massive hands went flying through the air. Blood scattered like stars, adorning the lonely glimmer of steel. Li Chinchou moved like the wind, weaving through gaps with lethal precision. His broadsword painted streaks of crimson amidst the horde of giants, staining even the blackened earth a deep shade of red. One by one, giants were toppled to the ground, trampled into pulp by other colossal figures, yet despite completely encircling Li Chinchou, none could breach within a meter of his person. Any who crossed that line were met with nothing but a chilling flash of steel. At the same time, the awakened from the new world arrived nearby, just in time to witness Li Chinchou descending from the heavens, freezing them in place like wooden statues. At that moment, Xinyuanhua, leading the group, found himself echoing Horseface's earlier bewilderment. What kind of first-realm strength is this goddamn nonsense? Big brother, this man is Li Chinchou from the news. Am I blind? Can't I see that? Xinyuanhua replied impatiently, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. Although he had seen news about Li Chinchou before, witnessing someone with such formidable combat power in Ijin still left him profoundly shaken. Boom! The ground suddenly began to tremble. The previously fallen giant finally rose from the ground, its eyes completely bloodshot upon witnessing Li Chinchou slaughtering its kin. Veins bulged violently across its skin. Eat you. The giant charged toward Li Chinchou in massive strides, its swinging arms smashing shorter cliff walls into rubble. In the distance, Li Chinchou stood atop a pile of corpses, gasping heavily for breath. Just seconds ago, he had slain the last small-sized giant. Hearing the commotion behind him, Li Chinchou lowered his gaze to the chipped horizontal saber, then swept his eyes over his blood-soaked body. The last one. Li Chinchou gently ran his fingers along the blade, revealing the saber's true form. Bang! 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 The footsteps grew closer, the tremors in the ground intensifying. Li Chinchou took a deep breath and slowly turned around, staring straight at the towering giant. In the nether realm, life energy couldn't be utilized, which meant revenants couldn't regenerate or even recover their stamina. After the intense battle just now, Li Chinchou's body had already begun sending signals of exhaustion, which meant he could no longer engage in direct combat with the colossal titan. Therefore, the only way for him to win was through speed surpassing the titan, speed surpassing the swiftest wind. I'll devour you. The colossal titan's mountain-like palm reached for Li Chinchou, completely engulfing him in its shadow. One was a human barely over a meter tall, the other a 50-meter giant. Their encounter resembled clear water meeting boiling oil, an impact of staggering visual proportions. For a moment, everyone held their breath and silently watched the scene unfold. Just as that enormous hand was about to touch Li Chinchou, he moved. His feet sprang like coiled steel, launching his entire body through the gap between the giant's fingers. Do you think you can kill me? Li Chinchou's eyes flashed sharply as he gripped his horizontal saber with both hands and slashed at the back of the giant's hand. Put! The chipped blade of the saber lodged deep into the giant's palm, blood gushing out like a small stream. Roar! The giant roared in pain and swung its other palm toward Li Chinchou, but everything was already too late. Chapter 55. You dare measure me? Li Chinchou's eyes gleamed with icy intensity as he forcefully propelled himself upward, his body spiraling like a helicopter's rotor blade along the giant's palm. Hiss! In an instant, crimson blood coiled around the giant's arm like fluttering red ribbons. Large chunks of flesh peeled away from the limb, dangling helplessly from its bones. No! The giant's features contorted as its raised hand abruptly swatted toward its own left shoulder, precisely where Li Chinchou would be if he continued his ascent. Facing the giant's anticipation, Li Chinchou remained calm as he exerted strength in both hands to pull out his broadsword, his pupils shrinking to needlepoint size while he fixed an unblinking stare on the giant's neck. Just as the giant's palm was about to descend, Li Chinchou curled his entire body into a tight coil. Fine blood streaks crawled upward from his feet as if gathering some terrifying force. At the critical moment, a muffled explosion erupted beneath Li Chinchou's feet. The giant's arm drooped powerlessly, as if struck by cannon fire. Then Li Chinchou's figure vanished into the night like an erased stroke of ink across heaven and earth. Roar, roar, roar! The giant let out a terrified bellow, his eyes darting around in panic. At the same moment, high above the giant's head, Li Chinchou fell downward like a plummeting meteor, the chipped blade of his horizontal sword shimmering with dazzling hues under the crimson moon. At this moment, he resembled divine retribution incarnate, his eyes filled with cold contempt for all existence. The piercing screech of slicing wind echoed through heaven and earth. Finally detecting the commotion above, the giant raised his head only to meet Li Chinchou's gaze directly. In an instant, an inexplicable fear suddenly grew in the giant's heart. He instinctively tried to raise his hands to block, but it was already too late. Li Chinchou's figure flashed past the giant's cheek as he drove the knife hilt deep into the giant's neck. Die! With a cold shout, Li Chinxiu planted his foot atop the giant's neck and pivoted the blade with his heel, rotating it around the thick neck. Swipe. Like a gushing brook, streams of blood spurted from where the blade passed, resembling fleeting fireworks in the night sky, dazzling yet dim. No, no, no! The giant roared with a bloodthirsty maw, its terrifying voice unleashing gales that whipped Li Chinxiu's clothes into frenzied flapping and ruptured his eardrums, causing blood to flow incessantly. Crack! The sound of a blade shattering echoed from the giant's neck. Li Chinxiu knew his sweeping blade had struck the giant's cervical vertebra. The hardness of that slash alone wasn't enough to shake the giant's bones, but it didn't matter. Without his blade, he still had himself. Li Chinxiu pushed off with his toes, leaping to eye level with the giant. Farewell. A smirk curled at Li Chinxiu's lips as his left leg tore through the air with an ear-splitting sonic boom, delivering a straight kick toward the giant's head. Bang! The cervical spine connecting the giant's head snapped instantly, sending the massive skull flying like a cannonball toward a distant hillock. Boom! With a deafening explosion, dust and debris erupted across the hillside, pebbles scattering like gunfire as a 10-meter-deep crater appeared where the hillock once stood. Just a few dozen meters away from the massive crater, Horseface swallowed hard, his trembling hand rising to touch the blood-stained scratch left by flying gravel on his face. On the battlefield, after kicking the giant's severed head skyward, Li Chinxiu descended from the air and landed steadily on the ground. Behind Li Chinxiu, the 50-meter-tall body toppled slowly, crushing a swath of trees and unleashing a violent gust of wind. A minute later, as silence gradually settled over the battleground, Li Chinxiu emerged with unsteady steps before the Palace of Doubts. He threw the now bladeless hilt of his sword at He Lu's feet. Your blade needs replacing, it's too dull, Li Chinxiu remarked calmly. You. He Lu stared at Li Chinxiu as if looking at a monster. You've reached the first forbidden? Li Chinxiu shook his head. I've already broken through to the second forbidden, but right now, the nether realm suppresses me back to the first. My current strength is indeed at the first. Thank you. He Lu stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence, and could only blurt out a single word of thanks in the end. Having spoken, he gritted through the excruciating pain and discomfort radiating throughout his body, propped himself up from the ground, and asked weakly, one of my companions was swallowed whole by that giant. Could you help me over there so I can search for him myself? We'll have to wait a moment, there are rather too many eyes around here. Li Chinxiu turned his head to scan their surroundings. At these words, He Lu looked around and immediately wished he hadn't. Dotted throughout the surrounding mountain forest, whether in groups or alone, were at least 100 revenants by rough estimate. Among them were Lord Xin Yuan of the New World and Hell's Horseface, each gazing at Li Chinxiu with wary yet covetous expressions. Li Chinxiu, the key should also be in the palace behind you, have you already taken it? Ma Mian's eyes turned cold as he glanced at Li Chinxiu's pocket. Li Chinxiu smirked disdainfully, that's right, I took the key inside, and I also took the one the giant was guarding just now. Got a problem with that? Before Horseface could speak, Xin Yuan from afar deliberately mocked. No matter how strong you are, you're just a one-banner at most. After slaughtering so many giants single-handedly, how much of that former ferocity do you really have left now? We're not blind. Your trembling hands hidden in your sleeves and those unsteady steps, everything betrays your weakness. Horseface narrowed his eyes and continued, I know you probably still have some fight left in you, but I don't believe you can take on so many alone again. Though we revenants may have our differences, we stand united against humans. You might have killed those dull-witted titans, but that doesn't mean you can slaughter so many revenants or handle over 100 different abilities. Am I right? So what? Li Chinxiu raised an eyebrow. You'd rather waste your breath than test my limits. Are you afraid to fight me? Li Chinxiu's expression remained composed, with not a trace of weakness between his brows. Of course, this was all an act, just as these people suspected. Li Chinxiu was completely drained after slaying the last giant. The excessive physical exertion left his mind sluggish, but the searing pain from his internal organs intermittently jolted his nerves, preventing him from slipping into unconsciousness. Yet despite this, Li Chinxiu felt no panic in his heart. He was confident that even if his energy were completely drained, no one could stop him from leaving if he chose to go. Noticing that Li Chinxiu hadn't immediately attacked and seemed somewhat open to negotiation, Ma Mian seized the opportunity to press his advantage. To be honest, I don't want to fight you. Even though the two of us could easily take you down, if you were to lash out desperately before dying, you'd still manage to injure quite a few of us. At this critical moment, I don't want my people to die over something so meaningless. That's right. Hand over the 2 keys on you, and the New World faction won't interfere with your coming or going. What do you say? Xin Yuan stated bluntly. Li Chinxiu let out a light chuckle, his gaze growing colder and more profound as an indescribable chill emanated from his entire being. Do you think yourselves gods, daring to test my depths, daring to take what's mine? Li Chinxiu rolled up his sleeves, his eyes flashing with unconcealed disdain. Which of you is fit to measure me? Who dares to measure me? Chapter 56, Squat quietly for a while. Li Chinxiu stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with reckless abandon. Those who met his eyes instantly lowered their heads to avoid his intimidating aura, retreating timidly one after another. Horseface turned to say something to his subordinates, only to be met with empty, desolate air. Ha! Horseface turned his head in bewilderment, only to see his supposedly loyal henchmen retreating a full 10 meters away, staring back at him with innocent expressions. What are you retreating for? What's there to fear? Don't you still have me? Horseface shouted in exasperated fury. But his words had no effect at all, instead causing doubt to flash across the faces of the revived individuals. What's your problem? Get back here, all of you. Under Horseface's forceful command, the underworld crowd reluctantly returned to his side, with a few particularly thick-skinned individuals being yanked directly in front of him for protection. Shen Yuanguo's group fared slightly better, at least no one was being pulled forward as human shields. After steadying everything, the two finally turned their gaze back to Li Qinshu. Li Qinshu, it seems you don't intend to leave here alive. Ma's face revealed a vicious glint as he drew his horizontal saber from his waist. Last chance, hand over both keys. Shen Yuanguo narrowed his eyes, the knuckle duster on his hand gleaming with a chilling light. In that instant, a palpable air of deadly hostility began to spread. Feels familiar. Li Qinshu smiled faintly, momentarily transported back to that afternoon. Surrounded once again, treated like fish on a chopping block just as before, though everything felt similar. One thing was different this time, the roles had reversed, and the hunters had become the hunted. With so many of you here, surely some must possess other keys. I'll give you a chance to live, hand them over. As he spoke, Li Qinshu hooked a stone with his foot and caught it deftly in his palm. Horseface smirked in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? 5 seconds, Li Qinshu extended 5 fingers, lowering them one by one as time elapsed, making everyone's heartbeat quicken. Especially those revivers who were banned from entering and tried their luck, their backs were drenched in cold sweat, legs trembling uncontrollably. Arrogant, do you really think? Li Qinshu grinned brilliantly, cutting off Horseface's words directly. Time's up, pray I don't set my sights on you. The next second, radial marks burst forth beneath Li Qinshu's feet as his figure flashed before a reviver in the blink of an eye. Don't! Boom! Before the other could finish speaking, Li Qinshu smashed his head open with a stone. Scarlet blood splashed across the other revivers' faces like flung ink. Bang! 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 Before the other revenants could react, Li Qinshu gripped the stone and, like a bloodthirsty butcher, proceeded to shatter the skulls of several more revenants in succession. I surrender, don't kill me, don't kill me. How could monsters like these be something we can handle? Run, run. Calm down, everyone. He's exhausted, let's take him on together. Calm down my ass. If he's exhausted, why don't you go first? Bastard, whose subordinate are you to dare speak to me like this? I'm your daddy. One person seized the chaos to hurl insults, leaving Horseface standing there with a livid expression. Under Li Qinshu's wanton slaughter, the accumulated fear in everyone's hearts erupted completely, emboldened by death. They ran wildly in all directions like madmen, heedless of Horseface and Shen Yuanguo's attempts to stop them. Although Horseface and Shen Yuanguo spoke reasonably, and the other awakened ones acknowledged their words, that didn't mean these awakened ones feared death any less. The impact of death far outweighs any rhetoric. No one can face death without fear. When Li Qinshu killed the first revenant with a stone, the psychological defenses of all the revenants had already collapsed. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Standing in the crowd, Ma Mian and Shen Yuanguo exchanged a glance before turning and fleeing into the dark mountain forest. Boy, you'd better hide in there for the rest of your life, forever. Ma Mian, as usual, began his ritual of delivering threats. Did I say you could leave? Li Qinshu's penetrating gaze locked onto Horseface as he surged forward like a vengeful specter. When Horseface turned and saw Li Qinshu's face, his legs nearly gave out beneath him in terror. To save his own skin, Horseface grabbed 2 fleeing resurrected men in front of him and hurled them backward with all his might, momentarily blocking Li Qinshu's advance. Seizing this slim chance, Horseface barely escaped with his life, plunging headlong into the darkness without daring to look back. Seeing this, Li Qinshu ceased his pursuit, coming to a halt before turning around. The instant Li Qinshu turned, the sharp glint in his eyes vanished swiftly, his eyelids drooping as if weighed down by stones, ready to fall shut at any moment. Though his face was haggard, there wasn't the slightest waver in Li Qinshu's retreating figure. He walked over to He Lu with steady steps, knelt directly before him, and placed his hand on the wound at He Lu's abdomen, putting on the pretense of examining it. He Lu involuntarily groaned from the pain and looked up at Li Qinshu. When he saw Li Qinshu's trembling pupils, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively reached out to steady him. Don't touch me. They haven't gone far yet, Li Qinshu said in a low voice. Right. He Lu nodded and withdrew his hand, then asked with concern, are you okay? How can I help you? Li Qinshu weakly raised his head, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Let me lean on you. Just let me squat quietly for a while. Just a little while and I'll be alright. Li Qinshu's voice grew progressively weaker until, by the last words, he had already closed his eyes and ceased moving entirely. Throughout the previous battle, Li Qinshu had been holding his breath tightly, only now finally releasing that pent-up tension. All the physical pain he had been suppressing came flooding into his consciousness at once. For anyone else, this agony might have been unbearable enough to make them writhe in torment or even pass out. But Li Qinshu endured it silently without a word. Compared to the agony of breaking through the second restriction, this pain couldn't even be considered skin deep. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The surroundings of the Hall of Doubt had returned to silence, and Li Qinshu opened his eyes at this moment, no trace of exhaustion remaining in his gaze. He Lu stared at Li Qinshu in astonishment. Why you're already recovered? Li Qinshu swung his arms and nodded, almost. Just need a bit more time to fully recover. He Lu's mouth opened slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Even getting up after being injured is a huge struggle for me, but this kid recovered in just 10 minutes after such a fierce fight. Does that even make sense? Li Qinshu rubbed his blurry eyes and looked at He Lu, saying, were you sent by the Public Security Bureau to clean up the disaster waters? Li Qinshu's ears suddenly twitched, and his voice abruptly stopped. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of damp, squelching footsteps grew louder as they approached from afar. Chapter 57, The Figure at the End. He Lu's pale eyes slowly lit up as he cried out in joyful surprise, Zheng Kong? Li Qinshu turned to look and saw a slender-featured young man limping toward them. The young man looked as if he had crawled out of water, his damp, sticky hair clinging to his scalp in strands, and the broadsword in his hand was soaked with blood. This was none other than Zheng Kong, who had earlier been swallowed whole by the giant. Is he also part of the Intong division? Li Qinshu asked in a low voice. Yes, He Lu replied excitedly, nodding as he clutched Li Qinshu's arm and struggled to his feet. Li Qinshu gave them an indifferent glance, a faint trace of murderous intent flashing imperceptibly in his pupils, but after some deliberation, he dismissed the thought. If he killed these two, the investigation bureau would surely send more formidable agents. Better to keep them alive under their noses to obscure their investigative path. Soon, Li Qinshu helped He Lu approach Zheng Kong. Are you alright? He Lu grabbed Zheng Kang's arm, agitated. I'm sorry for getting you eaten by the giant. It's not your fault, Uncle He. I was the one who got careless. Luckily, my special ability is defense-oriented, so the giant couldn't do anything to me. Zheng Kong forced a weak smile. Li Qinshu raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the headless corpse, where a bloody hole had been torn open in the stomach area. Phew, He Lu let out a relieved sigh. That's good. Uncle He, I have a question about these. Zheng Kong looked around with a perplexed expression, then unintentionally sized up Li Qinshu, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He Lu smoothed out his thoughts and explained, it's a long story. In the following time, He Lu recounted everything that had happened before in full detail. Meanwhile, Zheng Kang's expression shifted from initial confusion to skepticism, then to shock, until he was completely bewildered. Zheng Kong took a few steps back and scrutinized Li Qinshu from head to toe. He had actually fought against giants. The level of power was simply beyond what any first band could match. Looking across the entire Federation, perhaps only those 1 in 100 million geniuses wielding terrifyingly powerful Xian artifacts could achieve complete annihilation of giants. Don't be too surprised, I just exploited an opportunity, Li Qinshu said modestly. Right. Zheng Kong nodded with a dazed expression. By the way, you all. Just as Li Qinshu was about to inquire about the flood disaster, a gurgling sound resembling intestinal wriggle erupted before him. He Lu and Zheng Kong experienced the same thing. The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their gaze forward. A few seconds later, eerie crimson characters began wriggling into existence out of thin air. Congratulations to all for gathering the 5 keys. The altar's direction has been revealed. Await further instructions. As Li Qinshu finished reading the final character, the floating red text seemed to melt into the air, vanishing without a trace. The instant the crimson text disappeared, Li Qinshu turned to face the crimson moon's direction. An inexplicable pull drew his attention that way, as if something unseen was calling to him through the veil of night. He Lu turned to look at Li Qinshu, then at Zheng Kong. Don't you two also feel something extraordinarily attractive in that direction? Without even turning their heads, both nodded in agreement. There's no time to waste, let's hurry over. Before Zheng Kong could finish, He Lu grabbed his arm and snapped, go over for what? To deliver ourselves to death? What state are we in now? I'm a cripple, you're half crippled, what do we have to fight those awakened ones with? But, Zheng Kong pursed his lips stubbornly. Right now, Xiaoya's whereabouts are unknown. We can't even protect ourselves. What qualifications do we have to compete? What can we possibly do to stop those awakened ones? He Lu's expression darkened. Zheng Kong said nothing, silently turning his back, a clear acknowledgement of He Lu's decision. After persuading Zheng Kong, He Lu turned to Li Qinshu and said earnestly, I, He Lu, will remember this debt of gratitude. If I manage to leave this place alive, I will repay it without fail. You, the revived, are full of cunning, you must exercise extreme caution. Upon hearing this, Li Qinshu's brow involuntarily furrowed. This wasn't welcome news to him. The current situation remained unclear. Would the mirror image figures mentioned in the rules appear? No one knew where the exit of this place was either. Everything in the netherground seemed shrouded in mist. All Li Chuanxiu could do was keep the unpredictable elements close, deciding their life or death himself based on how circumstances unfolded. So he couldn't let these two people leave his sight. If they insisted on going away, he would have no choice but to resort to killing. Having reached this conclusion, Li Chuanxiu shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. I won't abandon you here. Right now in this underworld, there might be only the three of us who are human, everyone else are revenants. Without me, your chances of dying are too high. So come with me, I'll keep you safe. He Lu didn't expect Li Chuanxiu to say such a thing and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Zheng Kong, who had been standing aside with his back turned, also turned around with a look of surprise upon hearing these words. A flicker of hesitation crossed He Lu's eyes, but in the end, he shook his head. Forget it, the two of us will only hold you back if we follow you. Looking after you is just a minor task anyway, it's no burden at all. Don't waste time, let's go together. Finally persuaded by Li Chuanxiu, He Lu and Zheng Kong nodded in agreement. The three of them walked westward toward the crimson moon. It was a flat expanse of land, no rolling hills, no distinctive trees. Yet calling it flat wouldn't be entirely accurate, for the center of this land was violently bisected by a deep ravine. Its edges were unnaturally smooth, as if sliced open by some colossal blade. On the left side of the chasm stood a bridge resembling a city wall, connecting the eastern and western shores. The bridge spans 100 meters in width and over 10,000 meters in length, with stone brick railings on either side and a surface paved with bluestone bricks, stretching like a wooden rod across the abyss. As time slowly passed, a group of people appeared on the eastern plain. These were none other than the awakened ones from the underworld and the new world. Under Li Chuanxiu's pressure, Horseface and Xin Yuangui temporarily set aside their past grievances and joined forces. The altar should be on the other side of the bridge. Should we cross it? Horseface asked with a stern expression, his eyes darting around vigilantly, wary of Li Chuanxiu's possible emergence. Xin Yuangui shook his head hesitantly and said, there's thick fog on the other side of the bridge, we can't see anything at all. Wouldn't it be dangerous to rush over? Maybe we should wait until Li Chuanxiu crosses first before we follow? Have you considered that Li Chuanxiu might block us at the bridgehead after he crosses? Retorted Horseface. Seeing Xin Yuangui remain silent, he added, let's go. At least we'll have the advantage of initiative. With that, Horseface led the underworld group forward onto the bridge. Though Xin Yuangui hesitated inwardly, he steeled himself and followed. Compared to unknown dangers, he feared the known threat of Li Chuanxiu far more. At the same time, within the expanse of dense fog at the end, a gaunt figure lazily leaned against the railing, as if waiting for something. If Li Chuanxiu were here, he would surely find this figure extremely familiar. Chapter 58 Identity Revealed. On the long bridge, a vast crowd packed together, slowly advancing forward. At first, everyone's nerves were still on edge, but after walking safely for quite some time, they gradually let their guard down, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Horseface pushed aside his subordinate blocking his way and strode to the front of the group. Xin Yuangui beside him cast a disdainful glance his way. Are you really that scared? Better safe than sorry. Only if I stay alive can the rest of the Underworld Bureau safely leave this place, Horseface declared matter-of-factly. Xin Yuangui let out a scornful chuckle. It was his first time seeing someone dress up cowardice in such a refined and elegant manner. Seeing no danger emerging on the bridge, the group quickened their pace and soon moved from the middle section of the bridge toward its end. In the vast expanse of thick fog, they kept their hands on each other's shoulders as beams of light shot out from the crowd, illuminating the path ahead. Don't be afraid, everyone. With me here, you can move forward boldly and without worry. Horseface stood at the center of the group, shouting with vigorous assurance. The underworld group's expressions darkened as they shot Horseface strange looks. Everyone be careful, we're almost at the bridgehead, Xin Yuangui called out behind him, then slowed his pace. For a moment, the scene fell eerily silent, with no one daring to make an unusual sound. A man walking near the front wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his flashlight beam accidentally illuminating the left front side of the bridge. Just as he finished wiping his sweat and was about to adjust the flashlight's direction, his gaze suddenly fixed on where the beam ended, his hand freezing mid-motion as well. The companion beside him noticed the man's odd behavior and reached out to pat his shoulder. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Why you, look over there, doesn't it seem like there's someone there? The man stammered nervously. Someone? Really? Frowning with skepticism, his companion turned the flashlight toward the direction the man indicated. Under the intersecting beams of light, a dark human silhouette gradually became visible through the thick fog. A figure leaned against the railing, gazing upward at the sky as if admiring the crimson moon. Someone. There's really someone there, sir. Over there, someone, a companion shrieked at the top of their lungs. At those words, every face visibly drained of color in an instant. Horseface tensed sharply. Where is this person? Over there, 10 o'clock direction at the bridge. The next second, countless flashlight beams converged on the silhouette, dispelling all surrounding darkness and fully exposing the strikingly handsome face to everyone's view. This? Shin Yuanguo's pupils trembled slightly as he instinctively stepped back. He knew this person all too well. Wasn't this none other than Li Chenxiu? Li Chenxiu, why would he be here? I don't know. Weren't we ahead of him? Sir, what should we do now? The previously orderly formation instantly descended into chaos, with the more timid members already stealthily retreating backward. Ma Mian suppressed the fear in his heart and feigned calm as he said, Li Chenxiu, how long have you been standing there? What do you want? After retreating to a safe position, Xin Yuanguo also spoke up, you want the key, don't you? We don't have to fight. We can cooperate. He initially had no intention of cooperating with Li Chenxiu, but the moment he saw Li Chenxiu's composed expression and rosy complexion, he abandoned his earlier idea of launching a surprise attack. This appearance bore not a hint of weakness, it was the very image of peak condition. How could a sneak attack possibly succeed? Li Chenxiu, leaning against the railing, turned her head and fixed her cold gaze directly on Xin Yuanguo. So my name is Li Chenxiu. The inexplicable remark left everyone bewildered, but Xin Yuanguo at the forefront caught on. His brows furrowed deeply as he tentatively asked, are you a mirrored person? In an instant, everyone grasped the implication, staring at Mirror Chenxiu with horrified expressions, hardly daring to breathe. Mirror Chenxiu stepped slowly to the center of the bridge and declared icily, this is the divine path, forbidden to mortals. Therefore, as she spoke these words, Jing Chenxiu slowly raised her palm. Run! Horseface was the first to react, pushing backward through the crowd. Like a stone cast into water creating ripples, the crowd instantly scattered like loose sand in complete disorder. Don't cluster together, spread out. Li Chenxiu only excels in close combat. Xin Yuanguo shouted to the New World team before sprinting back the way they came. Xin Yuanguo had witnessed Li Chenxiu's combat prowess firsthand. His group couldn't even defeat the man when he was half crippled, let alone now that he'd become an indestructible mirrored version. At Xin Yuanguo's warning, the tightly packed group immediately scattered, running like madmen. Mirror Chenxiu tilted his head slightly, his eyes flashing with faint bewilderment. What do you mean I'm only good at close combat? Team battles are my real specialty. Watching the crowd frantically fleeing, Mirror Autumn's thoughts flickered. Thud! The next moment, his arm transformed into a soaring water column, shooting into the thick mist, immediately followed by a cold current spreading and expanding above everyone's heads. The horse-faced man leading the pack suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. Turning around to look at Mirror Autumn, who he thought was safely distant, he witnessed the moment when Mirror Autumn's arm gradually transformed into flowing water and soared skyward. This, Horseface's pupils suddenly contracted, his astonishment so overwhelming that his steps slowed, his head still turned to look behind him. Shen Yuanguo caught up and slapped Horseface's shoulder. What are you staring at? Horseface Adam's apple bobbed. What kind of ability does that Li Chenxiu have? Super strength, why? Coco, why can he turn into water? Put. Before Horseface could finish speaking, a sound of tearing flesh came from behind him. He turned to look and saw a blood hole appear between the eyebrows of a revived one. Yet this was only the beginning. In the thick fog, droplets of water shot out like bullets one by one, the whooshing sounds of their passage incessant, agonized cries filling the battlefield. Ah! What's happening? What's wrong with this rain? How can it kill people? Help me, hell ah! Isn't this the disaster rain ability from the internet? Why is it appearing here? Wait, why is this mirror person's body turning into water? Does Li Chenxiu have this ability? Someone turned around and noticed the anomaly, shouting loudly. Stop looking, Li Chenxiu is the disaster water run toward the bridgehead. Horseface roared at the top of his lungs, his booming voice lingering in the dense fog without fading. Chapter 59, Departure and Arrival. Compared to the chaos and clamor on the west side of the bridge, the east side was eerily quiet. Li Chenxiu and his two companions traversed the mountain forest, trudged across flatland, and arrived at the eastern end of the long bridge. He Lu's legs weren't strong, so Zheng Kong had been supporting him all this time. This slowed their progress to a crawl, and only now had they reached the edge of the abyss. Li Chenxiu stopped just a step away from the chasm, lifted his foot, and kicked a stone down into it. A deathly silence followed. The stone vanished without a sound, as if swallowed by the sea. It looks very deep, Li Chenxiu murmured softly, then raised his head to look at the other end of the bridge. Yet even with his extraordinary vision, he could see nothing clearly. The thick fog concealed everything beneath it, tinged with a faint crimson under the red moon, making the scene appear peculiarly eerie and sinister. Li Chenxiu turned to the other two and said, I reckon the people from the underworld and the new world have already crossed. Let's not waste any more time. He Lu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Perhaps we should just stay on this side of the bridge. Who knows what might happen over there? If we follow you, we might just end up holding you back. No need. Li Chenxiu firmly rejected them in one breath. You won't hold me back, hurry up and go. With that, Li Chenxiu didn't give them another chance to speak, stepping directly onto the long bridge. Zheng Kong and He Lu exchanged a glance, then reluctantly followed. As all three stepped onto the long bridge, the gurgling sound reached their ears once again. Li Chinchou stopped in his tracks, lowering his gaze to look ahead. A few seconds later, crooked red characters slowly appeared. All participants have stepped onto the divine path, meeting the conditions to leave the underworld. The crimson moon lies to the west, indicating the direction of the altar. To the north lies the teleportation gate to exit the underworld. Please judge for yourselves. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar erupted behind the three of them. He Lu was the first to react, turning his head to look behind him. Before his eyes was a black vortex nearly 500 meters in diameter, occupying the entire bridgehead, swirling clockwise. The sudden appearance of this colossal entity startled He Lu so much that his entire body shuddered. If it hadn't been for Zheng Kong supporting him from behind, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Li Chinchou walked up to the vortex, examining it curiously from top to bottom before turning to the other two and saying, "Now that the exit has appeared, you two should leave quickly." "Thank you so much. I, He Lu, will remember today's kindness and will definitely visit to express my gratitude once we're out." He Lu nodded gratefully at Li Chinchou. Li Chinchou waved his hand dismissively. "No need, how could that be? A life-saving grace isn't some trivial favor, how could we not repay it?" He Lu interrupted excitedly. Zheng Kong, standing nearby, also chimed in, "Exactly. What might seem a minor act to you, little brother, truly saved our lives. This kindness must be repaid." Li Chinchou gave them an odd look and explained, "What I mean is, there's no need for formal visits. If you want to repay me, you can just transfer money to my bank card. I'm quite poor, otherwise I wouldn't have taken a part-time job as a security guard in the mountains for a few $100. The scene fell silent. 6 crows flew over the heads of He Lu and Zheng Kong. Money? He Lu seemed unsure if he'd heard Li Chinchou correctly, asking hesitantly. "That's right, money. A lot or a little depends on the generosity of your security bureau," Li Chinchou replied with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Hello replied belatedly, "Oh, okay, then money." Upon hearing this answer, Hello's image instantly elevated in Li Chinchou's mind. The coldness in Li Chinchou's eyes faded slightly, replaced with a touch of warmth. Just as Li Chinchou was about to say something, his ears suddenly twitched. Li Chinchou raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting past the two of them toward the west side of the bridge. Just now, his ears faintly caught waves of intermittent shouts. Zheng Kong noticed the change in Li Chinchou's expression and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Li Chinchou shook his head lightly. "It's nothing. You should leave quickly. Every moment you stay here adds to the danger. Don't waste any more time." "Alright, little brother." Besides us from the anti-unification department, a young woman has also entered. If you happen to meet her on the bridge, we'd be grateful if you could help her. The anti-unification department would be forever in your debt. He Lu clasped Li Chinchou's hand and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Li Chinchou gave He Lu a reassuring look. "Absolutely. As fellow human beings, I wouldn't abandon anyone. Thank you. Many thanks." After expressing their gratitude, the two supported each other as they stepped into the whirlpool. North Huangshan Bonfire Square. Soldiers carried the square's corpses on stretchers in pairs. Before the crimson gate bordering the clouds, Yayo stood anxiously, a large lump swelling on her forehead. Earlier, just as Yayo was about to charge through the crimson gate, an invisible barrier seemed to appear before it. With a thud, it flung her back onto the ground. "Sigh, when will this lump go down?" Yiyu reached up gloomily to touch her forehead. It wasn't that she cared about appearances, but she found the situation rather embarrassing. Just then, a soldier jogged up to Yiyu. "Commander, we've searched everywhere but found no trace of Disaster Water 096. Any findings at the satellite phone distress signal location?" Yiyu turned her gaze sideways towards the soldier. "Based on the traces left at the scene, we can confirm that Disaster Water number 096 engaged in combat with other reawakened individuals. As for who emerged victorious or where Disaster Water went afterward, we currently have no conclusive results." Nightshade nodded thoughtfully and commanded, "Perform blood sampling and send it to the lab for testing. Enter all blood data into the DNA database." "Understood," the soldier responded firmly before jogging away. Nightshade gazed deeply at the blood-colored portal and murmured, "Could it be inside?" If she wasn't on the mountain, this was the only possibility she could think of. Before Yiyu could ponder further, ripples formed across the surface of the blood-red portal, from which two figures limped out, none other than He Lu and Zheng Kong. "Yiyu," they exclaimed in unison, sounding surprised. "What happened to you two?" Yiyu asked with concern, stepping forward to support He Lu from Zheng Kang's grip. Hello smiled wryly. "It's a long story. Let me catch my breath first, then I'll tell you in detail. By the way, why didn't you go inside? And what's with the bump on your head?" Yiyu gave an awkward, evasive reply. "Just bumped into something accidentally. It's nothing serious. You should tell me about your situation first." Meanwhile, on the bridge in the underworld, Li Chinchou stood in front of the vortex, silently gazing ahead. His astonishing vision had already allowed him to see the fleeing crowd and the raindrops continuously falling from the sky. Li Chinxiu knew very well those were Ji Shui's doing. His mirrored self had arrived. Chapter 60, Struggle Before the Vortex. On the long bridge, scattered groups desperately ran eastward. Those who lagged behind due to exhaustion were mercilessly shot through the brows by water droplets. The horse-headed demon turned around to see the dwindling numbers of his underworld contingent behind him, his face darkening as if water could drip from its gloom. Casualties among the first and second rank awakened were tolerable, but those fallen third and fourth rank awakened had all been personally nurtured as his trusted lieutenants. Each death twisted the knife in his heart anew. Hurry! The exit's just ahead. Run unless you want to die. The horse-headed demon leapt in agitation, bellowing like a gym teacher urging students to sprint faster. Just as he prepared another shout, Shen Yuan was sprinting alongside it. The vanguard reached out to tug his arm. What's wrong? Horseface nearly screamed out. Shen Yuan was swallowed hard and pointed ahead, stammering, isn't that Li Chinxiu? Upon hearing this, Horseface's movements froze instantly as he recalled the content conveyed by the previous read text. Of course, everyone had gathered on this bridge known as the Path of the Gods. How could Li Chinxiu possibly be absent? At this thought, Horseface gritted his teeth, stiffly turning his head like a zombie, catching sight of that tiny figure beneath the whirlpool. He didn't want to approach that figure, but he had no choice. Weakness was the original sin. As the distance between them narrowed, more and more awakened beings noticed Li Chinxiu's presence. Li Chinxiu swept a cold gaze over the crowd and said, "Since you've already found out, then none of you need to leave." With those words, Li Chinxiu willed his thoughts into action, causing countless tiny water droplets to coalesce around him as he quietly waited for Horseface to step into his attack radius. Whether it was due to their experience of being hunted or not, Shen Yuanguo and Horseface halted just outside the range of his water attack. The crowd trailing behind them also came to an abrupt stop. They alternately glanced at Li Chinxiu and then at the approaching Mirror Chinxiu, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Observing Mirror Chinxiu's relentless advance, Horseface turned his head and shouted at Li Chinxiu, "We're both revivers, there's no need for this to turn into a bloody mess. Your mirror image is right behind us. He's incredibly strong, immortal and invincible. You can't defeat him with your current power." Li Chinxiu gave a light chuckle. "What are you trying to say? Let's cooperate. If we work together to push your mirror image into the abyss, we can get through this." Before Horseface could finish speaking, his subordinate tugged his sleeve in terror. "Sir, that thing has caught up to us." Hearing this, Horseface turned his head in terror. Clip-clop, clip-clop. With heavy footsteps approaching from the distance, Jing Chinxiu emerged slowly from the ever-present thick mist, hands tucked in his pockets. Caught between two Chius, Horseface and Shen Yuanguo's group found themselves trapped with no way forward or back. "Li Chinxiu, what are you still hesitating for? We're all revivers. Only by joining forces can we stand against your mirror self," Shen Yuanguo roared. Li Chinxiu didn't respond to them. Instead, he gazed curiously at Mirror Chinxiu, who returned the look with equal curiosity. The two maintained a silent, tacit understanding, neither making a move, while the revivers trapped between them continued shouting desperately. "How amusing." Mirror Chinxiu smirked eerily and snapped his fingers sharply. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a piercingly cold wind howled across the bridge, and wisps of black smoke darted out from the thick mist, landing on the bridge's surface before morphing into humanoid shapes. Among this large crowd were Horseface, Shen Yuanguo, whether they had died on the bridge or were still alive, all were present. Clearly, these were the mirror images of everyone else. After appearing, the mirror images first examined their own bodies before fixing their gazes, like ravenous wolves, upon the revivers trapped in the middle. Jing Chinxiu wore a mocking expression as he raised his hand to hold back the numerous mirror images behind him. "Nobody move. Let's watch the dogs bite each other." Those resurrected individuals felt deeply humiliated upon hearing these words, but none dared to voice their resentment, all turning their heads to look at Horseface and Shen Yuanguo. Shen Yuanguo turned around and fixed Li Chinxiu with a piercing stare. "Are you truly resolved to do this?" Li Chinxiu's eyes darkened. "I take no pleasure in killing, but I have no choice. You must die." With those words, the water droplets around his body expanded outward, suspended motionless in the air. A faint, tragic smile appeared on Shen Yuanguo's face. "After killing us, you'll go out yourself, ha? No." Li Chinxiu shook his head. "I will walk to the other shore." "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Horseface shouted, gripping two revivers as he led the charge. Seeing this, the other revivers gritted their teeth and followed. For a moment, the scene descended into utter chaos. Grasping for even a sliver of hope, everyone summoned every last ounce of strength to charge forward. Scatter! Li Chinxiu's lips parted slightly as droplets of water burst forth like bullets, their precision far surpassing Jing Chinxiu's. Though Jing Chinxiu possessed all of Li Chinxiu's abilities, when it came to familiarity, the difference between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Under Li Chinxiu's indiscriminate slaughter, one revenant after another fell to the ground, leaving fewer and fewer survivors on the field. Yet not even the tightest net is without holes. Under the relentless rain of droplets, some still managed to stumble through to the end. Li Chinxiu raised his hand in a grasping motion, and an ice blade glowing with white frost appeared in his palm. Moving like a ghost, he tore through the curtain of rain in the blink of an eye, arriving directly above Shen Yuanguo's head. Shen Yuanguo looked up in shock. Ice. Put. The frost-coated blade swept across his neck. Shen Yuanguo's head soared into the air, but before his scarlet blood could spray out, it froze into glistening ice crystals from the cold. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces upon the blue stone pavement. Shen Yuanguo's head plunged into the bottomless abyss below. Having dealt with Shen Yuanguo, Li Chinxiu didn't pause for breath. With a light tap of his toes, he darted in front of Horseface. Bastard, do you really think I'd die here? Horseface's eyes burned crimson as he snarled coldly. A razor-sharp bone spur shot from his forearm, thrusting straight for Li Chinxiu's skull. But all this felt agonizingly slow to Li Chinxiu's senses. Just as the bone spike was about to pierce Li Chinxiu's skull, his head tilted slightly leftward, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Before Horseface could react and alter the bone spike's trajectory, Li Chinxiu's ice blade had already severed his head. Bang! Horseface's head thudded onto the frozen ground, his headless corpse collapsing unwillingly after it. The horse-faced man's features twisted grotesquely as he glared viciously at Li Chinxiu. You wait for me, you just wait for me. I'll come for you. Before the horse-faced man could finish speaking, a single droplet of water pierced through his skull, extinguishing his life force entirely. Meanwhile, the very Li Chinxiu he'd been obsessing over had long since advanced with his ice blade toward the next target, never hearing those final words. Apartment number 11, certain rented room. Next to the peeling, rotten wall plasters stood a damp and foul-smelling single bed, where a gaunt-faced young man lay motionless beneath the blankets, corpse-like in his stillness. Tap! The clock's hour hand pointed straight to 12. Suddenly, the young man's eyes flew wide open, pinprick pupils fixed unblinking on the ceiling above. Chapter 61. Because you're too weak. With Shen Yuanguo and Horseface eliminated, the remaining men immediately lost their backbone. After a brief hesitation, they rushed toward the vortex like mad dogs with no regard for their lives. But what threat could wild dogs possibly pose to a leopard? Li Chinxiu weaved through the rain with his ice blade, effortlessly reaping their lives like a seasoned reaper. The bridge before the vortex was soon littered with corpses amid constant screams and the shattering sounds of ice crystals. Within moments, only 2 revenants remained, struggling desperately against their fate. We are all revenants, why would you? Put. A cold glint flashed through the air as a bloodline trailed down from the revenant's brow. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. One laughed. Li Chinxiu moved like a machine, his gaze instantly locking onto the last remaining revenant. Noticing Li Chinxiu's gaze, the last surviving revenant was scared out of his wits and desperately charged toward the whirlpool despite the rain. Almost there, almost there. The revenant mumbled repeatedly, his steps drawing ever closer to the whirlpool. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Li Chinxiu burst through the rain curtain to reach the revenant's side. Just as he raised his ice blade to strike, a water jet blasted toward his weapon. Boom! The ice blade shattered into pieces, and the water column stood like a natural barrier, separating Li Chinxiu from the reviver. In the distance, Jing Chinxiu curled the corner of his mouth and slowly lowered his left hand. Before the vortex, the last reviver laughed wildly and shouted, Li Chinxiu, I made it alive. With those words, he pushed off with both feet and leaped forward. His upper body entered the vortex first, leaving only his legs lingering in the netherland. Just as everyone thought this revived individual would immediately get up and flee the netherworld, he froze. Outside the vortex, on the bonfire square, the escaped revived person stood motionless, staring blankly ahead as if struck dumb. There, the 3 Intong officers and countless soldiers were watching him in silence. Only then did he realize one thing: what was the use of running out? Wasn't he still going to die? Having grasped this, driven by sheer spite, he widened his eyes and urgently shouted, Li Chinxiu is calamity, Li Chinxiu is calamity. But before anyone could react, a hand emerged from the portal, gripping the reviver's head like an eagle's talon. With a sickening pop, it crushed the skull into a mist of blood. Once this was done, the hand swiftly withdrew into the portal, as if it had never existed. What the? Yi Yu stared blankly at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. On the long bridge, Li Chinxiu withdrew his hand and stood silently in place. Only after confirming no one else was entering the vortex from outside did he turn around with a darkened expression, his gaze fixed directly upon the multitude of mirror counterparts. Why look at us like that? Mirror Chinxiu spread his hands open, staring back at Li Chinxiu with an innocent expression. Without uttering a word, Li Chinxiu focused his will, conjuring an enormous hammer forged from glacial ice that he positioned vertically before his chest. What's this? Planning to strike directly? Mirror Chinxiu curled his lips in a disdainful smile. You can't kill us. So what? Li Chinxiu's eyes were deep and unfathomable. What are you trying to say? Jing Chinxiu, noticing Li Chinxiu's slight fear of him, smiled contentedly. Our purpose is to eliminate those fools who can't recognize their own limitations and covet the Lingxian artifacts. You are a true genius, so we won't kill you. As long as you pass our test, you can cross the bridge. Oh, Li Chinxiu questioned lightly. Before answering your question, may I ask you one first? Jing Chinchou raised an eyebrow and nodded. Ask away? I want to ask you something, do you have consciousness? Li Chinchou asked gravely. Jing Chinchou paused slightly, tilting her head in confusion as she nodded. Seeing this, Li Chinchou pressed her lips into a faint smile. She picked up the hammer before her, fingers flexing slightly as she spun the massive weapon like a pen between them. What do you want? Mirror Chinchou narrowed her eyes, watching Li Chinchou warily. Li Chinchou stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the mirrored figure as he spoke. Being sentient is good. Otherwise, if I beat you and you don't make a sound, it'd feel like something's missing. Beat me? Mirror Chinchou pointed at herself in astonishment, as if hearing the greatest joke. Don't I know your capabilities? You couldn't take me one-on-one, and now you want to fight against multiple opponents? Taking this trial is for your own good. Did you really think you could traverse the divine path with your current strength? What a pipe dream. The other mirror people burst into laughter upon hearing this, each looking at Li Chinchou with scorn. Li Chinchou didn't argue back, or rather, he preferred to make them recognize the truth through action. Huff, huff, huff. A fierce gale erupted around Li Chinchou, causing his entire figure to vanish from everyone's sight. Everyone, fall back! Jing Chinchou shouted to the crowd. Just as he attempted to retreat, a shadow loomed over his head. Jing Chinchou's pupils contracted sharply. With a single thought, he transformed into mist and disappeared from his original position. And in the very instant he vanished, Li Chinchou's massive hammer descended from the heavens like a falling mountain, landing on the bridge with a thunderous boom. In an instant, dust surged out like a tsunami from around the hammer's body, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly from beneath Li Chinchou's feet. The terrifying force sent the surrounding mirror images stumbling backward in shock. In the distance, the illusory humanoid form of Mirror Chinchou stared in horror at Li Chinchou's retreating figure. It was too fast, so fast he couldn't even process it. But why is this happening? Isn't my strength supposed to be the same as this person's? Amidst the swirling dust, Li Chinchou wrenched the massive hammer from the deep crater and turned his head toward Mirror Chinchou's direction. Quite fast, aren't you? Mirror Chinchou suppressed the shock in his heart. How are you this fast? Because you're too weak. With that, Li Chinchou swung his hammer toward several mirrored figures standing nearby. Boom, boom, boom. Amid a series of explosive sounds, dozens of streams of black smoke rose from beneath the hammer, just like the master of the Dao Palace before them. Bastard! Mirror Chinchou snarled coldly, summoning a massive hammer of ice as he surged toward Li Chinchou. Crack! The two massive hammers collided, sending sprays of white ice fragments flying between them. Li Chinchou calmly tightened his grip on the hammer handle, pressing downward with steady force, while Jing Chinchou knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth as she struggled against the pressure. Though both possessed equal strength, their mastery over that power and understanding of their supernatural abilities were worlds apart. It was like pitting a strongman against another strongman versed in combat techniques. The outcome was immediately apparent. What are you all staring at? Get moving now! Jing Chinchou shouted loudly, completely disregarding her usual dignified demeanor. The other mirrored individuals finally reacted upon hearing these words and rushed towards Li Chinchou. Ha ha ha, let's see how you block this. Mirror Chinchou flashed a maniacal grin. Li Chinchou cast a faint glance at the other person and murmured softly, split. Chapter 62, the altar emerges at last. As soon as the words were spoken, the suspended water droplets within 100 meters instantly shot toward Mirror Chinchou's direction. Sensing something amiss, Mirror Chinchou hastily activated extreme water in an attempt to block the incoming droplets, but quickly realized he couldn't control them at all, or more precisely, he proved no match for Li Chinchou's psychic command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Water droplets ripped through the air, emitting piercing sonic booms. Charge! We can't die, there's no need to fear these water droplets at all. Jing Chinchou shouted at the top of his voice. Li Chinchou's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. You're delightfully naive. Dense footsteps closed in on Li Chinchou as countless varieties of supercharged attacks surged toward him. Faced with this barrage, his expression remained unperturbed, as if he hadn't even noticed. Jing Chinchou smiled at the sight, his eyes brimming with anticipation, yet within a second, that smile froze upon his face. Torrents of water gathered above Li Chinchou's head, coalescing into a humanoid figure forged from flowing liquid. After breaking through the second restriction, Li Chinchou discovered his mastery over extreme water had become more intuitive, allowing him to perform delicate manipulations previously beyond his reach. Forming a simple water puppet became his innovative solution, controlling this aqueous construct while dividing his focus, thus turning the tide against overwhelming odds. Facing attacks from all directions, the water being leaped behind Li Chinchou, crossed its arms, and suddenly swung them outward. Paper-thin water blades shot from its arms, slicing toward the crowd. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted continuously across the long bridge, with plumes of black mist rising and scattering in the wind. Though mirror image beings couldn't die, this didn't mean they could recover instantly like the revenants could. After dealing with the siege, the water figure clenched his hands in the air, and 2 sharp ice blades materialized in his grip. He then soared into the sky before plunging down toward the crowd. Jing Qinxiu's eyes widened. Who knew extreme water could be used like this? How come she couldn't do it herself? Before he could figure it out, Li Qianxiu's eyes darkened as he abruptly exerted force with both hands. Boom! Unable to resist, Jing Qinxiu once again dissolved into mist. Just as he wanted to continue fleeing, Li Qianxiu parted his lips slightly and uttered a single word, solidify. A peculiar ripple emanated from Li Qianxiu's body. Just as Mirror Qianxiu thought he had escaped calamity and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an indescribable force of rules enveloped his entire being, molding him back into human form. How can this be? Mirror Qianxiu's eyes widened in shock. He tried desperately to transform into water mist again using extreme water, but no matter how hard he attempted, nothing happened. Drip, drip, drip. The dull sound of footsteps echoed behind Jing Qinxiu, growing gradually closer. Li Qianxiu dragged the hammer behind him, gripping its handle with one hand. The ice block scraped and knocked against the stone bricks, producing an unpleasant grating noise. Jing Qinxiu pushed himself up from the ground, his dark eyes fixed fiercely on Li Qianxiu. Why? Our strength is identical. Li Qianxiu smiled faintly. Those who imitate me can never surpass me, just like those who freeze in terror can never make me feel threatened again. You enjoy playing games, don't you? Then let me entertain you properly. Li Qianxiu's eyes turned cold as he willed countless water droplets to materialize out of thin air, piercing Mirror Qianxiu's body like bullets. Thanks to the dense fog, Li Qianxiu's extreme water ability could be fully utilized without any concern about the awkwardness of having no water to control. The water droplets continued to bore through Mirror Qianxiu's body, wisps of black smoke drifting from his wounds. Ah! Jing Qinxiu let out a piercing shriek, her venomous gaze fixed on Li Qianxiu as if she wanted to flay him alive. Li Qianxiu dispersed the giant hammer in his hand, flashing a radiant smile as he said, "Aren't you so proud of your immortality? Then savor that pride to the fullest." With that, Li Qianxiu turned and walked towards the pile of reviver corpses. But before he could take more than a few steps, his vision began doubling, and everything flickered between light and dark before his eyes. Li Qianxiu knew clearly that this was his body warning him about overusing his abilities. I thought the second restriction would bring some improvement, Li Qianxiu murmured, a faint trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes before he turned and walked toward the mirror clones. Since his abilities were nearly exhausted, the only option left was to throw these mirror clones into the abyss. Watching Li Qianxiu approach relentlessly, Mirror Qianxiu weakly shouted, "Ah, you, what are you going to do? Lucky you, you're free now." Having said that, Li Qianxiu's hand shot out like a python, clamping onto Mirror Qianxiu's throat before casually hurling him off the massive bridge. Like dominoes collapsing, under the coordinated assault of Li Qianxiu and the water being, the remaining mirror clones met the same fate as Mirror Qianxiu. With everything settled, Li Qianxiu dispersed the water droplets and leaned against the railing with one hand, standing beneath the crimson moon as his distant gaze lingered over the bottomless abyss. For some reason, he always felt an urge to jump down. After resting for a while, Li Qianxiu walked up to the whirlpool, crouched down, and began searching the bodies one by one. He only had 2 keys, 3 more were needed to unlock the final trial. After spending nearly half an hour, Li Qianxiu finally gathered all 5 keys and strode westward toward the bridge. Beiding Mountain Bonfire Square. The soldiers were still transporting the corpses, while the 3 members of the security bureau sat in a circle around the headless body. Nightshade, wearing white gloves, used tweezers to slowly peel away the clothing stuck to the corpse's surface. Beneath the fabric, countless tiny blood holes were starkly revealed before the 3 observers. Squinting her eyes, Nightshade reached towards something beside her. The soldier standing nearby immediately took an envelope from his backpack and handed it to Yiyu. Yiyu accepted the envelope and pulled out several photos, distributing them to Zheng Kong and He Lu. The photos showed rows of corpses' dead bodies, exactly like this revived one, all riddled with identical bloody holes. If Li Qianxiu had been present, he would have recognized these corpses. They were the same people he had killed earlier on the Lu River Bridge. The wounds are all of identical size. It seems the disaster we're looking for is indeed inside, Yiyu murmured solemnly, handing the photograph in his hand to He Lu. Uncle He, you, and Li Qianxiu spent a long time together inside. Did you notice anything unusual about him? Yiyu turned her head to look at He Lu. Xiao Yi, how could you doubt such an upright young man based on such nonsense? He Lu stared at Yiyu in disbelief. That's right, Sister Yi. There's no way that kid could be involved. Do you really think these eyes of mine can't tell who's good and who's bad? Zheng Kong chimed in agitatedly from the side. Yiyu silently glanced at the 2 of them, then lowered his head to continue adjusting the corpse with tweezers as he spoke. Personal opinions remain just that, personal opinions. At present, he does indeed bear significant suspicion. Even if he isn't Calamity Waters himself, there's a high probability he's connected to Calamity Waters in some way. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for the interrogation results. After arriving west of the bridge, Li Qianxiu walked a couple more miles before finally spotting the altar mentioned by the crimson letters. Chapter 63, The Dragon? Under the pale red moonlight, the square-shaped altar stood alone in utter solitude. The steps built from ancient Yellowstone bricks exuded an indescribable rustic aura. On either side of the steps were carved soldiers with glaring eyes clad in silver armor, their lifeless yet vivid gazes fixed intently upon Li Qinshiu. After pausing momentarily before the altar, Li Qinshiu stepped onto the stone staircase, completely ignoring the carved frescoes flanking both sides. Whether due to prolonged absence of visitors, the steps were covered in thick dust with cobwebs filling every corner. Each time Li Qinshiu's foot landed, it would stir up great clouds of settling dirt. But what Li Qinshiu failed to notice was that each time he stepped on a stone stair, crimson dots would appear in the eyes of the carved soldiers beside him, their stiffened eyeballs mechanically tracking his departing figure. The stone staircase wasn't long, and Li Qinshiu soon reached its end, where a vast platform unfolded before his eyes. Gurgle. The sound of intestinal movement echoed from in front of Li Qinshiu as bloody characters gradually materialized in the air. Insert the 5 keys into the 5 keyholes at the center of the platform. The 5 individuals who insert the keys will proceed to the final assessment. After reading this, Li Qinshiu took out 5 keys from his pocket and walked to the center of the platform, where he indeed found 5 keyholes. Without hesitation, Li Qinshiu inserted all 5 keys into their corresponding keyholes. Crack! As the last key was inserted, the platform suddenly began to tremble. Li Qinshiu furrowed his brows, exerting force with his feet to leap to the edge of the platform, his gaze cautiously fixed on the center. His sixth sense screamed danger from that very spot. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the space at the platform's center trembled like a piece of fabric, and with a riot, it tore open, a slender fissure appearing right before Li Qinshiu's eyes. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha, at last, I'm finally free, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Mad laughter echoed from the fissure, its terrifying sonic waves stirring gale-force winds across the platform. This is... Li Qinshiu frowned, he'd heard this very sound before at Beiding Mountain. Before Li Qinshiu could ponder further, a claw sheathed in black scales and glinting with cold light emerged from the rift. It hooked the fissure's edge and gave a slight tug, the surrounding space shattered like soft tofu, fractures radiating outward at terrifying speed. Purest blackness spread like a devouring beast engulfing every trace of light. Realizing something was amiss, Li Qinshiu kicked backward and began falling toward the ground. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Just as Li Qinshiu was about to hit the ground, he calmly uttered, "Ride." In an instant, the water molecules floating in the air seemed to heed some unseen call, frenziedly surging toward Li Qinshiu's back before coalescing. When Li Qinshiu was just 1 meter above the ground, a fierce gust of wind struck his back, sweeping up clouds of dust like ocean waves parting to either side. "Rise," Li Qinshiu willed, and his body shot skyward like a bird tearing through the air. Beneath the crimson moon, his wings, composed entirely of water and spanning 5 meters wide, made a particularly awe-inspiring sight. Li Qinshiu hovered in midair as the cold night wind swept his hair backward, his tattered security guard uniform fluttering violently against the sky. His eyes lowered as he gazed silently at the platform, lost in thought. On the platform, darkness instantly engulfed the space above the altar. A pair of glowing blue eyes slowly emerged from the darkness, their icy gaze dominating everything beneath heaven and earth like a scornful monarch. The soldier figures carved beside the stone steps twisted eerily, as if answering some unseen summons. Woo! An incredibly penetrating horn blast resounded between heaven and earth. To Li Qinshiu's astonishment, the soldiers in the murals stepped out from the walls and charged toward the platform. Tap tap. The dense footsteps sounded like muffled drumbeats as hundreds of silver-armored soldiers fearlessly surged toward the platform like a gleaming metallic tide. Pathetic! A light chuckle echoed from the darkness, followed by heavy, mountain-like footsteps. The stone brick altar began collapsing inward like loose sand, crumbling from within. The soldiers had barely set foot on the platform when they were buried alive, struggling in the gaps between wood and stone. In an instant, the towering altar was reduced to rubble. At the same time, a massive figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It measured over 100 meters in length, 2 deep eyes like glowing embers, its massive nostrils exhaling blue flames with every breath. Its entire body was covered in obsidian-like scales, each one gleaming with a metallic luster. Powerful limbs hung beneath it, and its broad, mighty wings flapped incessantly, stirring gusts of wind. Li Qinshiu frowned, his eyes brimming with doubt. A dragon? Turning the thought over, he gave the creature another once-over and ultimately dismissed the idea. The colossal creature before him merely resembled a dragon in appearance, but it shouldn't be the dragon from his memories after all. How could dragons possibly have wings? While Li Qinshiu scrutinized this dragon-like creature, the creature was equally sizing him up. Neither spoke for several dozen seconds of silence before Li Qinshiu broke it first. What's the final trial? Final trial? The black prison dragon's elongated eyes flickered with mockery. You mean those crimson characters? The words of the black prison dragon had barely faded when a long string of bloody characters appeared before Li Qinshiu. Congratulations on enduring countless hardships to obtain the 5 keys and break my seal. I am very pleased with you, so I've decided to take your physical body. When Li Chinxiu saw the final character, his expression instantly darkened. You deceived me? Ha ha ha, when did I ever deceive you? The spiritual profound artifact is real, the 5 keys are real, everything is real. The black prison dragon roared with laughter, the terrifying sound waves scattering the clouds. Whether it had been too long or something else, seeing Li Chinxiu's dark expression remaining silent, the black prison dragon excitedly continued. This place was meant to seal me and my spirit profound artifact. Those 5 keys are the key to releasing my seal. Thank you so much for helping me undo the seal. I've witnessed your strength, and I'm quite pleased with you, ha ha. Hearing this, Li Chinxiu replied, so you're the one behind everything? Yes and no. The giants and mirror people you encountered existed solely to prevent anyone from breaking the seal. I could only intervene slightly, like granting the mirror people a selection setting to keep them from slaughtering indiscriminately, or altering those crimson words. Do you know, when I saw you on the bridge ready to fight that mirror man, I was terrified. I was so afraid you'd get killed, but, you were incredible. Black Prison Dragon's voice trembled with excitement, his dark blue eyes brimming with madness. Chapter 64, Now That's Real Strength. I never expected you to have 2 special abilities, such tremendous power at just the first restriction. It's perfection. Maybe the heavens knew I'm without a physical body now, just a soul, and sent you right to me. As he spoke, the Black Prison Dragon's forelimbs clapped together, much like human applause. Standing midair, Li Chinxiu reached out and tore off his upper garment, revealing a perfectly toned and muscular torso. He asked coldly, will it hurt when I hit you? It will, but can you really do it? The Black Prison Dragon gazed greedily at Li Chinxiu. You've also been suppressed to first seal, haven't you? At the same level, I don't believe anyone can defeat me. Li Chinxiu's eyes sharpened as he lifted his hand in a grasping motion. An axe formed of condensed ice materialized in his grip. The instant this monster stepped out of the darkness, Li Chinxiu's sixth sense clearly detected its weakened state evidently, even this creature was suppressed by the underworld. What a fool! Wouldn't it be better to just let me claim your flesh? The Black Prison Dragon flapped its wings, rising to hover parallel with Li Chinxiu. A decisive battle was about to erupt. With a beat of his wings, Li Chinxiu vanished from his position with a bang, wielding a colossal ice axe as he slashed toward the Black Prison Dragon's head. The terrifying force of his strike sent ripples through the fragile space of the underworld. Faced with such a strike, the Black Prison Dragon casually raised its forelimb and swiped at Li Chinxiu. Bang! With a thunderous boom, the Black Prison Dragon's claw effortlessly blocked Li Chinxiu's axe. The Black Prison Dragon turned its head, opening its gaping maw towards Li Chinxiu. A ghostly blue flame surged from its throat, sending waves of scorching heat rushing towards him. Realizing the danger, Li Chinxiu immediately released his giant axe and swiftly retreated. Yet even so, Li Chinxiu's fingers were scalded by those blue flames. Fingers? Li Chinxiu's pupils constricted violently, as if struck by a sudden realization. But before he could ponder further, a shadow loomed overhead. The Black Abyss Dragon's talons swiped down at him like a hawk swooping on a chick. With a flick of his wings, Li Chinxiu twisted into an improbable angle, narrowly evading the dragon's claws before soaring upward. Eyes locked onto his adversary, he muttered, now you're becoming interesting. With that, Li Chinxiu willed it, and countless water droplets whirled around his body. As he pointed downward with both fingers, innumerable droplets shot out violently. The Black Prison Dragon opened its maw, spewing eerie blue flames from within. The instant the two forces collided, a sizzling sound erupted from the flames. Li Chinxiu's water droplets vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Don't bother resisting. Though I'm first restriction, the nether realm's constraints on me aren't absolute, such as my power being only suppressed to second restriction, the Black Prison Dragon mocked. It's just a bit more strength, that's all. Li Chinxiu gave a faint smile, sidestepping the speeding blue flame while simultaneously dipping one of his fingers into the fire. Seconds later, the corners of Li Chinxiu's lips curled upward as a flash of comprehension dawned in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why he had never been able to awaken his third supernatural ability. It turned out that awakening abilities required not just coloration, but also experiencing death, more precisely, a death related to the ability itself. Just like with extreme water, because he had drowned once near Lujiang Bridge 2 years ago, he was able to awaken it immediately after coloration. So that's how it is. Li Chinxiu withdrew his finger. He could feel a power stirring within him as the flames scorched his skin. Since only death can awaken the third ability, there's no point in holding back my strength to think about escape anymore. Understanding this, Li Chinxiu lowered both arms and dove towards the Black Jail Dragon with a flap of his wings. Watching Li Chinxiu charging straight toward him, the Black Prison Dragon opened wide its maw and spewed flames. Just as he expected Li Chinxiu to dodge aside, Li Chinxiu charged directly into the flames as though he hadn't noticed them. By the time the Black Prison Dragon realized what was happening, Li Chinxiu's figure had already appeared right before its jaws. Keep roaring! Li Chinxiu seemed possessed as he grabbed the Black Prison Dragon's tongue and yanked it outward with all his strength. Rai up! Black mist surged from the black prison dragon's mouth as its tongue dissolved into dark smoke that vanished between heaven and earth. Oh, the black prison dragon wailed in agony, though without a tongue, it couldn't utter a single word. Huff! A sharp claw tore through the air, aiming for Li Qianqiu's back. At the critical moment, Li Qianqiu controlled his wings and shot into the sky. High above, Li Qianqiu's entire body was scorched black, wisps of white smoke curling from his form. Only his eyes remained unharmed, shielded by the power of extreme water. Roar! The black prison dragon widened its eyes as its mountainous frame crashed toward Li Qianqiu. Mangy beast, do you truly believe you've measured the depths of my power? With those words, Li Qianqiu's entire body suddenly exploded, transforming into a mist that filled the sky. As Li Qianqiu vanished from his original position, the black prison dragon opened its massive maw and spewed flames in all directions, attempting to scorch him, yet this effort was entirely futile, for Li Qianqiu was now high in the sky. Beneath the crimson moon, a roughly 30-meter-long arm, condensed from water, hovered midair, drawing in water molecules from the surrounding clouds. This enormous arm was formed by Li Qianqiu's body transforming into water. It was his ultimate, all-out attack, leaving no room for retreat. As time passed, the arm grew thicker and more imposing, its aura increasingly terrifying. It finally stopped growing at a staggering length of 50 meters. This is what true strength looks like. Li Qianqiu's detached voice echoed from beneath the clouds as that massive arm extended its palm to press down upon the dark prison dragon, filling the entire space with sounds akin to howling ghosts and wailing wolves. The dark prison dragon raised its head, its azure blue pupils revealing human-like terror. But cornered with no retreat left, the dark prison dragon spread its wings and soared skyward, lifting its forelimbs to clash against Li Qianqiu. I refuse to be defeated. How could I possibly lose to someone who hasn't even broken through the first forbidden gate? The dark prison dragon roared inwardly. Boom! Visible ripples spread through the air as the underworld space was torn apart like a sheet of paper. Two terrifying forces remained locked in a stalemate in midair. Just as the black prison dragon thought it had blocked the attack, a soft chuckle came from within its own arm. You dare to measure yourself against me? As the words fell, a suffocating force erupted from its limb, completely overpowering the black prison dragon's proud strength beneath Li Qianqiu's overwhelming might. The 100-meter-long dragon's body was forcibly pressed into the ruins by Li Qianqiu, leaving a crater dozens of meters deep in the once flat ground. Roar! 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 The black abyss dragon let out furious, unwilling bellows as it twisted frantically, though to no avail. Seems you're as fond of playing as Mirror Qianqiu. I'll play with you then. Li Qianqiu said calmly, manipulating the giant hand to grip the black abyss dragon's tail like a whip, repeatedly slamming its body into the ground, yanking it back up, then smashing it down again. Chapter 65 Homecoming. Only after several rounds of this did Li Qianqiu finally release his grip. Under such torment, the black prison dragon had long since rolled its eyes back, lying on the ground like a heap of mud. With a mere thought from Li Qianqiu, his 50-meter-long arm dissipated explosively. Emerging from the mist of vapor, his scorched black figure staggered forward like a drunken man, his unfocused gaze locking onto a piece of flaming wood. According to Li Qianqiu's deduction, as long as he was burned to death by fire, he would regain vitality just like the last time he drowned. Close. I can get stronger again. A faint glimmer of joy emerged in Li Qianqiu's weary eyes as he condensed an ice spike out of thin air and stabbed it into his own heart. Put! Crimson blood trickled down the ice spike, and the sharp pain jolted his drowsy mind awake once more. Almost there, almost. Li Qianqiu's lips curled into a grin. He drew closer and closer to that mass of flames, just 3 steps away now. Just as Li Qianqiu was about to take what should have been his third-to-last step, the black prison dragon lying behind him opened its eyes, its eerie blue slit pupils suddenly dilating. The next instant, the dragon's massive body dissolved into wisps of black smoke, carried westward by the wind, but one lone wisp shot backward, rushing straight toward Li Qianqiu. Just as Li Qianqiu was about to take his final step, the wisp of black smoke darted into the back of his head, and his already unsteady body collapsed to the ground. In the boundless darkness, Li Qianqiu stood exhausted where he was. Where is this? Li Qianqiu looked around blankly, then glanced at his own body, which seemed as transparent as glass. I truly underestimated you. You're far stronger than I expected. In the darkness, a pair of icy blue pupils slowly lit up, followed by rising tongues of blue flames. The form of the black prison dragon appeared before Li Qianqiu. Unlike its previous towering height of nearly 100 meters, the black abyss dragon was now quite petite, standing only a little over 2 meters tall. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the result remains the same. Your soul has indeed grown weak. Once I destroy your soul, this fleshly body will be mine. Before it could finish speaking, the black abyss dragon flapped its wings and lunged at Li Qianqiu. It was genuinely terrified, fearing that Li Qianqiu might suddenly retort, "Who do you think you are to judge me?" The speed of the black prison dragon was not fast, but Li Qianqiu was even slower, because he hadn't intended to dodge at all. With a loud thud, Li Qianqiu was pinned firmly beneath the black prison dragon. You have no chance left, your soul is too weak. The black prison dragon tightened its limbs around Li Qianqiu, its blue flames gradually spreading across his body. In an instant, a pain sharp enough to pierce the heart shot straight to the crown of Li Chinxiu's head. Yet, he showed no sign of discomfort. The pain was too mild for him, or perhaps he could still endure it. Li Chinxiu gazed calmly at the black prison dragon, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Your fire lacks intensity. You, the black prison dragon widened his eyes. You've got a sharp tongue. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The eerie blue flames burned even more fiercely, wisps of black smoke drifting up from Li Chinxiu's soul. Enjoy it to the fullest. The black prison dragon released Li Chinxiu and flew into the air, silently awaiting the moment of his opponent's death. The flames grew fiercer, completely engulfing Li Chinxiu until nothing could be seen of him from the outside. How long does it take to burn to death? Li Chinxiu clenched his lips, instinctively curling his entire body into a ball and hugging his knees tightly as the scorching heat enveloped him. For how long? Li Chinxiu could no longer see the glow of flames, nor hear any sizzling sounds. He felt as though he had plunged into deeper darkness, wrapped in an indescribable loneliness. Warm, gentle sunlight streamed through the old window into the room as Li Chinxiu slowly opened his eyes. Above him, the ceiling bore several cracks, with peeling wallpaper barely held together by tape. An old tungsten bulb swayed gently in the morning breeze. The enticing aroma of steamed buns wafted in through the window. Li Chinxiu knew Uncle Wang's bun shop on the second floor had begun its day's business. How? Li Chinxiu's gaze was vacant, his pupils trembling slightly. He lay on the bed like this, motionless, greedily staring at the ceiling, breathing in the surrounding air, listening to the clinking sounds of spatulas colliding from the kitchen. Li Chinxiu's lips quivered as if he wanted to shout something, yet he dared not open his mouth, afraid of falling back into the darkness. After hesitating for a long time, he finally called out with a hoarse voice, Mom. It seemed the noise from the kitchen was too loud. The other person probably didn't hear Li Chinxiu's voice, so he raised his voice and called out again, Mom. Yes, what is it? A gentle and familiar voice came from the kitchen. Lying in bed, Li Chinxiu froze for a moment. It was as if someone had plucked a string in his heart, and tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his eyes. His trembling hand lifted the blanket as he steadied himself against the wall, moving step by step from the bedroom toward the kitchen. It was the shortest journey of his life, yet also the longest. Li Chinxiu gripped the kitchen doorframe, eyes reddened as he gazed at the middle-aged woman in an apron. Wisps of white now streaked her temples, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had deepened. Suyu seemed to sense movement at the doorway and turned toward Li Chinxiu. Why are you crying? She asked. Li Chinxiu rubbed his eyes, forcing out an unnatural smile. Think I've got something in my eye. Go wash your face quickly. Dinner's almost ready, call Xiaoyu from next door while you're at it. Suyu didn't suspect anything and continued with what she'd been doing. Okay. Li Chinxiu nodded obediently and turned to leave the kitchen. Before he could reach the door, a series of rapid knocks sounded from the entrance. Coming. Li Chinxiu responded and hurried to open the door. The door had barely cracked open when a hand gripped the doorframe, followed by a beaming face appearing before Li Chinxiu. Whoa, what's with those red-rimmed eyes? Been crying? Qi Mingyue pointed teasingly at Li Chinxiu's tear-streaked corners, his expression brimming with amused astonishment as if witnessing some rare spectacle. Get lost. I wouldn't shed a tear even if you died. Li Chinxiu swatted away Qi Mingyue's finger. Qi Mingyue chuckled, still playing tough. If one of us ever has to die, I'm definitely going first, that way I'll get to see you weep over me, while you'll never witness me crying over you. Killing two birds with one stone. Li Chinxiu froze momentarily before asking jokingly, could a heartless guy like you actually cry for me? Qi Mingyue lightly punched Li Chinxiu's shoulder with his fist. Don't even joke about life and death like this. If someday you really get cursed by your own words and die, what am I supposed to do when I'm lonely and want someone to talk to? You can't expect me to follow you to heaven. Chapter 66. It shouldn't be called a dying wish. With that, Qi Mingyue took a ticket from his pocket and placed it on the entrance hall console. You like Zhou Mulan's songs, don't you? I got you concert tickets. I'll cover your cleaning duty today, go enjoy the show. No need to thank me, just consider me a legend. Qi Mingyue flicked Li Chinxiu's forehead with his finger and bounced his way toward the kitchen. Morning, Auntie. Xiaoyu's here. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Auntie, do you need help? At the entrance, Li Chinxiu stared blankly at the ticket in his hands, lost in thought. He reached out to pick up the ticket, his eyes swirling with unspoken emotions. He remembered that day clearly, it was his first concert experience. Zhou Mulan's songs were beautiful, and the night breeze had been exceptionally tender. Xiao, what are you spacing out for? Come eat. Qi Mingyue's shout snapped Li Chinxiu out of his wandering thoughts. Oh, Li Chinxiu responded woodenly, tucking the ticket into his pocket before sitting down at the coffee table in front of the bulky TV. Staring at the fried egg in his bowl and the thick millet porridge beside it, Li Chinxiu picked up his chopsticks but remained frozen in place, unsure how to proceed. Suyu, having untied her apron, walked behind Li Chinxiu and ruffled his hair with her rough hands. Why aren't you eating? She asked with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Chi Mingyue, who was sitting across the table, released the fried egg from his mouth at the sight, propped himself up with both hands, and stood to ask, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Li Chinxiu replied casually, waving his hand before slurping a mouthful of millet porridge. "It's delicious." Suyu smiled gently. "Good, nothing serious then. But remember, if anything happens, you must tell your mom, okay?" "Got it," Li Chinxiu muttered, head lowered, as he mechanically scooped the porridge with his spoon and shoveled it into his mouth. Li Chinxiu was perfectly normal, at least that's how Suyu and Chi Mingyue saw it. But what neither of them noticed were the faint ripples spreading across the surface of the millet porridge in his bowl. Under the shadow, tears slipped one by one from the corners of Li Chinxiu's eyes. His hand holding the spoon trembled incessantly, and those eyes that had always remained calm were now shattered. The moment he stepped back into the small house, every familiar detail around him pricked at Li Chinxiu's tear ducts, stabbing at his heart. He didn't know why he had come here, but he dared not delve deeper, afraid that doing so would drag him back into the cold, stark reality. After all, even if it's just an illusionary dream, at least the feelings are real. The millet porridge in Li Chinxiu's bowl grew less and less, yet he kept scraping his spoon against the bowl, making hollow clang sounds. Son, Suyu waved her hand nervously in front of Li Chinxiu's face. "Chinxiu, are you alright?" Chi Mingyue walked over and placed a hand on Li Chinxiu's back, bending down to look at his profile. Li Chinxiu could no longer contain the emotions surging within him. He lifted his head to look at Suyu, whose face was filled with worry, and tears welled up in his eyes like a spring, spilling over as quietly as fallen leaves in autumn. "Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I've wronged you." Li Chinxiu collapsed to his knees, wrapping his arms around Suyu's legs as his body trembled violently from overwhelming grief. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Suyu Aban bent over, frantically stroking Li Chinxiu's head with trembling hands. "Don't scare me like this. Were you bullied by someone?" "Bullied?" Chi Mingyue startled, gripping Li Chinxiu's shoulders tightly. "Who bullied you? Was it those hooligans at the school gate?" Li Chinxiu ignored their questions and continued pouring out his remorse. "Mom, I shouldn't have made that call. I failed to protect you. I shouldn't have woken up so late. If I'd woken up earlier, you wouldn't have had to die. I'm so sorry. I couldn't give you a big house to live in. I couldn't cure your migraines. I didn't take you to see the ocean. I'm a liar, but I truly never meant to break my promises." By the end, Li Chinxiu's voice became nearly hoarse, his choked sobs casting a sorrowful chill over the room. No one spoke, and everything seemed to fall into silence. Panic rising in his chest, Li Chinxiu hurriedly looked up only to meet Suyu's calm, smiling face. "Silly child, I've never blamed you, and you've never let me down. You must live well. I'll always be watching over you." Suyu's words were as gentle as a breeze, slowly soothing Li Chinxiu's anguish. He ventured to ask, then, "Mom, could you visit me more often in my dreams? I miss your dumplings." Suyu tenderly stroked Li Chinxiu's head. "I'll come. You little rascal." Chi Mingyue's head inopportunely popped up from the side. "If you're not dead, couldn't you have told me? What kind of name is Li Chinxiu anyway? Chen Xiu sounds much better. Next time we meet, you must tell me your real name." "Impossible." Li Chinxiu paused, then laughed through his tears. "If you die, I could tell you my name at your graveside. Then you'd better hide well, don't let me find you." Chi Mingyue winked at Li Chinxiu before dissolving into a wisp of smoke that drifted out the window. Immediately, the surrounding space began collapsing inward like shattered glass. "Mom!" Li Chinxiu grasped Suyu's hand. "Do you have any last wishes?" Suyu smiled gently, looking kindly at Li Chinxiu. "Mom's wishes shouldn't be called last wishes." With these words, Suyu, like Chi Mingyue, dissolved into a wisp of smoke and slowly dissipated, as the surrounding space plunged into darkness at that moment. Li Chinxiu stood frozen in place, repeating Suyu's words like a fool. "Shouldn't be called last wishes. Shouldn't be called last wishes. Shouldn't be called last wishes." His voice grew softer as he spoke, but the smile on his face grew wider, and an absurd conjecture arose in his heart. In the endless darkness, the flames on Li Chinxiu's body grew increasingly faint, and the fluctuations of soul energy around him weakened like a candle about to be extinguished. The black prison dragon excitedly descended from the sky. It was finally about to succeed. "No matter how strong you are, you're still just paving the way for me," the black prison dragon sneered darkly. Just as the black prison dragon prepared to devour Li Chinxiu's head in one gulp, an inconspicuous streak of crimson appeared amidst the eerie blue. At the same time, a wave of fear surged through the black prison dragon's entire body, abruptly freezing it in place as if something had seized its mind, leaving it unable to move. In this moment, the black prison dragon felt as if some unimaginable horror had awakened behind it, watching it from above with overwhelming superiority. It seemed that the slightest movement would reduce it to fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the flames burning on Li Chinxiu's body seemed to be frightened by something, swiftly withering before extinguishing completely, returning to darkness. Chapter 67. The extinction of the blue flames plunged most of the surroundings into darkness, with only a faint crimson ember slowly burning, driving away the surrounding chill and gloom. The tiny flame hovered above Li Chinxiu's head, as if sizing up the black prison dragon, appearing harmless and innocent. But the dark prison dragon didn't feel that way. Standing before the small flame, it felt like an ant, while the tiny flame seemed like a heavenly monarch, evoking an overwhelming sense of insignificance and submission. How could this? The dark prison dragon's mind went blank. An indescribable sense of suffocation shot straight to its crown, gripping its heart. Its forelimbs trembled uncontrollably against the ground as if they might buckle and kneel at any moment. Wasn't it a dragon standing at the pinnacle of all beasts? What kind of existence could make it feel so utterly humble and small? The dark prison dragon didn't understand, nor could it comprehend. The tiny crimson flame hovered for a moment before darting straight between Li Chinxiu's eyebrows. In an instant, Li Chinxiu's translucent spiritual body emitted a faint red glow. His damaged form began visibly regenerating at a remarkable pace, while waves of comforting warmth radiated from his entire being. How is this possible? Black prison dragon's eyes widened in shock. How can a soul recover this quickly? But before it could process this phenomenon, a sudden voice shattered its thoughts. Why won't you kneel before a god? The voice seemed to transcend eternity, carrying the weight of ages, looking down with equal contempt upon all things between heaven and earth. Bang! The black prison dragon fell to its knees, its massive head pressing silently against the ground. Its 2-meter-tall frame shrank to less than half a meter, not even daring to let its heart beat too loudly. This was utterly terrifying. Never had it heard such a horrifying voice, as if merely hearing the words "you shall die" from this being would indeed cause its death. It was a power without end, so overwhelming it drove all creatures to despair. The black prison dragon could sense that the speaker was directly above him, looking down at his form. This process continued for several agonizing minutes, during which the black prison dragon nearly wept. The outside world was far too dangerous. All he'd wanted was some fresh air and a flesh-bound body to taste flavorful food, yet somehow he'd stumbled into this nightmare. Honestly, he'd rather have stayed rotting in the netherworld forever. Li Chinxiu's spiritual body had now mostly recovered, his chaotic thoughts gradually returning to order. The moment he opened his eyes, the darkness before him shattered instantly, replaced by a blood-red sky. Everything's truly restored. Li Chinxiu pushed himself up from the ground with both hands, swaying unsteadily as the bloody scabs covering his body flaked off like eggshells, revealing pale skin now exposed to the air. Clenching his fists, Li Chinxiu felt the surging blood within him along with a new power, one completely different from the power of extreme water. I wonder how powerful it is. A glimmer of anticipation flashed through Li Chinxiu's eyes. Just as he was about to find a place to test it, he suddenly stopped, as if realizing something. With calm composure, Li Chinxiu scanned his surroundings before striding over to a nearby armored soldier. Swiftly, he stripped the clothing worn beneath the soldier's armor and pulled it on over himself. After adjusting the folds of the garment, Li Chinxiu raised his palm, and a dark red flame erupted from its center. The moment the flames appeared, Li Chinxiu clearly felt the surrounding temperature instantly rise by several degrees. Interesting. The corners of Li Chinxiu's lips curved upwards as he condensed watery wings and soared into the sky, coming to a stop 100 meters aloft. Holding the flames aloft with one hand, he uttered expectantly, "Expand." Whoosh! In an instant, the mass of flames expanded at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 5 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, all the way to 50. A massive crimson fireball blazed fiercely in the sky, its pure red flames overshadowing the glow of the scarlet moon. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding space. Li Chinxiu flapped his wings and swooped towards the ground with the fireball in tow. Clumps of wild grass withered instantly under the scorching heat. When he was less than 50 meters from the ground, Li Chinxiu hurled the fireball downward like a basketball shot. The horrifying spectacle resembled the apocalypse itself. Boom! The dazzling light stretched for kilometers, bleaching all color from the world beneath its radiance. Dozens of seconds later, the brilliance gradually dimmed, revealing a 100-meter-wide crater plunging 30 meters into the earth. Li Chinxiu stood at the very center of the enormous pit, a satisfied smile playing across his lips. From now on, you shall be called Extreme Fire. He was thoroughly pleased with Extreme Fire's destructive power. While Extreme Water surpassed it in versatility and adaptability, when it came to pure devastation, the two techniques existed on entirely different planes. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. If just mastering the first forbidden technique already holds such immense power, how strong could I become after restoring the second forbidden technique? With both the ultimate water and ultimate fire abilities combined, what realm might my strength reach? Li Chenxiu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He was particularly eager to test his newfound strength against someone right now. At that moment, a wisp of black smoke drifted from between Li Chenxiu's brows, landing a few meters away before materializing into a 2-meter-tall black abyss dragon. Man and dragon stood face to face, simply staring at one another, sizing each other up in silence. Did you just enjoy burning things a little too much? Li Chenxiu smiled as a flicker of flame materialized before him with a mere thought. The black prison dragon trembled and took a hesitant step backward, tentatively asking, "Big brother, if I apologize and say I'm sorry, would you forgive me?" A trace of perplexity flashed between Li Chinchio's brows. "Why aren't you the least bit surprised seeing me conjure flames?" Surprised? The black prison dragon's mouth twitched. Having witnessed far more astonishing things, what was there to be surprised about mere flames? Just as Dark Prison Dragon was about to explain, Li Chinchio shook his head. "Never mind, it's not important." With that, Li Chinchio stepped toward Dark Prison Dragon. Seeing this, Dark Prison Dragon hurriedly raised its forelimbs to block him. No. Didn't you want the Lingxian artifact? I can give it to you. I can even explain it to you. Please don't act on impulse. Hearing the words Lingxian artifact, Li Chinchio stopped in his tracks and voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. What is a Lingxian artifact? Black Prison Dragon was dumbfounded. You don't know what a spirit profound artifact is? Li Chinchio manipulated the flames to float before Black Prison Dragon's face. Are you asking me? Or am I asking you? Big bro, calm down, I'll talk. A spirit profound artifact. Black Prison Dragon obediently began to explain. During this time, Black Prison Dragon toyed with the idea of withholding certain pieces of information, such as the ownership ritual, but upon seeing Li Chinchio's ice-cold gaze, he quickly abandoned the thought. Under Black Prison Dragon's explanation, Li Chinchio gradually understood what a spiritual mystical artifact was. A conscious mystical artifact that can continuously grow and recognize its master. Interesting. So where is this spiritual mystical artifact? Li Chinchio extended his hand toward Black Prison Dragon, his gaze icy as he stared at the creature. Black Prison Dragon reared up on its hind legs and pointed at itself. I am the consciousness entity condensed from the spiritual mystical artifact, what you'd call an artifact spirit. You? Li Chinchio's eyes revealed unconcealed disdain. Chapter 68 Ash. Exactly. The Black Prison Dragon puffed out its chest slightly, trying to appear more imposing. We artifact spirits are spectral entities, that's why when you strike me, you see black smoke instead of blood spurting out. Li Chinchio suppressed the disdain in his eyes as he inquired, what exactly are these spectral entities you speak of? A spectral entity, well, think of it as a lifeform's soul, simply put. If the soul dissipates, the being dies. The Black Prison Dragon explained in the most straightforward terms it could muster for Li Chinchio. Upon hearing these words, Li Chinchio immediately thought of the revivers. Besides aging in their brows, the revivers had no other flaws. Could it be that the so-called soul resided precisely in the brow of every person? With this in mind, Li Chinchio pressed Black Prison Dragon further. Is the soul located in the brow? Black Prison Dragon shook his head. The place where the soul resides is called the Soul Palace. It's a mystical location, it doesn't dwell within the human body. As for where it truly is, even I don't know. Yet within every living being lies a bridge connecting to palaces of souls, just like your Yin-Tang acupoint, the very spot between your brows. Li Chinchio reached up to touch the spot between his brows, staring at the maniacally laughing creature in astonishment. So you just entered my Soul Palace through my Yin-Tang acupoint? How did you manage that? This seems like something only I can do. As long as someone's consciousness is blurred, I can forcibly break into their soul palace, the Black Prison Dragon obediently explained, fearing it might anger Li Chinchio. Looks can be deceiving, you actually know so much? Li Chinchio exclaimed in surprise, the disdain in his eyes fading somewhat. It's all from some stone carvings I saw years ago, not worth mentioning compared to you. The Black Prison Dragon lowered its head humbly, its demeanor completely different from its earlier arrogance. Li Chinchio twisted his wrist thoughtfully. I've always believed in returning every slight tenfold. Though I volunteered for it, by rights I should burn you back for what you just did to me. But, hiss, the Black Prison Dragon drew a sharp breath, feeling as if it were bungee jumping without a cord. It had now completely abandoned any thought of independence. Not that it thought independence was bad, it simply had no choice. Between submission and death, even a fool would know which to pick. Moreover, submitting to a mysterious and unfathomable presence seemed like a decent choice as well. Li Chinchio gave Black Prison Dragon a once-over before continuing, but in your current feeble state, you probably couldn't withstand my attacks. That's right, I couldn't handle it. Black Prison Dragon nodded like a chick. Forget it. Given how honest you are, I'll spare your life for now. Where's the spirit profound artifact? Li Chinchio extended his hand toward Black Prison Dragon again. Big brother, wait a moment. The Black Prison Dragon smiled warmly, then closed his eyes as if sensing something. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, the ground boiling like hot water as small pebbles continuously leaped up. Li Chinchio seemed to sense something, his gaze turning toward the ruins with countless thoughts flashing through his eyes. After learning of the spiritual profound artifact's existence, Li Chinchio was quite expectant. The Black Prison Dragon had painted such an extravagant picture for him that he thought the spiritual profound artifact must be something incredibly impressive. This illusion persisted until the moment the Black Prison Dragon revealed its identity. Li Chinchio couldn't fathom what kind of creature could boast about itself so effortlessly without the slightest blush, though to be fair, its face was pitch black. When the amplitude of the great earthquake reached a specific frequency, a series of boom 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 impacts sounded from deep underground, growing ever closer and louder. Boom! At the center of the ruins, the ground suddenly erupted as a streak of the deepest black shot skyward, momentarily seeming to devour all surrounding color. Li Chinchou raised an eyebrow, eyeing the crescent-shaped blade with surprise as he spoke. A scythe? It was a scythe over 4 meters long, pitch black to the extreme, devouring surrounding light like a voracious black hole. At the very top of the scythe perched a terrifying black dragon's head, from whose mouth extended over 2 meters of curved blade. Sinister crimson patterns coiled around the blade, pulsing like a human heart, bright then dim, constantly revealing its position in the darkness to heighten fleeing victims' terror. What's its name? Li Chinchou asked without turning his head. Black Prison Divine Scythe. Black Prison Divine Scythe, Li Chinchou murmured to himself. With a thought, he rode the wind and rose up, arriving beside the Black Prison Divine Scythe, stretching out his hand to grasp it. The scythe's body was icy and bone-piercing, but it was of no consequence to Li Chinchou. What a fancy name, little dragon, Li Chinchou shouted down to the Black Prison Dragon. You don't mind if I change its name, do you? No objections. Big Bro can call it whatever he wants. The Black Prison Dragon gestured casually with its forelimbs. Li Chinchou nodded in satisfaction. Aside from being a bit too chatty and having an unearthingly crazy laugh, this little dragon wasn't half bad. Gazing at the scythe in his hand, a thoughtful expression flickered across Li Chinchou's brow. Appearing simultaneously with my extreme fire, yet as utterly dark as an abyss with no end in sight. In that case, Li Chinchou grinned, I'll call you Ember. Whoosh whoosh. The night wind carried a chill as it swept past, stirring Li Chinchou's hair and clothing. The 4-meter-long ember devoured all surrounding light, leaving only Li Chinchou untouched. The Black Prison Dragon flew to Li Chinchou's side and lowered its head. Big brother, just place your hand on my head to complete the master recognition. Li Chinchou raised his right hand and placed it on the Black Abyss Dragon's head upon hearing this. In the next moment, crimson lines began to spread from beneath his palm, sketching a star in midair. As the glow of the lines grew increasingly bright, a peculiar sensation arose in Li Chinchou's heart as though a thread had connected him to Jean. After completing the master recognition ritual, the Black Abyss Dragon lifted its head. Big brother, now. Wait a moment. Li Chinchou interrupted it and asked with puzzled curiosity, what should you be calling me? The Dark Prison Dragon spoke somewhat uncomfortably, Master. Li Chinchou nodded. Don't think I'm humiliating you. Since you're a weapon, calling me brother would be overstepping your bounds. You must recognize your place, understand? Understood, the Dark Prison Dragon responded with suppressed frustration. Whoosh! Li Chinchou swung ashes forcefully, sending 2 white shockwaves rippling from both edges of the blade as he commanded. Tell me about Ash's abilities. The ability of Ashes is quite special, Master. If you want to use me, use it to kill someone. Ashes will suppress the target's soul and make it serve you, just like how I exist in this form. I have a physical body, but if you slash at me, it turns to black smoke. In theory, Ashes has no upper limit. The more souls it suppresses, the stronger it becomes. Chapter 69, I'll block it. Li Chinchou asked in surprise, are you saying I can make other souls work for me for free? Pretty much. Any life extinguished by the Master using Ember will have their souls transformed into your soldiers, retaining their abilities and strength from when they were alive. And as long as you, Master, remain alive, they won't perish either. Ahem. Li Chinchou lightly coughed twice, his small head spinning slightly as he looked down at the Ember in his hand with awe. Those I kill with Ember will become mine, with all their former capabilities intact? Are there any limitations? Li Chinchou asked, half-doubting as he turned his gaze toward the Black Prison Dragon. The Black Prison Dragon scratched its head, somewhat uncertain as it replied. Yes, but when these souls are shattered and dispersed by someone's attacks, they return to the Ashen Soul Realm to rest and recover. Unlike the revived, they don't immediately regenerate. Oh, and that Soul Realm is similar to the Soul Palace, it's just a dwelling place for souls. Upon hearing this, Li Chinchou's breathing grew noticeably quicker without him realizing it. Turning killed enemies into subordinates who retain all their original strength, plus being undying and indestructible, this ability is beyond outrageous, straight up breaking the scale of reason. It's downright apocalyptic. Li Chinchou swallowed hard. With such an absurd power, how could you still be trapped here? Are you lying to me? A glimmer of melancholy flashed in Black Prison Dragon's eyes. Truthfully, I can't remember how I ended up trapped here either. It's been too long. The only things I remember pertain to the Soul Palace. Li Chinchou patted Black Prison Dragon's head. Then it seems your new memories will begin with me. Do you have a name? A hint of nostalgia flickered in Black Prison Dragon's eyes. I recall many people used to call me Black Prison Dragon. So that means no name then. I'll give you one. After pondering for a moment, Li Chinchou said, Li Xianyu, how about that? All right. Li Xianyu obediently agreed, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky, letting out a fierce roar. In an instant, countless tendrils of black smoke surged from all directions, swiftly enveloping Li Xianyu. Its body rapidly expanded to a visible degree, transforming into a colossal creature hundreds of meters long in the blink of an eye. Though its size had been restored, it appeared utterly drained and lethargic. Clearly, Li Xianyu hadn't yet recovered. Due to their master-servant bond, Li Qinshu could roughly sense the other's strength. Very strong, probably at the Forbidden 5 level, with true strength perhaps reaching Forbidden 6. At this moment, Li Qinshu inexplicably felt the urge to leave the netherworld and fight them, but his remaining rationality suppressed this absurd impulse for now. Master, if you focus all your attention on Ember, you can turn it into a ring to wear, Li Xianyu called out to Li Qinshu, lowering her eyes. Hearing this, Li Qinshu turned to look at Ember, directing all his focus onto it. A few seconds later, the 4-meter-long cinder slowly shrank in a dark light, eventually transforming into an inconspicuous black ring that appeared in Li Qinshu's palm. Master, I'll go inside the ring now. Just call my name if you need me. With these words, Li Xuanyou's massive form dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and flew into the ring. Li Qinshu placed the ring on his left index finger, his gaze profound as he looked toward the vortex's direction. He knew that once he went out, he would undoubtedly be questioned, and if his explanations weren't clear, he might even be placed under surveillance or house arrest by the security bureau. After all, someone had escaped from the vortex earlier, and that person must have borne traces of having been attacked by extreme water. At the time, Li Qinshu had intended to retrieve the corpse, but surprisingly, the revived one seemed stuck in the vortex. No matter how hard he pulled, the body wouldn't budge. Left with no choice, Li Qinshu simply crushed the man's head to prevent loose talk. What Li Qinshu didn't realize, though, was that the revived one had already spread the word that he was the calamitous disaster water. North Huangshan, Bonfire Square. The corpses in the square had been cleared away by the soldiers. 4 military missile launchers were parked 100 meters away, their launch tubes aimed at the bloody portal. Rows of black riot shields interlocked like a wall before the missile launchers, with cold gun barrels protruding through the shield gaps, ready to open fire at any moment. The 3 members of the security bureau team sat in a jeep, their gaze fixed intently on the direction of the bloody portal through the windshield. Stay alert, everyone. The calamitous flood and a multitude of revenants are all within the Netherrealm and could emerge at any moment. If you detect any anomalies, unleash indiscriminate firepower without seeking my. Before Yiyu could finish speaking, Hilu snatched his walkie-talkie. Hold your fire if you spot anything unusual, wait for my orders. The soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whose orders to follow. In the jeep, Yiyu stared at Hilu in utter bewilderment and demanded, Uncle He, what are you doing? I'm the commander of this operation. Can a commander-in-chief really disregard the lives of innocent people? Li Qinshu is still inside. Did you even consider his safety when you gave that order? If he dies by our hands, how are we supposed to face his family? Hilu said indignantly, tucking the walkie-talkie behind his back. Yiyu clenched his fists, barely suppressing the fury in his heart as he spoke as calmly as possible. If he comes out, I'll use my abilities to protect him. Bullshit. Would you even have time? I bet you never intended to spare anyone inside in the first place. Hilu retorted angrily. Yiyu's face instantly turned cold. As Hilu had said, she indeed had no intention of sparing anyone inside. After all, the disaster water was within. Eliminating everyone inside would eradicate the disaster water without any need to investigate its identity. This was the most effortless and foolproof method. Without further debate with Hilu, Yiyu turned to Zheng Kong sitting in the back row and said, hand over your walkie-talkie. Zheng Kong shook his head unwillingly and scooted a little further back. Knight Commander, I believe your orders have strayed from the Security Bureau's original purpose of protecting humanity. I regret that I cannot comply even though you're the chief commander. You people, Nightshade's eyes widened. Have you gone mad? For the sake of one Li Qinshu, you'd abandon the opportunity to eradicate the disaster waters and over 100 revivers. Do you even realize that if any revivers escape North Yellow Mountain because of Li Qinshu, countless more people will die? Can you possibly bear that responsibility when those lives are lost? The air grew heavy with silence until Hello broke it after several seconds. I'll block the west side. You hold the east. I won't let a single revenant escape from North Huang Mountain, and I expect you not to stain the soldiers' gun barrels with innocent blood. Having said this calmly, Hilu pushed the car door open and stepped out. Seeing this, Yiyu grabbed Hilu and shouted coldly, Uncle He, can't you be reasonable? In your current state, how do you plan to block them? I will block them. Chapter 70, the last one. With these words, Hilu broke free from Yiyu's grip and limped eastward toward the blood-red portal. Left alone, Yiyu sat in the co-pilot's seat with a grim expression. She picked up the walkie-talkie, hesitated for a moment, then said, if anything unusual is spotted, await my orders. Before the Crimson Portal, Hilu walked alone toward the western side of the blood-red gateway. To others, he seemed inflexible, even somewhat foolish. Yet it was precisely the existence of such foolish people that brought a trace of human warmth to this cold society, reminding us that life is not merely a string of numbers, but vibrant musical notes, each unique and precious beyond measure. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out across the field as the towering crimson portal began rippling with waves of distortion. In an instant, everyone in the square tensed up. Cold gun barrels pointed uniformly at the blood-colored gateway, awaiting Nightshade's command. Helu also halted in his tracks, warily eyeing the epicenter of the spreading ripples. As seconds ticked by, the pounding of collective heartbeats grew increasingly rapid. Thud! A foot stepped out, followed by a knee, an arm, a nose, until eventually his entire face emerged. His face was adorned with a radiant smile, but it froze the moment he saw the gun barrels aimed straight at him. Li Chenxio's lips trembled as he looked around in bewilderment. The joy in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by shock and tension. To make his performance more convincing, Li Chenxio even used absolute control to make his body tremble slightly, mimicking the reaction of a nervous person. He stood frozen for a moment, then shouted loudly at Li Chenxio, "Come over here." Li Chenxio's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he looked toward Helu's direction. Uncle he. Li Chenxio widened his pupils, his voice tinged with a hint of pleasant surprise. He was just about to move when a sharp shout came from afar. "Stand still and don't move." Immediately afterward, a dark figure flashed before Helu, pulling the other person behind him. This person was none other than Yi Yu. "Xiao Yi, you, let me ask the questions." Before Helu could finish speaking, Yi Yu icily cut him off, fixing her gaze firmly on Li Chenxio. "What's wrong?" Li Chenxio halted in his tracks, looking at Yi Yu with an innocent expression, his clear eyes brimming with unconcealable confusion. Of course, this was merely surface-level disarray. In truth, Li Chenxio had long anticipated everything that was unfolding now. He knew soldiers would be blocking the blood-red portal and had guessed there was a high probability they would launch indiscriminate barrage. That was precisely why Li Chenxio had said those noble-sounding words to Yi Lu and Zhang Kan. He was gambling that they would remember his life-saving favor. But Li Chenxio hadn't staked everything on those two. He deliberately stepped through the portal with his left leg first. If the outsiders opened fire without question, he would immediately alter his appearance and escape using calamity water. But once he did this, Li Chenxio would never be able to openly use the spiritual profound artifact again, as he couldn't explain its origins, and his identity would also come under suspicion. "What's your relationship with Disaster Tide?" Yi Yu asked coldly, his narrow eyes fixed intently on Li Chenxio, ready to strike at any moment. "Disaster Tide?" Li Chenxio pointed at himself in confusion. "What relationship?" Yi Yu narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying you have no connection to Disaster Tide?" What connection could I possibly have with a revenant? Sister, I think you've got the wrong idea." Li Chenxio spread his hands in astonishment, attempting to step closer and explain. Bang! A gunshot rang out across the field. Li Chenxio stared at the bullet crater near his feet, trembling as he staggered backward. Nightshade lowered her service pistol, carefully observing Li Chenxio's reaction. A flicker of unmistakable panic crossed Li Chenxio's eyes as he stared at Yi Yu in confusion. "Why are you pointing a gun at me? Have I broken any laws?" Yi Yu narrowed her eyes, capturing every movement of Li Chenxio's body and the subtle expressions on his face. She was quite confident in her powers of observation. No one could maintain a flawless disguise in her presence. A few seconds later, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Yu's face. Flawless, she detected no abnormalities in Li Chenxio, as though the woman had genuinely been startled by the gunshot. "Strange," Yi Yu murmured to herself. If the other party were Disaster Water, bullets wouldn't have frightened her. Could the awakened one from earlier have been lying? Yi Yu fell silent for a moment, though her eyes remained guarded. She retrieved a pair of handcuffs and leg irons from her belt, tossing them before Li Chenxio. "The Public Security Bureau suspects you of having ties with Disaster Water. Your identity is under scrutiny, so you'll be temporarily detained for interrogation. Cooperation is advised." Li Chenxio glanced at the handcuffs and shackles on the ground, then looked up at Helu. "Uncle He, don't be afraid, it's just an interrogation," Helu reassured him. Li Chenxio nodded, handcuffing himself, and allowed the soldiers to escort him onto the vehicle heading toward the Department of Special Abilities. Above the clouds, Li Chenxio's gaze pierced through the layers, quietly observing the bonfire square below. Seeing Li Chenxio safe and sound, Li Chenxio smiled faintly, slashed through the air with a single hand, and calmly departed, as if she had never been there at all. City Number 11 Special Ability Division. Inside the cold, cramped prison cell, Li Chenxio sat quietly on the wooden stool, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the iron wall. He had already been confined in this cell for nearly 6 hours. Did I say something wrong? Li Chenxio wondered to himself. His performance had been flawless, yet the wariness in that woman's eyes hadn't faded. This could only mean one thing. The recently revived one must have revealed his identity during that brief encounter. At this realization, Li Chenxio felt a headache coming on and wearily massaged his temples. Li Chinxiu knew that even if he could get out of here, the name Disaster Water would follow him forever, evidence or not. The peacekeeping department had already confirmed that Disaster Water was in the Netherlands, and since the Bloody Gate had released no one after him, coupled with the Revenant's testimony, this meant the alias Disaster Water was compromised. The moment it resurfaced, all eyes would be on him. Crack! The sound of keys turning came from outside the cell. A middle-aged man in uniform entered and barked at Li Chinxiu, "Out you come." Li Chinxiu calmly rose to his feet and walked out of the cell. In the corridor outside the cell, dozens of armed soldiers watched Li Chinxiu with wary eyes. At their head stood a young man whom Li Chinxiu knew well, none other than Zhang Kong from the triumvirate of the security bureau. "Brother Zhang, am I free to go now?" Li Chinxiu asked with eager anticipation. Zhang Kang's expression was complicated. "Come with me. If you're cleared of any issues, we'll let you go." Chapter 71, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Special Abilities Department, Interrogation Room. Harsh white light glared onto Li Chinxiu's face as he sat restrained in the icy interrogation chair, both hands and feet locked in place. Various metal rings and straps secured his body while thick data cables extended from the restraints, all connected to a display monitor. Li Chinxiu knew perfectly well this was the Special Abilities Bureau's lie detector. While it couldn't achieve 100% accuracy, an 80% success rate was still guaranteed. Click! The iron door of the interrogation room creaked open as the stern-faced Nightshade entered first, casting an indifferent glance at Li Chinxiu. Following closely behind was Zhang Kong. Notably absent was He Lu, who had always been on the friendliest terms with Li Chinxiu. The two walked to the table and sat down, turning their gaze toward Li Chinxiu. "Would you like some water?" Nightshade asked casually. Li Chinxiu fidgeted with his fingers, forcing an appearance of composure as he replied, "No, thank you." Nightshade nodded and pointed at the display screen, explaining, "This is the highest grade lie detector in the entire Federation. I'm going to ask you some questions now. If your answers are truthful, the screen will display correct, but if you lie, it'll show wrong. Understood?" Li Chinxiu parted his lips slightly and asked in a low voice, "Will you let me leave after I finish speaking?" "Not sure. It might take a few days, or we might release you immediately." Yi Yu calmly observed Li Chinxiu with steady eyes. "Do you think I'm a revenant?" Li Chinxiu suddenly lifted his head, his emotions flaring up instantly. "How could I possibly be a revenant?" As he spoke, Li Chinxiu bit his lip until it bled. Crimson blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "Look, my wound hasn't healed, I'm human," Li Chinxiu cried out urgently. Zhang Kong tried to calm him down. "Li Chinxiu, don't get worked up. We're just asking a few simple questions. If it's so simple, why do you have a lie detector? Why have you locked me up?" Li Chinxiu clenched his fists and put on a show of struggling. Yi Yu smiled faintly. "Because we suspect you're Disaster Water." In an instant, Li Chinxiu seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, revealing an inexplicable smile. The venue gradually quieted down because of this. Seeing Li Chinxiu remain silent, Yi Yu continued to add, "This is the interrogation chair we brought from the peacekeeping department. Below 5th restriction, no one can break free. So if you're not disaster tied, don't waste your energy. Answer the questions properly and clear your name, alright? But haven't I already proved it? The bite marks on my mouth haven't healed. Some highly willful revenants can consciously delay wound healing through subjective control. This has allowed many powerful revenants to hide within the Federation undetected. Disaster Water might be one of them." Hearing these words, Li Chinxiu's heaving chest gradually steadied. With exhausted resignation, he responded, "Fine, ask away. Thank you for cooperating. Did you take the spiritual artifact from within the Crimson Gateway?" Night Shadow's gaze sharpened like a blade, seeming to pierce straight through Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu nodded slightly. "It's me. Beep." The word correct appeared on the screen. Yi Yu gave Li Chinxiu a deep look but refrained from pressing further. After all, this wasn't the right occasion. Then, Night Shadow asked again, "Earlier, you called the Special Abilities Department via satellite phone to inform them that Disaster Water was on North Huang Mountain. Later, when we checked the surveillance footage, we saw that you were being chased at the time, meaning Disaster Water saved you?" Upon hearing this, Li Chinxiu focused his mind and used absolute control to stabilize his body's breathing, blood pressure, pulse, sweat glands, even his eyeballs, all in the blink of an eye. Sort of. Beep. The monitor continued to display correct. According to Zhang Kong, when they came out, everyone gathered on a bridge. "You were there, right?" "I was. And after that?" For the next half hour, Yi Yu asked Li Chinxiu many trivial questions, some entirely unrelated to Li Chinxiu herself. Yet, Yi Yu tirelessly continued inquiring. Every time Li Chinxiu finished answering, she would pick up her pen and write something on a piece of paper. Due to the obstruction, Li Chinxiu couldn't see anything clearly. After asking the 43rd question, Yi Yu stretched lazily and looked somewhat weary at Li Chinxiu. "Excellent answers. That's all the questions. Let's have a casual chat now." "Alright," Li Chinxiu nodded. Yi Yu nodded politely at Li Chinxiu before handing a sheet of densely written paper to Zhang Kong beside him. "Go verify this." "Ha?" Zhang Kong looked baffled. Verify what? Annoyed, Yi Yu slapped the paper against Zheng Kang's chest. Exactly what I said, check the contents on the paper. Go verify it with Uncle He. With Uncle He? Hurry up and go. Before Zheng Kang could finish his sentence, Yi Yu forcibly pushed him out of the interrogation room. Bang! As the door closed, the 10 square meter space was left with only Yi Yu and Li Chinxiu. With a faint smile, Yi Yu sat on the table, looking down at Li Chinxiu as he asked, "Aren't you curious about what I wanted him to verify?" Li Chinxiu raised his head wearily. "I'm not curious. Whether you're curious or not, I still want to tell you." Yi Yu stood up and walked over to Li Chinxiu, whispering, "I asked you 43 questions, and based on these, I've woven some stories. Would you like to hear them?" Closing his eyes as if falling asleep, Li Chinxiu replied weakly, "I haven't slept all night. Let me listen with my eyes closed." Seeing this, Yi Yu said nothing more and began telling the stories on his own. Once there was a tiger wearing a sheep's skin, living among a flock of sheep. One day, it went out to graze with the sheep, but unfortunately, they encountered wolves. For some unknown reason, this wolf-chasing sheepskin tiger struggle ended with 12 dead wolf pack members before the disguised feline revealed its true tiger self, bare fangs and claws, to survive. To maintain its cover within the flock, the tiger lied that another mountain tiger had slain the wolves. Li Chinxiu, isn't this disguised predator clever? Using its authentic nature to conceal deception, would you ever have imagined such strategy? Li Chinxiu opened his eyes and remarked coolly, "Not clever at all. With so many animals in the mountains, the tiger could have easily redirected trouble using its speed, letting lions deal with those wolves. No, this tiger is clever because it has ulterior motives. Its real aim is to lure animals that despise it, since it discovered a fruit tree about to ripen, guarded by several elephants nearby. Under its cunning scheme, the elephants mistook those animals for fruit thieves. Eventually, they fought each other while the tiger stealthily harvested the fruits." Chapter 72, An Absurd Speculation. Ha! Li Chinxiu chuckled softly. Quite an amusing tale. By the way, guess why no animals ever doubted the tiger? Nightshade narrowed her eyes, looking expectantly at Li Chinxiu. Li Chinxiu grinned. Did the tiger kill all the animals that saw it stealing the fruit? Nightshade clapped her hands, feigning surprise. You guessed right. But this tiger was careless, it let a wolf escape. And that wolf exposed the truth that the sheep was actually the tiger. That's where the story ends. What do you think? Li Chinxiu shook his head. Not great. Though it has a twist, it doesn't hold up under scrutiny. First, sheep and tigers are completely different sizes. How could it possibly blend in with the flock? Second, tigers are carnivores and sheep are herbivores. How could they possibly live together peacefully? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between them instantly turned icy. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Yu spoke up to break it. Because everyone thinks this way, the tiger never realizes how dangerous it is. But if you walk by the river too often, sooner or later you'll get your shoes wet. There are always oversights. With that, Yi Yu left the interrogation room, leaving Li Chinxiu sitting alone inside. Li Chinxiu let out a long exhale, tilting his head back slowly, exhaustion etched between his brows. He hadn't expected the other party to see through the truth with 43 seemingly trivial questions, completely sidestepping all the traps he'd laid, even piecing together the entire sequence of events through sheer deductive reasoning. Had it not been for the wildcard variable of the mirrored man, Li Chinxiu was confident he could have walked away unscathed, but there were no what-ifs in life. Too many clever people these days, making things so damn complicated, Li Chinxiu mused inwardly. He didn't think the security bureau could find any flaws in him, but he was worried they might investigate Li Ji and Li Qingxia. This was now the only thing weighing on Li Chenxiu's mind. Outside the interrogation room, He Lu and Zheng Kang stood in silence on opposite sides of the hallway. Click! Yi Yu pushed open the door and stepped out of the interrogation room. Hearing the movement, the two men immediately looked up at him. Does what I wrote seem reasonably coherent to you? Do you have anything to add? Nightshade raised his hand to signal the two. Zheng Kang remained silent, instead glancing toward He Lu, whose face was dark with anger. He Lu straightened up and shook his head. Everything you've written makes logical sense, and there's nothing inappropriate about it. But right now, these are all just your speculations, there's no crucial evidence to support them. Zheng Kang added, Li Chenxiu's ability level is still being evaluated, but there's an 80% chance it's A rank. Moreover, he's a member of Zhai Xing. His significance means we can't detain him for too long. Yi Yu didn't refute their words. Instead, he shifted the conversation and asked them, what if I told you there's an 80% chance he's the disaster tide? Would you believe me? The two exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, Zheng Kang replied, you're the chief commander. Within the rules, we follow your lead. Good. Yi Yu stroked his chin, his gaze penetrating the one-way glass to observe Li Chinxiu sitting in the interrogation room. No need to focus the investigation on Beihuang Mountain anymore. Look in another direction. In another direction? He Lu frowned in confusion. But North Huangshan is where the disaster waters emerge. Are we just going to stop investigating? I remember Li Chinchou mentioned to you that he broke through to Second Awakening, didn't he? Yi Yu turned her head and asked. He Lu responded somewhat bewildered. Yeah, what about it? Last time when he was tested at the Special Ability Department, he was still at First Awakening. So why did he immediately break through to Second Awakening as soon as he went to North Huangshan? Yi Yu paused briefly before continuing. There's only one possibility: altering their own genes to evade DNA verification, timing the breaking of the taboo with such precision. What an extraordinarily meticulous mind that would take. Such a reviver couldn't have left any traces on North Huan Mountain. Searching would just be a waste of time, yielding nothing at all. Altered genes? Zhang Kang's pupils trembled as he lowered his head and thought for a moment before raising his gaze to ask, and what's the other direction? Yi Yu's eyes were deep and profound as he curled his lips into a smile. 2 years ago on Lujiang Bridge, a resuscitator named Chen Xiu was pierced through the forehead by an ability user called Gong Qi and fell into the river. 2 years later, Disaster Tide emerged like vengeance incarnate, killing those connected to the incident of that year. From this, it was clear that Disaster Tide had deep ties to Chen Xiu's family. With that, Nightshade took out his phone and played an audio clip in front of them. Since the surveillance footage was exposed, netizens have launched an overwhelming wave of condemnation against Gong Qi. Then doesn't that mean Suyu could still be alive? Your family could be reunited. Bye. The audio has ended. Yi Yu slipped his phone into his pocket, casting a glance at the two of them. This is the conversation between Disaster Water and someone else back then. Did you notice anything after listening to it? He Lu pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, Zai Shuwei seems to care a lot about this woman Suyu. Perhaps there's some sort of relationship between them? Have you noticed that this disaster report never asked about Chen Xiu? Given his close ties to the Suyu family, why does it only focus on the suspicious points surrounding Suyu, without even mentioning Chen Xiu? As soon as those words were spoken, He Lu and Zhang Kong widened their eyes, as if they had thought of something. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Yi Yu continued, there's only one possibility: he knows exactly how Chen Xiu died. Yet the specific details of what happened on the bridge 2 years ago were never disclosed by the Special Abilities Department. How did Zai Shuwei know? Because he was on that bridge. To be precise, he is Chen Xiu, the one who was shot through the forehead. The room fell utterly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. That's impossible. Chen Xiu had his forehead pierced back then. How could he still be alive? Zhang Kong stammered in protest. It's precisely because everyone thinks like you that Disaswater grows so bold, Nightshade responded calmly, clearly having anticipated their reactions. After all, when she first arrived at this conclusion, she too had been utterly shocked. But considering Disaswater could even achieve elemental body transformation, surviving a frontal headshot seemed marginally possible. Hello suppressed his astonishment, speaking as evenly as possible. So you're suggesting our investigation should focus on Chen Xiu? Correct. You need to investigate everything connected to Chen Xiu. Xiao Yi, have you ever considered that all your deductions are castles in the air? They're entirely based on the assumption that Li Chinchou is the Disaster Water, but whether he actually is remains unknown, doesn't it? This is in order. In the dim and shabby rental apartment, Qi Mingyue lay exhausted on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with hollow eyes. Not even sleeping pills work anymore? A bitter smile flickered across Qi Mingyue's face. Clang! The medicine bottle on the table was blown down by the morning breeze, and the phone's alarm clock started ringing at that moment. Ring, ring. Qi Mingyue wearily pulled aside the blanket, revealing his upper body wrapped in bandages. Just as Qi Mingyue was preparing to wash up, a knock came at the door. Knock knock knock. Chapter 73, A Small Home. Hearing the sound, Qi Mingyue looked toward the door with slight confusion and responded weakly, coming. He casually draped a piece of clothing over himself and limped toward the door. Outside the room, Zhang Kong and a special ability officer responsible for recording stood quietly in the corridor, waiting. Click. The door opened, and Qi Mingyue's pale face peered out from the crack. He glanced at the clothes they were wearing and asked somewhat puzzled, is something the matter? Zhang Kong smiled warmly and said, hello, you must be Qi Mingyue. I'm Zhang Kong from the Public Security Bureau. I'd like to ask you a few questions. With that, Zhang Kong took out his Public Security Bureau credentials from his pocket and showed them to Qi Mingyue. Alright, the place is a bit small, but make yourself at home if you don't mind. Qi Mingyue pushed open the door and turned to switch on the room's tungsten filament light. Under the dim yellow light, everything in the room was laid bare before Zhang Kong. The room was small enough to take in at a glance a worn-out desk, a wooden bed less than 2 meters long, a compact fridge barely half a meter tall, an induction cooker for meals, and neatly stacked storage boxes. This room of just over 10 square meters was Qi Mingyue's current home. No kitchen, no bedroom, not even a toilet. This is supposed to be human living quarters. The female special operative muttered under her breath, her tone laced with undisguised disdain. But before she could finish speaking, Zhang Kong, standing nearby, interrupted her somewhat impatiently. Enough. Qi Mingyue stopped walking and pointed calmly at a lone window, saying, It's a place for people to live. Only houses where people live have windows. My home has them too. With that, Chi Mingyue picked up 2 stools from the corner of the room, placed them by the desk, and beckoned to the pair. Come, have a seat. Meishem, thanks, Zheng Kong replied politely, leading the female officer into the room and sitting down. Chi Mingyue poured 2 cups of hot water for them and casually took a seat before asking with a solemn tone, is this about last night's incident? No, Zheng Kong chuckled and shook his head, then continued, this time I'm mainly looking to learn about someone. Learn about someone? A flicker of confusion crossed Chi Mingyue's brow. For the past 2 years, I've been living alone with hardly any friends. Who would need to find out anything about me? Seeing Chi Mingyue remain silent, Zheng Kong waved his hand in front of his face. Is that okay? Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can, Chi Mingyue responded belatedly. Alright. Zheng Kong took out a photo from his pocket and slid it across to Chi Mingyue, pointing at the beaming young man in the picture. Do you know this person? The young man in the photo wore a blue and white school uniform, his black hair swept back by the wind like ocean waves, his clear eyes seemingly holding a galaxy of stars, bright and radiant. Chi Mingyue's lifeless pupils trembled as a wave of sorrow instantly surged through his heart. His hand shook as he reached out, cautiously touching the image of the young man with his fingertips. I know him. I took this photo. His name is Chun Xiu, Chi Mingyue responded numbly. Zheng Kong smiled slightly and was about to continue his questioning when Chi Mingyue spoke first. Why do you want to know about him? Wei, you were probably sent by Intonsi to eliminate Calamity Tide, weren't you? What's the connection between Chen Xiu and Calamity Tide? Chi Mingyue lifted his head, his gaze fixed directly on Zheng Kong. Interrupted, Zheng Kong showed a hint of displeasure but still explained patiently, the first appearance of Calamity Tide 096 was to avenge Chen Xiu and Ms. Suyu, so we suspect Calamity Tide knew these 2 individuals and wanted to understand. Does your Intonsi think Calamity Tide and Chen Xiu are the same person? Ha! Zheng Kang's expression froze for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Yet all of this was keenly noticed by Chi Mingyue. Chi Mingyue sprang to his feet in agitation, grabbing Zheng Kang's arm. Isn't Chen Xiu dead? Why do you think he could be the disaster flood? You! Zheng Kong pushed Chi Mingyue's hand away, stepping back sharply as he shouted sternly, what are you doing? Sorry, I was just curious and wanted to ask. Chi Mingyue lowered his head and apologized before returning to his seat. Seeing this, Zheng Kong couldn't say anything more and simply sat back down. The following time passed with the 2 exchanging questions and answers. When Zheng Kong asked some trivial questions, Chi Mingyue would answer truthfully. When Zheng Kong asked more sensitive questions, Chi Mingyue would muddle through with confused responses. Are you sure you forgot? Zheng Kong stared sharply at Chi Mingyue. Chi Mingyue reached out to open the desk drawer, which was filled with bottles and jars of varying sizes and colors. I've been forgetful these past 2 years. These are all neurological medications, Chi Mingyue replied quietly. Zheng Kong cast a faint glance, then said coldly, if you've got neurological problems, take more medicine. Don't forget your own name in the end. Let's go. With that, Zheng Kong led the special agent out of Chi Mingyue's home. Bang! As the door slammed shut, only Chi Mingyue remained inside the cramped room. He closed his eyes, quietly recalling the scenes that had just unfolded before him. 10 minutes later, Chi Mingyue opened his eyes, took out his phone from his pocket, and began watching a video he had downloaded earlier with rapt attention. The video showed none other than Zaishui engaged in fierce combat with the Tebang division at the bridgehead. Is it really you? Chi Mingyue murmured to himself. In the following days, Li Qinxiu remained imprisoned in the ESP department, while public opinion outside grew increasingly intense. When the 3 sensational elements, the arcane artifact, the calamitous waters, and Li Qinxiu, converged together, the entire city number 11 was sent into a frenzy. Li Qinxiu's name spread across every street and alley, becoming the hottest topic in city number 11. Countless self-media bloggers began digging into Li Qinxiu's past, turning reporters stationed day and night at the entrance of the ESP division into a conspicuous sight. Li Qingxia and Li Ji also became focal figures by association, with the hotel they stayed in being uncovered. However, by the time reporters arrived, Li Ji and Li Qingxia had already fled without a trace, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the 2 were sitting in a private room of a stir-fry restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone. Boss, did you give the wrong address? It's been almost 20 minutes, and no one's come. Li Qingxia leaned against the window, scanning the surroundings. Li Ji picked up a cup of tea and took a calm sip. They'll come. I gave the right address, must be traffic. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock came from outside the private room. The door handle to the private room slowly turned, and Yiyu, dressed in casual clothes, entered first, followed closely by Hilu and Zheng Kong. Li Ji set down his teacup, gazing at the 3 with profound eyes. Chapter 74, So what? You're here, sit down. Li Ji revealed a kindly smile, gesturing for the 3 to take their seats. Li Qingxia, who had been leaning by the window, immediately trotted over to the 3 upon hearing the sound. With a giggle, she pulled out a chair. Come sit, come sit. The traffic was a bit jammed, sorry. Yiyu bent slightly, speaking with some apology in her voice. Li Ji gave a faint smile and waved dismissively. No matter, this old man's time isn't worth much anyway, can't compare to important people like you. If Li Qinxiu had been present, he would have been greatly astonished. At this moment, Li Ji was virtually a different person compared to before, with not a trace of timidity or pettiness remaining. His every gesture exuded an air of serenity and tranquility. So much so that when Yi Yu and the other two caught sight of Li Ji, they instinctively associated him with the leaders of the Tianyuan Federation, and for a moment, they felt somewhat restrained. After the three had taken their seats, Li Ji retrieved a packet of cheaply packaged tea leaves from a plastic bag nearby. Red leaf tea at 15 per half catty, though inexpensive. Its flavor rivals those costing hundreds or thousands. I'm quite fond of it. Qingxia, toss a few leaves into each of their cups. Got it. Li Qingxia reached into the tea bag and pinched a small pinch of tea leaves, amiably tossing one or two leaves into each of their cups before casually sitting down beside Li Ji. Yi Yu glanced down at the tea in his cup and said with a smile, seems like the old man is quite frugal. If you like this red whatever tea so much, I can buy you a few dozen pounds. Li Ji waved his hand dismissively, no need. Though I'm not exactly rolling in money, I can still afford $15 for half a pound of tea. Whenever someone comes to my shop for a meal, I always have Qingxia brew them tea. Guests are guests, after all, can't afford to be rude. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned chilly at these words. The three agents from the Bureau of Public Security were no fools. They naturally detected the pointed tone in Li Ji's words, causing Yi Yu and Zhang Kang's expressions to instantly darken. Yi Yu said with a stern face, Mr. Li Ji, cooperating with investigations by the Bureau is every citizen's duty. We hope you won't be so hostile toward us and will adopt the correct attitude. The Bureau is an institution that exists within federal law. If this investigation complies with the law, I will certainly cooperate because it's my duty. Li Ji narrowed his eyes till the wrinkles at the corners creased into folds. After pausing briefly, he continued. But your investigation seems to have already overstepped legal boundaries, illegally detaining Li Qinxiu without evidence, and now leveraging the Special Abilities Department and Public Security Department to dig deep into his past. Aren't you breaking the law? This old man truly doesn't understand. His night-dark gaze was somber, a ripple of emotion flickering in those clear bright eyes. She knew Li Ji was right, she had indeed broken the law. But so what? To better eliminate hazards and protect public safety, even if it means operating outside federal laws, so what? Would federal legal institutions object? Would the public blame me? Would my superiors punish me for this? Would the Public Security Department dare to detain me? None of these would happen because I belong to the Safety Control Bureau, I represent justice. Sensing the awkward tension in the room, He Lu quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, let's not dwell on this. A few days ago, we wanted to consult you about Li Qinxiu's situation but couldn't find you. Now that you've reached out to us so suddenly, we didn't have time to prepare anything. Please don't take offense. Since you didn't buy anything, you should pay for this meal, Li Ji declared matter-of-factly. Yi Yu clenched her teacup and said coldly, if you're really that hard up, we can cover it, but afterwards. As she spoke, Yi Yu shot a glance at Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong immediately understood. He walked to the window and drew the curtains, plunging the 10-square-meter private room into darkness. He Lu, sitting to the side, frowned at the sight, disliking such tactics but refraining from speaking up to stop it. The private room's window was open, the midday breeze gently lifting the curtains. Warm sunlight slipped through the gaps, stretching across the floor tiles to the dining table, the tea, the collar, and finally reaching half of Li Ji's face. The breeze continued to stir the trembling curtains, casting Li Ji's slack features in alternating shadows and light as he silently gazed at Yi Yu, remaining perfectly still in his seat. What are you doing? Li Qingxia anxiously stood up and looked at Zhang Kong, who was standing by the curtains. Zhang Kong gave Li Qingxia a brief glance before silently returning to his seat. Sit down. He's just pulling the curtains to block the light. Why are you getting so worked up? Li Ji yanked Li Qingxia's arm, forcibly dragging him back into his seat. Li Qingxia was about to say something when Li Ji shot him a glare, instantly silencing any further thoughts. After dealing with Li Qingxia, Li Ji turned to look at Yi Yu. This time I called you here, not to help you understand Li Qinxiu, but to tell you that imprisoning Li Qinxiu is illegal. So what? Yi Yu curled his lips. What do you want me to do? Li Ji revealed a kind smile, speaking each word clearly and deliberately. I want you to let him go. Yi Yu let out a scoff, seemingly mocking Li Ji's overestimation of himself. She propped her chin on her hand and said, the reason I respect you is that you qualify as elderly in the phrase, the old, weak, sick, and disabled. But don't push your luck or forget your place, you're just a fried rice shop owner. I acknowledge this elderly title, that's why you're an old man. If I didn't, you'd just be another person. Don't think putting on airs puts you on equal footing with the Security Bureau. People like you aren't worthy. Xiao Yi, that's enough. He Lu reached out and gripped Yi Yu's shoulder, cutting him off, then turned to Li Ji. We just want to ask about Li Qinxiu, this concerns the safety of many lives. We hope you can see it from our perspective. If he's truly innocent, the Security Bureau will compensate him. Li Ji tapped his fingers on the teacup placed on the table, producing a crisp sound. After a moment of silence, he raised his eyes and said, "What if I refuse to speak and decide to see you instead?" Yi Yu took out a pair of handcuffs from his coat and placed them on the table. "Then I'll have to invite you for a visit to the supernatural ability department, and while we're at it, investigate you both. You're putting so much effort into protecting someone, could it be that you're awakened too?" Yi Yu said this in a joking tone, but his sharp gaze lingered pointedly on Li Ji and Li Qingxia. The moment these words were spoken, Li Ji's expression remained unchanged, while Li Qingxia's face betrayed unease. Her dark eyes flickered slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Li Ji. Whether this was genuine panic or feigned remained unclear. This obvious movement was naturally noticed by Yi Yu. Her heart trembled as an absurd conjecture suddenly rose within her. Could it be that these two before her were both revived ones? Had she accidentally stumbled upon the truth? Chapter 75. Speak one word to release them. At this thought, Yi Yu immediately stood up, looking down at Li Ji and Li Qingxia with a piercing cold light in her eyes that was sharp as a blade's edge. Li Ji raised his head, gazing calmly at Yi Yu. "I see you little girls really enjoy labeling people. Are your investigations of the awakened all based on mere suspicion these days? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to file a complaint against me." Yi Yu smiled slightly and beckoned to Zheng Kong beside her. "Zheng Kong, cuff them." Zheng Kong pulled out the handcuffs at his waist and was about to stand up when Li Ji cleared his throat twice, raising his forearm to signal a pause. Zheng Kong turned to look at Yi Yu, and only after seeing her nod did he sit back down. "What's wrong? Changed your mind and have something to say?" Nightshade tilted her head, her thin lips curling slightly into a triumphant smile. Li Ji gently swirled the teacup in his hand and said softly, "The reason I'm reasoning with you is because I consider myself a law-abiding, reasonable citizen. But that doesn't mean reasoning is all I can do with you." Nightshade raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Without a word, Li Ji reached into his pocket and pulled out an old-fashioned keypad phone. He bent his head close to the device, seemingly searching for something. "Looking for help?" Nightshade asked curiously, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Li Ji responded casually, "Hold on a sec. Let me search, haven't been in touch for ages." Nightshade crossed his arms and remained silent, simply watching Li Ji. Whether due to presbyopia or some other reason, 2 minutes passed with Li Ji still frozen in the exact same pose from 2 minutes prior. A trace of impatience flickered across Yi Yu's face. Just as she was about to speak, Li Ji suddenly straightened up, rubbed his sore eyes with one hand, and pressed his phone to his ear. "It's me," Li Ji said calmly. For what followed, Li Ji kept mechanically repeating like a robot, as if perfunctorily humoring the person on the other end of the line. "Alright, do me a favor. I'm going to pass the phone to someone else in a moment, just say release them." After speaking, Li Ji held out the phone and handed it to Li Qingxia. "Give it to her." "Got it." Li Qingxia nodded and, under the gaze of the 3 public security officers, placed the phone in front of Yi Yu. "What do you mean?" Yi Yu looked at Li Ji in surprise. Li Ji pointed at the phone, then tapped his own ear, signaling for her to answer the call. Yi Yu placed the phone to his ear with half belief and skepticism, uttering, "Hello?" A robust voice came through from the other end of the line, "Release them." The moment the voice sounded, Yi Yu's petite face twitched as if jolted by an electric shock, his grip on the phone involuntarily loosening simultaneously. Bang! The phone clattered onto the table, causing the person on the other end to pause briefly before hanging up, leaving the beep 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 tone echoing in the silent private room. "What's wrong?" He Lu asked anxiously, grabbing Yi Yu's arm. "Yeah, what's happening?" Zheng Kong asked with a puzzled expression. He couldn't understand what kind of phone call could have affected Yi Yu so severely. Ignoring their inquiries, Yi Yu swallowed hard and turned to look at Li Ji with a horrified expression. Across the table, Li Ji remained as composed and unruffled as before, his eyes like still wells, utterly devoid of ripples. Beside him, Li Qingxia half covered her face with a hand, biting her lip hard to stifle her laughter. Yi Yu's pupils trembled as he shakily asked Li Ji, "You, who are you?" "Just an ordinary old man who enjoys reasoning things out, that's all." With that, Li Ji stood up, holding the plastic bag at his feet, and said to the 3 of them, "I'll call you later about Li Qingxia's matter. Oh, and don't tell anyone about my identity, otherwise." Li Ji paused, walked behind Yi Yu to retrieve his phone, and smiled amiably, "Little girl, you won't be able to rise above others anymore. Qingxia, let's go." "Wait for me, boss." Li Qingxia hurriedly got up and followed. Bang! As the private room door closed, Yi Yu seemed to lose all support, crossing his arms to prop up his head while his back slumped weakly. "What's really going on? What did they say on the phone?" Zheng Kong shook Yi Yu's shoulders. "Did someone threaten you over there?" He Lu asked tentatively. Yi Yu shut his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. After a period of silence, she gradually regained her composure, slowly opening her eyes, prepared to release him. "Release him?" Zheng Kong frowned. "Aren't you going to investigate anymore?" Yi Yu responded, "We can investigate, but we can't illegally detain Li Qingxiu any longer. There will be consequences." Zheng Kong asked again, What exactly was said on that phone call? Yi Yu gazed deeply at the tea in his cup, his voice low and solemn. He simply said the words, release them. Ha! Zheng Kong looked utterly bewildered. That's it? Supporting himself on the table as he stood up, Yi Yu began walking towards the private room's exit while adding, this is an order from the Strategic Command. In a dimly lit conference room, dozens of imposing individuals, predominantly elderly men, sat on either side of a long meeting table. One of the elders, his hair streaked with gray yet still speckled with black, set down the phone in his hand and stared pensively at the ceiling, lost in thought. Is it him? Someone asked. At these words, all eyes turned toward the elder. Rubbing his temples wearily, the old man nodded helplessly. Who else could it be but him? After that incident, how many years has it been since he last contacted us? Why would he suddenly call now? Does he want to interfere with the chief election of the Security Bureau? Times have changed. Even if he wants to, he no longer has the ability. In the shadowless prison cell, Li Qinxiu sat cross-legged on the floor, leaning against the cold wall. There was no clock in the cell, so Li Qinxiu had no way of knowing exactly how long he had been imprisoned here. His only measure of time was the meager meal delivered once every 2 days. 4 days. Li Qinxiu opened his eyes, his dark pupils betraying unconcealable weakness. The hands hidden in his sleeves already bore the marks of aging, with shallow wrinkles creeping across his skin surface. Prolonged starvation had completely drained the life force within him, leaving no energy left to slow the relentless march of time on his body. Li Qinxiu had originally thought the three would detain him for at most 2 days, but he never expected them to be so shameless. They actually dared to illegally imprison him for 4 days despite mounting media pressure. Li Qinxiu understood clearly that if he were held for another 3 or 4 days, his identity as a revenant would undoubtedly be exposed. Rather than sitting idle awaiting doom, he might as well take the initiative and find a way to escape the Special Abilities Department. After all, they were illegally detaining him. Escaping wouldn't count as breaking the law either. Chapter 76 Oscar. Since Li Qinxiu underwent the last interrogation, his detention location had been altered. Although it was still a prison cell, the area outside the cell had undergone earth-shaking changes. Beyond the entrance was no longer a narrow passageway, but a long corridor with Li Qinxiu's prison cell at its end. Within the corridor, armed soldiers stood guard every 5 meters. The walls, constructed from high-strength steel, glistened with a bright silvery sheen under the overhead lights. In addition, the corridor ceiling is riddled with bullet-sized holes. In case of emergencies, these holes would be automatically triggered by AI to fire bullets. These posed little threat to the calamity known as 096, but for the chosen one Li Qinxiu, they were potentially lethal. A forced entry would inevitably reveal his identity as an awakener, so he had to resort to cunning. Boom, boom, boom. The prison door was pounded from within. The soldier standing guard tapped open the display screen on the door, revealing Li Qinxiu's pallid face. Is there something? The soldier asked coldly, his expression unyielding. In the scene, Li Qinxiu clutched his stomach, looking utterly exhausted as he pleaded, I'm too hungry. Could you give me something to eat? The soldier shook his head. I'm sorry, but 1 meal every 2 days is what Commander Yi Yu has ordered. Then, Li Qinxiu bent forward, his face filled with unwillingness, and continued, I want to see Commander Yi Yu. The soldier said coldly, Commander Yi Yu is currently not at the Special Abilities Department. We'll inform her of your request when she returns. Li Qinxiu clenched his teeth, his expression pained as he said, if I can't see Commander Yi Yu, then Commander He Lu or Commander Zheng Kong will do. I'm sorry, but all 3 of them have gone out together and are currently not at the Special Abilities Department. At these words, Li Qinxiu momentarily froze, a glimmer of joy flashing imperceptibly in his deep eyes. My luck isn't bad at all. And so, Li Qinxiu began his performance. Dudu, isn't here? Li Qinxiu crouched down clutching his stomach, his already pale face growing even more ashen. Hold on a bit longer, the hunger will pass when you've starved long enough. The soldier casually offered a comforting remark and was about to turn off the display when Li Qinxiu in the screen suddenly let out a pained scream. Ah! Li Qinxiu clutched his heart tightly as he collapsed grotesquely onto the floor, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the camera outside the cell door. The soldier stared dumbfounded at Li Qinxiu, his hand freezing mid-air where he'd been about to switch off the monitor. What's wrong with you? The soldier asked in surprise. Li Qinxiu struggled to raise his hand. I'm sick, help, cough cough cough. Bright red blood gushed from the corner of Li Qinxiu's mouth, staining his neck and collar like an unstoppable spring. At this sight, the soldier's eyes widened, and he instinctively reached for the fingerprint lock on the door. But when his hand was just 1 centimeter away, he stopped abruptly, remembering the words Yayo had told him. Under no circumstances should you open the prison cell. Deliver meals through the cell window conveyor belt. For a moment, the soldier's hand seemed to be pulled by 2 opposing forces, moving forward and backward alternately. This unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of other soldiers, and soon a dozen of them gathered around. When they saw Li Qinxiu continuously vomiting blood, none of them could remain calm. What's going on? Zhang Shi, what happened to Li Qinxiu? Someone asked in astonishment. The guard Zhang Shi looked helplessly at the others. I don't know, he just said he was hungry, and then he started vomiting blood. What should we do? What do you mean what should we do? Of course we take him to the infirmary first. We can't open it. Commander Yiyu said no matter what happens, we must never open the cell doors. What should we do then? Just stand by and watch? That doesn't seem right. If anything really happens to Li Qinxiu, we'd have a hard time explaining ourselves. The group hesitated uncertainly, none daring to make a decision. Li Qinxiu, lying in the prison cell coughing up blood frantically, darkened his expression. Had all this deliberate blood coughing been for nothing? Or was his performance still not severe enough? Fine, let's make it even worse, Li Qinxiu muttered to himself. The next second, Li Qinxiu's pupils trembled violently as his face suddenly turned crimson from deathly pale. Dark red lines appeared beneath his skin, slithering like tiny snakes. Then, in one fluid motion, Li Qinxiu closed his eyes, tilted his head, and kicked his feet. What the hell? How is this happening? Should we turn it on? Hurry up and open it, or they'll really be gone for good. Under the urging of the crowd, Zhang Shi extended his finger and pressed down. Beep unlocked successfully. Snap. The moment the door opened, a crowd surged in and rushed to Li Qinxiu's side. At the front, Zhang Shi knelt on the ground, pressing his ear against Li Qinxiu's chest. The next second, he looked up in shock, his voice trembling. Seems like the heartbeat is getting weaker. Step aside. A soldier shoved Zhang Shi away, crossing his hands and pressing them firmly against Li Qinxiu's chest to perform CPR, while shouting urgently, find a stretcher, quick. Good. The soldier at the door acknowledged and hurried out anxiously. Zhang Shi asked nervously, how is he? I'm not a professional doctor, how would I know? But the situation doesn't seem good, I can feel his heartbeat getting weaker. With a grave expression, Zhang Shi said, then, should I give him CPR? Cough, cough. Li Qinxiu, lying on the ground, coughed violently twice. His faint heartbeat gradually grew louder, though still much weaker than a normal person's. My cardiac resuscitation worked. Quick, now's the time, hurry up with the mouth-to-mouth. The man turned and barked at Zhang Shi. Got it. Zhang Shi nodded woodenly and immediately knelt beside Li Qinxiu. Li Qinxiu furrowed his brows just as he was about to cough up blood. At that moment, a long-awaited voice came from the cell door. The stretcher is here. Stop what you're doing and send him to the infirmary. Soon, Li Qinxiu was lifted onto the stretcher and carried out of the cell. On the congested road, vehicles crawled forward bumper to bumper. The vehicle of the three-member anti-terror unit was among them. Zhang Kong sat in the driver's seat, pounding the car horn impatiently while complaining. After all this running around these days, sigh. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu patted Zhang Kong on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, if the strategic command has already spoken, it means our investigation into Li Qinxiu is certainly flawless. Aren't they just ruling out the wrong answers for us? There's nothing to complain about. Maybe the real disaster met its end in that godforsaken wasteland. Yiyu propped her chin on her hand and gazed out the window, her voice icy. No matter what, there are still too many suspicions surrounding Li Qinxiu. Even after releasing him, we must continue the investigation. Only if he truly proves innocent can we then say that Zishui died in the underworld. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The ringing of a cell phone interrupted Yiyu's words. Chapter 77, Why don't you go back? Yiyu pulled out his phone from his pocket, glancing at the caller ID before answering. Hello, what's wrong? Sir, something terrible has happened, terrible. An urgent voice came through the phone. Yiyu frowned with displeasure and said, call me back after you've calmed down. With that, Yiyu reached out and hung up the phone. But before she could put it back in her pocket, the ringtone sounded again. Yiyu answered impatiently, her tone icy. What is it? Commander, that Li Qinxiu is dying. Oh no, this won't do. Yiyu leaned against the window and said calmly. But moments later, her pupils dilated as she abruptly straightened up and exclaimed in horror, it won't do? Her sudden shout startled Zhang Kong, who was driving, while Lu in the passenger seat curiously turned to look at Yiyu. Yiyu pressed urgently, what do you mean it won't do? Explain it clearly. Has his body aged? Li Qinxiu suddenly said he was hungry, then abruptly vomited blood and passed out. When we got to him, his pulse was extremely weak. It seemed like he wasn't going to make it. He's been rushed to the medical room for emergency treatment. Hearing these words, Yiyu felt her heart turn ice cold in an instant. The rosy complexion she had just regained drained away once more. The strategic command leadership had barely ordered her to release the man when something happened to him immediately after. If Li Qinxiu were to die within the Special Abilities Department, would she even have a future left in the Security and Statistics Department? At this thought, a chilling sensation shot up from the soles of Yiyu's feet straight to the crown of her head. With grave seriousness, she declared, I don't care what methods you use, you must stabilize him at all costs. Even if he's to die, he absolutely cannot die within the Special Abilities Department. With that, you reached out to hang up the phone and patted Zheng Kang's shoulder. Quick, hurry up. What's wrong? Did something big happen? Zhang Kong asked without turning his head. Keeping his composure, yeah, you said calmly, Li Qinxiu is in trouble. It seems, he might not make it. What? He Lu and Zhang Kong exclaimed in unison. Special Ability Department Infirmary. Knock knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Doctor, the ambulance is here. Outside the infirmary doors, a crowd of soldiers pressed against the entrance. Click. The infirmary's automatic sensor door slowly slid open as an emergency gurney was wheeled out, followed by the appearance of a tall, lanky doctor in a white coat and blue surgical mask who came into everyone's line of sight. Zhang Shi looked down at the person lying on the gurney and asked nervously, Doctor, why is Li Qinxiu covered in blood? The doctor replied calmly, he vomited some blood along the way. It's nothing serious. Hurry up and get him into the ambulance. Just as the doctor turned to walk back to the medical office, Zhang Shi grabbed his arm. Aren't you coming with us? I need to compile all of Li Qinxiu's diagnostic data and submit it to the hospital. Understand? The doctor brusquely slapped Zhang Shi's hand away, shoved both hands in his pockets, and strode into the medical office. A few seconds later, with a soft click, the automatic door slowly closed behind him. Hey, doctor! Alright, hurry up and get Li Qinxiu onto the ambulance. If he dies, how are we going to explain this to the higher-ups? Soon after, the soldiers at the entrance wheeled the emergency gurney out of the medical office. In the infirmary, the doctor walked to the faucet, removed his gloves to wash his hands, then reached up to pull down his mask. That strikingly handsome yet icily cold face was fully exposed. It was none other than Li Qinxiu. Earlier, after being pushed into the infirmary, he knocked out the doctor who was about to treat him, swapped their clothes, and disguised the doctor as himself, pulling off a flawless deception. After confirming no more sounds came from the corridor, Li Qinxiu pulled up his mask and stepped out of the infirmary again, heading toward the cafeteria of the Special Abilities Department. The Special Department's cafeteria was enormous, with stir-fries, fast food, spicy hot pot, oil-splashed noodles, dumplings, anything you could find in city number 11 was served here. Li Qinxiu used the doctor's meal card to order a pile of sautéed dishes, then sat in the darkest corner of the room, devouring them voraciously, replenishing the depleted life energy in his body. After stuffing himself full, Li Qinxiu pulled out the doctor's phone and dialed Li Qingxiu's number. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, I've escaped, Li Qinxiu said in a hushed voice. On the other end of the phone, Li Qingxiu exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you got out so fast? The security. Wait, escaped? Li Qinxiu replied seriously, yeah, if I didn't escape now, my body would start aging. I had no choice. Don't contact me these next few days, both you and the boss need to lay low. Hearing this, Li Qingxiu felt his head buzzing. He glanced at Li Ji sitting beside him and silently switched his phone to speaker mode. Little Qiuzi, are you sure you ran away on your own? Li Qinxiu retorted angrily, if I hadn't run out, would I be waiting for you to rescue me? For a moment, the air around Li Qingxiu fell into an eerie silence. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Li Qingxiu hurriedly spoke up, No. Li Qinxiu asked impatiently, what is it? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Could you go back? Li Qingxiu asked cautiously. Ha! A look of surprise crossed Li Qinxiu's face. Are you joking? They illegally detained me. Why would I go back after finally escaping? Wait for them to have a change of heart and release me? They seem to have had a genuine change of heart. If you hadn't escaped, they would have let you go soon anyway. What? Li Qinxiu's lips parted slightly, her eyes flashing with confusion. What do you mean? Li Qingxiu spoke vaguely. At noon today, the boss and I met with them to discuss your situation. When we were leaving, the boss asked when they'd release you, and they said they'd let you go this very afternoon. In the cafeteria, Li Qinxiu pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qingxiu tentatively asked, Xiaoqiu, maybe you should go back? Li Qinxiu frowned and thought before saying in a low voice, they probably released me because of media pressure. Even if I go out, they'll still investigate and monitor me. In that case, I might as well sneak away and find a way to deal with the Gong family before leaving City 11. Alright, don't contact me recently. I'm hanging up. With that, Li Qinxiu hung up the phone and left the cafeteria. After stealing a casual outfit from the Special Abilities Division and putting it on, he confidently walked out through the main gate wearing a mask, blending into the bustling crowd and disappearing into the sea of people. Meanwhile, in a cafe, a young man and woman exchanged glances before picking up their unfinished coffees and leaving the shop, heading in the direction where Twilight Li had gone. Chapter 78, in the taxi. Walking on the sidewalk, Twilight Li let out a slight murmur of suspicion, retracting his stepping foot and coming to an abrupt halt. Who could it be? Li Qinxiu tilted his head slightly, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. His sharp sixth sense told him two people were tailing him, yet he could sense no malice from them. Li Qinxiu turned around, his penetrating gaze sweeping past the crowd to lock onto a man and woman several hundred meters away. From 100 meters away, the young man suddenly stiffened, panic flashing through his eyes as he stood rooted to the spot like a wooden post. The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he quavered, I think he's looking at me. The woman beside him shot him a disdainful glance. What are you afraid of? Haven't you got me with you? Who says I'm scared? The man puffed out his chest, fixing the woman with a glare. Let's go. With that, the man steeled himself and marched forward under Chuanxiu Li's piercing gaze, while the woman curled her lips into an enchanting smile and followed suit. The distance between them continued to shrink. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Li Chenxiu's gaze gradually grew sharper. The ember on his left index finger flickered faintly, emitting a faint chill from his entire body. Why does it suddenly feel colder? It really does feel a bit cold now. People around Li Chenxiu shivered involuntarily, pulling their clothes tighter around themselves. In just those few moments, the man had already approached Li Chenxiu's side. Just as Li Chenxiu was about to speak, the man discreetly slipped a note into his hand and whispered, "Wait for me." With that, the man swiftly darted into the crowd and vanished without a trace. Only Li Chenxiu remained standing in place. He glanced at the note in his hand, strode into a nearby alley, and stopped in a blind spot of surveillance. He unfolded the slip of paper. We can clear your name from the disaster water allegations. Contact C76454. C76454, Li Chenxiu muttered to himself. Precisely as he uttered these words, the honk of a car horn sounded from the roadside. Li Chenxiu turned his head and saw a green and white taxi rushing into view, its bright yellow license plate strikingly visible under sunlight exactly matching the number on the note. Upon seeing this, Li Chenxiu remained motionless, his gaze lowering as he intently scrutinized the slip of paper. After a moment of contemplation lasting over a dozen seconds, Li Chenxiu rubbed his fingertips together, reducing the small note to ashes, then strode toward the taxi. Thud, thud, thud. Li Chenxiu reached out and tapped on the closed car window. Driver, are you available? The middle-aged driver glanced at Li Chenxiu and said, "Sure, hop in." Li Chenxiu nodded, opened the passenger door, and settled into the seat. The air conditioning was running inside the car, and in the confined space lingered a faint trace of blood. Li Chenxiu's sense of smell was keen, and he instantly recognized the scent of human blood. He fixed the middle-aged driver with a deep gaze but remained silent. The middle-aged driver wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned at Li Chenxiu, asking, "Where are you headed, young man? You were the ones who summoned me, yet you ask where I'm going?" Li Chenxiu countered calmly. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged driver chuckled softly before stomping on the gas and speeding away from the curb. Li Chenxiu rested his head against the window, remaining silent for a long while before asking, "Who are you?" The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel and smiled, saying, "Surely someone like you." Li Chenxiu furrowed his brows, a faint chill flickering in his deep eyes. "Be clearer, who are you? What's your purpose? Which faction do you belong to? You're quite the interesting one. Someone will tell you, but that someone isn't me." The middle-aged driver narrowed his eyes and continued driving as if nothing were amiss. A faint smile tugged at Li Chenxiu's lips. "You're quite an interesting fellow. Do you honestly think I'm asking for your opinion?" Whoosh! A dark shadow flickered across the train compartment. In the next instant, the middle-aged driver's forehead hair fluttered upward from the gust of wind as Li Chenxiu's extended left index finger came to rest precisely before the man's brow. Snick! A piercing screech of brakes echoed on the road as the normally moving taxi suddenly jerked to a halt. Fortunately, there were no vehicles closely following behind the taxi, or else a rear-end collision would have been unavoidable. Inside the car, the middle-aged driver's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpricks, beads of cold sweat slowly forming on his forehead. The icy chill emanating from those fingertips made his entire body tremble, every hair standing on end, as an unprecedented sense of oppression spread through his entire being. The middle-aged driver swallowed hard, feeling a stampede of 10,000 alpacas tearing through his mind. How does this match the intel at all? Damn it, false intelligence gets people killed. Beep beep beep. Move it up there already. You think this road is your personal parking spot? Beep beep. The urgent honking came from behind the taxi. What are you staring at? Keep driving. Li Chenxiu chuckled and lightly tapped the middle-aged driver's forehead with her finger. Okay. The middle-aged driver gave a slight nod and started the car, slowly moving forward. Li Chenxiu withdrew his finger, crossing his legs as he sat in the passenger seat, and said coldly, "You're merely a four-restriction awakened. What makes you think you can act all mysterious in front of me? I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you to give me an answer. Speak well, and I'll let you live. Speak poorly, and you'll leave this place flat on your back." The middle-aged driver took several deep breaths, mustering his courage before speaking up. "We came here to help clear your name. If you dare kill me, then..." Li Chenxiu didn't wait for the driver to finish speaking before raising his hand and placing it on the other's head, all 5 fingers pressing tightly against the forehead. Li Chenxiu bent down and brought his face close to the driver's. "Why'd you stop? I was looking forward to crushing your skull." The middle-aged driver's lips turned pale as he forced a weak smile. I won't say anything more, nothing at all." Li Chenxiu demanded coldly. "I'll ask you one last time, who are you people, and what do you want?" The middle-aged driver said urgently, "We're from the underworld, our purpose is to help clear your suspicion." Li Chinchou raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who I am?" "Why yes, Disaster Waters," the middle-aged driver stammered. Hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Li Chinchou's brow. The claim that he himself is Disaster Waters 096 remains speculative with no conclusive verdict. Yet judging by this underworld operative's tone, they clearly believe him to be Disaster Waters 096, but how could they have obtained such information? Could it be that he failed to eliminate all the revivers in the netherworld, allowing someone to leak this intel? The middle-aged driver seemed to notice Li Chinchou's bewilderment and explained, "Lord Horseface declared it." Chapter 79 Apartment 602, 6th floor. Horseface? Li Chinchou frowned, immediately recalling that shadowy-faced man from the netherworld. Hadn't he personally killed this guy in the netherworld? How could he still be alive? Li Chinchou lowered his gaze suspiciously and said, "Do you take me for some easy mark to fool?" As he spoke, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Li Chinchou's lips while his piercing falcon-like gaze locked onto the middle-aged driver. The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel and stammered nervously, "Be big bro, I'm just a driver, I really don't know anything about the specifics." "You couldn't know nothing if you were certain I'm Zai Shuwei and even knew who spread the word," Li Chinchou snapped icily. "Do you take me for a fool?" With a deeply wrinkled face, the driver protested with an air of innocence, "Please hear me out actually, I'm Underox head of the underworld and operate in city number 14. I barely know Horseface at all. 3 days ago, Lord Oxhead gathered us together and said Lord Horseface was severely injured by the hazardous disaster 096 flood in District 11. When one side is in trouble, the other naturally lends a hand, so we came to District 11. Upon arriving here, I heard many media outlets claiming you were the flood. At the time, I asked Lord Oxhead about the truth of this news, he neither confirmed nor denied it, so I instinctively assumed you were the flood." Li Chinchou fixed his gaze on the middle-aged driver for a while upon hearing this, then withdrew his hand, stroked his chin, and looked out the window. If the driver wasn't lying to him, then Horseface must have survived by some means, and his identity would surely have been exposed. Having someone seek revenge afterward would only make sense. At this thought, a trace of gravity flashed across Li Chinchou's brow before he questioned further, "If what you say is true, then logically you should be my enemies. Why now help me clear my name?" The middle-aged driver shook his head in confusion. "That I really don't know." Oxhead abruptly announced we weren't seeking vengeance anymore and should help establish your innocence. Then I was immediately assigned here to receive you. Are you telling the truth? Li Chinchou narrowed his eyes. This isn't some scheme to lure me into secluded wilderness and finish me off. Every word is true. Absolutely true, the middle-aged driver exclaimed in panic. Li Chinchou lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, then closed his eyes without a word, leaning back in his seat as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. City 11, First Central Hospital. The brightly lit, sterile hallway held Yi and 2 others, flanked by dozens of soldiers guarding the emergency room entrance. Seated on the waiting chair, Yi wrung her hands nervously, her dark eyes darting between the tiled floor and the emergency room doors. "How long have they been in there?" Yi turned to ask Zheng Kong sitting beside her. Zheng Kong glanced at his watch. 2 minutes. Don't worry so much, Sister Yi. It's just skipping a few meals, how could that possibly be fatal? Yi bent down, pressing both hands to his forehead, murmuring in a low voice, "I hope so." As soon as the words fell, the light in the emergency room went out. Instantly, all eyes turned to the door of the emergency room, each face wearing a different expression. Didn't they just go in? Yes, is the emergency treatment over? Emergency treatment doesn't finish that quickly. Could this person be? Before the speaker could finish the sentence, someone covered their mouth. On the waiting chair, Yi rose from her knees with a grim expression, staring at the emergency room door as a terrible premonition began forming in her heart. Click. Under everyone's gaze, a male doctor in a white coat walked out with a furrowed brow, looking at the crowd in confusion. Yi stepped forward, grasping the doctor's arm and asked, "Doctor, how is Li Chinchou?" The doctor's brow twisted tightly together, unsure of what to say. "Doctor, has something happened to this child?" Lu stepped forward, his face filled with worry. The male doctor bit his lower lip tentatively and asked, "Did you guys grab the wrong person?" The room was dead silent, with giant question marks hanging over everyone's heads. Rumble. The sound of rolling wheels came from the emergency room, swiftly followed by an emergency stretcher appearing before everyone's eyes. A young man lying bare-chested on it stared blankly into space, his small eyes filled with overwhelming confusion. Yi glanced down at the man and pointed at him, asking the doctor in puzzlement, "Where's Li Chinchou?" The male doctor shook his head. "I have no idea." A soldier charged out of the crowd and shouted sternly, "If you don't know, then who does? We personally handed the person over to you, where is he?" "The person you handed over wasn't Li Chinchou either, so how would I know where he is?" The male doctor spread his hands innocently, countering sharply. "I was going to ask you the same thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this person, yet you called emergency services claiming he was dying. Were you just messing with us?" As the standoff continued, Soldier Zhang Shi walked over to the emergency stretcher and asked uncertainly, You're from the Special Abilities Department's medical office, aren't you? The young man nodded somewhat woodenly. Yeah. Zheng Kong furrowed his brow and asked, How did you end up here? The young man scratched his head. Not sure. I was with Li Qinxiu earlier, and then, I think I passed out? Zheng Kong wasn't a fool. He immediately realized Li Qinxiu had played them all for fools. He looked at the soldiers in utter bewilderment. You carried people away without even looking at their faces? At these words, the soldiers drooped like withered bean sprouts, hanging their heads in shame. Phew! Yi let out a long sigh, patting Zheng Kong on the shoulder. So what if they got away? What matters is that you're safe. That's all that matters. Immersive translate. The middle-aged taxi driver had been driving through city number 11 for an hour when he finally pulled up in front of an abandoned residential building. The area was devoid of surveillance cameras or human presence, with only foul-smelling garbage stuck to the ground everywhere. A gentle breeze swept through, picking up plastic bags from the ground and carrying them into the distance with a rustling sound. The middle-aged driver bowed his head and flashed an ingratiating smile at Li Qinxiu. Here we are, boss, he said. Li Qinxiu glanced out the car window before pushing the door open and stepping out of the taxi. The middle-aged driver rolled down his window and leaned out. Big bro, it's 602 on the 6th floor. I'll head off first and come back to pick you up later. Without waiting for Li Qinxiu's reply, the middle-aged driver hit the gas and sped away, leaving only 2 parallel tire tracks behind. Li Qinxiu stood still, gazing at the derelict residential building before him, a trace of surprise flashing through his deep-set eyes. For some reason, standing before this residential building, an indescribable sense of familiarity inexplicably welled up in his heart, even mingled with a hint of warmth. Chapter 80, King Yanluo. Strange, Li Qinxiu murmured to himself. Though troubled by doubt and hesitation, he nevertheless stepped into the abandoned apartment complex. The stairwell was dark and chilly from years of disuse. The peeling walls emitted a strange, pungent odor. In some corners, the rotting corpses of unidentified creatures could still be seen. Li Qinxiu stepped onto the dust-covered stairs, each footstep stirring up tiny clouds of dirt, the muffled sounds quietly echoing through the empty staircase. 1st floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 6th floor. Li Qinxiu walked up to a wooden door covered in scratches and reached out to knock. Thump, thump, thump. Seconds later, the wooden door emitted a harsh creak as it was forcefully yanked open from the inside. A gaunt-faced young man appeared before Li Qinxiu, precisely the same youth who had earlier slipped him the note. Come in. The young man stepped aside respectfully, making way. Li Qinxiu sized up the other person and asked curiously, Haven't we met somewhere before? The young man chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, just now. Li Qinxiu smiled faintly and walked into the room. The room was small, filled with dusty furniture everywhere, except for the sofa and coffee table placed in the center of the living room. Apart from the young man, there were also a man and a woman in the room. The woman, whom Li Qinxiu had seen before, was the one who had accompanied the young man. At this moment, she stood respectfully by the sofa, massaging the shoulders of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had fair skin, with sharp, chiseled facial features. He was dressed in an elegant retro-checkered suit, casually crossing his legs as he leaned back gracefully on the sofa with his eyes closed. Hearing the commotion at the door, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Li Qinxiu. Their gazes locked directly with each other. Li Qinxiu's gaze was deep, a barely perceptible trace of apprehension flashing through his eyes. When facing a powerful being, his sixth sense would sound the alarm, his heart would race, endorphins surging rapidly. The moment he had entered the room earlier, Li Qinxiu's instincts had detected an immensely formidable presence by the sofa, but his sixth sense hadn't pointed to the middle-aged man. It was the woman. The man might as well have been thin air, insignificant, posing no threat whatsoever. The more it was like this, the more vigilant Li Qinxiu became. Even the weakest ordinary person would still emit some presence he could perceive. How could someone be so weak as to be completely undetectable to him? Noticing Li Qinxiu standing motionless while staring at him, the middle-aged man offered a gentle smile and gestured to the other end of the sofa. Have a seat. No need to stand on ceremony. Li Qinxiu responded nonchalantly. He walked to the sofa and sat down steadily, then simply fixed his gaze silently on the middle-aged man. With kindly eyes, the middle-aged man glanced toward the doorway. Mian, prepare tea for our guest. The young man at the doorway trembled slightly before steeling himself to reply, understood. With bowed head, he then walked to the tea table and began carefully preparing Li Qinxiu's tea with somewhat unpracticed movements. Oxhead? Li Qinxiu bent slightly to look at him. Oxhead nodded fearfully, not daring to meet Li Qinxiu's gaze. The middle-aged man smiled and explained, Horseface possesses a mysterious artifact called the soul-returning needle. As long as this needle is inserted into the forehead of any random person, should Horseface be killed, he will be reborn in the body of the person who was pricked. Moreover, he can accurately locate the killer's position. Li Qinxiu suddenly understood and nodded with a smile, interesting. I never thought such an overpowered artifact existed. It's just a one-time use artifact. If it allowed infinite rebirths, I wouldn't have given it to him. The middle-aged man's eyes curved like crescent moons as he continued speaking to Li Qinshiu. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, King Yama. You can just call me Yama. The person behind me is Oxhead of the underworld. Like Horseface, he's one of the underworld's marshals. The woman standing at the back nodded at Li Qinshiu. Li Qinshiu leaned back on the sofa and said in a low voice, first King Yama, then Marshal, your underworld has quite a variety of titles. Why have you summoned me here? Didn't the note make it clear enough? We're here to help clear your name regarding the disaster flood, King Yama replied, sounding slightly surprised. Li Qinshiu looked at King Yama with confusion. I killed someone from your underworld and stole your spiritual artifact, yet instead of seeking revenge, you're helping me clear my name? That's a bit hard to understand. What's so hard to understand? A prodigy with dual identities who also possesses a spirit Xian artifact, of course our netherworld would want to recruit such a revenant, King Yama said matter-of-factly. Even if I am exceptionally gifted, right now I'm just a second ban. My status as a chosen one is widely questioned. And as for this so-called spirit Xian artifact, if you kill me, it'll just become ownerless again. I still don't understand. Li Qinshiu shook his head. Have some tea. King Yama motioned toward the steaming cup on the table. Hearing this, Li Qinshiu picked up the teacup and took a small, careful sip. Seeing Li Qinshiu tasting his tea, King Yama asked expectantly, I grew this with my own hands. How is it? Li Qinshiu lowered his head, savoring the flavor for a moment before replying flatly, I don't know much about tea appreciation, but it tastes quite pleasant. King Yama smiled with satisfaction, then explained, your talent and dual identity alone, impressive as they might be, would only make the underworld take slight notice. But with your spirit Xian artifact, everything changes. The previous owner of this spirit Xian artifact was one of our people in the underworld, just an ordinary ghost soldier. Yet after gaining the artifact's recognition, his power ascended so rapidly you wouldn't be exaggerating to call it 1,000 miles a day. Given a few more years, this revenant could have become the backbone of the underworld. But, the innocent often suffer for their treasures, why should an ordinary ghost soldier possess such a powerful soul mystic artifact? Later, he was killed, more precisely, executed by the underworld's own forces. But unexpectedly, as the revenant perished, the soul mystic artifact dissolved into crimson mist, vanishing into the void. It didn't reappear until a century later, today, in fact. Crimson mist? Li Qinshiu frowned in confusion. Yan Luo Wang nodded. All soul mystic artifacts have self-preservation mechanisms. If their owner is slain, they resist in their own way, but usually just symbolic defiance, nothing as fierce as your artifact's reaction. Hearing this, Li Qinshiu reached out to touch his own ember. He never expected that the previous owner of ember was actually someone from the underworld. Yan Luo Wang extended a hand to Li Qinshiu with a smile. Join the underworld. We can provide you with high-tier lives on the verge of death for slaughter, and will also clear your name regarding the calamitous water incident, allowing you to live a privileged life in human society. Li Qinshiu lowered his head, seemingly hesitating about something. A few minutes later, he slowly raised his head, his cold, indifferent eyes gradually emerging from the shadows. If I join the underworld, can you help me kill those 3 from the Inton Bureau for me? Chapter 81, The Third Wall Carving. Li Qinshiu extended his hand but did not clasp it with the King of Hells. Instead, he waited quietly for the other's response. Since we're helping you clear your name, naturally those 3 cannot remain alive. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, the underworld would have dealt with them, the King of Hell said calmly, his face devoid of any emotion. Then Lord Yama raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something, and added, if possible, I'll try to make sure they die by your hand. Consider it my personal gift to you. How does that sound? Much obliged. Li Qinshiu grinned and reached out to shake his hand. Welcome to the underworld. Lord Yama nodded amiably, then withdrew his hand and pulled out a rolled piece of parchment from his robe, placing it before Li Qinshiu. Aside from the ghost soldiers, everyone in the underworld has their own divine titled. Mine is Lord Yama, for example, while his is Horseface, Lord Yama said, pointing at Horseface. I see. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Li Qinshiu's eyes. You mean I have to choose my own divine name? The King of Hell shook his head with a smile. The divine names in the underworld are already predetermined, and there's a hierarchy among them. For example, my title as the King of Hell reigns above those of the infernal marshals. Li Qinshiu thoughtfully stroked his chin and asked, so does that mean my divine name would be at the lowest rank? Not at all. The King of Hell chuckled gracefully. It's not about people choosing divine names, it's divine names choosing people. Those selected by a divine name will bear it for life, with no way to forsake it. After a person dies, this divine name becomes ownerless again, awaiting its next master in an endless cycle. Having said this, King Yama reached out to unroll the sheepskin parchment before Li Qinshiu. On the yellowish-brown paper was drawn nothing more than an utterly ordinary circle. King Yama explained while looking at the parchment, place your open left hand within this circle, and your consciousness will arrive beneath a starry sky. There, each star represents a divine name. The brighter the star, the higher the status of its divine name. Once you arrive there, just stand in place and wait. The divine name that chooses you will naturally make its move. Good luck. I hope so. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Chenxiu's eyes. Just as he was about to place his hand on the parchment, he suddenly stopped and looked at Yama warily. You wouldn't take advantage of me when I'm unconscious, would you? The formerly composed Yama twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this and said rather speechlessly, I would never do such a thing. I think so too. With these words, Li Chenxiu placed his left hand on the paper. In an instant, it was as if his soul had been sucked away. His eyes gradually grew vacant, and his gaze, which had been fixed on the parchment, slowly drifted outward. My lord, what divine name do you think he will obtain? Oxhead asked curiously. King Yama shook his teacup. I don't know, but it probably won't be anything too grand. Right now, the divine names of the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors are already occupied. Most likely, he'll end up with the name of one of the Yin generals. The indigo night sky shimmered brilliantly under the tapestry of stars, while the cool moonlight filtered through gauzy clouds to illuminate the boundless green plains. A crisp night breeze swept across the land, bending waves after waves of grass toward its departing direction, like an undulating ocean. Li Chenxiu stood alone on the plain, tilting his head to gaze at the celestial constellations above. They all seemed so dim. Li Chenxiu frowned slightly. Above the starry sky, though countless stars dotted the heavens, most were dim and lifeless, like elderly people in their twilight years, devoid of vigor. Forget it, let things take their course. After all, it's just a name. Li Chenxiu smiled in resignation, spreading his arms wide before falling straight backward into the grass. He closed his eyes contentedly. As a child, every July and August, Li Chenxiu would carry his cooling mat to the rooftop of the tube-shaped apartment building. He'd spread the mat on the concrete floor, just like now, lying there, gazing at the night sky, feeling the evening breeze, enjoying nature's free air conditioning. But every time the air conditioning was turned on, Li Chenxiu would get covered in mosquito bites. To solve this, he purposely called Qi Mingyue up, using him as a decoy to attract the mosquitoes, a plan he grandly named sharing the secret base. At that thought, Li Chenxiu instinctively swatted at his forehead, hoping to squash a bloodthirsty mosquito. Crack! He brought his palm close to his eyes and slowly opened them. His palm was empty, there was nothing there at all. The mosquitoes are gone. Li Chenxiu murmured to himself, the faint glimmer in his eyes quickly dimming. Bzzz. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ha! Li Chenxiu sat up, reaching toward his head in surprise. The next second, the stars and moon above the sky suddenly shone brighter, their cold white starlight surging like flowing spring water towards Li Chenxiu's direction. This is... Li Chenxiu was utterly bewildered, and in that brief moment of hesitation, the starlight cascaded down, completely submerging him. In an instant, Li Chenxiu felt as though he had sunk into a swamp. Everything around him pressed and enveloped him. Yet, strangely, there was no pain, only a peculiar comfort, as a cool sensation spread through his limbs and veins. Li Chenxiu could feel the starlight merging into his body like a gentle stream, steadily converging toward his brow. At the very moment the starlight touched his forehead, Li Chenxiu's vision was stripped away by pure darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within that palace from his mind. How did I get here? Li Chenxiu scratched his head in confusion, gazing around in bewilderment. Seconds later, his body stiffened as his gaze locked onto an unpainted mural carving. The carved figure was a woman with full, graceful features wearing a faint smile. She wore a jade crown and held a jade rui scepter, her expression solemn and dignified. Those phoenix eyes exuded a gentle yet dignified aura, as if capable of discerning all worldly illusions. At this moment, every inch of the wall carving was enveloped by starlight, gradually absorbing the surrounding radiance. Simultaneously, colors slowly emerged at the edges of the carving, spreading inward in a gradual progression. Li Chenxiu was puzzled. Hadn't this wall carving only gained coloration through slaughter before? How could it now display colors without him killing anything? Yet his question was destined to remain unanswered. A few minutes later, under the assistance of starlight, the mural was fully colored, becoming Li Chenxiu's third restored mural. But since there was no death, he did not awaken his fourth ability. Li Chenxiu stepped forward to the third mural, carefully examining the woman depicted in it, searching for clues about the fourth ability. What exactly is this special ability, and how am I supposed to die? Chapter 82, The Drifting Ribbon of Light. After studying the wall carvings for several minutes, Li Chenxiu moved his gaze away in disappointment. Seeing no signs of coloring on the other carvings within the palace, Li Chenxiu willed himself away with a thought, his consciousness returning once more beneath that starry expanse. The starry sky remained the same starry sky, the plains remained the same plains, nothing had changed. Li Chenxiu rubbed his slightly dizzy head, looking around in confusion, a trace of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. The king of hell had told him that waiting would grant him a divine title. Did the earlier cascade of starlight mean a divine title had chosen him? If a divine title has chosen me, why can't I leave yet? Could it be that what just happened had nothing to do with a divine title, but I haven't actually received one yet? Li Chinxiu reached up to stroke his chin, his profound gaze sweeping across the stars one by one. After pondering fruitlessly, Li Chinxiu raised his voice and shouted, "Yan Luo Wang, are you there?" No response came, only the night wind answered. His expression darkening, Li Chinxiu steadied himself on his knees and stood up, then strode purposefully in one direction. Strange, why hasn't he come out after all this time? King Yama set down his teacup, looking puzzledly at Li Chinxiu. The horse-faced figure leaned in closer and whispered a guess, "My lord, could it be that no divine name resonates with him?" King Yama shook his head. If there wasn't a divine name that suited him, he would have escaped long ago. Could there be something wrong with the name-calling paper? With that, King Yama rose and walked over to Li Chinxiu, bending down to examine the name-calling paper. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a phone vibration sound came from Yan Luo Wang's inner suit pocket. Yan Luo Wang made a light questioning sound, straightened his posture, and walked to the living room window to answer the call. "Hello? Yan Luo, a panicked voice came through from the other end of the line. King Yama raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What happened to you? You're actually panicking like this?" I don't know how to tell you, this doesn't make any sense." A trace of impatience flashed in King Yama's eyes. "What exactly is it? If you don't speak up, I'm hanging up, I've got things to do here." I think the divine title of King Chu Jiang, one of the 10 Yama kings, seems to have disappeared. So the divine name is missing. Wait, King Yama's pupils dilated. How could a divine name disappear? Unless you're dead? Have you gone completely mad? If I were dead, who'd be calling you right now, a ghost? King Chu Jiang's angry shout came through the phone. Hang on, give me a moment to process this. King Yama moved the phone away from his ear and massaged his temples with his fingers. How could a divine name possibly disappear? Even if it were going to vanish, the bearer would have to die first. After pondering to no avail, King Yama picked up his phone and pressed it to his ear, asking solemnly, "Are you drunk? Do you think I'd joke about something like this? My divine name is really gone, it's truly gone." King Yama questioned skeptically, "How do you know your divine name is gone?" "The divine ability Frozen Hell granted by my godly title is gone, and all the slave marks I imprinted on my subordinates using the divine name have vanished. Yama, you're my best friend in the underworld, please help me think of a solution." Hearing this, King Yama's expression instantly turned grave. "Don't panic yet. Use the naming paper to visit the land of titles again and see if you can reclaim the divine name King of Chu River. If that fails, contact me again." "Alright, I'll go right now." Beep. The call was cut off. Yan Luo Wang slipped his phone into his inner pocket, silently walked to the sofa and sat down. Gazing calmly at the ceiling, no one could tell what thoughts occupied his mind. The land of naming. Li Chinxiu wandered aimlessly beneath the starry sky. He knew not where his footsteps would lead, nor how to find his way out, let alone where this so-called divine name might reside. Li Chinxiu let out a long sigh, frowning as he glanced around. What kind of damned place is this? Restless beyond measure, his mood soured as he took in the endless expanse of emerald green before him. A sudden urge to set it all ablaze rose in his chest, but what little reason remained held back this mad impulse. Just as Li Chinxiu was about to change direction and continue his journey, a rift suddenly tore open in the space 100 meters away. Out from it stepped a burly, rough-faced middle-aged man. 100 meters apart, their eyes locked. "Who are you?" The burly middle-aged man was the first to break the silence. Li Chinxiu hesitated for a moment before answering. "Li Chinxiu from DU. I'm waiting for my divine title. And who might you be?" "I'm Chu from..." The middle-aged man's voice faltered. "I'm also waiting for my divine title." A flicker of delight passed through Li Chinxiu's eyes as he stepped closer to the middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle, do you know how to leave this place?" "Leave?" The middle-aged burly man wore an expression of confusion as he responded dismissively, "Just wait. Everyone leaves eventually." Having said that, the middle-aged man paid no further attention to Li Chinxiu, lifting his gaze to the starry sky as if searching for something. With the middle-aged man's presence, the stars twinkled faintly, almost as though greeting him, yet he ignored them entirely, his sharp eyes darting restlessly between the celestial bodies. "Why isn't it here?" A flicker of panic crossed the middle-aged man's brow. If one's divine name disappears, it should logically return to the place where names are bestowed, so why hasn't it? Standing nearby, Li Chinxiu reached out and poked the middle-aged burly man. "Excuse me, uncle, do I look like someone who has a divine name?" The burly man turned his head, looking at Li Chinxiu as if he were an idiot. "Wouldn't you know better than anyone whether you have BZZZT?" At this very moment, a brilliant star suddenly appeared beneath the celestial expanse, erupting with dazzling starlight. The surrounding dim stars retreated like mice fleeing from a cat, forming a protective circle around this radiant, luminous star. Noticing the anomaly, the burly middle-aged man looked up. Upon seeing the star, his pupils gradually dilated as he clenched his fists in excitement. "It's really here, it's really here. Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man spread his arms above his head and shouted loudly, "King Chujiang, I'm here." The star in the sky seemed to hear his call, flickering in response. King Chujiang? Li Chinxiu looked up at the twinkling star. In an instant, the star trembled as if summoned, and a ribbon of white light condensed from stardust extended forth, drifting toward the two figures below. "I'm back, finally back." The middle-aged man walked forward with fiery eyes, raising his left fist above his head. Li Chinxiu suddenly understood when he saw this, so there's a specific gesture required. So Li Chinxiu imitated the middle-aged man's posture, lifting his left hand toward the stars in the sky as a greeting. Beneath the starry sky, the white ribbon of light drew closer to the middle-aged man. 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Come on! The burly middle-aged man excitedly thrust his wrist toward the light band, only to watch helplessly as it drifted past him indifferently and flew toward Li Chinxiu's direction. Chapter 83, Frozen Hell. Ha! The middle-aged man's pupils gradually dilated as he stiffly turned his head. The luminous ribbon, having passed the middle-aged man, coiled around Li Chinxiu's wrist in loops. So, does this mean I've obtained the divine name? A trace of confusion flickered between Li Chinxiu's brows. He raised his head to gaze at the distant stars while curiously reaching out to grasp the shimmering ribbon. But before he could fully grasp the luminous ribbon, it suddenly tensed, as if someone at the other end was pulling it forcefully. The middle-aged man paled at the sight and sprinted towards Li Chinxiu. "No, don't!" As the distance between them rapidly closed, just as the man was about to grab Li Chinxiu's sleeve, the glowing ribbon tore through the air, retracting backward at blinding speed. Li Chinxiu's feet left the ground as the ribbon yanked him skyward by the wrist. Whoosh whoosh. The night wind swept in at this moment, sending Li Chinxiu's hair whipping sideways while his clothes flapped violently, his entire figure swaying like wild grass beneath the starry sky. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground in despair, his heart-wrenching cry tearing through the air. "Why, King of Chu River, why?" Yet no matter how loudly he screamed, the radiant star remained unmoved, its composure as steady as a block of wood. The ribbon of light retracted swiftly, rapidly closing the distance between Li Chinxiu and the stars before him. His vision was engulfed by dazzling starlight, leaving him unable to see anything clearly. "Your Honor, Li Chinxiu is reacting," cried Horseface, pointing at him urgently. Hearing this, King Yama withdrew his gaze and turned toward Li Chinxiu. "He's beginning to merge with a divine name. I wonder which one it could be." Li Chinxiu was drenched in sweat, his brows furrowing intermittently as if trapped in a nightmare. Blue lines emerged beneath his skin, slithering like tiny snakes towards the center of his forehead before converging, as if attempting to outline some sort of pattern. At the same moment, Li Chinxiu's pupils trembled suddenly, his jet-black irises visibly transforming into an icy blue hue. His dense black hair streamed backward like ocean waves, instantly bleaching into the purest white. Horseface scratched his head. Why does this scene feel so familiar to me? The king of hell sitting on the sofa darkened his face and slowly spoke. "White hair and blue pupils, this is the frozen hell of Chujiang, the fifth judge of the 10 kings of hell." "What? King Chujiang of the 10 Yama kings?" Oxhead's heart skipped a beat, his expression horrified. King Chujiang's divine name was already taken. Could it be that the former King Chujiang has died? At this point, the Oxhead stopped speaking and timidly glanced at King Yama. "The former king of Chu River is not dead. His divine title." King Yama frowned slightly, paused, then continued, "Seems to have been stolen by this kid before me." The Oxhead and Horseface's expressions stiffened as they spoke in unison. "Stolen?" Oxhead suppressed his shock and said, How could a divine title possibly be stolen? Isn't it only transferable when the current title holder dies?" "I don't know either, but that's the reality, the frozen hell doesn't lie." King Yama picked up his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Horseface's face turned deathly pale the moment he heard this news. "You're kidding me, how did this guy suddenly become my boss? Is this a joke?" Horseface pressed a hand to his forehead as scenes from the underworld played through his mind like a movie. The threat before the palace, the insults on the bridge, not a single scene was missed. Horseface looked at King Yama in panic and helplessness. "My lord, I offended him earlier in the underworld." King Yama gave Horseface a speechless look. "Do you really think someone recognized by Lord Chujian, a divine title, would be so petty and narrow-minded? Then afterwards, give him a proper apology and make up for it by doing some favors for King Chujian." King Yama raised his hand to cut off Horseface's words. The horse-faced man wore an awkward expression. "My lord, after rebirth, my power is only at the first restriction. I feel like I can't accomplish much. Right now, apart from money, I truly have nothing left." "Then pay to atone for your sins. Stop talking and keep quiet," King Yama said coldly. A few minutes later, a crisp cracking sound began to resonate from Li Chinxiu's body. The sweat on his forehead instantly condensed into tiny ice particles, which fell onto the coffee table and shattered into fragments. Then, with Li Chinxiu as the center, the temperature within a 100-meter radius plummeted rapidly. Accompanied by the crackling sound of ice formation, everything within that range became encased in solid ice, swirling with perpetual white frost. With a mere thought from Yama, a strange ripple emanated from around him, dispelling the chilling frost that had surrounded Oxhead and Horseface. As time slowly passed, an eerie ice-blue rune appeared between Li Qinxiu's eyebrows, and the light gradually returned to his eyes. King Chu Jiang of the 10 Yama Kings, Li Qinxiu murmured to himself, rubbing his hair as he digested the memories surfacing in his mind. After touching that star, you should already understand your divine name and its abilities, shouldn't you? King Yama spoke calmly. More or less. Li Qinxiu raised his head, surveying his surroundings with those ice-blue eyes. So this is King Chu Jiang's frozen hell? At this moment, he felt as though everything within 100 meters was under his control. Without even looking back, he could sense a speck of dust drifting slowly to the ground dozens of meters away. Interesting. Li Qinxiu smiled and extended his finger, tracing a line in the air as a wisp of cold energy coalesced at his fingertip. The reason it's called the frozen hell isn't because there's ice inside, but because of the chilling air that lingers within. This chill doesn't freeze objects or people, but rather those ethereal and intangible souls. Any life that steps into it will be eroded by the cold air. The strong will find their reactions growing progressively slower and their supernatural powers diminishing under its influence. As for the weak, they won't even get a chance to act, their souls will perish in the frigid depths. Such is the frozen hell of King Chu Jiang. King Chu Jiang is my equal in rank and holds extraordinary status, commanding all underworld marshals and ghostly minions. I never imagined you would earn his recognition, Yama exclaimed in amazement. Just lucky, that's all, Li Qinxiu replied with a faint smile before continuing. By the way, are there any environmental requirements for deploying the icy hell, such as air humidity or temperature? No requirements whatsoever. The icy hell is essentially a microcosm. Why would it depend on external conditions? A microcosm? Huh? How wonderful. Li Qinxiu's lips gradually curved into a smirk. The ice hell doesn't rely on the environment, which doesn't mean that he no longer needs to find a stream to perform extreme water techniques in the future. Aren't the ice blocks in the ice hell ready-made water? Chapter 84, The Power of Yama. Seeing that Li Qinxiu showed no sign of retracting the ice hell, Yama reminded him, King Chu River, try not to use the ice hell in the city, as it causes quite a commotion. Li Qinxiu nodded and, with a thought, restored everything around him to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. His appearance also returned to normal, and the rune between his eyebrows disappeared. As the ice hell disappeared, Ma Mian's pale face gained a faint flush of color. After being reborn using mystic artifacts, his strength had fallen to the first restriction level. Facing Li Qinxiu's ice hell, even with Yama King dispelling the chill, his body still found it difficult to endure. King Chu Jiang, do you have any more questions? Yama King gestured with his hand. Yes. A glimmer of anticipation flashed through Li Qinxiu's eyes. I'd like to ask about the origins of these divine names. Before Li Qinxiu could finish speaking, the King of Hell interrupted him. A divine name is just that, a divine name. It is nothing beyond that. Li Qinxiu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly, understood. He had originally intended to deduce the ability of the third wall carving by tracing the origin of the deity's name, but now it seemed this approach wouldn't work. The other party clearly hadn't lowered their guard against him and showed no intention of revealing anything about the underworld. You live within the Federation, moving among humans, constantly at risk of exposure. The less you know about the underworld, the safer you are. After all, loose lips sink ships. After speaking, King Yama took a photo from his pocket and placed it on the table. You should be very familiar with this person. Li Qinxiu lowered his gaze and saw the image of a gloomy-looking middle-aged man. Gong Ran, the director of the Special Abilities Department. I plan to kill him soon, Li Qinxiu said with a sharp gaze and a low voice. Your first move was to kill his son and wipe out the 4th action team of the Special Abilities Department. Wasn't your goal to avenge a certain family? King Yama carefully observed Li Qinxiu's reaction. Li Qinxiu glanced up at Yan Luo Wang and said non-committally, when I was wandering in city number 11, that family helped me. Why are you asking this? Trying to investigate me? Yan Luo Wang smiled faintly. I don't care about your past. I'm only asking to help clear you of any suspicion regarding the disaster water. Li Qinxiu propped his head with one hand, suspicious. Yan Luo Wang, you're not planning to expose me in the open and then kill them yourself, pinning it on the disaster water, are you? Yan Luo Wang nodded in surprise. You and I seem to be thinking the same thing. This plan. Li Qinxiu shook his head. Right now, whether Zai Shuwei is alive or dead remains uncertain. As long as I don't make a move, the truth about Zai Shuwei's fate will forever remain a mystery. Even if the 3 from the Security Bureau suspect me, they can't prove I'm Zai Shuwei. But if you take action and kill Gong Ran and the others, firstly, it would confirm Zai Shuwei isn't dead, deepening suspicion against me. Secondly, it's too deliberate. I'd be exposed openly while you act from the shadows to kill. No matter how you look at it, it would seem like an attempt to clear my name. Others might overlook it, but Yiyu, who can say? She already seems convinced I'm Zai Shuwei. When mentioning Yiyu's name, a trace of weariness flickered through Li Qinxiu's eyes. To this day, he still couldn't understand how that woman's mind worked. Normal people, whether in reasoning or investigation, would always base their conclusions on existing evidence and expand outward. But this woman was different. All her deductions and investigations were founded on the premise that she was the disaster itself. It was as if she had God's perspective, effortlessly bypassing all obstacles to lock onto herself. It was utterly baffling. At that moment, Horseface eagerly placed a steaming cup of tea in front of Li Chinxiu. "Sir, I noticed your throat might be dry, so I brewed you some tea." "Thanks," Li Chinxiu said, somewhat surprised, then turned his head to look at Yan Luo Wang. "Just help me kill those 3 from the Intongsi. Whether my name gets cleared or not doesn't matter. Once enough time passes, no one will bother about it anymore. Regardless of whether people care or not, I must help you shake off the suspicion regarding the disaster water." That was the order given to me from above. A trace of helplessness surfaced on Yan Luo Wang's face. Li Chinxiu crossed his arms, frowning slightly. "So you never intended to clear my name? You only devised this crude plan to fulfill your mission. Whether I agreed or not, you would go through with it." Yan Luo Wang cast a cool glance at Li Chinxiu and moved the teacup in front of him towards himself. "I may have phrased it crudely, but that doesn't mean my plan is crude." As he spoke, he flicked the teacup lightly with his slender fingers. Plink! A crisp sound reverberated through the room as droplets of tea leapt from the cup, hanging suspended mid-air. Li Chinxiu's pupils trembled as he stared at the King of Hell in astonishment. "Your supernatural ability? Take another look," King Yama said calmly, then raised his hand and flicked his fingers outward. "Release." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water droplets tore through the air like bullets, shooting forward with incredible force. With a series of bang, bang sounds, tiny holes appeared on the walls, the ceiling, the floor tiles. "Not bad." Yan Luo Wang muttered something and pointed at the teacup. The next second, the water in the teacup surged forth, coalescing into a pan made entirely of water within mere moments in midair. Li Chinxiu rose and walked over to the water-formed pan, his profound gaze settling on Yama. "How did you do it? Have you heard of psychokinesis?" King Yama asked calmly. Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake, dust cascading from the walls as cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. Li Chinxiu gaped out the window in astonishment. The residential building opposite appeared to be sinking downward. No, more accurately, their own position was steadily rising. "My superpower is psychokinesis, the ability to control everything around me with thought." Mimicking your ability was simplicity itself, Yan Luo Wang said with a relaxed expression, tapping his finger on his knee. A strange ripple spread out from his entire body. In an instant, everything seemed to rewind as if someone had pressed a reverse button. The apartment building slowly sank back down, dust particles floating in the air returned to their original positions, and even the cracks in the ceiling vanished without a trace. Li Chinxiu remained expressionless at the sight, but his mind was roiling with shock. In his understanding, psychic powers were limited to throwing objects and such, but today, Yan Luo Wang completely shattered that notion. Water controlled the suspended brush, dust retreated, and cracks restored as if never there. This meticulous manipulation was simply mind-boggling. "As you said, I indeed intended to kill Gong Rant's entire family, but not in secret. I'd execute them openly before all residents of City Number 11, just like in the movies, a premeditated murder announcement." Chapter 85, 5 Fingers. King Yama looked utterly relaxed, as if discussing some trivial matter. "Announced killings?" Li Chenxiu's heart skipped a beat as he asked uncertainly, "What do you mean?" King Yama's eyes curved into crescents as he leisurely leaned back on the sofa. "I'll publicly announce the exact time of the Gong family's deaths in advance, letting everyone prepare thoroughly. Then I'll kill them right before everyone's eyes. This way you'll be completely cleared of suspicion. After all, there can't possibly be 2 aquatic disasters in this world." The words of Yama drifted lightly, yet their content struck Li Chenxiu's heart like a hammer. Li Chenxiu sized up Yama skeptically and asked, "Can you really do it?" Yama extended his arm and flipped his palm in front of Li Chenxiu. "This is hardly difficult for me. If I had to describe it with an idiom, you could say it's as easy as turning my hand over." Li Chenxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Your appearance is different from Zai Xue's. I have the means to change my appearance, but you don't. And what about when I turned into a mist of water to escape on the Lu River Bridge? Can you do that?" Yan Luo Wang spread his hands and smiled confidently. "You don't need to worry about any of this. Since I've come up with this idea, naturally I have the means to solve these problems. All you need to do is watch quietly." "Watch quietly?" Li Chenxiu repeated. "Yes," Yan Luo Wang nodded. "Just watch quietly." Li Chenxiu's eyes darkened like an abyss with no visible bottom. After a moment of silence, he said, "You're helping me so much, what does the underworld need me to do in return?" Yan Luo Wang smirked slightly. "You don't need to do anything. Just stay on your own path. After this incident, the disaster level of the calamitous waters will be upgraded to extremely hazardous. Be more cautious if you ever want to use this alias again. After all, the underworld can't always clean up after you." Having said that, Yan Luo Wang glanced sideways at Horseface and added, "Escort King of Shu Riverrod now." Flashing a hint of glee in his eyes, Horseface scurried to Li Chenxiu's side, offering him an impeccably polite smile. "My lord, allow me to escort you out." "Alright," Li Qinshiu replied before turning to Yen Luowang one last time. "Thank you." King Yama nodded slightly, "Just part of the job, don't dwell on it." After exchanging courtesies, Horseface led Li Qinshiu out of the rundown apartment building, leaving only King Yama and Oxhead in the shabby room. "My lord, is there anything you need me to do?" Oxhead spoke respectfully. "Start by live streaming a murder to liven things up, otherwise our warnings won't seem credible enough." King Yama stroked his chin thoughtfully before adding, "Didn't he have a second son? Let's start with him." Beneath the abandoned tube-shaped apartment building, Li Qinshiu and Horseface stood one behind the other, waiting for a taxi. Unlike Li Qinshiu's calm composure, Horseface appeared remarkably tense, hands clasped together at his chest like a student who'd done wrong, shuffling in place while occasionally stealing furtive glances upward at Li Qinshiu. "Go back," Li Qinshiu said without turning his head. "Ha?" Horseface looked up in flustered confusion, timidly asking, Do you dislike me or something?" "Like?" Li Qinshiu turned his head with a strange expression, instinctively taking a step back. "You like men?" No. Horseface hurriedly waved his hands and awkwardly explained, "I don't like men. I just wanted to ask if, maybe you like me?" Li Qinshiu's mouth fell open slightly, momentarily failing to keep up with Horseface's logic. He touched his chin in disbelief and asked, "What do you mean? Do you seriously think I like you?" Horseface smacked his own head in frustration. "That's not what I meant. It's just that I offended you before in the underworld, so..." At this point, Horseface fell silent, lowering his head with some fear. Li Qinshiu's eyes flickered with understanding, and he reached out to place a hand on Horseface's shoulder. "If I wanted revenge on you, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now." Horseface trembled all over, lifting his head excitedly. "You mean, you're not holding it against me anymore?" "I wouldn't blame you, after all, you couldn't possibly harm me in the underworld." "But..." Li Qinshiu turned around with his hands in his pockets. "But what?" Horseface gulped, watching Li Qinshiu anxiously. "But any goodwill is definitely gone. After all, I'm someone who holds grudges. You brought people to threaten me when I was vulnerable. I absolutely can't forget that," Li Qinshiu said seriously. "My lord, I truly never intended to act against you. It was all Shin Yuanguo from the New World manipulating me. Honestly, I'm a very upright person," Horseface pleaded, gripping Li Qinshiu's arm in desperation. Li Qinshiu pushed away Horseface with his hand and said coldly, "True integrity isn't something you boast about, it's shown through actions." Horseface was no fool and instantly grasped the implication in Li Qinshiu's words. He ventured cautiously, "What would you have me do?" With a smile, Li Qinshiu extended his left hand and rubbed his fingers pointedly in front of the man. "I hear you wield considerable influence in District 11. Surely, wealth follows such power." Horseface obediently nodded. "Not bad, how much do you want? This figure should be quite easy for you." Li Qinshiu extended 5 fingers, looking at Horseface with a faint smile. Horseface swallowed hard, a flash of pain flickering in his eyes. 50 million wasn't a small sum, but he could grit his teeth and come up with it. "Alright, 5,000 is..." "Wait a minute." Just as Horseface was about to grit his teeth and agree, Li Qinshiu cut him off outright. 5,000? Li Qinshiu curled his lips into a smirk, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "Do I look like someone who needs 5,000 to you, or do you think I come cheap?" Even someone without qualifications could earn over 100, sometimes several $100 from a side gig outside. For someone with influence in city number 11 to offer a mere 5,000 as compensation, wasn't that just taking him for a fool? As soon as these words were spoken, Horseface broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he stammered, I didn't mean it like that. Just tell me how much you want." "Add a zero after 50,000. "I want to see the money before tonight," Li Qinshiu said coldly. "Oh, and I want cash. If you can't do it, for your own safety, we shouldn't meet again." Horseface's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and he stood frozen in place as if his soul had left his body. 500 million Federation coins, where could he possibly get 500 million? How was this any different from demanding his life? At this thought, Horseface steeled himself and said, "King of Chu River, aren't you going too far? I'm King Yama's subordinate, isn't treating me like this a bit excessive?" "Heh, you don't have to give it if you don't want to. I never forced you, you're the one who insisted on making amends," Li Qinshiu shrugged innocently. Rumble. The sound of turning wheels approached from the distance. The taxi sent to pick up Li Qinshiu had arrived. Chapter 86. Isn't this bullying an honest man? The same middle-aged driver was still at the wheel, smoothly pulling the car to the side of the road. He rolled down the window and waved at Li Qinshiu. "Let's go, no need to see me off." Li Qinshiu strode toward the taxi, waving back at Horseface over his shoulder before getting in and leaving the place. "Bastard, who the hell do you think you are?" The Horseface man's veins bulged angrily on his neck as he slammed a shallow dent into the wall with a boom. "What nonsense has made you forget your place?" At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the hallway. Horseface turned his head in panic and saw a pair of polished leather shoes stepping out from the corner of the hallway, followed by the icy face of King Yama appearing before him. Gee great, sir, I acted impulsively. Horseface quickly lowered his head and stammered. King Yama strode forward until he stood before Horseface, his gaze cold as it fell upon him. Horseface raised his head, intending to explain, when suddenly a terrifying pressure, heavy as a mountain, descended upon his shoulders. Bang! In an instant, dust rose beneath King Yama's feet as Horseface clung to the ground like a puddle of mud, crimson blood oozing from his eyes. The cracking sounds of bones snapping echoed like firecrackers. Oxhead nearby hurriedly pleaded, "My lord." Horseface acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. "I'll make sure he never offends again, please give him a chance." "I am giving him a chance. That's why he's still alive and lying at my feet." King Yama cast an indifferent glance at Horseface and, with a mere thought, withdrew his supernatural power. "Thank you, my lord," Oxhead said gratefully as he carefully helped Horseface up from the ground. Horseface's chest heaved violently as he tremblingly raised a hand to rub his eyes. After catching his breath for a few seconds, he whispered, "Thank you, my lord. All inhabitants of the underworld revere the divine name. Challenging one's superior is unforgivable. If there's a next time, I won't spare your life again. Understood?" King Yama said sternly. Bent back and supported by Oxhead, Horseface nodded weakly. King Yama reached out and patted Horseface's shoulder. Just as he was about to walk away, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to ask, "What did King Chujiang say to you just now?" Horseface raised his head weakly and replied, "I had offended King Chujiang in the underworld earlier, so I tried to apologize to him just now. But then, he asked me for money." King Yama raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you had nothing left but money? Shouldn't this be exactly what you wanted?" But King Chujiang asked for too much. He demanded 500 million federal credits from me. There's no way I could possibly come up with that much. Horseface's voice grew fainter, his face growing increasingly pale. 500 million? Oxhead's eyes widened. King Chujiang personally demanded 500 million? Horseface looked aggrieved as he pitifully explained to Oxhead. "Yes, he told me directly. I offered 50 million. But he said I was treating him like a cheap bargain by offering so little. He told me to add a zero behind the 50 million and demanded cash payment." "Isn't this just bullying an honest man?" Regret clouded Horseface's expression as he continued, "If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought it up. Now that I've mentioned it but can't pay, even if there wasn't bad blood before, there sure will be now." If Li Chinxiu were here, he would surely be stunned speechless by Horseface's words. When did he ever mention the figure of 5 billion? Adding a zero to 5,000 shouldn't make it 5 million Federation dollars, right? "My lord, what should I do? I couldn't raise 5 billion even if I sold myself." Horseface pleaded helplessly, looking at Yama. "King Chujiang's potential far exceeds your imagination. How to proceed is your own judgment to make." With that, King Yama walked away without looking back. Oxhead, seeing this, patted Horseface on the shoulder and jogged to catch up with King Yama, leaving Horseface sitting alone on the ground. On the sparsely trafficked road, the taxi carrying Li Chinxiu moved slowly forward. The air conditioning in the car was on, creating a slightly oppressive atmosphere. Li Chinxiu glanced out the window through the car window. "Pull over here." "Are you getting off here?" Mid-aged driver glanced at Li Chinxiu with surprise while lifting his foot off the accelerator, lightly tapping the brake to steadily pull the taxi over to the curb. Thanks." Li Chinxiu responded briefly before pushing the door open and stepping out of the taxi. No problem. Mid-aged driver waved his hand dismissively, cautiously asking, "Should I head off then?" "Let's go." Li Chinxiu nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the middle-aged driver smiled as if relieved of a great burden. After exchanging a few polite words, he immediately stepped on the gas and left the place, appearing unwilling to stay with Li Chinxiu for even a moment longer. Li Chinxiu took out a blue medical mask from his pocket, put it on, and then dialed Li Qingxia's number on his phone. Beep, 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 click. "Hey, Xiao Chou." Li Qingxia's voice came through the phone. "Where are you and the boss?" "I'll come find you," Li Qingxiu asked. "Ha?" Li Qingxiu was slightly taken aback. "Didn't you say you were dealing with the Gongran family and told us not to contact you recently? Plans can't keep up with changes. I think it's better to lay low." "So, where are you guys?" "The place where I'm staying with the boss is hard to find. Tell me your location, and I'll come pick you up." "Alright, I'll send you my location in a bit. I'm wearing a blue mask and black clothes, you'll spot me at a glance. Be careful on the way, don't let those reporters notice you," Li Qingxiu reminded. Li Qingxia flashed a confident smile. "Don't worry, your second brother's motto is just 2 words, reliability." With that, the call ended with a sharp beep. Li Qingxiu tucked his phone into his pocket, casually leaned against the road sign, and rubbed his chin while muttering to himself, 50,000 federal dollars isn't much, right? Why does that guy seem so reluctant? Did I overestimate his financial strength? The midday heat gradually subsided as he waited. A full half-hour passed. Leaning against the road sign, Li Chenxiu's ears pricked up, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Due to the terrain, the road undulated like a winding curve, and Li Chenxiu's gaze could only stretch a few hundred meters ahead. That's odd. A fleeting trace of puzzlement crossed Li Chinxiu's brow as he walked forward along the highway. Just moments earlier, his ears had caught the sound of vehicles moving on the road, not one car, but many. This roused Li Chinxiu's vigilance. How could so many vehicles possibly pass through such a desolate stretch of highway all at once? As Li Chinxiu's position grew increasingly elevated, his field of vision widened accordingly, and the undulating highway could no longer obstruct his view. On the broad highway, cars moved one after another at a leisurely pace, crawling along as slow as someone walking a dog. 100 meters away, a lone shared electric scooter advanced through the city streets. The young man riding the scooter was drenched in sweat, his face tense with panic. He kept glancing back over his shoulder. Clearly, he was the one being walked. Li Chenxiu's expression darkened the moment he spotted the young man. He knew him all too well. Wasn't this the ever-cautious safety first Li Chenxiu? Chapter 87 The Tragedy. Fucking foolproof, eh? Li Chenxiu muttered through clenched teeth. He couldn't comprehend how could something as simple as picking up a person turn into this disastrous exposure, attracting so many journalists. How dare his second brother claim it was foolproof? Whether driven by fate or mere coincidence, Li Chenxiu turned her head as if possessed, her gaze locking directly with Li Chenxiu's. His face lit up with joy, and he excitedly let go of the handlebars, waving at Li Chenxiu. Hey Xiao Qiu, hop on quick. The moment the words fell, Li Chenxiu felt countless gazes land upon him. The cars trailing behind Li Chenxiu rolled down their windows one after another, with cameras extending out, all aimed in the direction where Li Chenxiu stood. It's Li Chenxiu, hurry and drive the car over. Holy shit, we actually caught a big one. Driver, step on it. Don't let anyone else get there first. In an instant, the roar of engines filled the highway as car after car surged past Li Chenxiu, charging toward Li Chenxiu's location. Suppressing the urge to swear, Li Chenxiu propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, hips driving thighs in terrifying bursts of speed, weaving through gaps between vehicles until he reached Li Chenxiu's side. Damn it, come with me. Li Chenxiu cursed angrily, grabbing Li Chenxiu's arm as he tried to leave, only to be stopped by her shouted protest. Don't go. I went through all this trouble to lure them here, worrying someone might get left behind. If you leave, all my efforts wasted. Li Chenxiu turned back in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Li Chenxiu jumped off the electric bike and plastered herself against Li Chenxiu's thigh like a stubborn sticking plaster. Don't go, let me explain. The boss said you're safest being active in the media spotlight now, this way the security bureau can't pull any dirty tricks. Then at least discuss it with me fi. Li Chenxiu's words were cut short as swarms of journalists surrounded him, cameras thrusting forward aggressively. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Chenxiu? Could you remove your mask so we can see your face properly? We are from Minju Interviews and would like to invite you. There are many of your fans in City 11 who have formed Li Chenxiu's fan club. What are your thoughts on? Amidst the clamor of competing voices, Li Chenxiu felt as if a swarm of bees were circling his ears, their incessant buzzing drowning out all else. City 11, Nanshan University. Inside the indoor stadium spanning hundreds of square meters, 7 or 8 boys in tracksuits formed a circle, each face wearing mocking expressions. At the center of this human ring stood a solitary teenager. He wore thick black-framed glasses, a faded button-up shirt, and worn-out sneakers, appearing as if he belonged to a completely different world from the surrounding group. Shui Rui, what an achievement! Came to Nanda University without relying on mommy or daddy, just through good grades. Not only avoiding tuition fees but even getting scholarships. Isn't that impressive everyone? The buzzcut ringleader called out with a laugh. His name is Gong Xin, the second son of the supernatural department's Gong Ran, and the leader of this group. Impressive. Top marks in every required subject, straight A student material for sure. Shui Rui, how do you study so well? Teach us your ways, we want good grades too. Hey, top student Shui, why are you standing there frozen? We're complimenting you, shouldn't you kowtow in gratitude? Faced with the teasing from the group, Shui Rui clenched his fists and spoke up despite his discomfort. You scored poorly because you never took studying seriously. The reason you can't do your homework is that you didn't pay attention in class. I'm not obligated to help you with your homework or assist you in cheating. Bang bang bang. Gong Xian clapped her hands and walked up to Shui Rui with a smile. Well said. Shui Rui took a few steps back. I need to get to class. After speaking, he tried to walk around Gong Xian, only for her to grab his shoulder suddenly. Did I say you could go? Shui Rui frowned. I need to go to class? A mocking glint flashed in Gong Xian's eyes as she shoved Shui Rui aside. Before he could react, she raised her foot and aimed a forceful kick straight at his abdomen. Bang! Caught off guard, Shui Rui was directly kicked to the ground, the loud noise echoing through the empty gymnasium, even sending his black-framed glasses flying off. Cough, cough. Shui Rui coughed drily a few times, one hand clutching his stomach as he curled up on the floor, the other reaching toward his glasses nearby. Just as he was about to touch his glasses, a sneaker came down from above, landing with a crunch that shattered the black frames into pieces. You bastard! Shui Rui's eyes burned with hatred as he staggered to his feet, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, then lunged at Gong Xian like a rabid dog. Gong Xian stood with arms crossed, looking at Shuai with utter disdain. Before Shuai could reach Gong Xian, a dark-skinned boy rushed out from the side and drove his elbow into Shuai's back. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of a breaking bone rang out. "Ah!" Shuai cried out in pain and fell sideways onto the cold floor. Gong Xian walked forward with a smile, stepping on Shuai's face and rubbing the tip of her shoe against it. "You lowlife from the slums, do as I say when I tell you. What right do you have to say no to me?" Shuai's veins bulged on his forehead as he endured the excruciating pain in his waist, gripping Gong Xian's calf tightly. I'll tell the teacher." At these words, the group exchanged glances, roaring with scornful laughter that echoed through the gymnasium seconds later. "Ha ha ha, what's this idiot saying? Going to tell the teacher? Oh my god, I thought he was going to say something earth-shattering. After all that struggle, all he comes up with is telling the teacher? Go ahead and report it then." The head of the Special Abilities Department is Gong Xian's dad, and the security department head is good friends with his father. "You really think anyone's going to stand up for you, you moron? Enough." Gong Xian raised his hand to stop the chatter. "Hit him. Let's see how tough this idiot really is." Hearing this, the others' eyes flashed with excitement as they swarmed over Shuai, punching and kicking him. Some even straddled him, slapping his face repeatedly. Smack! Smack! The sound of fists mixing with blood kept ringing out. Crimson liquid flowed from beneath Shuai like smooth ribbons, only to be trampled underfoot by the others. Gong Xian squatted nearby, leisurely smoking a cigarette while watching Shuai calmly. Even when blood splattered on his face, he showed not the slightest concern. Drip, drip, drip. A series of footsteps approached from afar. Gong Xian didn't need to turn around to know who was coming. His father's subordinate Zhang Kong, team leader of the 1st Action Unit in the Supernatural Agency. Gong Xian said impatiently, "Uncle Zhang, my dad asked you to protect me, not to interfere in my business.